Chapter 1. Reborn with Virtue. Qiao Jiaojiao has been reborn. As she was just brought forth into the world, she strained to open her eyes wide. Let her take a look at the good family she has been born into. Oh my, the decor is quite luxurious. Imbued with an ancient charm, why does it all seem reminiscent of a bygone era? Just as Qiao Jiaojiao was pondering this, someone gently pried her legs apart, and jubilant voices erupted. Congratulations, madam. Your wish has been fulfilled. It is a girl. How wonderful. A voice, weary yet laced with joy, resonated softly. It must be her mother. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's spirits lifted. This family does not favor sons over daughters after all. The old king of hell is indeed reliable. In her previous life, Qiao Jiaojiao had performed numerous good deeds, including but not limited to charitable donations, blood and bone marrow donations, and assisting elderly women across the street. She had met her demise by being stabbed. While acting heroically, the assailant's hand had inadvertently struck her. Even after death, she donated her organs, saving 7 lives. Such a paragon of virtue drew the attention of the king of hell, nearly blinding him with the radiance of her merits. Thus, with a flourish of his pen, he declared, "You are adorned with virtue. Your fate is not yet sealed. I grant you the chance to reincarnate with your memories intact, allowing you to enjoy a life of tranquility." And so, Qiao Jiaojiao arrived. She felt the gentle cleansing of blood from her body, unable to suppress a comforting squint of her eyes. At that moment, her mother queried with a hint of confusion, "Where is the master?" "Madam, you were in a hurry, and the maid dared not inform you the master and the young masters have all gone out." "What? Has something happened?" At this, Qiao Jiaojiao perked up her ears, listening intently as the old nurse replied cautiously, "Do not fret, madam, it is nothing grave. The young daughter of the Meng family fell into the water and was fortuitously rescued by the second young master who happened to pass by. Upon regaining consciousness, the Meng girl began to ramble, prompting the master and the eldest young master to rush over. We had anticipated that you would take a couple of days before giving birth, but the situation arose suddenly. I have already sent word they must be hurrying back now." Her mother's anxious voice chimed in. "How old is the Meng family daughter? If she is of marrying age, it could be troublesome." The old nurse hastily responded, "I inquired beforehand. The Meng family daughter is named Meng Gu Shui, and she is merely 10 years old, still quite young." Qiao Jiaojiao, who had been engrossed in the conversation, suddenly froze, feeling as though thunder had struck her. The old king of hell deceived her. What was promised as reincarnation turned out to be a transition into a novel. Just before her act of heroism, she had finished reading a melodramatic novel, a classic romantic tale titled The Cold-Faced Prince's Gentle Affection, which was soon to be adapted into a film. The protagonist was a time traveler named Meng Gu Shui. Then who had she become? That's a relief. Although the Meng family and our Qiao family are somewhat matched in status, it is inappropriate to engage a child in an early betrothal. Qiao family? Qiao Jiaojiao felt faint. The only Qiao family in the book was the one known for their unwavering loyalty to the emperor, a lineage of loyal martyrs who became pawns in political strife. Heavens! The fate of the Qiao family was annihilation. Moreover, the fate of the youngest daughter of the Qiao family was to perish at the tender age of 3, succinctly encapsulated in a mere sentence in the novel. "Ah, old king of hell, you had better give me an explanation, otherwise I shall surely upend your realm after my death. Ding! Your merit shop is now online, please check." Qiao Jiaojiao. Before her appeared a translucent panel, prominently displaying the words merit shop. With great effort, she curled her trembling fingers and entered the shop manually. Given your saintly conduct in your past life, the shop grants you an initial merit of 100 points. Would you like to redeem? Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled instantly. This must be the legendary system. Let me see what is available. The screen began to scroll, revealing items such as weightless talismans, disguise pills, breath-holding pills, fake death pills, beauty elixirs, strength potions. Wow, a golden finger! Qiao Jiaojiao was elated, dancing with joy, but her enthusiasm waned when she saw the exchange points behind these items. A single disguise pill cost 20 merits. Had she truly exhausted herself in her past life for merely 5 faces? Let alone the invincible thunder talismans and indestructible charms, which required as much as 80 points. There were countless slots yet to be unlocked, presumably demanding terrifying amounts of merit points. Fortunately, merits could be accumulated over time. This merit shop could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Qiao Jiaojiao fell silent. The old king of hell still possessed a shred of conscience. Perhaps, since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. Soon, she found herself swaddled in a blanket, presented before Madame Qiao. Madam, have you been waiting anxiously? Come quickly, take a look at the young lady. She is truly beautiful, just like you. Madame Qiao took Qiao Jiaojiao into her arms, and Qiao Jiaojiao immediately opened her eyes wide, curiously examining her mother. The novel had mentioned that this early deceased Madame Qiao was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Qiao Jiaojiao's heart raced with anticipation. Before her was a face radiant and grand, though slightly marred by fatigue from childbirth, yet her originally stunning features appeared even more delicate due to this weariness. In that moment, Qiao Jiaojiao transformed into a little fangirl. Ah, my mother is too beautiful. She is a masterpiece sculpted by Nuwa herself. Suddenly, Madame Qiao trembled, looking around in confusion and shock. Who is speaking? Wu, this angle of death is beautiful too. Mother, you are my goddess. Please pass your beauty on to me. Mother? Madame Qiao, suddenly struck with terror, looked down to find Qiao Jiaojiao gazing at her with wide, glistening eyes. Wow, Mother is looking at me. Why does she seem so startled? Do I look very ugly? Surely not. Upon hearing this, even amidst the turmoil within her heart, an instinctive maternal love compelled Madame Qiao to declare, "Our Jiaojiao is truly adorable, just like her mother." Qiao Jiaojiao exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh, am I also named Qiao Jiaojiao in this life? How serendipitous. In my past life, I was parentless. Having passed too soon in this life, I hope to be a joyful, carefree Qiao Jiaojiao. Madame Qiao felt a sudden jolt in her heart. So, her dear Jiaojiao has been born with the memories of her previous life? Parentless, having passed too soon. Thinking of how her daughter had suffered in her past life, Madame Qiao's heart softened with pain. She feared no ghost or deity. Jiaojiao was born from her womb in this life. She was meant to be her daughter, destined for happiness. With this thought, Madame Qiao unhesitatingly leaned closer to Qiao Jiaojiao's face, gently assuring her, "Jiaojiao, my dear child, I will ensure you live a life of peace and joy." As Qiao Jiaojiao basked in the warmth of an unfamiliar maternal love, joy bubbled within her, and she instinctively felt a sense of dependence. Yet in an instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Wait, I remember that my mother's cause of death was excessive worry, bottled up in her heart, stemming from on the very day of my birth. A maid had the audacity to climb into my father's bed.
Chapter 2. The whole family reads minds. Lady Qiao appeared utterly bewildered. The cause of her demise. Was there actually a maid attempting to climb into bed? Qiao Jiaojiao was desperately trying to recall. Indeed, I remember that segment vividly. My mother, having just given birth and still dealing with postpartum issues, refused my father's request to stay the night, sending him off to the study instead. Consequently, that very night, a maid, taking advantage of my father's drunken stupor, crept into his bed. Although nothing transpired that night and my father ultimately executed the maid, my mother was left with a lingering resentment. This was undoubtedly a catalyst for her depression. What should I do? I cannot speak, and how can I prevent this from occurring? Qiao Jiaojiao was so anxious she felt like tearing her hair out. Lady Qiao absorbed every word, and being the legitimate daughter from the Yenghua Duke's residence, she soon regained her composure, although she was uncertain why Jiaojiao, with memories from a past life, was aware of events yet to unfold in this life. She chose to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it. After all, Jiaojiao was a part of her, and Lady Qiao trusted that her daughter was wholeheartedly devoted to her. "Madam, mother," at that moment, a loud, urgent voice emanated from outside, and soon 3 figures burst through the curtains. The servants had already tidied up for Lady Qiao, and the room was now quite orderly, with the lingering sense nearly dissipated. "Madam, you have suffered. It is my fault for not being by your side." The voice, filled with vigor, quickly reached the bedside. Qiao Jiaojiao raised her eyes and finally beheld a middle-aged face. "Ah, my father is so handsome. Is this the allure of a mature man?" Hearing Jiaojiao praise Lord Qiao, Lady Qiao couldn't help but smile. She lifted her gaze to observe her husband and noted that he displayed no signs of abnormality, thus confirming that only she could hear Jiaojiao's thoughts. "Madam, is this our Jiaojiao?" Lord Qiao spoke softly, gazing affectionately at his daughter. They were now 36 and 34, respectively, with their eldest son 18 and their youngest 15. This child was one they had long awaited. When they first discovered the pregnancy, they had agreed the girl would be named Jiaojiao, and the boy would be called Dogdan. Fortunately, their wishes were fulfilled. And they were finally blessed with a precious gem. Come, let father hold you. Lord Qiao carefully took Jiaojiao from Lady Qiao's arms. Ah, what a gentle father, oh how fortunate I am. Lord Qiao's hand trembled suddenly. Had it not been for the solid foundation laid during his years of warfare, he might have inadvertently flung the child away. Oh dear, why did my father suddenly shake? It startled me. Upon hearing this, Lord Qiao became even more certain that the voice belonged to the child in his arms. How could this be possible? Speaking of this father, Qiao Jiaojiao expressed her deep regret. Alas, my father is also a legendary figure, having fought valiantly for the nation in his youth, reclaiming the northern territories. After the northern region surrendered, my father immediately relinquished his military power and graciously declined the title of Duke of the State, settling instead for the position of a third-rank imperial censor. Others mock him for being foolish and for seeking hardship, but who understands the ambitions that reside within my father's heart? He has the martial prowess to protect the nation and the literary acumen to oversee officials, all in pursuit of maintaining the court's integrity. Lord Qiao was utterly astonished upon hearing this. While others laughed at him and ridiculed him, some claiming he was enamored with power and others asserting that he sought to please no one, only his daughter expressed the aspirations he held dear. He surveyed the room and noticed Lady Qiao remained calm, while their two sons appeared blissfully ignorant, entirely oblivious to Jiaojiao's thoughts. In that moment, Lord Qiao felt not fear of Jiaojiao's peculiarities but rather a surge of joy. Could it be that heaven had sent him, Qiao Zhonghua, a special little confidant? At that moment Jiaojiao's voice rang out once more. Oh, how unfortunate that such a heroic figure as my father ultimately fell victim to political strife. Executed at Wumen, with our family wiped out overnight. At these words, both Lord Qiao and Lady Qiao were struck with dread, with Lady Qiao nearly fainting, yet fearing that others would discern their distress and potentially incite rumors detrimental to Jiaojiao. They both fought to maintain their composure. What in the world? Their family had always been loyal subjects, devoted to their sovereign, yet they faced such a tragic end. This lifetime it shall not be, such a loving family. I will risk my life to protect them and alter our fate. Jiaojiao swore resolutely in her heart upon hearing this. Although Lord Qiao and Lady Qiao remained uneasy, they were simultaneously comforted and deeply moved. Lord Qiao tenderly caressed Jiaojiao's small face, silently vowing, "Silly Jiaojiao, how could such a heavy burden fall upon your shoulders? No matter what, your father will safeguard you all." At this moment, Jiaojiao recalled the earlier matter. Oh dear, the execution is still far off. There is still time. The pressing concern is the maid climbing into bed tonight. With father and mother's strong bond, how could they allow someone else's scheming to sow discord between them? Qiao Zhonghua, a maid climbing into bed, Jiaojiao continued to fret. That maid is an ongoing threat. Even if mother keeps father here tonight, it is only a temporary measure, not a permanent solution. The best course of action is to expose that maid tonight. If only I could speak, I would have father feign drunkenness. That maid would surely fall for it. Ah, I despise being so small and powerless. Jiaojiao was in utter despair when an extraordinarily handsome young man approached a father. May I hold my sister now? Jiaojiao's eyes widened. Wow, the genes in this family are truly remarkable. Qiao Zhonghua reluctantly allowed Jiaojiao to be taken by the elder son, whose eyes glimmered slightly, clearly having embraced Jiaojiao's suggestion, and furthermore he felt it necessary to give the household staff a stern reminder. Qiao Zhonghua had long sworn that in this lifetime he would take only his wife, never taking a concubine or maintaining a mistress, nor even a maid. At this moment, Qiao Tianjing, the eldest son, had carefully cradled Jiaojiao, while the second son, Qiao Diyu, leaned in, gently poking Jiaojiao's cheek. Ah, both brothers are so handsome. The elder brother is a paragon of virtue, gentle as jade, while the younger brother is rebellious and spirited. What a perfect combination. Upon this remark, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu exchanged incredulous glances. Is our little sister speaking? Oh, how delightful! Heaven treats me, Qiao Jiaojiao, so generously. I am utterly content. Qiao Diyu, being the younger of the two, suddenly changed his expression, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. At that moment, Qiao Tianjing's demeanor darkened, swiftly silencing Qiao Diyu with a piercing gaze. Chapter 3. The gears of fate begin to turn. Qiao Tianjing, at 18, had taken a path entirely different from that of his father. He was a celebrated scholar in the capital, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of Revenue. His attainment of this position was not without relation to his father's influence, yet he had equally proven himself through diligent and error-free service. At this moment, his stern countenance emanated an imposing presence. Qiao Diyu, aged 15, was pursuing a military career, currently undergoing training in the barracks, holding a minor post. This was a specific directive from Lord Qiao. As Qiao Diyu, being young and impetuous, was deemed unsuitable for a high position and required thorough tempering, at this moment, Qiao Diyu was overwhelmed with shock beyond measure, yet he was accustomed to heeding his elder brother's counsel. Seeing Qiao Tianjing's grave expression, he immediately fell silent. Jiaojiao watched the two brothers, frozen in place, with a puzzled expression. Why are my brothers suddenly exchanging glances? From her vantage point, she could only see their sharply defined jaws. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing's expression shifted, and he affectionately touched Jiaojiao's face. Our little sister is truly adorable, she resembles mother. Qiao Diyu also came to his senses, leaning down slightly to gaze intently at Jiaojiao. Captivated by her sparkling eyes that were indeed charming, however, as Jiaojiao looked at her two outstanding brothers, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Such radiant young men, my elder brother will be ensnared in court intrigues. His illustrious name tarnished, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. My younger brother will fall victim to treachery on the battlefield, his body wrapped in a shroud of horsehide. And I, the youngest, will perish without cause at the tender age of 3. Ah, why does heaven treat us so cruelly? We are a family of loyalty and righteousness, yet we face annihilation and extinction. It is so unfair. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu. What, their little sister would perish at the age of 3? No, they absolutely could not accept this. Their parents had yearned for over a decade for this little sister. In that moment, both Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu were not initially shocked by their own fates but rather concerned for Jiaojiao's safety. Previously, Jiaojiao had not revealed her destiny, and now Lord Qiao and Lady Qiao learned of Jiaojiao's fated early demise, leaving them feeling dizzy. No, I must accumulate more merits. The more merits I have, the better chance I have of surviving and protecting the Qiao family. Merits. Upon hearing this, Lady Qiao immediately resolved to begin accumulating good deeds in Jiaojiao's name starting tomorrow, making offerings to the Buddha, regardless of the expense. Exhausted from meeting everyone, Jiaojiao could no longer bear it and felt quite hungry. Her stomach empty. I'm so hungry. A sound akin to a kitten's mew escaped her lips. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao immediately extended her hand towards the infant, who was likely feeling famished. I shall feed her. You all may step outside. Although it is customary for the wives of affluent households not to personally nurse their children, little Jiaojiao was the cherished fruit of their long-awaited hopes. And she had firmly resolved to take matters into her own hands. As soon as Jiaojiao noticed her father preparing to leave, she cried out in alarm, "Father, you must not return home inebriated tonight." Xiao Zhenghua did not wish for Jiaojiao to think that he could hear her innermost thoughts, otherwise she might become overly cautious, fearing to voice any of her desires, thus, as Jiaojiao had anticipated. He spoke gently, "My dear wife, you have just given birth and are still quite weak. Allow me to remain and care for you tonight." Madame Qiao had her own intentions. Understanding his concerns, she shook her head gently. "My husband, as a man of stature, it would be rather inconvenient for you to stay here. For the time being, I shall ask you to take refuge in the study for a few nights." Ah, the wheels of fate are beginning to turn. Woe is me, I truly feel I might faint from hunger. Father, you cannot leave. Jiaojiao was in a flurry, but as soon as the milk reached her lips, her mind turned to mush, and after a few sips, she fell into a deep slumber. Seeing that Jiaojiao had finally drifted off, Madame Qiao summoned the wet nurse, Lu Mama, and instructed her softly. "Mama, you need not attend to her tonight. Instead, wait discreetly outside the study to keep watch for any unscrupulous maidens." Lu Mama's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. "Madam, do you mean?" With a calm demeanor, Madame Qiao replied, "In such a vast estate, there are bound to be those with ill intentions. Mama, do not cause a commotion. It would reflect poorly on the master. I am well aware of his affections for me." Lu Mama, with a grave countenance, nodded in understanding and hurriedly exited. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhenghua had reached the study, wearing a smile and instructing the servants to bring 2 large jars of wine, declaring that he intended to indulge himself in a drunken revelry this evening. Under the serene moonlight in the courtyard, the two brothers stood facing each other, both wearing solemn expressions. Xiao Dai was the first to break the silence. "Brother, what on earth is happening? We seem able to hear our little sister's thoughts. Furthermore, it appears she can even foresee the future." Qiao Tianjing appeared much calmer. He took a few measured steps before abruptly turning to ask, "Second brother, is she truly our sister?" Xiao Dai was momentarily taken aback by the question but quickly responded, "Of course, she emerged from our mother's womb, sharing the same blood." Qiao Tianjing nodded, a serene expression on his face. "Is that not sufficient? Perhaps it is because heaven cannot bear to witness our family, loyal subjects to the nation, suffering such a tragic fate, that they have sent our sister to save us." Second brother, I observed our parents' expressions closely today. They seem unable to hear our sister's thoughts. Therefore, this matter must remain between us. It must never be disclosed, otherwise it could bring dire consequences upon her and spell disaster for our family. Xiao Dai understood his elder brother's meaning and nodded gravely. "Do not worry, brother. I shall safeguard our little sister with my life." That night, Jiaojiao woke several times in a daze, as if she had heard Lu Mama's voice. "Madam, you were indeed correct. My heavens, I witnessed that little hussy." Suddenly, a scream erupted from within the room, as she was personally dealt with by the master, who was now causing quite a stir in the front courtyard. Jiaojiao's mind could not keep up with the chaos. She muttered a few words and fell back into a deep sleep. When she next opened her eyes, dawn had already broken. She felt someone gently shaking her, and soon her father's handsome, slightly stubbled chin came into view. My father looks even more dashing in the daylight. Xiao Zhenghua slowly leaned down and saw Jiao Jiao gazing up at him with wide eyes, instantly softening his expression. At that moment, a pitiful voice cried out from nearby, "Master, for the sake of the 30 years I have served alongside Madame and Huada, please spare that girl, Lu Er. She was blinded by foolishness and had no business harboring such vile thoughts. Once I take her home, I shall discipline her properly and ensure she never brings shame upon herself again. Please, master, have mercy." Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao's eyes widened slightly. "I asked this about a maid climbing into bed? Oh no, that girl couldn't have succeeded. What of mother now? Wait, Huada, that name, so unremarkable yet so perilous." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenggua's heart sank, and the seated Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai exchanged knowing glances. The matters of the inner courtyard were typically managed by Madame Xiao. However, as she was still in her confinement, they had deliberately allowed the situation to simmer for the entire morning before addressing it openly. As for bringing Jiao Jiao along, Qiao Zhenghua approached it with a sense of trial. If she had any knowledge of the household's sordid affairs, it would be handled simultaneously. The autumn air was crisp and pleasant. Yet Jiao Jiao was still too young. Qiao Zhenghua had specifically ordered the windows sealed and screens set up. Jiao Jiao rummaged through her memories and finally unearthed information about Huada. This man cannot be spared, none of his family should remain. Huada has harbored resentment against father since his daughter was executed. He has a son working in brother's courtyard, secretly gathering many of brother's discarded drafts. What a convenient pretext for framing someone. When brother is falsely accused in the future, it will be this Huada who provided the evidence to his sworn enemy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianjing broke out in a cold sweat. He had always enjoyed dabbling in poetry and prose, composing verses whenever inspiration struck. However, he often felt dissatisfied afterward and instructed the servants to burn them. Who would have thought that such a seemingly trivial act would lead to a devastating repercussion in the future? In that moment, Xiao Zhenghua felt an immense sense of relief as he embraced Jiao Jiao. The next instant, he spoke in a low voice. "Huada, respond." "Yes, yes, master, I am listening." Huada outside the room was terrified. Xiao Zhenghua feigned contemplation before asking, "Your family has served in the Qiao household for over 30 years. How many members do you have, and where do they serve?" As soon as Jiao Jiao heard this, her eyes lit up. My father truly possesses foresight. He is meticulous and perceptive. Indeed, we must investigate their entire family and uproot them entirely, leaving no trace of danger behind. Hearing his daughter's praise, Xiao Zhenghua could not help but beam with joy. "Ah, my little darling, I would pluck the stars and moon from the sky for you." On the other side, Huada, unable to conceal the truth, began to tremble as he recounted the details. Upon questioning, the revelations were shocking. Huada and Angu had both been long-serving members of the household, with one in the front yard and the other in the back. Over the years, they had managed to secure positions for their sisters, brothers, and nieces and nephews within the estate. Furthermore, it turned out that his eldest son was indeed working in Xiao Tianjing's Qingzhou courtyard. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenggua's expression darkened, were it not for the fact that he was holding Jiao Jiao. With his fiery temper, he would have already slammed the table in rage. He suppressed his anger, snorted coldly, "All these years, I must have been blind. It seems this estate truly belongs to your Hua family." Huada, upon hearing this, trembled in fear and fell to his knees. "No, master, we dare not." At this moment, the stewards from various courtyards stood by, fully aware that Huada's family was doomed. Clearly, the public execution today was meant to serve as a warning to these servants. Xiao Zhenghua gradually rose from his seat, still strikingly handsome in his middle age, and spoke coldly. "Deceiving your superiors, embezzling funds, failing to teach your daughter properly, and showing favoritism. What audacity! Seize Huada and his family and expel them from the Qiao estate. They are not to take a single coin or piece of paper with them. Furthermore, go to the Hua family and conduct a thorough search to see if they have engaged in any underhanded dealings over the years. Bring everything back for my inspection." In the next moment, the courtyard echoed with the sounds of desperate pleas and cries, while others stood in stunned silence, not daring to look up. This is what one calls decisive action, thorough and uncompromising. Balancing grace and authority. "Father, do receive my compliments." Xiao Zhenghua, "Did my daughter just flatter me?" He even bent down to take a sniff. It did not smell at all. His daughter truly was delightful. After the events of that morning, the three men of the Qiao family were wholly convinced of Jiao Jiao's prophetic abilities. Just 2 days after her birth, she knew where Huada's son was employed. This could only be a miracle. The information she had disclosed was of utmost importance to Qiao Tianjin. At that moment, while he felt grateful, he was also filled with affection and gratitude for Jiao Jiao. "Father, I wish to hold my little sister too." Xiao Zhenghua, initially reluctant, reconsidered. After all, Jiao Jiao had provided such significant assistance to his eldest son, who remained blissfully unaware. A hug was indeed warranted. As Qiao Tianjing took Jiao Jiao in his arms, she mumbled sleepily, "Brother ought to marry a wife soon. The courtyard is in disarray, and things are being carelessly tossed to the servants. Is this appropriate? It is imperative to have a sister-in-law to manage things properly and keep him in check." I am already looking forward to snuggling with a beautiful, graceful, fragrant, and soft sister-in-law. At this, Qiao Tianjing's shoulders trembled involuntarily. He had only just managed to convince their parents to allow him a few more years. Fortunately, father is completely oblivious to the heartfelt sentiments of Jiao Jiao. Qiao Dai cast a teasing glance at Qiao Tianjing, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. After all, his elder brother was there to shield him. There was no cause for haste. At that very moment, the back of Qiao Zhengguo's mind suddenly lit up with a brilliant idea. How clever, if they were to pilfer the discarded manuscript of the eldest from Huada University. They could use that as a pretext to render him speechless. Furthermore, the second brother was already 15, so it was high time to consider his future as well. Unbeknownst to the two brothers, who were wholeheartedly engaged in amusing their little sister, they were unwittingly walking into a trap set by her. Just then, a timid voice came from outside the door. Master, the Meng family's lord and lady, along with their young miss, have come to express their gratitude. Qiao Jiao, who had been on the verge of dozing off, was instantly jolted awake at the mention of the Meng family, the female lead. The female lead has arrived. Oh my, how exhilarating. The term female lead left the three men pondering in unison, but the female lead is nearly 10 years old, and the male lead is just 13. He should still be biding his time, though he must have begun to establish his own influence by now. In an instant, the three of them understood. The female lead referred to was undoubtedly Meng Guxue. But who could the male lead be? Damn, at first, seeing them deal with the scum felt so gratifying, but now that the scum has become ourselves, I could just punch them into oblivion. If it weren't for the female lead constantly aiding Prince Jing with her modern knowledge, our Qiao family wouldn't have been repeatedly outmaneuvered by him, ultimately leading to our downfall. Qiao Zhengguo was taken aback, realizing that their family's adversary was only 10 years old. Moreover, the second brother had even saved her life. And wait, Prince Jing, among the emperor's sons, aside from the crown prince, the others had not been granted titles. Hold on, 13, that must be the current second prince. Chapter 5, Oh Master, the servant outside, still haunted by the recent downfall of the Hua family, dared only to urge softly. Qiao Zhengguo, shaken from his reverie, quickly regained his composure, his expression remaining unchanged. I want to see too. I want to see the female lead. Boo-hoo, father, please take me along, I beg you. Jiao Jiao, battling fatigue and hunger, cried out eagerly, lamenting that no one could comprehend her infantile pleadings. Just as Qiao Zhengguo was about to step away, his foot hesitated at her words, and he called out, "Bring them into the main hall. We shall meet here. Boo-hoo, daddy, I love you. You truly understand me." Tears welled in Jiao Jiao's eyes. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhengguo hurriedly scooped her up with affection, feeling a swell of pride in his heart. His daughter professed her love for him. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai had already met Meng Guxue the previous night. However, at that time, they had no inkling that this 10-year-old girl would bring about a significant upheaval for the Qiao family. The fact that she was only 10 meant there was no need for discretion, and the brothers were all the more reluctant to leave. Soon, the Meng couple was ushered in, and upon seeing the tightly shut doors and windows, they were momentarily puzzled. Yet, when their eyes fell upon the infant in Qiao Zhengguo's arms, understanding dawned upon them. Mrs. Meng privately felt a twinge of envy. It was widely known throughout the capital that Inspector Qiao adored his wife above all else. And moreover, he was in excellent health. Just look, even in middle age, he could still father a daughter and carried her to meet guests, clearly doting on her like a precious gem. And then there were his two sons, both outstanding young men, among the ladies of the capital, who wouldn't envy Mrs. Qiao to the point of gnashing their teeth. In contrast, her own husband, though 5 years younger than Inspector Qiao, had a protruding belly, thinning hair, and had taken numerous concubines. Mrs. Meng was filled with resentment. Comparing oneself to others was truly disheartening. Mr. Meng, on the other hand, was blissfully unaware of this disparity. He straightened his belly, beaming as he approached. "Brother Qiao, the unexpected events of last night led to a less than warm reception. I apologize for any offense. This morning, my daughter has recovered, and my younger brother has specially sent her to personally thank your second son." As he spoke, he slightly turned to reveal Meng Guxue, who stood behind him. Qiao Zhengguo, aware of his daughter's intentions, deliberately angled her face outward. Upon seeing her, Jiao Jiao could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. After all, in the novel, the author had depicted Meng Guxue's beauty as unparalleled, even surpassing the title of the capital's most beautiful woman and most talented young lady. Jiao Jiao had set her expectations too high. Yet, the 10-year-old girl had not yet fully blossomed. With her arched brows, delicate nose, and small mouth, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. However, her eyes were indeed striking, lively and spirited, darting about in curiosity. Oh, it seems last night's incident of falling into the water was the catalyst for the female lead's transmigration. Now, in this body resides the soul of a modern adult, and the plot has finally begun. The Qiao family was simultaneously struck dumb with astonishment. Transmigration. So the true Meng family's young lady perished in last night's incident, and the person before them was someone entirely different. This was akin to borrowing a corpse to return to life. At this thought, even Qiao Zhengguo, who was usually full of vitality, felt a chill creep down his spine. He had conveniently overlooked one fact: his own daughter was equally peculiar. While his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, years of navigating the political arena had taught Qiao Jiaojiao to maintain a calm facade. "Brother Meng, what brings you to say such things? The chaos of yesterday was merely a human affair. There is no need to go to such lengths to visit again." Mr. Meng was a shrewd man. Given the Qiao family's current prominence, although Qiao Jiaojiao was merely a third-rank inspector who would dare to speak against him when he casually rebutted someone, for everyone knew that those ensnared by Qiao Jiaojiao were either guilty or caught in the act. Yet he was a solitary figure, never partaking in social gatherings with colleagues, preferring solitude. Mr. Meng mused that if he could seize this opportunity to forge a connection with Qiao Jiaojiao, it would provide him with an added layer of security in the court. "Ah, Brother Qiao, the debt of gratitude for saving a life is immeasurable." Xiaoxua, quickly come and thank the second young master. Meng Gushua stepped forward confidently, her eyes bright and voice clear. "Thank you, young master Qiao. For saving my life, I am forever indebted." Xiao Dai observed closely, recalling how Meng Gushua had appeared dazed and timid the previous night, only capable of weeping before falling ill with a high fever. To his astonishment, after a single night, she seemed completely transformed. Could it truly be as his little sister had suggested, that a mature woman from another world now resided within Meng Gushua's body? At this thought, a shiver ran down Xiao Dai's spine, every hair standing on end. Meanwhile, Meng Gushua was also assessing Xiao Dai. Her eyes sparkled as she took in his appearance, her face betraying her admiration. "Wow, he is so handsome, surely he could debut as a leading man." Her gaze then shifted to Qiao Tianjing beside him, and she was even more captivated. My goodness, he is even more handsome. She would choose the elder brother. Jiao Jiao glared at Meng Gushua, who was lingering on her elder brother, her anger flaring. "No, the female lead must not covet my elder brother. My sister-in-law is the daughter of the Minister of Works. She is the epitome of a good woman." Upon hearing this, both Qiao Zhengwa and Xiao Tianjing were momentarily taken aback. The Minister of Works, wasn't that the man known for being as unyielding as a rock? His daughter, "Father, today Mr. Meng's visit is actually to propose a match between Meng Gushua and one of the two elder brothers. You mustn't say you'll think it over, just refuse outright. Meng Gushua has taken a liking to my elder brother. After being rejected, she feels our Qiao family looks down on her, which is why she has been scheming to bring him down, to prove herself." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhengwa's expression grew stern. In terms of social acumen and reading the room, he was still far behind his wife. If she were present, she would have seen through the Meng family's intentions at a glance. Indeed, as they exchanged pleasantries, Mr. Meng hinted at this very notion, though in his heart, he aimed to match his daughter with Xiao Dai. After all, Xiao Dai was closer in age to Meng Gushua and had personally saved her the night before. Though Meng Gushua could not dictate her own fate, that did not hinder her from being clever. Suddenly she turned to Qiao Tianjing, flashing what she deemed her sweetest smile, her face alight with innocence and joy as she said, "Elder brother Qiao, you are truly handsome. I really like having such a wonderful big brother." Meng Gushua thought to herself. She was a transmigrated individual, the most extraordinary woman in this world. No one could escape her protagonist halo. However, Qiao Tianjing was well aware that this body housed a mature woman. If not for his impeccable self-control, he would have turned on his heel and left. Just then, Jiao Jiao's inner thoughts resonated perfectly with Qiao Tianjing's sentiments. Ugh, surely she does not think she is the destined daughter, expecting everyone to succumb to her allure? Chapter 6. In this world, there's only mom. Mom is wonderful, even spoken by a 7 or 8-year-old girl. This statement was rather bold. Children in ancient times matured quickly, and in prominent families, emphasis was placed on proper upbringing. Mrs. Meng was taken aback by her daughter's unexpected and rather shameless declaration, her face instantly turning crimson. She could not fathom that her usually quiet daughter, who spoke little in the presence of outsiders, would utter such an unrefined remark. If others were to overhear, they might think the girls of the Meng family were frivolous and lacking in decorum. Realizing this, Mrs. Meng hastily pulled Meng Gushua closer, smiling as she attempted to smooth over the situation. The eldest son of the Qiao family is a paragon of virtue, a suitor sought after by many in the capital. Naturally, he is exceptional. Her words were intended as a warning to Meng Gushua, suggesting that Qiao Tianjing had already reached a marriageable age, being far removed from her own years, and was quite sought after. The Meng family could hardly aspire to such heights. Who knows, he might even marry a princess. However, upon hearing this, Meng Gushua felt even more exhilarated. Only a man of such excellence and desirability would be worthy of her identity as a transmigrator. She had only just arrived in this world and had yet to make her mark. When the verses of ancient poetry flow from her lips, the crowd shall undoubtedly revere her as the foremost female talent of the realm. Ah, I immediately discerned that the elder brother was extraordinary. Indeed, he is truly remarkable. She clasped her hands to her chest, embodying the demeanor of an adoring young girl. Upon witnessing this, Madame Meng nearly choked on her breath. Today truly brings her to the brink of embarrassment. Should word of this reach others, she would be utterly ostracized from high society. Goodness, Meng Gushua is completely acting with a modern mindset. has she not realized that her mother is on the verge of fainting from shame? Elder brother, remain steadfast, do not be blinded by the protagonist's halo, she is frivolously cavorting with Prince Jing and is hardly a suitable match for you. Xiao Tianjing, is he perceived as such a mindless individual in his little sister's eyes? Furthermore, aside from her pair of lively eyes, Miss Ming possesses no redeeming qualities in her manners, conduct, or temperament. At this moment, he could not help but ponder. His sister claims that the daughter of the Minister of Works is to be his wife. What could she possibly? A gentleman must maintain decorum and not succumb to lustful thoughts. Xiao Tianjing's expression suddenly hardened, his musings abruptly halted. The back and forth of time had afforded Qiao Jiaojiao ample opportunity to devise a strategy. With a smile gracing his face, he politely remarked, Madam Meng, your praise is unwarranted. My eldest son is rather dull-witted, causing us no small amount of worry, yet, he has finally begun to show some promise. Should joyous news emerge, we shall certainly share in the celebration with everyone. Tomorrow, he would pay a visit to that troublesome stone, Han Mingzhi, to gauge the situation. Xiao Tianjing, some promise? When did this occur? Why was I not informed? Is it the daughter of the Han family? Qiao Jiaojiao was equally perplexed. Have my parents truly taken a liking to the Han family girl? I recall that during the Lantern Festival, elder brother fortuitously saved her, and thus, they forged an unbreakable bond, did they not? Xiao Zhonghua deemed this reminder of great significance. It seemed that on the day of the Lantern Festival, he must ensure that the eldest son remains outside. Not permitted to return home without rescuing someone. Xiao Tianjing, let us schedule a day-long excursion for the Lantern Festival. Xiao Zhonghua's insinuation could not have been more transparent. Madame Meng felt utterly out of place at the Qiao residence. It was too humiliating, the rejection was so blatant. Was it not time to leave and avoid further embarrassment? Madame Meng frequently signaled to Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng understood the underlying meaning, yet was there not still a Qiao Dai? He had thick skin. How many matters in the officialdom required one to swallow their pride? Such a lukewarm rejection was hardly consequential. Madame Meng was truly mortified by her own daughter and husband. Having first set her sights on the eldest son, she now sought to discuss the younger one. Such occurrences were simply unheard of. Qiao Jiaojiao observed the silent drama unfolding between the Meng couple. Oh, do they still wish to meddle with my second brother? My second brother is already spoken for. My sister-in-law is an extraordinary woman. I distinctly remember she is so sleepy. Qiao Jiaojiao stifled a long yawn. Swallowing her subsequent words, Xiao Dai, why is it that the moment my wife is mentioned, you fall silent? Little sister, quickly inform second brother, who is that woman? However, Qiao Jiaojiao had already reached her physical limits. Feeling a warm surge uncontrollably escape her, how embarrassing, she had wet herself. Qiao Zhonghua felt warmth in his palm and could not help but chuckle. Seizing the opportunity, Madame Meng hastily took her leave. Our household is amidst joyous occasions. We must apologize for our lack of preparation. When the little lady's full moon banquet arrives, we shall surely come to celebrate. Having said this, she gently tugged at Mr. Meng and Meng Gushue's sleeves and turned to depart. Meng Gushue remained heartbroken. Goodness, how could such an exemplary man belong to someone else? Why should anyone else be worthy of him? Just wait and see. At the poetry gathering in the capital 6 months hence, I will undoubtedly astonish Xiao Tianjing. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiaojiao was being carried toward the quarters of Madame Qiao. Along the way, Xiao Tianjing could not resist asking, Father, have you and mother truly arranged a match for me? Xiao Zhonghua, recalling that the fates of his eldest daughter-in-law and eldest son would not converge until the Lantern Festival, decisively shook his head. Your mother has been utterly exhausted lately. We have no time for such matters. It was merely a polite response to the Meng family. Do be vigilant, and hasten to bring home a daughter-in-law. Xiao Tianjing felt a flicker of joy within, yet could not quite grasp the source of his elation. Perhaps it was his sister's assessment that had instilled in him a modicum of anticipation for that Han girl? Upon returning home, Qiao Jiaojiao had already grown drowsy. She sensed someone changing her diaper before succumbing to her mother's embrace. Indeed, there is no one as good as mother. I adore her scent, so delightful. Madame Qiao beamed with pride. Qiao Laoyi, he gently sniffed himself. He does not smell bad either. Just as Qiao Jiaojiao was about to fall asleep, she suddenly jolted awake, recalling the incident from the previous night when the maid had climbed into her bed. Let me see how my mother is feeling. Mother, please maintain a joyful disposition and live to 100 years. When I grow up, I shall give you beauty-enhancing elixirs, and at 80, you will still be as lovely as at 18. As Madame Qiao focused intently on nursing, she felt a mixture of warmth and gratitude at her daughter's words. She assumed the mention of beauty elixirs was a jest, yet Xiao Jiaojiao's heartfelt sentiment was enough to bring her joy. Qiao Jiaojiao soon fell into a deep slumber, and Lu Mama quietly reported to Madame Qiao, Madam, we have followed your instructions for the charitable offerings and incense. I have left a considerable sum of silver at the relief hall, which should suffice for some time. Did you specifically mention to the Bodhisattva that this is Jiaojiao's intention? Rest assured, madam. I spoke each word carefully, with no room for ambiguity. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao nodded in relief. Gently caressing Qiao Jiaojiao's small head, her eyes brimming with affection. Jiaojiao, mother will accumulate merit on your behalf. Let us amass plenty to ensure our Jiaojiao lives a long and peaceful life. By the way, Madam elder sister-in-law has just sent word that she will visit you tomorrow. This elder sister-in-law is the wife of Madam Qiao's elder brother from her maiden family. Upon hearing this, Madam Qiao's expression brightened. Excellent, it has been quite a while since I last saw elder sister-in-law. Chapter 7. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall at night. The items confiscated from the Hua family were laid out on the desk in Qiao Zhengguo's study. His gaze swept over a collection of gold and silver trinkets before landing on an inconspicuous wooden box. He opened the box with a flick of his finger, revealing a thick stack of crumpled papers within. The handwriting messy and some appearing as if they had been crumpled into balls. With a single glance, Qiao Zhengguo recognized his eldest son's handwriting. While his heart raced with astonishment, a wave of relief washed over him, only to be swiftly replaced by fury. Summon the eldest young master to see me. Qiao Tianjing rushed in, and as he pushed open the door, a wooden box thudded to the ground at his feet. Take a look for yourself, Qiao Zhengguo fumed. Qiao Tianjing bent down to pick up a piece of paper lying at his feet, his complexion instantly paling. It was a piece he had written a month prior, expressing his outrage upon witnessing the suffering of the common people, filled with fervent language and impassioned sentiment. If this paper were to fall into the hands of someone with ill intent, it could be twisted into a critique of the emperor or the court, leaving him utterly defenseless. Noticing that Qiao Tianjing had grasped the gravity of the situation, Qiao Zhengguo suppressed his anger and spoke in a solemn tone. Eldest, you are usually so composed in your actions, how could you not know that a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall? There is no wall that does not leak secrets. Even within our own home, some words must remain buried in your heart. Qiao Tianjing lowered his eyes, responding respectfully. Qiao Zhengguo, still unable to quench his indignation, thought to himself that if it had not been for Jiajiao's warning, his eldest son would have been on a path to self-destruction. Tonight, go to the ancestral hall and kneel, personally burning each of these papers one by one. Take this opportunity to reflect on whether you have left behind any significant oversights in these 18 years. Eldest, though the Qiao family appears to be thriving, we must remain vigilant in times of peace. The last words were heavy with meaning, directed both to himself and to his eldest son. Qiao Tianjing had come to a profound realization of his mistakes. He gathered the discarded papers one by one and placed them back into the wooden box, speaking solemnly. Father, I shall never commit such foolishness again. After speaking, Qiao Tianjing turned and resolutely made his way to the ancestral hall. Qiao Zhengguo watched his eldest son's retreating figure, his heart aching yet knowing that one must endure pain to learn a lesson. Before bed, Qiao Zhengguo went to check on Madame Qiao, having heard from the servants about Qiao Zhengguo's explosive anger in the study. Madame Qiao's face was filled with concern. What could have caused such a grand uproar with the eldest? Qiao Jiaojiao, having just finished nursing, was full of energy and perked up her ears. Qiao Zhengguo offered no pretense, earnestly explaining the day's events and the related implications, which rendered Madame Qiao's complexion ashen. Thank the heavens, Madame Qiao, feeling a pang of relief, offered a prayer. How wonderful, my husband is truly reliable, he has unearthed the truth. With the eldest's integrity and upright conduct, no one with ulterior motives will easily ensnare him. Upon hearing Qiao Jiajiao's words, Madame Qiao understood that her eldest son had indeed averted a significant disaster, allowing her to relax. By the way, my dear husband, elder sister-in-law mentioned she would visit me tomorrow, and she might even bring Ninger along. As she spoke, a hint of hesitation crossed Madame Qiao's face. Elder sister-in-law had hinted to her on numerous occasions that she had taken a liking to their eldest son. What do you think, my husband? Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiajiao's hair stood on end. Mother, that is unacceptable. My sister-in-law is the daughter of the Minister of Works. The eldest sister-in-law is truly remarkable. She and the eldest brother are in perfect harmony. Ultimately, when our Qiao family found itself in dire straits, the eldest brother suggested she return to her family, yet she remained unwaveringly loyal to him. Alas, I am utterly enamored with the pair of them. Qiao Zhengguo had already heard from Qiao Jiaojiao about this daughter-in-law, and upon learning of her profound loyalty, he was immensely satisfied. This was the first time Madame Qiao had heard such news, and she couldn't help but be taken aback. The Deputy Minister of Works? Does that not mean she is the daughter of Madame Han? However, the Han family has a rather poor reputation, and Madame Han tends to be quite solitary. Yet, given Jiajiao's high regard for that daughter of the Han family, she must surely be a good girl. Just as Qiao Zhengguo was searching for a suitable reason to decline, he feared hurting Madame Qiao's feelings. After all, she was her own niece. However, Madame Qiao had already spoken. Sigh. My husband, upon reflection, perhaps we should reconsider. The ties are rather too close, and the eldest is quite resolute. This matter requires his own consent. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao nodded eagerly. Indeed, mother is truly understanding and respects her children. She is the best mother in the world. This flattery left Madame Qiao feeling utterly at ease. At this moment, Qiao Jiajiao's thoughts returned to the aunt who would be visiting the next day. Madame Qiao, whose maiden name was Zhua Hejing, was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yan. She had only one elder brother, Zhua Heng, who was also approaching middle age. Their grandfather, the Duke of Yan, was now 63 years old. He had followed the late emperor in various campaigns, and though he had sustained some minor injuries, his health remained robust, perhaps due to his past preoccupations with warfare. He had been somewhat neglectful in his upbringing of his son, who had spent many years in debauchery, falling far short of their grandfather's standards. Their aunt was the daughter of a former vice minister of justice, and her status paled in comparison to that of the duke's heir. Yet, the aunt's extraordinary beauty had captivated the uncle at first glance, and he insisted on marrying her. However, this aunt's character was far from simple. Sigh, mother is quite close to my aunt. After she married into the duke's household, mother helped her immensely. My uncle is quite irresponsible, and as a result, my aunt has endured much hardship, with mother often mediating and comforting her, even gifting her precious jade jewelry. But how could my kind-hearted mother know that this aunt is actually a smiling tiger? Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao's heart quivered violently. In truth, my aunt has always harbored jealousy towards mother. Initially, she envied mother for her noble birth and beauty, and later, she grew envious of mother's fortunate marriage and blissful life. Thus, when mother confided in her about the maid climbing into father's bed, my aunt, fully aware that father had done nothing wrong, encouraged mother to engage in a cold war with him. She even used my uncle as an example, painting men in a most unfavorable light, which sowed seeds of doubt and resentment in mother's heart. Every time she visited, she would plant seeds of discord in mother's mind, and as mother's heartache deepened, my aunt reveled in her misfortune. Most despicably, after mother passed away, a grandfather could not bear the shock and turned white-haired overnight, losing all interest in managing the duke's household. Yet, my aunt was easily incited and tempted by the Prince of Jing, seizing the opportunity to conspire against the Qiao family alongside my uncle. During mother's funeral, while father was heartbroken and preoccupied, my aunt and uncle sneaked into father's study and concealed false evidence of treason. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao and Madame Qiao felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck them. Who could have predicted that the accomplice responsible for the demise of their entire family would be someone so close to them? Chapter 8, The Malicious Woman. No embrace for you. Madame Qiao's heart brimmed with hatred. She loathed her inability to discern character, her lack of trust in her husband, and her own foolishness in dancing with wolves. Qiao Jiaojiao felt a surge of urgency. Such a predator must not be allowed near his wife or within the Qiao household. However, since nothing had yet transpired, and their families had always maintained close ties, abruptly severing relations would indeed be rather impolite and could raise suspicions. In matters of the inner household, Madame Qiao was far more perceptive than Qiao Jiaojiao. Such a brother and sister-in-law must not be allowed to interact as they once did, lest they bring calamity upon the Qiao family once more. Furthermore, she must ensure that father properly admonishes and corrects her brother. How could he possibly conspire against his own sister and brother-in-law for mere petty gains? At this moment, Madame Qiao's heart ached profoundly, yet she still managed to suppress her sorrow and said, "My husband, if I were to clearly refuse the marriage between the eldest and Ninger tomorrow, I fear it would upset my brother and sister-in-law." Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes brightened at her words. Indeed, this provided an excellent pretext. He immediately voiced his support. "Madam, the eldest is too heavy-hearted, and that child Ninger seems equally burdened. They are simply not a suitable match. If we delay, it would only be detrimental to Ninger. Let us speak plainly. If there is any impropriety, I shall personally apologize in the future. Of course, he would only go to apologize if it involved meeting his father-in-law. Otherwise, he would not entertain it." With a newfound resolve, Madame Qiao firmly nodded. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao internally cheered. Wonderful, it would be best to offend them directly tomorrow and cut ties forever. Aunt is no good person, and uncle truly is a scoundrel. He even dragged the second brother to a brothel, causing a great deal of trouble. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao clenched her sleeves, instantly furious to the point of pain in her liver. How could the eldest brother take the second brother to such a place? Qiao Jiaojiao's expression darkened slightly. Very well, the second brother had his own issues to contend with. He would ensure that the moment that boy saw a brothel, he would steer clear. "All right, my lady, do not overthink it. Leave everything to me. Tonight, I shall stay here. Is that acceptable?" Madame Qiao had been so furious her head throbbed, but now she felt a flush of embarrassment color her face. She raised her hand to gently push him away, scolding, "What nonsense are you saying? Jiaojiao is still here, and besides, I am not feeling well." Qiao Jiaojiao lightly flicked Madame Qiao's forehead and chuckled helplessly. "Silly lady, what are you imagining? I am merely concerned you might tire yourself getting up at night. I wish to share the burden with you." Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao realized her thoughts had strayed, and her face grew even redder. How could he, at his age, still be so relentless? Otherwise, she would not have thought so. "Aren't you going to court tomorrow? You might tire yourself out." Qiao Jiaojiao shook his head lightly, looking relaxed. "My dear, during my years of campaigning in the north, there were times I went 3 days and nights without sleep. Do you think I am too old and useless? Do not speak nonsense." Madame Qiao playfully punched her husband on the shoulder. Qiao Jiaojiao was nearly beside herself with joy. Ah, what kind of divine parents are these, supporting each other through thick and thin, inseparable. Oh, how sweet. The couple, upon hearing this raucous voice, simultaneously stiffened, their faces turning crimson. They had nearly forgotten that their precious little darling was still lying in bed. That night, Qiao Jiaojiao indeed stayed over as desired. He lay decorously on the outermost edge. Should Madame Qiao awaken during the night, he would immediately sit up and assist her. The next morning, as soon as the hour arrived, he quietly rose, tidied himself, and prepared for court. Madame Qiao felt a warm glow in her heart, filled with sweetness. She had rested remarkably well that night, and her complexion had improved significantly at around the time of the SI hour. Mama Lu led Lady Wumen into the room. Madame Qiao had not yet applied any makeup and was sitting on the couch, amusing Qiao Jiaojiao with a cloth doll, although Qiao Jiaojiao had long outgrown such childish things. She still waved her arms to bring joy to Madame Qiao. As Lady Wumen entered the room, she beheld such a heartwarming scene. Her gaze swept over Madame Qiao's face, and she secretly gritted her teeth. While others looked haggard and pale after giving birth, she appeared radiant and unbothered. "Her sister, I have come to see you. Look at you. While others have walked through the gates of hell, you seem as though you have visited the heavenly peach garden." Looking even more radiant, though these words sounded somewhat sarcastic, she wore a beaming smile that left no room for criticism. If this had been in the past, Madame Qiao would not have minded at all. Yet now, knowing Lady Wumen harbored ulterior motives, every word felt like a thorn. Qiao Jiaojiao was infuriated. "You just walked through the gates of hell, your entire family. Wait, doesn't that include both mother and grandfather as well?" "Fui fui fui, children speak without thinking." Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao couldn't help but laugh, her face breaking into a smile. Lady Wumen, who had just sensed something amiss about Madame Qiao's demeanor, felt reassured by this smile. "Oh, is this my dear little niece? Come, let your aunt see how heavenly you look." Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao immediately lifted Qiao Jiaojiao into her arms, showing no intention of relinquishing her even as Lady Wumen pretended to reach for her. Qiao Jiaojiao widened her eyes, taking in Lady Wumen's appearance. It was evident that Lady Wumen had been an exquisite beauty in her youth, and even now she retained a certain charm, yet, perhaps due to the troubles caused by her son, she bore a few more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and a sharper expression, suggesting that life had not been easy for her. Seeing Madame Qiao's protective demeanor, Lady Wumen scoffed. "What is wrong? Afraid I might take your Jiaojiao away?" Madame Qiao shook her head lightly. "No, Jiaojiao knows people." Lady Wumen burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Sister, she is merely a few days old. What does she know of people?" Just as she was about to reach out, Qiao Jiaojiao suddenly cried out, "Humph, malicious woman, you shall not hold me, you shall not hold me." Upon seeing Qiao Jiaojiao's outburst, Lady Wumen immediately withdrew her hand. She, in truth, harbors no affection for children. After giving birth, the visible signs of aging have markedly increased. The only reason she holds the child is merely to maintain appearances. As Lady Wumen was about to sit at the edge of the bed, the astute Lu Mama quickly brought over a chair. "Madam, please take a seat here. It will be more comfortable." The moment Lady Wumen was settled down, she began to lecture, adopting the tone of one who has experienced it all. "Sister, it is not that I wish to criticize you, but a woman must not neglect her husband after becoming a mother. Men are most fickle and cannot tolerate neglect. If you do not keep a watchful eye, be wary of him straying." At this moment, Qiao Jiaojiao could hardly suppress a roll of her eyes. "Here we go again. She is miserable herself but insists on dispensing advice. My parents have a wonderful relationship. They even slept together last night." After being reminded by Qiao Jiaojiao, Qiao Madam had reflected deeply the previous night and was no longer swayed by Lady Wumen's influence. She suddenly lowered her head and, with a hint of shyness, remarked, "Sister-in-law, my husband would never do such a thing. He stayed here last night." Upon hearing this, Lady Wumen abruptly lifted her head, astonishment etched across her face, unable to mask her shock. "Oh dear, is it true that your brother-in-law stayed here last night?" Lady Wumen inquired uncertainly, utterly stunned. After childbirth, a woman is often left in a state of discomfort, and most men would avoid such a situation out of distaste. Yet her brother-in-law willingly chose to remain here. Suddenly, Lady Wumen recalled her own husband's disdainful gaze following her childbirth and felt a pang of anguish. She could not fathom why Zhou Hujing was so fortunate. Qiao Madam, noticing the unmasked jealousy on Lady Wumen's face, felt a mixture of melancholy and satisfaction. The melancholy stemmed from her realization of how misjudged people could be, nearly endangering the entire Qiao family. The satisfaction arose from the knowledge that she would no longer have to contend with such a venomous person as Lady Wumen, nor would she need to carefully conceal her husband's affection for her to protect her sister-in-law's pride. Indeed, he had even declared yesterday that he would never take a concubine and would not entertain any side relationships, so there was no need for her sister-in-law to worry. After uttering this, a sharp crack resonated from Lady Wumen's hands, as she, consumed by jealousy, abruptly broke her protective charm. Qiao Jiaojiao cast a glance. "Oh dear," unable to contain herself, "her true nature is revealed." Qiao Madam smiled subtly, her composure impeccable as though she had not noticed at all. Had she not been blinded by familial ties, Lady Wumen's caliber would hardly be worthy of her consideration. Realizing her loss of composure, Lady Wumen quickly masked her expression and awkwardly said, "Sister, you must exercise restraint. Men are often devoid of discretion and you must not harm yourself." Qiao Madam playfully covered her mouth and laughed. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you speaking? The reason my husband stayed is merely to assist me during the night. He cannot be driven away. Lady Zuo's hands trembled violently, as if she had heard the most absurd tale. Assist during the night? How could there be men willing to do such a thing? These words, which Qiao Madam had never dared to utter before Lady Zuo, now flowed freely, piercing through Lady Zuo like sharp needles. Lady Zuo tugged at her handkerchief, a sudden wave of resentment swelling within her. Zuo Hujing was well aware of how her brother behaved, how torturous her existence had been, yet today, she flaunted their marital bliss. What was this all about? Did she wish to see her humiliated? Qiao Madam maintained her smile, though her eyes held a coldness. Did mere words wound you so deeply, when you wreaked havoc on the Qiao family? Did you ever consider the pain we endured? Qiao Jiaojiao was fervently cheering for her mother's formidable presence. Ah, mother, you are so brilliantly assertive. Look at Lady Zuo, her face is twisted with envy. Ha, it feels so gratifying to slap a scoundrel in the face. Sigh, if only there were a way to remove this sister-in-law from the Duke of Yan's household. I recall that before marrying my uncle, she had a childhood friend who worked under the Prince of Jing. It was that childhood friend who facilitated the treason charges against him. What was his name again? Ugh, I can't remember. Qiao Jiaojiao lamented, shaking her head in frustration. A glimmer of insight flashed in Qiao Madam's eyes as she gently shook Qiao Jiaojiao, wishing to deter her from further contemplation. These matters could certainly be investigated if one were determined. If her sister-in-law truly betrayed her brother, then she would inevitably find herself unable to remain in the Duke's household. Noticing Lady Zuo's reluctance to discuss marriage, Qiao Madam took the initiative to inquire, why didn't you bring Ninger today? Lady Zuo's thoughts abruptly shifted, remembering that she had pressing matters to attend to. That child had been diligently studying, preparing for a poetry gathering 6 months hence. Qiao Madam nodded in understanding. The poetry gathering had always been a significant event in the capital, and it was there she had first caught her husband's eye. At this moment, Lady Zuo indeed broached the subject again. Sister, have you discussed that matter I mentioned before with your brother-in-law? I believe it would be splendid for our families to unite more closely. Qiao Madam feigned difficulty as she shook her head. Sister, I fear that may not be feasible. Lady Zuo's expression darkened instantly. What, does my sister think our Ninger unworthy of Tianjing? Qiao Jiaojiao's heart raced. Here it comes, mother, crush her, let us see if she dares to show her face again. In the past, if Lady Zuo had worn a cold expression, Qiao Madam would have surely comforted her with a smile. However, at this moment, Qiao Madam remained steadfast, unmoved as a mountain. She replied coolly, Sister, do not be upset. It is simply that the eldest has grand aspirations. Lady Zuo scoffed. Since time immemorial, marriages have been arranged by parents. No matter how ambitious the child is it not still your decision? Qiao Madam's demeanor remained calm. I cannot force my child into anything. Lady Zuo, suddenly enraged, laughed derisively. So according to you, Ninger is worthy of Tianjing? Or is it Tianjing who is being coerced? Qiao Madam retorted blandly, that is merely what you have suggested. Sister, I hold no such opinion. Lady Zuo sprang to her feet, her face ashen, her words dripping with sarcasm. Sister, you now carry yourself with such grandeur. The capital speaks of the Qiao family flourishing and basking in royal favor. Surely you do not aspire to wed a princess. Upon hearing this, Qiao Madam's expression darkened. Her phoenix eyes fixated intently on Lady Zuo. The sister, let us refrain from discussing such baseless rumors. White Qiao family is straightforward, loyal to the throne and country, and we dare not entertain such foolish aspirations. As for Ninger's marriage, if you are anxious, I can ask my husband to keep an eye out for suitable young men. The young ladies of the Duke of Yan's household certainly deserve no less. This was the first time Qiao Madam had exhibited the authority of a matriarch before Lady Zuo, her unyielding demeanor indeed silencing Lady Zuo. You, Lady Zuo stammered, her frustration boiling over. Ninger's marriage is my responsibility as her mother. I shan't trouble you, Qiao Madam. Upon hearing this, Qiao Madam nestled against Qiao Jiaojiao on the cushion, her expression icy as she declared, if my sister is managing this matter, it should undoubtedly be perfect. Lady Zuo's face was a mask of fury as she gritted her teeth. Let today be counted as if I never came. I can no longer aspire to cross the threshold of the Qiao family. She could not believe that Zuo Hujing would truly sever ties with her. However, Qiao Madam merely patted Qiao Jiaojiao gently, her words courteous. Sister, it would be inconvenient for me to see you off. Do take care. Upon hearing this, Lady Zuo's expression twisted in fury as she cast a deep glare at Qiao Madam before angrily sweeping out. Qiao Jiaojiao finally exhaled in relief. Good riddance. Good riddance. I suppose I have truly offended her this time. We must remain cautious that she does not act out of desperation, but as of now, the Prince of Jing has yet to rise. She has no capital to act rashly. Ah, mother, you are magnificent. Such a level of house intrigue is hardly worthy of your attention. Qiao Madam fondly pressed her forehead against Qiao Jiaojiao's. Realizing today, she had truly seen through her sister-in-law. Fortunately she had Jiao Jiao. Thankfully, it was not too late. Chapter 10, Jiao Jiao's Full Moon. Chapter 11, Encountering the enigmatic male protagonist. Soon, Lady Meng and Meng Dushui entered with smiles. Perhaps due to the events of last time, Lady Meng had specifically cautioned Meng Guxue, who now held her head low, no longer as flamboyant as during their first meeting. However, upon closer inspection, one could still see her lively eyes darting about, restless as ever. Qiao Jiaojiao suddenly recalled a crucial detail. The original text mentioned that the male and female protagonists first met at the Qiao residence. She had not given it much thought before, but now it struck her that she was inadvertently serving as the bridge that connected them. The most infuriating part was that after the Qiao family was annihilated, the male and female protagonists returned to the Qiao residence under the pretense of revisiting the beautiful memories of their first encounter. Did they not feel the lingering spirits of the Qiao family watching over them as they whispered sweet nothings? Ah, how infuriating! Who would have thought that the initial meeting between the female protagonist and the Prince of Jing was facilitated by my full moon banquet? Woe is me, is there any way to prevent them from meeting? If the male and female protagonists had never been together from the outset, would the Qiao family have endured so much suffering afterwards? Qiao Madam was still appraising Meng Guxue when she felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Could it be that this young lady from the Meng family was truly such a formidable character? According to Jiao Jiao, it would suffice to ensure that Meng Guxue did not meet any of the princes. Correct, now that Meng Guxue was present in her Qiao family's inner quarters, such a task was certainly within her grasp as the head of the household. At this moment, the mother and daughter from the Meng family had approached to offer their congratulations. Qiao Jiaojiao lifted her gaze and just happened to catch a glimpse of Meng Guxue, her expression dazed, seemingly lost in thought. Qiao Jiaojiao understood precisely what Meng Guxue was contemplating. The original text emphasizes that Meng Guxue has always believed herself to be a time traveler from modern society, considering herself superior in this ignorant and backward dynasty. Upon hearing that the crown prince would bring 3 royal sons to congratulate her today, she immediately cast aside thoughts of Qiao Tianjing. Meng Guxue firmly believes that only the most esteemed men are worthy of her, such as the crown prince, the heir apparent of a nation. The thought of potentially becoming the revered empress brings a smug smile to her lips. Shui'er. Lady Meng's face flushed with embarrassment as she gently tugged at Meng Guxue's sleeve. This girl has become increasingly unruly. Qiao Madam was addressing her, yet she remained in a daze. Observing this, Qiao Madam furrowed her brow, her expression devoid of joy. She could not fathom how such a girl could bring down the Grand Qiao household. Qiao Jiaojiao understood well. Meng Guxue's thoughts are likely fixated on the crown prince. She has had her sights set from the very beginning, aspiring to rise above others. However, the crown prince does not seem to take notice of her, and she is immediately captivated by the strikingly beautiful second prince, their eyes meeting across the water pavilion in a moment of mutual attraction. Thinking of this, Qiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this the quintessential protagonist aura? Meng Guxue is merely 10 years old, with a slender figure akin to a bean sprout, and her looks are not particularly remarkable. What beauty has the second prince not encountered? How could he fall for her at first sight? Upon realizing her surroundings, Meng Guxue hurriedly performed a curtsy to Qiao Madam. Though her hasty motion appeared somewhat awkward, Qiao Madam, observing, subtly shook her head. With such demeanor and poise, does she still dare to aspire to be the crown princess consort? Lady Meng felt the scrutinizing and mocking gazes of the other ladies around her, her ears burning with embarrassment. Just then, a voice from outside provided timely relief. Madam, the crown prince and 3 royal sons have arrived. The master has instructed the maidservants to carry the young lady over. At this, Qiao Madam's expression shifted slightly, handing Qiao Jiaojiao over to Lu Momo while instructing her to exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in Meng Guxue's eyes. Qiao Jiaojiao was equally exhilarated. Oh, I'm about to meet the male lead. I must see how extraordinarily handsome he truly is. Lady Meng took the opportunity to guide Meng Guxue to her seat. Meng Guxue's eyes roamed restlessly, her thoughts already drifting far away with Lu Momo. She glanced around. With so many beautiful girls present, her absence was hardly noticeable. Pretending to be impatient, she twisted in her seat and lowered her voice, saying, "Mother, I wish to change my clothes." Lady Meng's countenance darkened. Hadn't she instructed you not to drink too much tea before leaving? Fearful of falling behind Lu Momo, Meng Guxue exclaimed anxiously. Oh, Mother Nature calls, it's only right. With no other choice, Lady Meng could only carefully advise, let the maidservant at the door accompany you. Be quick and return swiftly. Meng Guxue joyfully complied, seizing the chance while others were distracted to cautiously slip out. Little did she know, thanks to Qiao Jiaojiao's reminder, Qiao Madam had already allocated a portion of her attention to her. Seeing Meng Guxue was indeed restless, Qiao Madam summoned the eldest maidservant, Lu Mo. Whispering a few instructions, Lu Mo responded respectfully and quietly departed. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiaojiao, escorted by Lu Momo, was successfully delivered into the arms of Qiao Zhongguo. Compared to the lively chatter among the ladies in the inner hall, the front courtyard felt eerily silent and solemn. Qiao Jiaojiao's curious eyes darted around. Quick, let me see where the male lead is. Sensing his daughter's thoughts, Qiao Zhongguo promptly turned her gaze toward the second prince. As Qiao Jiaojiao focused, she gasped in astonishment. The young man's features were exquisitely defined, with a noble nose and a complexion akin to white jade, his dark brows elegantly arched, his eyes were deeper than most, with slightly upturned corners, adding an alluring charm to his already striking visage. Qiao Jiaojiao objectively assessed, handsome, a dazzling beauty with no angles left unflattered. Qiao Zhonghua, Qiao Tianjing? The second prince's beauty is indeed rare in this world. His mother was the legendary beauty, Princess Yulu of the Northern Kingdom. After the Northern Kingdom's defeat, Princess Yulu was sent to the capital to marry the current emperor. Becoming Lady Yu, following the birth of the second prince, she tragically passed away, involving palace intrigues. The depths of this matter are unfathomable, Qiao Jiaojiao reflected, realizing that one's stance indeed shapes their perspective. When she initially read the original work, she regarded the male lead as a paragon of beauty and strength, eagerly anticipating his revenge. Now, standing from the Qiao family's perspective, the male lead's collusion with the Northern Kingdom for vengeance, ruthlessly eliminating loyal ministers and obliterating obstacles, reveals a heartless nature. Sigh, it was indeed the matter of leaving the mother to raise the child that made the second prince loathe the emperor and empress. Do not be deceived by his current appearance of weakness and innocence, he has already bared his fangs. Before long, those from the Northern Kingdom will surely come to contact him. Why are the treasonous evidences provided by the ants so convincingly authentic? Because the seals on those documents are undeniably real. Qiao Zhongguo's heart trembled violently, a surge of uncontrollable rage rising within him. The second prince has actually conspired with the Northern Kingdom. It should be known that the Northern Kingdom once invaded the borders of Deyong, committing heinous acts of arson and plunder, ruthlessly slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent lives. Countless Deyong men shed blood on the battlefield for 3 arduous years to repel the Northern Kingdom, bringing about this moment of peace and prosperity. How could the second prince conspire with the enemy, once again plunging Deyong into turmoil? Chapter 12, The Crown Prince, The White Moonlight. Oh, is this the youngest child of the Qiao family? A handsome and refined man leaned forward, his crimson-purple silk attire enhancing his elegance. Qiao Zhongguo's anger momentarily faltered, and he responded with respect. Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes brightened slightly. The Crown Prince, this must be the Crown Prince, right? Alas, Qiao Jiaojiao's sudden sigh caused Qiao Zhongguo's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that the Crown Prince also harbored issues? Qiao Jiaojiao continued to sigh. Alas, Qiao Zhongguo's scalp tingled. Daughter, do not just sigh, speak your mind. Alas, my stomach has begun to grumble. Yet I cannot bear to leave. What should I do? Qiao Zhongguo, if anyone else were to dangle him like this, they would have been punched by now. However, since it is his daughter, he would allow her to dangle him with a rope. Qiao Darren, may I also hold her? The Crown Prince suddenly extended his hand toward the little girl in Qiao Zhongguo's embrace. The moment these words left his mouth, the gazes of everyone present shifted dramatically. Such immense honor. The Emperor and the Crown Prince have truly given the Qiao family face. The Crown Prince's gesture held profound significance. Last night in the imperial study, the Emperor had summoned the Crown Prince privately, specifically instructing him. Qiao Zhongguo is a loyal minister, an upright official, a capable man, and currently possesses no military power. He can be trusted and reused. Qiao Zhongguo, somewhat taken aback by the honor, immediately handed Qiao Jiaojiao over, nestled in the Crown Prince's embrace. Qiao Jiaojiao's big eyes fixated on him, unblinking. Ah, what a pity, is this the Crown Prince who meets an untimely demise? As this thought echoed in her mind, both Qiao Zhongguo and Qiao Tianjing nearly fell to their knees in shock. An untimely demise. The Crown Prince has always been robust, how could that be possible? At this moment, Qiao Jiaojiao was also murmuring, alas, the matter of the Crown Prince's early death is indeed intriguing. The cause of death was a sudden and inexplicable demise, as if it was destined for the Silent King to take his place. Although the text does not explicitly state the Silent King's involvement, I can't help but feel it is connected to him. After all, the Crown Prince's character is too perfect. If it were openly stated that the Silent King murdered his brother, readers would likely not accept it. The Silent King, as the perfect male lead, would also acquire a blemish. Qiao Zhongguo was engulfed in indescribable shock. He discreetly shifted his gaze toward the second prince, who usually remained inconspicuous and was unremarkable except for his looks, harbored such depth. No wonder the Qiao family would find themselves at the mercy of the second prince in the future foreseen by Jiao Jiao. But if it weren't for Jiao Jiao's reminder, how would he have noticed this second prince lurking in the shadows? Qiao Jiaojiao gazed at the Crown Prince, who radiated an ethereal glow, feeling a pang of regret as she reached out her hand. Her fair and adorable features, plump and round from ample nourishment, rendered her irresistibly charming. The Crown Prince's gaze softened as he leaned his face into her palm. Qiao Jiaojiao gently stroked him and silently vowed, Crown Prince, for the sake of our Qiao family, you must stay alive. Calculating, you have 4 years until your untimely demise. If I, Qiao Jiaojiao, can survive until then, I shall do everything in my power to protect you. By then, you must treat our Qiao family well, safeguarding my father and my 2 brothers. The crown prince could not hear Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts but felt her eyes, which sparkled like precious pearls. Filling him with delight, "Xiao Si, weren't you clamoring to see your little sister? Come here," the crown prince called out to his younger brother, the fourth prince, who emerged with a round face and a curious expression. The fourth prince, the second son of the empress, appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, his baby features fading but remaining utterly adorable. "Wow, such a cute little sister. Brother, I want to hold her too." The crown prince gently shook his head. "Fourth brother, you are still too young. Be careful not to hurt Miss Qiao." Upon hearing the words, the fourth prince immediately pouted in a display of grievance. His expression one of stubbornness. Where did such a naive and sweet character come from? Is there really such a person in the royal family? Qiao Jiaojiao was filled with questions. "Brother, I will be very careful. Please let me hold you too," the naive one persisted. Observing this, the crown princess' expression turned slightly stern. "Fourth brother, this is not a matter for jest. You will understand when you are a bit older." The naive one's lips pursed slightly, but when will little four be considered old enough? The crown prince's stern demeanor softened abruptly as he affectionately ruffled the fourth prince's hair. "By next year's Dragon Boat Festival, when you celebrate your birthday, you will be old enough." Upon hearing this, the naive one immediately broke into a smile, declaring, "Then little four will wait a little longer. And by then I can hold my little sister." At that moment a flash of realization struck Qiao Jiaojiao. She finally remembered who this so-called fourth prince was. "Isn't he just like me, destined for an early demise as a mere passerby?" On the day he turns 5, coinciding with the Dragon Boat Festival, the fourth prince drowns in the imperial garden, leaving the empress devastated and bedridden, causing the crown prince immense grief. In his wrath over losing his beloved son, the emperor held countless individuals accountable, resulting in nearly 100 deaths in the palace. Later, when recruiting new palace maids and eunuchs, Prince Jing seized the opportunity to insert many of his own people. Indeed, this unfortunate soul is the very embodiment of a ruthless plot device. Xiao Zhonghua felt utterly numb, completely overwhelmed. The premature demise of the crown prince, the early death of the fourth prince, and the disability of the third prince. Was this not heaven's way of clearing a path for the second prince? Next year's Dragon Boat Festival, each year, the palace hosts a grand dragon boat feast, and the Qiao family is sure to be present. Regardless of the circumstances, the fourth prince must be saved. Little did Qiao Jiaojiao know. Her appearance had already left Xiao Zhonghua in shock numerous times. At that moment, Qiao Jiaojiao's face turned crimson, unable to contain herself any longer. "I need to pee it. Whoa, I can't hold it." Xiao Zhonghua's expression shifted slightly. Just as he was about to take Qiao Jiaojiao from the crown prince, she had already soaked her pants. "Oh," the fourth prince exclaimed in disdain, but the crown prince quickly silenced him. "Little four, do not mock your sister. You were once like this too." The fourth prince's face turned beet red, covering his face in embarrassment and falling silent. Qiao Zhonghua took Qiao Jiaojiao into his arms. Nervously apologizing, "My daughter has misbehaved and disturbed His Royal Highness. I beg your pardon." The crown prince waved his hand, his expression devoid of anger. "Lord Qiao, children are simply like this. There is no need for excessive words. I shall change into a fresh outfit." Qiao Zhonghua promptly arranged for someone to attend to the matter, holding the damp Qiao Jiaojiao with a mix of laughter and exasperation. To have urinated on the crown prince during their first meeting is truly unprecedented. Qiao Jiaojiao, she is still just a little baby. Chapter 13, Misfortunes of the Family. Old Madame Lu carried Qiao Jiaojiao back to the backyard, where the feasts had already commenced on both sides. Madame Qiao excused herself from the table to step aside and feed Qiao Jiaojiao. Old Madame Lu recounted the amusing incident of Qiao Jiaojiao wetting herself to Madame Qiao, causing her to chuckle. "Madam, before tomorrow, this evening our little lady has likely made her mishap known throughout the capital." Qiao Jiaojiao, is this what they call the legendary urine that spreads across the world? Just as the atmosphere in the room was warm and inviting, a knock resounded from outside. "Madam, it is your servant." The voice belonged to another maid. Lu Shu, come in." Old Madame Lu replied softly. Lu Shu entered, her expression somewhat anxious. "Madam, the Meng matron just informed me that Miss Meng went to change before the feast and has yet to return. She is worried that Miss Meng might inadvertently disturb the distinguished guests and is quite flustered, requesting that you send someone to find her." Qiao Jiaojiao, who had been drowsy, immediately perked up. "What, Meng Gushue is missing? Oh no, she must have quietly slipped to the front courtyard. Who knows if she is now gazing longingly at Prince Jing from afar. This sister is truly bold and reckless, were it not for the protagonist's halo surrounding her. Simply for offending the crown prince and the princes, she would have been in serious trouble." However, Madame Qiao remained calm, replying indifferently, "Send a few clever maids to look for her. With so many people in the manor today, it is likely we will not find her until the feast concludes." Lu Shu's eyes flickered slightly as she instantly understood. "I comprehend, Madame." Madame Qiao nodded in satisfaction, adding, "Do not let this cause a stir. Today is Jiaojiao's full moon banquet. Nothing must go awry." Lu Shu complied and exited. Qiao Jiaojiao, with her bright, sparkling eyes, gazed at Madame Qiao. "Why do I feel as though mother has something else on her mind?" Madame Qiao's lips curled into a slight smile as she gently coaxed Qiao Jiaojiao. "Jiaojiao has had a long day. It's time for a nap. As she rocked her back and forth, Qiao Jiaojiao's eyelids began to grow heavy. And soon she fell into a deep sleep. Madame Qiao's gaze turned solemn as she looked out the window, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in her eyes. The backyard of the Qiao residence featured a small garden, constructed by her husband during his leisure time with rockeries and locust trees scattered throughout. It was designed with military formations in mind. Without guidance, one could easily become lost. If Miss Meng seeks to take advantage of her Qiao family's territory to gain favor with the powerful, then let her remain there until the banquet concludes. At that very moment, in the small garden, Meng Gushue found herself at the same crossroads for the 6th time, staring at the familiar markings on the rockery. She felt utterly defeated. What the heck is this place? Moreover, she really needed to pee. The banquet lasted a full hour, and Meng's matron was growing increasingly anxious, nearly bubbling over with worry. As the guests began to depart, she slumped in her seat, on the verge of tears. Just then, Lu Shu hurriedly approached, leaning down to whisper in Meng's matron's ear, "Madam Meng, we found Miss Meng. She just got lost in the backyard." "It is not serious." Meng's matron felt a surge of relief, akin to a drowning person finally surfacing. "Quickly, take me to see that wretched girl." She could no longer care about her dignity, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Upon seeing Meng Gushue in a disheveled state, Meng's matron felt an urge to slap her. However, the first thing Meng Gushue said was, "Mother, did the crown prince and his party leave?" Meng's matron felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. For Meng Gushue had asked this question right in front of Madame Qiao's maid. This. What a misfortune for the family. "You wretched girl, come back with me at once. You will not step outside for the next 6 months." Lu Shu pretended not to hear, wanting to follow along, but Meng's matron, feeling embarrassed, urged Lu Shu to stay back as she yanked Meng Gushue's arm and left. When Lu Shu returned to report to Madame Qiao, her expression instantly turned. "I see why. So she truly harbored such intentions." After all the guests had departed, Duke Yan finally arrived with a wooden box in hand. Upon seeing her father, Madame Qiao felt a mix of joy and affection. "Father, why have you come so late?" Though Duke Yan's hair had grayed, his stature remained robust, and he appeared quite healthy. He laughed heartily, his voice booming. "Jinger, you know how much I detest such occasions." Madame Qiao shook her head helplessly and quickly brought Qiao Jiaojiao over. Qiao Jiaojiao, who had been dozing, was jolted awake from the bumpy journey. Madame Qiao placed Qiao Jiaojiao in Duke Yan's arms. "Jiaojiao, quickly meet your grandfather." Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, is this my grandfather? He looks so young, not at all like someone in his 60s. Madame Qiao smiled faintly, regretting that her father could not hear Jiaojiao's innocent admiration. Otherwise, he would surely be overjoyed. Duke Yan tenderly held Qiao Jiaojiao, presenting her with the wooden box. "Jinger, please help Jiaojiao keep this safe. It will be her dowry in the future." Madame Qiao, curious, took the box, nearly dropping it on her foot due to its weight. So heavy. Upon opening the box, she gasped in surprise. It was filled with gold, various longevity locks, bracelets, and even step-shaking hairpins. Madame Qiao was awestruck. This was of considerable value. "Father, this is too much. I cannot accept it." Duke Yan's expression turned serious. "It is not for you. It is for Jiaojiao." No refusals. It is her grandmother's intention. This. Madame Qiao was taken aback. Her mother had passed away over a decade ago. Duke Yan, while playfully engaging with Qiao Jiaojiao, spoke gently. "Your mother prepared this long ago, saying that she would definitely have another daughter after you. Daughters must have a substantial dowry for their marriages. So she started preparing early. Who would have thought it would take 14 years for this next child to arrive?" Hearing this, Madame Qiao recalled her mother's gentle and caring demeanor, her nose tinged with bitterness. Qiao Jiaojiao noticed her mother's eyes glistening and felt a pang of sympathy. Mother must miss her mother too. Grandmother must have been such a kind elder, thinking so far ahead for mother. If she knew mother was troubled, she would surely be heartbroken. Madame Qiao was struck by Qiao Jiaojiao's words, her heart aching and nearly brought to tears. If only her mother knew how the Duke Yan household would be mistreated by her elder brother and sister-in-law, and how they would inflict harm upon the Qiao family, how heart-wrenching that would be. With that thought, Madame Qiao clenched her sleeve, her resolve solidified once Qiao Jiaojiao was taken away by old Madame Lu. Madame Qiao turned serious. "Father, I have something to tell you." Chapter 14, The fated encounter goes awry. The Duke of Yan, observing his daughter's serious demeanor, could not help but furrow his brow. "What is it? Has that rascal from the loyal state troubled you?" Mrs. Qiao, somewhat amused yet exasperated, replied. "He wouldn't dare, father. What I wish to discuss with you concerns my elder brother and sister-in-law." The Duke leaned back in his chair, his expression revealing a hint of distress. "That unambitious brother of yours could drift through life aimlessly, and I have long ceased to hope for his achievements. All I desire is for him to avoid causing trouble." However, Mrs. Qiao's expression grew serious. "Father, if you wish to prevent brother from stirring up trouble, you must take a firmer hand with him. You do not know, he dares to think of taking DE to such a nefarious place." "What?" The Duke, known for his fiery temper, smashed the armrest of the chair with a fist. "That scoundrel." Mrs. Qiao felt a twinge of guilt at the sight of her father's fury, though the incident had not yet transpired. Since Jiao Jiao had brought it up, it must be true. This was the perfect excuse to prompt her father to pay more attention to her brother and keep a closer watch on him. Such disgraceful behavior would surely not be mentioned when her father admonished her brother. "No, I must drag him back and give him a good thrashing right now." the Duke, in a fit of rage, was about to leave when Mrs. Qiao quickly grasped his arm. "Father, wait, there is one more thing I must tell you," the Duke blared sharply. "Is that scoundrel also daring to defy the heavens? A crime compounded." "A crime compounded," Mrs. Qiao interjected. "Father, please do not be too hasty upon your return. A broken arm or leg is one thing, but do not injure your brother's head," the Duke retorted, who is truly losing their head here. Seeing her father's bewildered expression, Mrs. Qiao stifled a laugh and regained her composure. "Father, what I wish to discuss is about my sister-in-law." The Duke furrowed his brow. "What about your sister-in-law?" He had always held some dissatisfaction with this daughter-in-law, considering her overly calculating and petty. Of course, he also blamed his irresponsible son for not settling down. Hence, over the years, he had never shown his daughter-in-law any displeasure, delegating the household affairs to her as a means of showing her respect. Mrs. Qiao's expression darkened as she lowered her voice. "A few days ago, my sister-in-law mentioned wanting to strengthen the bond between Tianjing and Ning'er, but I refused. She appeared to be angry with me. And today she did not even attend Qiao Jiaojiao's full moon banquet. Additionally, during the banquet, I heard something that concerns the reputation of our Duke's household, so I dared to bring it up before you." The Duke's brow knitted tightly. "What matter?" Mrs. Qiao hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts before finally voicing, "Father, such matters of women should not be discussed in your presence, but alas, since mother passed away early, you are the only one who can make decisions. I have heard that my sister-in-law had a childhood sweetheart with whom she shared a deep bond, and recently rumors have begun to circulate. What do you think? Should we investigate further?" After careful consideration, Mrs. Qiao was reluctant to reveal the secret of Qiao Jiao's ability to hear thoughts. She was genuinely fearful. If someone with ill intentions were to learn of Qiao Jiao's foresight, it could lead to dire consequences. Yet, this left her unable to explain how she knew of her sister-in-law's childhood sweetheart and thus resorted to a fabricated tale, hoping her father's influence could clarify the matter. Upon hearing this, the Duke's frown deepened. "Your sister-in-law does not appear to be that kind of person. Very well, when I return, I shall send someone to investigate thoroughly." Mrs. Qiao felt a pang of guilt as she looked at her father. This time, in her efforts to prevent future troubles, she had resorted to somewhat unscrupulous means. At that moment, Qiao Zhenghua had just seen off the guests and hurried to meet his father-in-law, the Duke. Preoccupied with his thoughts, exchanged a few words with Qiao Zhenghua before hastily departing. That night, after a day filled with activity, the Qiao household finally regained its tranquility. Qiao Zhenghua sat in his study, his expression grave, not even lighting a candle. Only the moonlight streaming through an open window illuminated the room. "What is the situation in the northern territories?" he asked in a low voice. In response to the general, "The heir to the northern court remains undecided, and with the changing winds, it seems there may be internal strife brewing." A hoarse voice suddenly emerged from the shadows, revealing a figure clad in black kneeling before Qiao Zhenghua. Qiao Zhenghua's expression turned contemplative, then he commanded in a calm tone, "Assign a few men to guard the city gates, keep a watchful eye for anyone resembling the northern folk. If anything seems suspicious, apprehend them immediately. Also, send some to keep a distance from the second prince and observe if there are any dubious individuals around him." The figure in black, without questioning the reasons, respectfully acknowledged, "Understood," and disappeared silently from the window like a wisp of shadow. Qiao Zhenghua slowly rose, moving to the window to gaze at the full moon, letting out a soft sigh. "Jiao, your father is making arrangements in accordance with your foresight. I hope to preserve the hard-won peace of the Daong dynasty and alter the fate of our Qiao family." With his thoughts drifting to this, he suddenly felt a deep yearning for his gentle wife and obedient daughter. He turned and pushed open the study door, striding toward the main room. Outside the Qiao residence lay Qingtian Street, where an inconspicuous carriage had come to a halt at the corner. Beside it stood a slightly hunched coachman, who appeared quite aged, yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice the brightness in his eyes and the smoothness of his chin, revealing him to be a skilled man in his prime. "My lord, it is late. We should return," the coachman rasped, his voice easily lost in the night breeze. "Just a moment longer." A clear, youthful voice emanated from within the carriage. Had Qiao Jiao been able to see this person, she would have been utterly astonished, for the figure awaiting here was none other than the current second prince, the male lead, Xin Yuanbai, the coachman. Puzzled, inquired, "My lord, who exactly are you waiting for?" At this question, a flicker of confusion crossed Xin Yuanbai's face. In truth, even he did not know whom he was waiting for. He had arrived at the Qiao residence with an inexplicable and intense premonition that he would encounter someone of immense significance to him that day. He remained unaware of the person's gender, stature, or appearance. Despite the strength of this premonition, it was not until the Qiao banquet had concluded that this destined individual failed to materialize, after approximately another quarter of an hour. With no one left on Qingtian Street, lingering any longer would be too conspicuous. With a sigh of resignation, Xin Yuanbai waved his hand. "Shang, let us depart." "Yes, my lord." The coachman gracefully leapt onto the carriage. Driving the horses away steadily, Xin Yuanbai leaned slowly against the carriage wall, a hint of malevolence surfacing in his originally cool gaze. His brow furrowed tightly. He could not shake the feeling that On this day, he had lost something of great importance. Chapter 15. Jiao Jiao's first spring festival. The days of the infant were swiftly filled with eating and drinking, under the attentive care of her family. Jiao Jiao gradually learned to lift her head, roll over, and by the age of 4 months, she was persistently attempting to sit up. As the lunar month approached, Jiao Jiao was about to experience her very first spring festival in this world. Qiao Zhengwa truly doted on Jiao Jiao, treating her as his precious jewel. During his days off, he would hold her closely, reluctant to let her go, to the point where Mrs. Qiao playfully chided him for being a daughter slave. At this remark, Qiao Zhengwa felt a sense of pride. In his military days, he had mastered exquisite wood carving during his leisure time, and now each month, he crafted sculptures that vividly captured Jiao Jiao's growth. "Father, carve one for me too, one that depicts my heroic demeanor," Xiao Di chimed in. Qiao Zhengwa kicked him lightly, retorting, "Scram, haven't you had enough punishment?" Xiao Di shivered at his father's words and protested. "Father, why do you always hit me?" With a cold snort, Qiao Zhengwa replied, "You are the only sturdy one in this family. If I don't hit you, who else would I? Who told you to misbehave and dare to venture into that disreputable place?" Though this incident had yet to occur, it did not prevent him from preemptively punishing his son. Just then, Mrs. Qiao approached, cradling the bundled-up Jiao Jiao, seeing the father-son duo engaging in their typical banter. She could only shake her head in resignation. Jiao Jiao, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter. He doesn't second brother know. There's an old saying, the eldest is pampered, the third is spoiled, and the second suffers misfortune. Xiao Di, astute, I want to hold my little sister, she understands me best. Just as Xiao Di reached out, Qiao Zhengwa swiftly scooped Jiao Jiao into his arms. In the capital, heavy snow began to fall during the lunar month. Dressed in a thick coat and enveloped in a white fox fur cloak, the little girl resembled a jade figurine. Qiao Zhengwa proudly presented a wooden carving before Jiao Jiao, causing her eyes to light up. "Wow, how beautiful, it looks just like me, my father is truly skilled and ingenious." Pleased by her praise, Qiao Zhengwa beamed with joy, secretly resolving to carve hundreds more for Jiao Jiao. As evening fell, the family, having shed their heavy outer garments, gathered in the warm room with a stove, sharing stories and laughter in a harmonious atmosphere. Jiao Jiao gazed upon the sumptuous dinner spread on the table, her mouth watering uncontrollably. A roasted chicken, steamed duck, roasted suckling pig. "Wait for me, I will grow up soon." Hearing Jiao Jiao's thoughts, the family could not help but chuckle, yet they feared discovery. Thus, Qiao Zhengwa feigned pouring wine. Mrs. Qiao pretended to adjust Jiao Jiao's hair. Xiao Tianjing coughed discreetly behind his hand, and Xiao Di bent down to feign searching for something beneath the table. As Qiao Jiao observed, everyone around her suddenly became bustling with activity amidst the resounding crackle of festive firecrackers. In this jubilant atmosphere, a family with 800 keen eyes finally burst into hearty laughter, unfazed by the noise. Qiao Jiaojiao joyfully jumped in Madame Qiao's embrace, exclaiming with glee. At that moment, even her eyes glistened with unshed tears of this warmth and reunion, an experience unknown to her in her past life as an orphan, was profoundly comforting. Adhering to the tradition of staying up on New Year's Eve, Qiao Jiaojiao, being still quite young, soon succumbed to slumber in Madame Qiao's arms. As the clock struck midnight, the Qiao family, in unison, silently wished for the same: may their beloved Jiao Jiao's life be filled with smooth sailing, peace, and joy. On the third day of the new year, Qiao Zhengwa brought his family to pay New Year's respects at the residence of the Duke of Yan. This marked Qiao Jiaojiao's inaugural visit to the Duke's estate, where the Duke, having received word of their arrival, awaited them at the door. Upon seeing Qiao Jiaojiao, the Duke's eyes twinkled with delight as he immediately scooped her into his arms. "Jiao Jiao, it's chilly outside, come inside with your grandfather," he said, turning to lead the way, leaving the other members of the Qiao family momentarily abandoned. "Come in, sister, brother-in-law," the Qiao family urged. Qiao Jiaojiao, with her keen eyes, quickly spotted her uncle, who, despite being middle-aged, still carried an air of frivolity. To be charming, one must possess the means, otherwise, one is merely a rogue. Madame Qiao, once the most beautiful woman in the capital, had a brother, the left heir, whose looks were naturally remarkable as well. However, years of neglecting self-discipline had left him with an undeniably conspicuous belly. Madame Qiao politely inquired, "Where is my sister-in-law?" Left heir's Wei Ying revealed a trace of dissatisfaction in his expression. "She returned to her mother's house early today. We had planned to visit tomorrow, but she suddenly changed her mind. I truly do not understand what she is thinking." Understanding dawned on Madame Qiao. She had only just sent word of their visit, and her sister-in-law had hastily departed. It seemed she was still harboring resentment. That was fine. Madame Qiao smiled faintly, as her purpose in coming was primarily to see her father. While left heirs Wei Ying accompanied the three Qiao men in the hall for conversation, Madame Qiao pursued the Duke into the inner quarters. Upon glancing up, she noticed that Qiao Jiaojiao was clutching a large red envelope. "Father, Jiao Jiao lacks for nothing. There is no need for you to be so generous every time," Madame Qiao chided gently. The Duke shot her a stern look. "This is a heartfelt gesture from me as her grandfather. How can you, as her daughter, presume to dictate my intentions?" He turned back to Qiao Jiaojiao, his voice softening. "Good Jiao Jiao, do not heed your mother. Keep it safe, this will be your dowry." Qiao Jiaojiao clutched the envelope, Her face alight with excitement. "Thank you, my dashing and generous grandfather. Oh, this envelope is truly substantial." Madame Qiao sighed in resignation. Both she and her husband were indifferent to material wealth, yet their daughter seemed to possess an insatiable fondness for it. After playing for a while, the jostling of the journey made Qiao Jiaojiao drowsy again. Noticing this, Madame Qiao instructed Lu Momo to take Qiao Jiaojiao to the adjoining warm room for a nap. With no one around, the Duke suddenly spoke. "Jing Er, there is indeed something peculiar about that matter." Just as Madame Qiao was about to inquire further, her heart sank at his words. The last time they discussed her sister-in-law's childhood companion, her father had mentioned looking into it, yet 3 months had passed with no news, which made her suspect the matter was far from simple. The Duke's expression grew solemn as he continued. "The individual in question is named Li Su Shang, actually a relative of your sister-in-law's family, who came to the capital in desperation. It is said he grew up alongside your sister-in-law, and their bond is quite deep. Furthermore, Li Su Shang is quite accomplished, he possesses formidable skills, and the family is considering recommending him to the military for training. Thus, it appears there were intentions of further familial ties between the two families. The situation deteriorated when your elder brother developed feelings for your sister-in-law. After our families agreed upon the marriage, Li Su Shang's family suddenly vanished without a trace." Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao felt a weight in her heart. She knew her sister-in-law had been quite delighted when she first married into the Duke's family. Evidently, this union was one she was content with. Could it be that her sister-in-law's family drove the Li family away to secure the match? Daring to think darker thoughts, could it be that a life was lost? Chapter 16. The divine love of parents. What Madame Qiao contemplated, the Duke certainly would not overlook. I sent someone to inquire at the Li family's ancestral home. Since arriving in the capital, they have not returned. Over these past few months, while I had people searching with their portraits, serendipitously, I did uncover some clues. The Li family once made a living selling tofu pudding. At the corner of Gutian Street, there is a tofu stall run by a hunchbacked old woman who bears a striking resemblance to Li Su Shang's mother. After several contacts, our informant learned that the stall owner's husband was reportedly beaten to death, and their son has gone missing. However, after several stakeouts, the informant discovered that occasionally a hunchbacked man comes to help at the stall. Though he appears elderly, he is, in fact, a formidable martial artist. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao covered her mouth in shock. Could this person be Li Su Shang? The Duke nodded gravely. "Jing Er, you would never guess who Li Su Shang is currently working for." Madame Qiao's heart raced. It seemed all clues pointed back to her daughter's revelations. The Duke's next words confirmed her suspicions entirely. "The second prince. Li Su Shang is now in the service of the second prince." Closely guarding him without leaving his side, the Duke began to pace the room, worry etched upon his face. "Jing Er, your sister-in-law's family may have resorted to extreme measures regarding this marriage, likely harming the Li family. Li Su Shang not only escaped death but now rises to prominence. He possesses the ability to endure what ordinary men cannot. He is no benevolent soul and must be regarded with caution." Madame Qiao's complexion paled. Indeed, Li Su Shang was formidable. In her daughter's prophecy, he could even suppress his hatred, using old affections to manipulate her sister-in-law into working for him, potentially leading the Qiao family into irreparable ruin. This matter had surpassed her ability to intervene from the inner chambers. It was time to alert her husband. With a grave expression, Madame Qiao resolved that this time, she would not allow any villain to harm the Qiao family or the Duke's estate. After sharing these revelations, the Duke cast a probing glance at his daughter. Jing Er had mentioned that she had heard some rumors that prompted her inquiry, yet this matter had been well concealed by the in-laws. Even those within the capital were unaware of the Li family's existence. How had Jing Er learned of such a secret and gone to the trouble of urging him to investigate? Nevertheless, the Duke, being a loving father, saw that Madame Qiao was not inclined to speak further, and he did not press her for answers. He firmly believed that his daughter, intelligent and perceptive from a young age, would never act in a manner detrimental to the Duke's estate. The Qiao family enjoyed a midday meal at the Duke's residence before returning home. Upon their return, Qiao Tianjing playfully carried Qiao Jiaojiao away, leaving Qiao Zhonghua and his wife to converse privately. Madame Qiao grasped her husband's large hand, her expression flickering as she began. "Husband, today I heard something significant from my father." Qiao Zhonghua, his mind already wandering, straightened slightly. "What is it, my lady? Did my father-in-law encounter any troubles?" Leaning into Qiao Zhonggua's embrace, Madame Qiao spoke softly. "It is about my sister -and-law. My father has heard some gossip and sent someone to investigate, and the outcome was unexpected." Qiao Zhonghua immediately recalled Qiao Jiaojiao mentioning her sister-in-law's childhood companion, and he sat up straighter. His focus had been on the Northern Kingdom and the second prince recently. Nearly overlooking this matter, Madame Qiao recounted the story of Li Su Shang, her face etched with worry as she added, "Though it was my sister-in-law's family that harmed the Li family, could he harbor resentment towards the Duke's estate or towards us?" Xiao Zhonggua's expression darkened, his gaze icy, yet he tenderly stroked Madame Qiao's hair, speaking gently. "There is no need for you to worry, my lady, I shall take care of everything," resting against Xiao Zhonggua's shoulder. Madame Qiao affectionately wrapped her arms around his waist, nodding softly with her husband by her side. Jing Er always felt at ease. The room fell into a tranquil silence for a while until Qiao Jiaojiao suddenly turned his head. His ears slightly flushed as he whispered near Madame Qiao's cheek, "Jiao Jiao is already 4 months along. Have you been resting well, my lady? I have been eagerly awaiting this moment." Madame Qiao's face flushed crimson. Since Qiao Jiaojiao's birth, she had kept her close every night, and Qiao Jiaojiao had been understanding, holding his silence for 4 long months. Remembering their passionate and fervent past, Madame Qiao suddenly felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She hesitated, her shyness akin to that of a young girl. "Let us discuss this later when the night deepens." Qiao Jiaojiao leaned down, his eyes gleaming as he lowered his voice. "Why not let Lu Momo take Jiao Jiao for the night? I have been holding back for quite some time." At his suggestion, Madame Qiao felt a rush of heat surge to her head, playfully hitting him, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness, and she soon lowered her head in agreement. Qiao Zhengguo's face lit up with joy as he swept Madame Qiao into his arms, startling her into a surprised cry. Qiao Tianjing, carrying Qiao Jiaojiao, had just reached the doorway when he heard the commotion inside. His face turning beet red as he hurriedly retreated. Qiao Jiaojiao, with a mischievous grin, chuckled, "Hee, his big brother suffering from romantic allergies, running away so quickly. If I ever write a book, I shall title it The Divine Love of My Parents." "Oh, how sweet it is." Qiao Tianjing is a person of delicate sensibilities, striding along with haste, while Qiao Jiaojiao continues to chatter away with abandon. The virtues of family upbringing truly shine through. Other young masters have already arranged for their concubines. Yet look at my elder brother and second brother, pure as snow and utterly unblemished. Hee, I can't help but eagerly anticipate my sister-in-law, counting down the days. The Lantern Festival is drawing near. Elder brother, you must strive to make us proud. It's high time you bring your wife home. After consuming a decade's worth of dog food, the tides of fortune must surely turn. And it is your turn to flaunt your love before our parents. Qiao Tianjing's ears flushed crimson, unsure whether from the cold or from embarrassment. That very evening, Qiao Jiaojiao was indeed assigned to share a bed with Lu Mama. Just before exiting the room, her mischievous gaze flitted between her parents. Are my parents finally about to indulge in sweet romance? Xiao Zhengguo stiffened slightly, while Mrs. Qiao's face turned so red she could not lift her head. This was the first time in their lives that the couple hoped Qiao Jiaojiao was genuinely just a naive little child, but Qiao Jiaojiao remained exhilarated. "Oh my heavens, the stone in my shoe has finally been removed. Parents, I am more than willing to facilitate your happiness, just don't bring me back tonight." Whoa, so embarrassing. I adore my parents' affection. May their fairy tale romance continue indefinitely. Lu Mama, being a woman of experience, beamed with joy and quickly whisked Qiao Jiaojiao away. The couple sighed in relief, only to hear the innocent little voice call out once more, "Could I possibly get a little brother or sister?" The Qiao couple, Chapter 17, off to play before long. The day of the Lantern Festival arrived. After a hearty breakfast, Qiao Zhengguo began to subtly and skillfully urge Qiao Tianjing to head out with various justifications. Today marked the final day of rest. Some invigorating news was in order to ensure he would be in good spirits for court the following day. Qiao Tianjing was evidently not quite himself today. His complexion slightly pallid, appearing rather listless, his little sister's incessant chatter had ensnared him. As the Lantern Festival approached, she was preoccupied with thoughts of the Miss Han, causing him inexplicable anxiety. He had tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning last night. Qiao Jiaojiao was now able to enjoy some thin rice porridge, and as she observed her father urging her elder brother to leave, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't today a holiday? Why does father want elder brother to go out in this frigid weather? In my opinion, elder brother should conserve his energy. Tonight, during the lantern parade, he will need to be the gallant hero and save the beauty. Only then did Qiao Zhengguo realize that they were waiting for the evening to rescue the future daughter-in-law. Oh dear daughter, do reveal more details, like which street or intersection. How many steps must your elder brother take to rescue your sister-in-law just in time? Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing discreetly let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed for the evening, so he could afford to nap well in the afternoon. At that moment, however, Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes grew wide with longing. What should I do? I want to go to Wuwu. I wish to witness the birth of a romance, and I also want to see the heroine shine. Tonight's lantern parade will be bustling. I heard that one building is hosting a grand couplets event where the heroine will surely steal the spotlight, just as the hero notices her. Oh, how I want to join in the excitement. Can elder brother and second brother take me along? I despise my inability to speak up. Qiao Jiaojiao, overwhelmed with excitement, accidentally knocked over a spoonful of porridge that Mrs. Qiao had handed her. Qiao Jiaojiao, whoa, mother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to misbehave. I truly wish to attend the Lantern Festival, I long to go. Mrs. Qiao was not angry, she patiently wiped Qiao Jiaojiao's soiled arm. Gently kissing her forehead, her mind already contemplating the feasibility of letting Qiao Jiaojiao go out, she simply could not bear to restrain her, especially since her desire to go was so fervent. The eldest brother was to rescue Miss Han, and he would likely be too preoccupied to look after Jiaojiao. The second brother was still rather immature and clumsy, and it would be disastrous if he were to hurt her. Perhaps she could let her husband. Mother, my little sister is older now. May I take her along to see the world tonight? Xiao Diyu, weighing his options, was delighted to realize that he was indeed the best candidate to take Qiao Jiaojiao out. Reliable, gentle, nurturing, and skilled in combat. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's excitement surged as she pointed her chubby little finger at Xiao Diyu, exclaiming, second brother, you're so handsome and kind. With your support, I shall soon behold a world I've never seen before. Please continue to radiate your captivating charm and take me out. Xiao Zhonghua furrowed his brow at this little rascal, wondering why she showered such praise upon him. However, Xiao Diyu was clearly flattered. Just look at how dazzling I am in my little sister's eyes. I cannot let her down. He promptly stood up, declaring with conviction, parents, rest assured, I vow to take good care of my little sister. Xiao Tianjing, reluctant to disappoint Qiao Jiaojiao, added, father and mother, I will also assist second brother in looking after our sister. Qiao Jiaojiao immediately turned her excited gaze toward Xiao Tianjing. Elder brother, what a perfect assist. Xiao Zhonghua cast a glance at his wife, his eyes pleading for her approval, for it was she who would ultimately decide the matter. Qiao Jiaojiao scanned the room and promptly turned to curry favor with the ultimate decision-maker of the household. She clumsily wriggled into Mrs. Qiao's embrace, her big, wet eyes staring imploringly at her mother. Dearest and most benevolent mother in the world, please grant me permission to go, with such a lovable daughter pleading. Can your heart not soften? There is no one in the world quite like a mother. A child with a mother is like a treasure. As Qiao Jiaojiao began to sing her praises, Mrs. Qiao's eyes crinkled into a smile. Unable to contain her laughter, she gathered her daughter close and finally relented, saying, very well, go ahead, it will give me a moment of peace. Wow, 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 a light has suddenly illuminated my eyes. Is it the sun? No, it is the radiant glow of maternal love emanating from my mother. Mrs. Qiao, this little imp, second brother, keep a close eye on your sister, do not let her feel neglected or bumped into. Mrs. Qiao offered a concerned reminder. Xiao Diyu immediately assured her. As night fell, the sounds of revelry wafted in from outside the estate. Qiao Jiaojiao was bundled up snugly in layers, adorned with a tiger hat, tiger shoes, and a red fox cloak, resembling a little girl beside a bodhisattva. Unable to resist, Mrs. Qiao planted several sweet kisses on Xiao Jiaojiao's face, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Xiao Diyu entered, scooping up Xiao Jiaojiao with affection. Little sister, let us go out and play. Off to play. Mrs. Qiao watched as the pair stepped out, feeling both joy and anxiety. Upon reaching the front courtyard, Xiao Jiaojiao spotted her elder brother clad in white, standing beneath a pine tree, his features sculpted like a painting, exuding a refreshing demeanor. Qiao Jiaojiao immediately squealed with delight. Yes, just like this. I mustn't let my sister-in-law be dazzled to death. Xiao Tianjing shivered slightly. Quickly turning away, his face flushed. His little sister truly had a way with words. Xiao Diyu could only stand by, chuckling to himself. The trio boarded the carriage that had been prepared in advance. The interior was warm and cozy, filled with delectable, chewy sweets. Lu Mama followed in a separate carriage, ready to assist Qiao Jiaojiao should she need a change of clothes during the journey. The lantern parade was set to take place on the grandest street in the capital, Putian Street, but upon arrival at the street's entrance, carriages were not permitted to enter. Xiao Tianjing instructed Lu Mama to wait there while he and Xiao Diyu, holding Qiao Jiaojiao, proceeded on foot. Qiao Jiaojiao, feeling warm and snug, leapt out of the carriage like a bird released from its cage, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings, excitedly exclaiming, wow, is this the magnificent scene of the Tang dynasty depicted in books? It is truly lively and bustling. It evokes a sense of peace and prosperity. Whoa, thinking of how our family contributed to this thriving spectacle makes me feel so proud. Upon hearing this, both Qiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyu instinctively puffed out their chests. Back when they fought against the northern tribes, the Qiao family militia was indeed the most formidable force that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. Ah, that little tiger lantern is simply adorable. I want one. Xiao Jiaojiao's thoughts raced, and her eyes darted to a strikingly visible tiger lantern in the distance. Xiao Tianjing followed her gaze, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Chapter 18, White Moonlight meets White Moonlight. Xiao Tianjing's expression shifted slightly as he scanned the crowd, feeling a bit reassured when he spotted the guards scattered about. Xiao Diyu, however, was less perceptive. Upon seeing Xiao Jiaojiao's desire for the tiger lantern, he strode over without hesitation. At that moment, a childish voice rang out, brother, I want that little tiger. Xiao Jiaojiao's ears perked up. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Alright, then you go and pick it yourself. A warm voice drifted over, instantly awakening Xiao Jiaojiao's memory. It's the crown prince and that sweet, naive girl. Upon hearing the words crown prince, Xiao Diyu felt a jolt of surprise. But the crown prince is here too. Xiao Tianjing tugged at Xiao Diyu's sleeve, signaling him to look toward the tiger lantern. There, beneath the little tiger lantern, a young boy had a toddler perched on his shoulder. who was reaching out to grasp the lantern. Qiao Jiaojiao was stunned into silence, her mouth agape at the sight. This white moonlight crown prince is far too unpretentious, he is allowing the sweet, naive girl to sit on his shoulder? TSK, such rare brotherly affection among royals. Jiao Jiao's astute remarks struck a chord deep within the hearts of the brothers Qiao Tianjing, even they were taken aback by the extent of the crown prince's indulgence towards the fourth prince. At that moment, a guard leaned in closer to the crown prince and whispered something. Upon hearing this, the crown prince turned slightly, catching sight of the two brothers standing not far away. He exhibited no signs of embarrassment at being observed. Instead, a gentle smile graced his lips as he waved at them. The naive and sweet Jiao Jiao suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, don't move, I'm about to reach the lantern. Little fourth, look, my little sister is coming. Are you not going to take a glance?" The crown prince Xin Yuanzhan inquired with a smile. "Little sister, is she the beautiful young lady from the Qiao residence?" The fourth prince, Xin Yuanling, brightened at the mention and, disregarding the lantern, began searching around. This turn of his head revealed the porcelain doll-like, tenderly charming Jiao Jiao, instantly filling him with delight. Qiao Dai, cradling Jiao Jiao, approached the crown prince to pay his respects, only to be immediately halted. "Let us forego formalities tonight, let us stroll as friends." Qiao Dai, being a straightforward person, relaxed upon hearing this and casually remarked, "Brother Shen has come to admire the lanterns as well, Qiao Tianjing. This foolish younger brother should at least address the crown prince properly." Jiao Jiao, 666. "Brother, you're amazing, impressive, 666. Haha 666. Qiao Dai, why is my little sister suddenly praising her?" The crown prince was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "This second son of the Qiao family is quite amusing." The fourth prince could barely contain his eagerness to see Jiao Jiao. "Brother, put me down, I want to kiss my little sister." Qiao Tianjing and Dai, "That is not permissible, not even if you were a prince." A nearby guard helped lower the fourth prince, who promptly climbed back into the crown prince's embrace to peer at Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao shot him a glare. "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Qiao Tianjing and Dai, "Thank goodness others can't hear." The fourth prince, upon receiving Jiao Jiao's glare, joyfully shouted, "My sister looked at me. She is fond of me. Brother, may I choose my sister to be my fourth prince consort?" Such a small child with such grand aspirations. How naive, you little scamp. Whether you can grow up is still uncertain. Qiao Tianjing, thank the heavens that such seditious words can only be heard by him and the second brother. The crown prince shook his head helplessly and addressed the Qiao brothers. "Recently, the palace has been busy selecting a consort for me. Little fourth has caught wind of it and is incessantly clamoring for your little sister to be my consort." Qiao Tianjing immediately offered a polite smile, regarding this as joyous news, and congratulated the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. Wait, the critical factor in the crown prince's demise has just surfaced. The selection of this consort must be approached with utmost caution. The legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qing, Shang Shiran, has been designated as the crown prince's consort by the emperor. Yet her heart has always belonged to Prince Jing. Her infatuation is almost obsessive. Later, after Prince Jing and Shang Shiran became involved, the crown prince's every move was known to Prince Jing. Furthermore, with the crown prince's untimely death, who can say whether Shang Shiran had a hand in it? Qiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai instantly broke into a cold sweat. Jiao Jiao's heart raced with urgency. Miss Xiao Qianlan from the General of Cavalry's family is a splendid choice. Alas, she has only become a secondary consort. Her affection for the crown prince is genuine, and their bond post-marriage is the strongest. After the crown prince's death, Miss Xiao consistently claimed there were doubts surrounding his demise, only to mysteriously take her own life days later. Alas, they were clearly a match made in heaven. Moreover, Miss Xiao's younger sister is my second sister-in-law. My foolish second brother, blessed in his folly, is paired with a lady willing to accompany him to battle. Xiao Dai had been worried about the crown prince, but his heart suddenly warmed, leaving him momentarily dizzy. The second daughter of the Xiao family, his wife is the second daughter of the Xiao family. Xiao Tianjing, having spent much time in the court, understood the significance of selecting a crown princess far better than Xiao Dai. She would be the future mother of the nation, the virtuous aide to the future emperor. Yet, the news of the consort selection had not been widely disseminated, and the candidates remained uncertain. If he were to rashly remind the crown prince today, it would surely arouse suspicion. Fortunately, the process of selecting a crown princess is intricate and will take considerable time. He must devise a mutually beneficial plan before then. At that moment, the crown prince, observing Qiao Tianjing lost in thought, suddenly spoke. "Daliang, you are of marrying age now. I presume Lady Qiao is quite familiar with the eligible young women in the capital?" Qiao Tianjing's heart stirred slightly at the crown prince's words, pondering whether the empress was indeed interested in gathering information about the noble ladies in the capital. If so, he might leverage his mother's influence to have the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qing removed from consideration. However, this would entail some risk for his mother, and the matter must be handled with utmost discretion, otherwise it could incite the Duke of Qing's resentment. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Tianjing's thoughts raced, and then he feigned helplessness. Nodding, my mother tends to worry. She has evidently done her fair share of research. The Crown Prince instantly grasped the implication, smiling as he said, Little Fourth is always chattering to the Empress about how lovely your sister is. She has longed to meet her. If Lady Qiao is amenable, could she bring the young lady from the Qiao family to the palace for a conversation with my mother? Xiao Tianjing promptly responded. It would be an honor for my mother. The Crown Prince nodded in satisfaction, gently stating, Let us continue our stroll. Upon hearing this, Jiao suddenly perked up. Does this mean I can visit the palace? Wow, I'm so excited. Chapter 19, A Hero Saves the Beauty. The group proceeded forward, with the fourth prince entirely captivated by Jiao. Neglecting the lanterns, he exchanged playful banter with her. Making silly faces, yet Jiao paid him no mind. Sister-in-law, my sweet fragrant sister-in-law, where are you? In search of her among countless faces, suddenly turning back, there she is, amidst the flickering lights. But where is this place of flickering lights? Xiao Tianjing felt a tension throughout his body as Jiao recited a line of poetry. He mused, how remarkable that my little sister possesses such extraordinary literary talent. Quick, the event at the Kaifeng Tower has commenced. They say a grand stage has been set, graced by none other than the esteemed scholar Gu Qianshan. What a spectacle! What is the prize today? A unique lantern that, once lit, spins delightfully. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into cheers. And everyone surged in a single direction. Be careful, protect the two young masters. The palace guards swiftly became alert, forming a protective circle around the crown prince and the fourth prince. As the fourth prince noticed Jiao being swept away by the crowd, he cried out in distress, Sister, I want my sister. The crown prince, seeing this, barked, Protect the young masters and young lady of the Qiao family. Xiao Dai, possessing great martial prowess, stood firm against the throngs, steadfastly holding on to Jiao. Although Xiao Tianjing was a scholar, he had trained under Qiao Zhonghua, and thus remained steady as well. Just then, a panicked voice cried out nearby, Miss, be careful. Xiao Tianjing turned to see a young girl in green being jostled by the crowd. Heading straight for a lantern stall, without a second thought, he squeezed past two people and grasped the girl's wrist, pulling her back to safety. The girl stumbled slightly against him before regaining her balance. Her eyes wide with fright and gratitude. Thank you, she exclaimed, her heart brimming with appreciation, yet the next moment she was taken aback. She hadn't expected to meet such a remarkably graceful and gentle face. The young man before her was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of elegance. He was indeed a true gentleman. Xiao Tianjing was enveloped by a fragrant aura as he fell into the depths of her sparkling eyes. The girl, still shaken, could not hide her beauty and composure. He held her wrist, and the crowd's movements drew them even closer. Suddenly realizing, Xiao Tianjing hastily released her hand, standing upright, and slightly turned his head away. Unable to look further. My lady, in this moment of urgency, if I have caused any offense, please forgive me. The girl, blushing, averted her gaze, muttering a soft acknowledgement, the faint scent of pine and cypress wafting into her senses. Xiao Tianjing's heart raced. He could not help but search for Jiao in the throng, eager to ascertain whether this enchanting young lady was indeed Miss Han, and whether she was to be his future wife. As the tide of humanity began to recede, the surroundings relaxed considerably. Jiao, with her keen eyesight, spotted Xiao Tianjing standing face to face with a young lady. She suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Second brother, hurry over and see. Did elder brother save my sister-in-law? Xiao Dai, recognizing the gravity of his elder brother's lifelong affair, took large strides, reaching Xiao Tianjing's side in just a few steps. Upon seeing the scene, Jiao's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, sister-in-law, it is indeed my sister-in-law. Brother, you have fulfilled my expectations. You have indeed saved my sister-in-law, although the trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress is indeed quite kitsch. One must admit that it remains undeniably captivating. This is what one would call a fateful connection that spans 1,000 miles. Brother, quickly look at sister-in-law. Is she not beautiful? Oh dear, why is my foolish brother still standing there in a daze? Hurry and introduce yourself, otherwise, how will sister-in-law know that it was you who saved her? Xiao Tianjing felt his ears flush crimson from Qiao Jiaojiao's unabashed words. Xiao Diyu, being of an impulsive temperament, feared that the sister-in-law whom Jiao admired might slip away. He spoke up directly. Brother, who is this? Miss Han came back to her senses and hurriedly bowed. Thank you, young master, for your life-saving grace. Seeing the attire of the person before her, Han's maidservant promptly announced, Thank you, young master. My lady is the daughter of the Minister of Works. Xiao Tianjing realized he had not mistaken the identity of the person he saved, and a subtle joy began to swell within him. That he gave a polite nod to Miss Han and said graciously, Miss Han, it was but a trifling effort. I am Qiao's eldest son, not Qiao's eldest son. Miss Han's heart stirred slightly. There is only one Qiao family in the capital. She had recently attended the full-month celebration of a young lady from that family. Looking at Qiao Jiaojiao beside her, she indeed recognized a familiarity in her features. So it is young Master Qiao. I am most grateful to you. The faint blush on Miss Han's face had not yet faded. It now appeared even more alluring. After returning from the full-month celebration, she had inadvertently overheard a conversation between her parents, in which Madame Qiao seemed to have intentions of a match. Seeing the couple's faces flushed with shyness, Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but chuckle. "Ah, the hero finds it difficult to resist the charms of the beauty," Qiao Diyu remarked. "Little sister seems to know quite a lot. Why do you not speak more? When will my brother get to meet the second young lady of the Qiao family?" Although the rules regarding interactions between men and women in the Daong dynasty are not overly strict, daughters of officials must still maintain their decorum and education in public. Miss Han understood it was not proper to linger. So she bowed once more to Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu. "Once again, I thank you, young Master Qiao, for your kindness. I shall take my leave now." Miss Han departed gracefully. Qiao Tianjing smiled as he watched her go. Qiao Jiaojiao gazed at Miss Han's receding figure and chuckled, her concern surfacing once more. "Oh, my brother, you must hurry back and ask our parents to propose to the Han family. If you delay, there may be complications." At these words, Qiao Tianjing's heart skipped a beat, only to hear Qiao Jiaojiao continue to divulge, "Miss Han is quite popular. While you hesitate, her parents may well agree to someone else." Upon hearing this, Qiao Diyu quickly shot a meaningful glance at Qiao Tianjing. "Brother, you heard what our sister said, did you not? Bring it up with our parents tonight. If you do not, I shall speak for you." "You have even held Miss Han's hand." Qiao Tianjing felt the heat rise to his cheeks, yet he still nodded with determination. "His sister is right. When a family has a daughter, many suitors come. Since I have set my heart on this young lady, I must demonstrate responsibility and courage." At that moment, the crown prince, holding the fourth prince, approached from behind. He had evidently witnessed the earlier scene and, with a smile, remarked pointedly, "It seems your good fortune is near." Eldest son, the Minister of Works, is a straightforward man, diligent and earnest. This marriage proposal would be quite fitting. Qiao Tianjing did not expect even the crown prince to tease him, and he could only shake his head with a smile, stating that matters of marriage should be left to parental discretion. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiaojiao had lost interest in the conversation between Qiao Tianjing and the crown prince's brother. "Having saved sister-in-law, your most important task for today is complete. We should go join the festivities. Oh, how I long to see the Chai Feng Tower. The heroine might be dazzlingly showing off." Chapter 20, Classic Couplets from Ancient Times. Upon hearing Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts, Qiao Diyu suggested, "Everyone has gone towards the Chai Feng Tower. Let us also go and take a look, shall we?" Yet Qiao Jiaojiao immediately clung tightly to Qiao Diyu's sleeve, her face alight with excitement. "Second brother truly understands me. Could it be that you are the worm in my belly?" "Qiao Diyu, I humbly beg your pardon." The crown prince, upon hearing the term "shin brother," could not help but smirk. No one had ever referred to him in such a manner. It was rather amusing. He had heard that the second son of the Qiao family was exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Such straightforwardness made one curious about his military strategy. If he could glean even a fraction of insight from Qiao Yushi, he would undoubtedly become a formidable general in the Daong dynasty. "Let us go together, as the spring examination is approaching, and the capital is filled with talented individuals. It is bound to be lively." With the crown prince's encouragement, the group made their way to the Chai Feng Tower. Qiao Jiaojiao, while glancing around, mused, "Indeed, the capital is brimming with talent, but tonight, all the attention will be eclipsed by one person." Qiao Tianjing, hearing this, felt a spark of curiosity. Could it be that Meng Gushue was truly that remarkable? Qiao Jiaojiao continued to ponder aloud. After all, Meng Gushue possesses the wisdom of 5,000 years of Chinese culture. Even casually reciting a few poems would leave everyone astounded. Qiao Tianjing could not help but admire her erudition in silence. Although he was aware from his sister that Meng Gushue was a soul from another realm, he had not realized the depth of her cultural foundation. Let us hope that Prince Jing does not encounter the brilliantly radiant Meng Gushue. Otherwise, they may truly become entangled in affection. At this thought, Qiao Tianjing exchanged a knowing glance with Qiao Diyu, both silently vowing to keep an eye on Qiao Jiaojiao. Soon, the brightly lit Chai Feng Tower came into view, with imperial guards surrounding it, promptly clearing a path for them through the crowd. Qiao Jiaojiao and her companions found themselves at the forefront. Before them stood a hastily constructed platform, draped in red cloth, with only a table, a chair, and a solitary figure seated upon it. The man, with graying hair and a long beard hanging down to his collar, exuded the essence of an old scholar. Beside him hung a meticulously crafted upper couplet. Yet no one had yet produced a matching lower couplet. Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but laugh out loud upon glancing at it. Truly, this is a classic of ancient romance. A classic couplet must have its rightful place. Qiao Tianjing, well versed in scholarship and once renowned in the capital as a top scholar, raised an eyebrow with interest upon reading the upper couplet. Wang Jianlu, Wang Jianlu, Wang Jianlu Shang Wang Jianlu. Jianlu Qiangu Jianlu Qiangu Dada. This is none other than the legendary couplet of Wang Jianlu. For the heroine, this is indeed a gift. I recall the lower couplet is, Yin Jing. Yinyuing Yin Jing Zhong Yinyuing, Yu Jing Wan Nian, Yuing Wan Nian. Ha, my memory serves me well. Qiao Tianjing savored the couplet, nodding in approval. Qiao Diyu, what kind of well-versed nonsense is this? So dull, where is the heroine? Let me see where she is. Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes darted about eagerly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qiao Tianjing. Could it be that the lower couplet his sister spoke of was indeed one that Meng Gushue would answer? Meng Gushue sought to make a name for herself and form a connection with the second prince, and then they would conspire against their family. Such fortune does not come to pass. As this thought crossed his mind, he gestured for Qiao Diyu to keep an eye on Qiao Jiaojiao while he moved swiftly into the crowd. The crown prince noticed Qiao Tianjing's departure but did not give it much thought. Meanwhile, the crowd had murmured for quite some time, yet no one had managed to produce a satisfactory lower couplet. On the other side of the platform, Meng Gushue, surrounded by several maidservants, was beaming with confidence. Who could have imagined that the challenge that left the capital scholars scratching their heads was one she knew the answer to? However, she was in no rush to step forward. She intended to wait until everyone was at a loss. Until Gu Qianshan announced that no one could match the couplet, and then she would emerge like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. At that moment, all the talented scholars in the capital would bow before her literary prowess. If she were to recite a few ancient poems, would they not be compelled to regard her as the foremost literary talent in the capital? As she contemplated this, Meng Gushue could not help but smirk with self-satisfaction. This is the unique advantage of a time traveler, unmatched by anyone. Let me give it a try. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the crowd and Meng Gushue's heart raced. Could it be that someone had indeed solved the couplet? As this declaration was made, the crowd parted to reveal a young man clad in coarse, simple garments. Although his attire was humble, his bright gaze suggested an extraordinary demeanor. On the platform, Mr. Gu nodded at him, indicating for him to approach. The young man walked up to the red platform step by step, bowing respectfully to Mr. Gu. I am Tan Hanqi from Zhuozhou, and I am here to offer my humble talents before you. Mr.Gu stroked his beard, shaking his head. No need for pleasantries, just write. Tan Hanqi approached the table and began to write. Just as the crowd whispered and eagerly awaited the outcome, Qiao Tianjing returned. His eyes sparkled, and a smile danced upon his lips. Upon hearing the name Tan Hanqi, Qiao Jiaojiao was taken aback. What? Tan Hanqi has appeared this early? He is quite a significant figure. Do not be fooled by his current humble appearance. He is exceptionally talented, both brave and cunning, truly formidable. He is a victim of this year's spring examination fraud. Not only was his exam paper impersonated, but the culprits even attempted to assassinate him to silence him. Prince Jing inadvertently saved him, thus gaining a devoted top strategist. Many of Prince Jing's later strategies and tactics were conceived by him. This person is far too powerful. He must not fall into the hands of Prince Jing. Qiao Jiaojiao's heart raced. Why could she not have been born a few years earlier so that she could speak up now? Qiao Tianjing, hearing this, fixed his gaze upon the composed Tan Hanqi on the platform. Had his sister not revealed this, he would never have guessed that the scholar before him was so formidable. The second prince's fortune was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that even a person of such talent had been saved by him inadvertently, as if heaven itself was aiding him. However, with the foresight of his younger sister, they would no longer sit idly by. This Tan Hanqi had already been reserved by the Qiao family. As Qiao Tianjing contemplated this, Tan Hanqi finished his writing. He respectfully presented the red couplet to Mr.Gu. Mr.Gu cast a downward glance, nodded gently in approval, and it was indeed satisfactory. Upon hearing Mr. Gu's affirmation, curiosity instantly enveloped everyone present. Several individuals had mustered the courage to present their couplets, yet Mr.Gu had found them all lacking. This was the only one that garnered his approval. Meng Gushue, observing from the audience, felt her heart leap. Could it be that this Tan Hanqi had outpaced her? Yet, apart from her, no one else could possibly know that couplet, unless this Tan Hanqi was also a time traveler. At this thought, Meng Gushue's face drained of color. Chapter 21, Another Time Traveler. At that moment, Mr. Gu finally turned over Tan Hanqi's couplet, and someone in the audience immediately read aloud, Poetry Competition Stage. Poetry Talent. On the poetry stage, the competition of poetic talent. Unmatched in the world, unmatched in poetic talent. Upon hearing this, Meng Gushue's previously flustered demeanor suddenly steadied. Wonderful, it was different from the couplet she had in her mind. She was indeed just scaring herself. It appeared that this Tan Hanqi was not a time traveler at all. He merely possessed exceptional literary skill. Qiao Tianjing nodded to himself upon hearing this couplet, recognizing the man's remarkable literary talent and quick wit. Indeed, it was quite impressive. After the audience recited it repeatedly, they all praised it and expressed their admiration. Seeing this, Mr. Gu raised his voice and inquired, Is there anyone who has a better couplet? Meng Gushue knew that her moment of glory was finally approaching. With this thought, she raised her hand with a triumphant expression, as if she could already foresee the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd. However, before she could speak, a booming voice interrupted, I have a couplet. The crowd turned to see a tall, burly man standing outside the throng. Raising his hand, Qiao Tianjing's gaze flickered slightly, and the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. What was this? He certainly did not appear to be a scholar. Judging by the calluses on his hands, he was either a warrior or a butcher. What could he possibly contribute? Today's champion was likely to be that Tan Hanqi from Zhuozhou. A buzz of conversation arose around them, and even Qiao Jiaojiao looked on with curiosity. She had just seen Meng Gushue raise her hand. The man evidently heard the whispers and grinned, boldly declaring, "I am merely a butcher." Unversed in couplets, but earlier a guest slipped me some silver to match this couplet. Meng Gushue dismissed this with a wave. It was just a farce. She could afford to wait a little longer. At that moment, the butcher's loud voice rang out, reciting the guest's couplet. Imprint of the moonwell, imprint of the moon shadow, in the moonwell, the imprint of the moon shadow, the moonwell everlasting. The moon shadow everlasting. As the butcher finished, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Qiao Jiaojiao wore an expression of shock. Who is it? Who knows the couplet? Could there be another time traveler besides the female lead? Xiao Tianjing found Qiao Jiaojiao's astonishment amusing and adorable, as her eyes widened in disbelief. Silly sister, thanks to you, there will be many more astonishing moments to come. Meng Gushue, standing among the crowd, felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her, leaving her legs weak. How could this be? She should be unique. Meng Gushue had always prided herself on being the sole time traveler, relishing the rich tapestry of 5,000 years of culture. Convinced that everyone would be enamored by her. If there were other time travelers, how could she continue to dazzle everyone? As Meng Gushue fretted, the crowd began to praise the couplet for its superior artistry. Indeed, it was better, but if this person possessed such talent, why remain hidden? Why send a butcher to present the couplet? Was there something they wished to conceal? At this moment, Meng Gushue finally realized, yes, she needed to inquire about the butcher and discover who had taught him that couplet. The priority was to find the other time traveler. Perhaps she could negotiate with that person, and they could coexist peacefully, sharing their poetic knowledge. With this thought, Meng Gushue began to push her way through the crowd toward the butcher. However, the butcher, having been paid for his service, turned and left as the crowd clamored for information about the mysterious guest. He too did not know who it was, only recalling that the individual wore a long hood that draped to his legs and spoke in a deliberately lowered voice. Clearly a man. Meng Gushue struggled to squeeze through the throng, but the butcher had long vanished. She stood there, her small face as pale as a ghost, completely flummoxed. What was happening? Why was this time traveler so different from her fierce imaginings? In 2 months, at the poetry gathering in the capital, could she still make an unforgettable impression? Xiao Tianjing noticed Meng Gushue's desolation and quietly withdrew his gaze, his expression serene. This would not be the first setback. He would not allow anyone to harm the Qiao family. Although the individual who produced the couplet remained anonymous, it was undeniable that it was the most perfect one. Tan Hanshu, still standing on the stage, openly acknowledged, this couplet is indeed superior to mine. From that point onward, there was no further dissent from the stage or the audience. The nameless individual had claimed the title of champion for the day. Meng Gushue, hearing the crowd's adulation for that couplet, regretted deeply. Had she known, she would not have waited for the opportune moment but would have taken the stage directly, claiming all the glory for herself. As Qiao Jiaojiao observed the unfolding events, which diverged sharply from the narrative she had expected, she was left bewildered. What is happening? At which juncture did things go awry? The female lead did not shine. And a new time traveler has emerged? The male lead must be watching all this unfold from the opposite building, but where does their relationship stand now? Unbeknownst to Qiao Jiaojiao, at the previous month's banquet, upon hearing her thoughts, Madame Qiao had intentionally instructed a maid to lead Meng Gushue to the small garden in the backyard, only releasing her after the feast had concluded. Thus, the male and female leads remain strangers to this day. Xiao Tianjing, maintaining his composure, casually glanced back at the Zhuchui Pavilion. The Zhuchui Pavilion was the largest jewelry store in the capital. How could the second prince be inside? Qiao Jiaojiao, unable to fathom the situation, decided to abandon her puzzlement. Having witnessed the commotion, it is time to return, otherwise trouble is bound to arise. Xiao Tianjing wondered, what trouble? Why had his younger sister not mentioned anything earlier? The crown prince and the fourth prince were still present. Nothing must go awry. I recall that individuals from the northern kingdom have arrived, seeking to make contact with the quiet prince, but the prince's secret guards mistook them for assassins, leading to conflict. Those from the northern kingdom had no idea that the Zhuchui Pavilion was the stronghold of the quiet prince's forces, filled with hidden guards, making it impossible to approach. I must say, the quiet prince certainly possesses business acumen. The Zhuchui Pavilion not only generates considerable profit but also serves as a hub of intelligence. After all, those who come to buy jewelry are typically the wives and daughters of wealthy families, often gossiping about little secrets. Over the years, the quiet prince has managed to gather a wealth of information about many official secrets and vulnerabilities. Considering the time, it should be just a matter of moments. Perhaps I should make my escape. Qiao Jiaojiao had already devised her plan. After enjoying the ruckus, she would discreetly relieve herself, and her elder brothers would surely rush to take her home. Xiao Tianjing, sister, you really are something else. Xiao Diyu, sister, you truly have a way with words. Xiao Diyu had already begun to feel a warmth spreading across his arm. Chapter 22, Not Playing by the Script. Qiao Jiaojiao, feeling embarrassed, shifted her body, her face flushing crimson. There was no other choice. Unable to speak, she could only resort to this clumsy method, just a little longer. And once she could articulate her thoughts, everything would be much more convenient. At this moment, Qiao Tianjing felt a twinge of anxiety. The Northern Kingdom's people had infiltrated the capital. It seemed some matters could no longer be concealed from their father, lest they lead to dire consequences. With this realization, Qiao Tianjing felt an urgent desire to return home. However, unbeknownst to him, Qiao Zhenghua had also heard Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts and had already placed spies around the second prince since Qiao Jiaojiao's full moon celebration. At this moment, far away in the Qiao residence, Qiao Zhenghua had received the news. As he prepared to leave, dressed impeccably, Madame Qiao looked on with concern. "Husband, are you going out?" Qiao Zhenghua, wishing to ease her worries, replied with a relaxed demeanor. "The eldest and second sons have taken Jiaojiao out for a while. I'm just going to fetch them." Madame Qiao chuckled. "You do worry too much. Just go and return quickly." In truth, she too felt a twinge of unease. Qiao Zhenghua smiled and affirmed, setting off with several capable subordinates toward Putian Street. At this moment, Qiao Diyu was eager to take Qiao Jiaojiao home, worried that she might wet her pants in the cold, while also wanting to quickly remove the crown prince and the fourth prince from harm's way. He was not afraid of the Northern Kingdom's people, thanks to his martial skills, but the crown prince was the foundation of the nation's stability and must not be endangered. In this critical moment, Qiao Diyu's mind remained clear. He feigned nonchalance, revealing the dampness of Qiao Jiaojiao's clothes, and cheerfully remarked, "It seems my little sister wants to go home with the crown prince." Seeing this, smiled knowingly and nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to return, otherwise his mother would worry about him and the fourth prince. With the competition concluded and the crowd gradually dispersing to continue their festivities, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu felt a sense of relief, turning to leave when suddenly a loud voice rang out from the street, "Crown Prince! That is the Crown Prince!" As soon as these words were uttered, a momentary silence enveloped the street, only to be shattered the next instant by the simultaneous whistling of countless arrows. "Protect the Crown Prince!" The palace guards swiftly unsheathed their soft swords, encircling the Crown Prince and Qiao Jiaojiao at the center. Qiao Jiaojiao was bewildered. Why is the plot deviating again? Qiao Diyu's expression was as cold as ice. He held Qiao Jiaojiao tightly against his chest, his body tense and poised for action. The sound of clanging echoed around them, followed by screams and the panicked sounds of fleeing footsteps. The once lively Putian Street descended into chaos in an instant. Protected within Qiao Diyu's embrace, Qiao Jiaojiao managed to maintain her composure. Her gaze darkened as she pondered. That startling cry was exceedingly strange, almost as if it was deliberately revealing the Crown Prince's identity. Could it be that the speaker was already aware of the hidden northern assassins and sought to use them to eliminate the Crown Prince? In this vicinity, who harbors such intentions? The answer is glaringly clear. Unable to restrain herself, Qiao Jiaojiao glanced towards the nearby Zhuchui Pavilion. Has the male lead lost his composure so quickly? At the top of Zhuchui Pavilion sat the second prince, Xin Yuanbai, beside a table, his expression exceedingly sinister. "Zhou Bo, who gave you the authority to act on your own?" His eyes brimmed with barely contained fury. Kneeling before him was a stooped old servant, his hair as white as snow, appearing quite aged. His face was a mask of trepidation, yet there was an undeniable hint of exhilaration. "Young master, many northern assassins have arrived this time. The Crown Prince and the fourth prince are right below, surrounded by merely 12 hidden guards. Perhaps we can truly eliminate them. Once the Crown Prince and the fourth prince are dead, you shall be the most rightful heir to the throne. At that time, you can avenge the princess." Hearing this, Xin Yuanbai rose in a fit of rage. "Zhou Bo, I know your heart yearns for vengeance for my mother, but have you considered that we are in the imperial city? And reinforcements will arrive shortly. If these northern assassins are captured and reveal their intentions, will father still tolerate my existence, even if these northern assassins manage to escape, with the Crown Prince endangered today? Every tea house and tavern in the vicinity will be thoroughly investigated. Do you think Zhuchui Pavilion can evade scrutiny?" Zhou Bo's face turned ashen at this revelation, realizing that the young master had meticulously planned since childhood, culminating in the all-encompassing Zhuchui Pavilion today. He suddenly recognized the folly of his actions. "This, young master, I didn't think this through. I thought you..." Xin Yuanbai's expression was grim. "Do you believe the Crown Prince's kindness towards me means I've forgotten the grudge of my mother's murder? Was that your intention?" Zhou Bo trembled, prostrating himself repeatedly on the ground. "Young master, I dare not. My only wish is for you not to miss this rare opportunity." Observing Zhou Bo's forehead, now bloodied from his repeated blows, Xin Yuanbai's expression softened slightly, and he slowly resumed his seat, weariness etched upon his brow. "Zhou Bo, enough. I understand your good intentions, however, this plan has indeed backfired. We must sever ties with Zhuchui Pavilion." Zhou Bo felt an overwhelming sense of regret, clinging to a glimmer of hope. He pleaded, "Young master, let us reconsider. Perhaps these northern assassins possess unique methods." Xin Yuanbai shook his head, coldly replying, "Zhou Bo, never place your hopes for success in the hands of others. No sooner had Shen Yuanbai spoken than the distant sound of neighing horses pierced the air, causing Zhou Bo to peer out, his expression shifting dramatically. It's Qiao Jiaojiao is coming. At this, Shen Yuanbai resignedly closed his eyes. Qiao Jiaojiao had once been the most valiant general of the Daong dynasty. Even now, he remained formidable, and these northern assassins would scarcely stand a chance against him. He sprang to his feet, his voice icy and resolute. Dispatch orders at once, retreat immediately, take all confidential documents with you, and leave not a single scrap of paper behind. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bo crumpled to the ground. Regret washing over him too late. Before departing, Shen Yuanbai cast a steady gaze at the approaching Qiao Jiaojiao. Inspector Qiao arrives with such swiftness. For reasons unbeknownst to him, everything had begun to spiral out of control several months prior. Today, he had felt a premonition of meeting the destined individual, yet they ultimately failed to appear. What had gone awry? Was even heaven unwilling to assist him? Shen Yuanbai's expression was one of stunned confusion, tinged with deep-seated dissatisfaction. As he departed, Qiao Jiaojiao felt a chill creeping up her leg from her dampened trousers, leaving her somewhat numb. The northern assassin's onslaught was fierce, almost suicidal in its intensity. The crown prince's brow furrowed, yet his demeanor remained unyielding. At this moment, even the previously loud and carefree girl stood beside the crown prince, her expression unusually calm and silent. Qiao Jiaojiao realized then that these princes were far from simple. As several guards fell, Qiao Diu's gaze turned fierce. These northern men were resorting to desperate measures, clearly intent on death. As the archers in the rear drew their bows, their arrowheads dark and ominously, Qiao Diu shouted, "Beware of poison on the arrows." Just then, the sound of hooves echoed from afar, and everyone looked up to see Qiao Jiaojiao leading several subordinates, riding into view, particularly striking under the streetlights. Qiao Jiaojiao, seeing this, cried out joyfully, Father has come. Whoa, my father is truly the unrivaled hero of the world." Chapter 23. Father is a great warm man in order to present an appearance of casualness befitting a doting father merely there to fetch his daughter. Qiao Jiaojiao bore no weapons. From a distance, he spotted the crown prince and others encircled by 2 to 3 dozen northern men, while his little Jiaojiao was cradled in the arms of the second prince. Her eyes sparkling as she called out to him. Witnessing this, warmth filled Qiao Jiaojiao's heart, mingled with a sense of lingering dread. Had he not heeded Jiaojiao's words 3 months prior and positioned spies around the second prince? Who could have predicted the northern assassin's audacious assault today, not to mention the presence of a national heir, along with his 2 sons and a beloved daughter? With this thought, Qiao Jiaojiao's anger ignited once more. How dare these northern stragglers wreak havoc in the capital of the Daong dynasty? Today, they would surely face annihilation. Qiao Jiaojiao galloped forth, passing a stall adorned with colorful lanterns, and with a swift motion, he seized a bamboo pole as tall as a man and as thick as an adult's arm. He turned to the guards of the Qiao family beside him and commanded, "Quickly inform the Jinwu guard." Yes, the guard complied, promptly turning his horse and riding away with unwavering determination. Qiao Jiaojiao charged ahead, bellowing, "Qiao Jiaojiao is here. Northern wretches, surrender at once." Upon hearing the name Qiao Jiaojiao, the northern assassins, with bows drawn, could not help but tremble. The common folk of the northern realm might not recognize any of their generals, yet they were all acquainted with this fierce general of the Daong dynasty. It was he who had once led an army to breach the northern borders, advancing unimpeded, nearly reaching the northern capital, had it not been for the timely intervention of the old king, offering Princess Yulio a peace treaty. Perhaps today the northern realm would have been rebranded. Upon hearing of Qiao Jiaojiao's arrival, the crown prince's eyes brightened, knowing that today they would surely be safe. Wielding the bamboo pole with great vigor, Qiao Jiaojiao, alongside 5 Qiao family guards and 8 palace guards, swiftly turned the tide against the northern assassins, scattering them in disarray. Realizing their situation was dire, the northern assassins acted without hesitation, quickly biting down on the lethal poison concealed in their mouths. Although Qiao Jiaojiao had anticipated such a tactic, facing an enemy intent on death, even his swiftest moves could not save a single life. In an instant, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Qiao Jiaojiao leaped down from his horse, ready to kneel before the crown prince to report, but was abruptly pulled to his feet. The crown prince, with bright eyes, displayed no signs of panic or fear in the aftermath of their ordeal. "Inspector Qiao, there is no need for such formalities. I owe you my gratitude today." It was only at this moment that the patrolling Jinwu guard arrived in a flurry. "We greet His Highness the Crown Prince. We apologize for our tardiness, which has caused you distress. Please impose a penalty upon us." At this time, many citizens who had been hiding, too afraid to show themselves, finally dared to emerge, reassured that the crisis had passed. Among them was the scholar Tan Hanqi from Zhuozhou. Earlier he had been delayed in his escape while seizing the rare opportunity to ask Mr. Ku a couple of questions, and now, standing below the platform, he felt residual trepidation but gazed at Qiao Jiaojiao with radiant admiration. According to popular lore, General Qiao Jiaojiao, the defender of the north, was a paragon of loyalty and courage, the very model of a patriotic man. Today, witnessing his valor and commanding presence, he truly lived up to his reputation. Xiao Tianjing, ever observant, scanned the surroundings. He had intended to remind the crown prince to reassure the citizens but instead caught sight of Tan Hanqi, who regarded his father with awe and reverence. Qiao Tianjing's eyes flickered momentarily, and a plan began to form in his mind. The crown prince's expression darkened, losing the warmth he had shown towards Qiao Zhenghua. Jinwuguard, stand at attention. The kneeling Jinwuguard straightened in unison. The crown prince declared, the matter of the northern assassins' infiltration shall be discussed later. Jinwuguard immediately disperse the citizens, assess the casualties, and report all losses for compensation. At this pronouncement, the Jinwuguard was taken aback, and even the nearby citizens wore expressions of disbelief. Compensation? We can still receive compensation. Once upon a time, these bitter fruits were invariably swallowed by themselves. Were they not? Tan Hanqi gazed in astonishment at the crown prince, internally reflecting, is this truly the heir apparent of the Daong dynasty, if he genuinely possesses such a benevolent heart for the populace? It would indeed be a blessing for the Yang dynasty, as well as for us scholars. At that moment, Qiao Zhenghua could no longer contain his impatience and eagerly took Qiao Jiaojiao from Qiao Diyu's hands. It was only then that he realized his daughter's trousers were already soaked, and her tiny hands were freezing cold, instantly filling his heart with anguish. That wretched second son, entrusted with caring for Jiaojiao. Is this how he has managed her? Qiao Zhenghua promptly unfastened his outer robe and wrapped it around Qiao Jiaojiao entirely. The sudden warmth made Qiao Jiaojiao shiver, and she immediately clung tightly to Qiao Zhenghua's embrace. Whoa, father is so warm. Not only is my father a great hero, but he is also a caring and warm-hearted man. Seeing Qiao Jiaojiao nestled in his arms, Qiao Zhenghua felt his heart melt. Do not worry, my dear Jiaojiao, father will take you home shortly. By now, Qiao Jiaojiao had warmed up considerably, but she had not forgotten an urgent matter. With this thought, she stretched out her little finger, anxiously pointing towards the Jutsue pavilion behind them. At this moment, she wished she could immediately learn to speak. Father, can you understand what I mean? Please have the crown prince send someone to investigate the Jutsue pavilion. That is the stronghold of the male protagonist. If we delay, there will be nothing left. Qiao Zhenghua's heart suddenly tightened. He had not anticipated that the second prince would be so cunning as to use the jewelry pavilion as a cover. With a slight shift in thought, he tucked Qiao Jiaojiao's icy little hand back into his embrace, saying gently, Jiaojiao, be good, a father will take you out to play another day. Qiao Jiaojiao's small face fell dramatically. It's over. Father doesn't understand my meaning at all, and thinks I just want to play. But the next moment, Qiao Zhenghua swiftly approached the crown prince and lowered his voice, saying, Your Highness, I have observed the unusual occurrences regarding the deadly assassins from the northern kingdom. In my humble opinion, we should conduct a thorough search of the shops along the street. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao was filled with excitement and joy. Whoa, father, you are so wise and formidable. Although you did not grasp my meaning, it does not hinder you from considering these crucial details. The crown prince held great trust in Qiao Zhenghua. His brows furrowed slightly, then he nodded in agreement. Following Qiao Yusher's suggestion, they would start their investigation at the two largest establishments, the Kaifeng Tower and the Jutsue Pavilion. Heed the advice of others and one shall be well fed. Crown prince, listening to my father is undoubtedly a wise choice. However, the male protagonist is indeed quite capable. I suspect he must have swiftly ordered everything to be removed. But it matters not. Without the Jutsue Pavilion, it will be a considerable headache for him for quite some time. Let us see how he continues to plot against our Qiao family. Chapter 24. The gentle Empress Dowager. Is for the aftermath, the Jinwuguard would handle it, leaving little concern for the Qiao family. Qiao Zhenghua, preoccupied with taking Qiao Jiaojiao home, promptly took his leave from the crown prince. The crown prince wore a warm expression, grateful for Qiao Yusher's timely arrival. Qiao Zhenghua's gaze flickered. Although he was uncertain whether the crown prince's words bore deeper significance, he had long prepared an impeccable excuse. He was, after all, rather anxious, initially worried that the second son might not care for his sister properly. He had not anticipated encountering deadly assassins from the northern kingdom. It is fortunate that your highness is unharmed. However, the second son indeed lacks capability. Just look at how cold Jiaojiao's little hands are. I shall certainly give that boy a proper lesson when I return. As Qiao Zhenghua spoke, his anger flared, and the heart-wrenching expression on his face was enough to elicit sympathy from anyone who beheld it. The crown prince smiled, having heard the rumors of Qiao Yusher's devotion to his wife. It seemed another tale would soon be added. With a sincere smile, Qiao Zhenghua stated, Your Highness, this is my blessing. It is enough for this lifetime. Observing Qiao Zhenghua's contented demeanor, the crown prince felt a genuine pang of envy. To find a true companion in this world, and to have children surrounding one's knees, basking in familial joy, is indeed a rare fortune, yet such fortune is exceedingly extravagant for those of royal blood. Qiao Yusher, my mother is most eager to meet the young lady of the Qiao family. Might I request that Lady Qiao bring her into the palace for a brief visit with my mother in a few days? The summons from the noblewoman could not be refused. Qiao Zhenghua appeared taken aback, acknowledging that it was indeed a blessing for his wife. Qiao Jiaojiao had already begun to yawn. So sleepy, I miss mother. I want her fragrant, soft embrace. Upon hearing his daughter's thoughts, Qiao Zhenghua felt an even stronger urge to return home. By the time news reached the Qiao residence, his wife would surely be worried. The crown prince, satisfied, said, "In that case, Qiao Yushi, please return. This matter shall be discussed further in the court tomorrow." After Qiao Jiaojiao was placed into the carriage, Nurse Lu immediately felt a pang of compassion and changed Qiao Jiaojiao into a clean outfit. By the time they returned to the Qiao residence, Qiao Jiaojiao had already fallen sound asleep. In the following days, news of the assassination attempt on the crown prince by the Northern Kingdom's assassins spread like wildfire. Causing a considerable uproar, the political turbulence had little bearing on Qiao Jiaojiao. Today, she was adorned in her finest attire, for soon someone from the palace would arrive to escort her and Lady Qiao to meet the Empress Dowager. When Qiao Zhenghua returned triumphantly from the northern lands, Lady Qiao had been bestowed the title of a first-rank noblewoman. Now dressed in her ceremonial robes, she radiated even more brilliance. Nurse Lu bustled about, smiling as she praised, "Madam, look at you, you are as radiant as you were the very first time you donned this noble attire." Cuddled on the couch, Qiao Jiaojiao nodded with a beaming smile. Indeed, there are 3 types of fates: life, longevity, and my mother's enchanting beauty. This is truly the work of the goddess Inwa. Lady Qiao burst into laughter at her daughter's playful words. Marveling at her growing eloquence, "Madam, the palace officials have arrived," announced Lu Momo at the door. Upon hearing this, Lady Qiao gently lifted Qiao Jiaojiao and made her way outside, stepping onto the carriage prepared by the palace. Qiao Jiaojiao was brimming with excitement. "What is the palace like? Is it resplendent and dazzling, the kind that can blind the eyes at first glance? I want to see the imperial garden. The place where the concubines often chance upon the emperor. Ah, and the Golden Luan Hall, but I may never have the opportunity to see what it looks like in this lifetime." As Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts raced, her animated chatter brought much comfort to Lady Qiao. However, disappointment awaited her. Upon reaching the palace gates, they were promptly transferred to a soft sedan chair, and according to protocol, the curtains could not be casually lifted. Only after disembarking did a voice call out, "Lady Qiao, we have arrived at the Yikeng Palace. Please step down." Lady Qiao, holding Qiao Jiaojiao, emerged, and as Qiao Jiaojiao lifted her eyes, the character's Yikeng Palace came into view. Before Lady Qiao could take a step, a lively figure darted out from within the palace like a little swallow. "Mother, sister has arrived, come quickly to see. Sister is the most beautiful." The 4th prince, Xin Yuanling, was still at an age of carefree innocence, bustling about with much ado, indicating that both the empress and the crown prince had shielded him well. Yet, having witnessed his calm demeanor during the Northern Kingdom's assassination attempt, Qiao Jiaojiao dared not underestimate this little rascal. Lady Qiao was guided inside by the palace maids, and as she respectfully bowed, a figure in deep purple robes personally helped her to her feet. No need for such formalities, Lady Qiao. Qiao Jiaojiao gazed up at the Empress Dowager, who appeared to be of a similar age to Lady Qiao. Also well preserved, yet as the leader of the 6 palaces, her daily affairs left her with a trace of fatigue upon her visage. At this moment she wore a gentle smile, her eyes warm, resembling more of a neighborly aunt than a powerful empress. Upon recognizing Lady Qiao, a spark of astonishment flickered in the Empress Dowager's gaze. The most beautiful woman in the capital, her reputation was indeed well-deserved. Lady Qiao felt flustered, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise." The Empress Dowager smiled kindly, her eyes filled with affection. "There is no need for such formality." Lady Qiao died a few days ago, on Putian Street, had it not been for Lord Qiao's timely arrival to rescue the crown prince and the 4th prince. I cannot imagine the turmoil I would have felt. Today, let us set aside our roles as sovereign and subject, and simply enjoy a conversation as sisters, shall we? Lady Qiao was taken aback by the Empress Dowager's amiable demeanor. Yet she dared not relax her composure, allowing a smile to grace her face. "It is an honor for me." At this moment, the Empress Dowager's attention shifted to Qiao Jiaojiao. "What a lovely girl. May I hold you?" With a look of delight, the Empress Dowager extended her arms toward Qiao Jiaojiao. Not merely a naive child, Qiao Jiaojiao recognized the Empress Dowager's intention of closeness and eagerly leaned forward. The Empress's eyes brightened, and she effortlessly lifted Qiao Jiaojiao into her embrace, dressed in a festive little red outfit, adorned with 2 tiny buns atop her head and a small red dot on her brow. Qiao Jiaojiao resembled a delicate flower, utterly endearing. The Empress Dowager, initially holding a hint of formality, felt her heart soften as she beheld Qiao Jiaojiao's charming smile. In her heart, she had once dreamed of having such a delightful daughter during her pregnancy with the 4th prince. With this thought, the Empress Dowager removed a beautifully crafted bracelet from her wrist and gently slipped it onto Qiao Jiaojiao's tiny hand. Having seen many exquisite items, Lady Qiao recognized the bracelet's immense value and quickly attempted to decline. Yet the Empress Dowager preemptively stated, "The moment I laid eyes on this girl, I was smitten. Consider this a token of our first meeting, Lady Qiao, and you must not refuse." Qiao Jiaojiao playfully lifted her hand, sporting an expression of wonder which only served to amuse the Empress Dowager further. "The Empress Dowager is so kind, but alas, her fate seems too harsh." "Alas," Qiao Jiaojiao suddenly lamented, causing Lady Qiao to gasp in alarm. Fortunately, this conversation is inaudible to others, otherwise it would be a grave offense punishable by death. Chapter 25, The Selection of the Crown Princess. Qiao Jiaojiao felt a profound sense of regret, though the Empress appears to bask in glory. Her relationship with the Emperor is, in truth, rather strained. However, the Empress has long since ceased to hope for the Emperor's favor. Her heart is solely devoted to her two sons. Yet, despite this, fate has relentlessly stripped her of her life's anchors. Unable to withstand such blows, the Empress succumbed to hysteria, ultimately being deposed and confined to the cold palace. Hearing this, Madame Qiao felt a sudden tightening in her heart. She could scarcely fathom that the gentle and affable Empress before her would meet such a tragic end. As a mother herself, the mere thought of her eldest son, her second son, and Jiaojiao facing a similar fate caused her heart to ache painfully. Perhaps it was the empathetic heart of a mother that softened Madame Qiao's gaze considerably. Allowing her to gradually relax, the fourth prince leaned closer, cheerfully exclaiming, "Mother, I've told you before, the little sister from the Qiao family is the most adorable." The Empress lightly tapped the fourth prince's head, smiling indulgently as she replied, "You mustn't frighten your sister." The Empress then embraced Qiao Jiaojiao, settling her comfortably in her arms, and graciously offered a seat to Madame Qiao, although they intended to engage in casual conversation. The dialogue meandered from topic to topic until, after some time, they broached the subject of selecting a crown princess. "Madame Qiao, your eldest son must be of an age to wed now. Has he any particular young lady in mind?" Madame Qiao did not conceal her intentions. She and her husband had already conferred and were preparing to gauge the sentiments of the Han family. To be candid with your majesty, I hold the young lady from the Han family in high regard and have already begun preparations. The Han family. Upon hearing this, the Empress expressed surprise, for given the Qiao family's status, they could choose from among all the legitimate daughters of noble families in the capital. Madame Qiao nodded gently. "I observed Miss Han during Jiaojiao's full moon banquet. She is graceful and elegant, well-versed in propriety, and appears to be an excellent match." Qiao Jiaojiao immediately chimed in, Indeed, I also admire my elder sister-in-law very much. And most importantly, she shares mutual affection with my elder brother. Even if our Qiao family were to fall from grace, she would remain steadfastly loyal to him." Miss Xiao Qianlan from the Xiao family is equally a remarkable woman. Yet, alas, the Empress may not be aware that the crown princess was ultimately chosen from the Shang family of the Qingwu Duke, which truly was a grave error. At that moment, the Empress also brought up the matter of selecting a crown princess. "Madame Qiao, to be frank, I am quite anxious regarding this matter as well. The crown prince is now 16, yet the selection of a crown princess remains unresolved, which is quite troubling for me." Madame Qiao, having already learned of this from Qiao Tianjing, recalled that day when he had come to her with a serious expression, saying, "Mother, the Empress will soon summon you to the palace. She is likely to discuss the selection of a crown princess. I understand this may be a burden for you, but I hope you can gently remind the Empress, the eldest daughter of the Qingwu Duke is somewhat unsuitable and should not become the crown princess." As a woman of the inner court, Madame Qiao placed her complete trust in her husband and sons, not asking too many questions, merely taking note of his words. Now, hearing Qiao Jiaojiao's heartfelt sentiments, she realized that there were indeed issues with the daughter of the Qingwu Duke. Concerned, she inquired, "Your Majesty, with so many virtuous young ladies in this realm, why are you so troubled?" The Empress sighed softly. Clearly she sought to hear some insights from Madame Qiao and thus did not withhold her thoughts. "Because my views differ somewhat from the Emperor's, His Majesty has taken a liking to the legitimate daughter of the Qingwu Duke, whom I have met once, and she is indeed both virtuous and talented." Qiao Jiaojiao was taken aback. So it turns out the Emperor favors Shang Xiaoran. However, I find myself more inclined towards the young lady from the general's family. Miss Xiao. Madame Qiao did not immediately express her opinion but instead gently asked, "May I inquire why your Majesty favors Miss Xiao more?" The Empress smiled faintly upon hearing this. "It is not that I favor Miss Xiao, but rather that I understand the crown prince. He will undoubtedly be drawn to her." She harbored no affection for the Emperor, and the seemingly splendid palace appeared to her merely desolate. She did not wish for the crown prince to repeat her own misfortunes. At the very least, within this vast palace, she hoped he might find a truly understanding companion. This revelation, even Madame Qiao could not help but exclaim, "Your Majesty, you truly have the best of intentions." Moreover, from Jiaojiao's words, it seemed that the young lady from the Xiao family was indeed the most suitable choice. Qiao Jiaojiao felt a surge of emotion. The Empress possesses a heart of a caring mother. She is genuinely considering the crown prince's well-being, and her discernment is truly commendable. As for the Emperor, alas, could it be that he is intentionally selecting Miss Shang? This statement carried immense implications. Leaving Madame Qiao momentarily speechless. At that moment, the Empress continued, "The Qingwu Duke's family is indeed more prestigious than the Xiao family. His Majesty must have taken this into account in his preference for Miss Shang." Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but pout. What use is prestige? The greatest corruption scandal in the history of the spring examination is about to unfold, and the Qingwu Duke's family is involved in it. How could a family so audacious as to meddle in national talent selection be deemed fit? Yet, regrettably, with a male protagonist covertly aiding them, the Qingwa Duke's family has managed to extricate themselves from this scandal. The spring examination scandal, Madame Qiao's heart could hardly bear the weight of the revelations. Jiaojiao's disclosures were increasingly alarming. A legitimate daughter raised in such a household could hardly befit the future mother of a nation. Madame Qiao felt a deep unease realizing that this matter was beyond her purview, yet, reflecting on her husband's sacrifices for the Daong dynasty, her eldest son's diligent service in the court, and her youngest son's aspirations to serve the state, how could she as a wife and mother focus solely on her own family and watch the position of crown princess and future national matriarch be bestowed upon the wrong person? With this in mind, Madame Qiao inhaled deeply and spoke delicately. Your Majesty, I fully understand your sentiments. The matter of the crown princess is not one I can comment on freely. However, as a mother, I feel an obligation to exercise utmost caution regarding my children's marital affairs. To speak frankly, given the Qiao family's standing, we have numerous options among the esteemed families in the capital when selecting a bride. However, my eldest son has always been discerning, and thus I do not wish for a daughter-in-law of particularly lofty lineage to enhance the Qiao family's prestige. I merely hope for my son to find a kindred spirit to accompany him through life. As he toils outside, burdened with responsibilities, it would be a rare blessing for him to return home to the warmth of a confidant, to share a few words with his spouse, creating a cozy and vibrant household. Madame Qiao spoke calmly and eloquently. As her words fell, the Empress revealed a contemplative expression. Such a life was, after all, what she had once fervently desired. With this thought, the Empress made her decision. Chapter 26, My Husband. I can hear Jiaojiao's heart. After Madame Qiao finished speaking, she respectfully lowered her gaze. The Empress looked upon the gentle and graceful Madame Qiao, unable to suppress a pang of envy at that moment. If given the choice, she would rather have never entered the palace to become Empress. Love is nourishing, and one can see this from Madame Qiao's state, something that no amount of bird's nest or ginseng could restore. The fourth prince, who had been striving to amuse Qiao Jiaojiao, suddenly noticed the familiar look of melancholy on the Empress's face, causing his smile to falter. Though he was young, he understood far more than one might assume. Qiao Jiaojiao also perceived the Empress's sorrow and, emboldened, reached out to gently poke the Empress's chin. The Empress, puzzled, lowered her head to find Qiao Jiaojiao beaming at her with a sweet smile. Your Majesty. When the heart is devoid of men, one can wield a sword without fear. I shall strive to protect your innocent heart next year and then endeavor to uncover the truth behind the crown prince's mysterious demise. By then, you can rest easy as the revered Empress Dowager, chatting with your close friends in the harem, and even indulge in the company of a few male favorites. Wouldn't such a life be delightful? Madame Qiao, what audacious words is Jiaojiao uttering? The Empress, unable to hear Jiaojiao's thoughts, merely observed her innocent laughter, feeling as though her heart had been somewhat healed. Madame Qiao, your daughter is truly adorable. I find myself reluctant to let her return home. The Empress spoke with a smile in her eyes, teasingly noting that the Empress had ceased to mention the matter of the crown princess. Madame Qiao understood that the Empress must have come to a decision in her heart. She had done all she could, and any further interference would seem deliberate. If the Empress holds affection for Jiaojiao, it is indeed a blessing for her. Then I shall frequently summon you and your daughter to the palace for visits. Would Madame Qiao be agreeable to that? Ultimately, the Empress felt a twinge of loneliness. Madame Qiao immediately smiled in gratitude. By the time they exited the palace, it was already noon. Typically, Madame Qiao would not remain in the palace for meals unless necessary, and the Empress, not wishing to impose discomfort upon her, allowed them to depart. Madame Qiao, cradling Jiaojiao, descended from the soft sedan chair and, from a distance, spotted her husband and eldest son waiting at the palace gates. A smile graced her face as she hurried towards them. Having encountered the gentle yet melancholic Empress, Madame Qiao cherished her current life immensely. She resolved to share her ability to hear Jiaojiao's heart with her husband, for this would enable them to seize the initiative and better alter their future, thereby transforming the fate of the Qiao family. That evening, Jiaojiao was once again spirited away by Nurse Lu. Before leaving, her mischievous gaze flitted between her parents. Such a frequency, quite impressive. Qiao Zhenghua, pretending not to understand. Mrs. Qiao, she has important matters to discuss with her husband tonight. Contrary to what Jiaojiao imagines, once the room was left with just the couple, Qiao Zhenghua immediately scooped Mrs. Qiao into his arms, flustered and embarrassed. Mrs. Qiao exclaimed, No, my dear husband, I have something to say to you. Qiao Zhenghua, still smiling, replied, What is there that cannot be said in bed? Mrs. Qiao retorted, Is there even room for me to speak in bed? Wait, my husband. Seeing Qiao Zhenghua's impatient demeanor, Mrs. Qiao, in a moment of desperation, tapped his shoulder and blurted out, Husband, I can hear Jiaojiao's innermost thoughts. Qiao Zhenghua abruptly halted, gazing at Mrs. Qiao with incredulity. What, you can hear them too? My wife. Mrs. Qiao was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the supposed mother-daughter connection unique to her and Jiaojiao? Qiao Zhenghua felt a chill. The intimate bond he had thought was exclusive was now shared with his wife. They exchanged glances for a while before Mrs. Qiao suddenly said, So, Qiao Zhenghua, you thought only you could hear her and chose to keep it from me. If I hadn't confessed today, would you have kept this a secret for life? Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao felt a shiver run down his spine. His wife only called him by his full name when she was either furious or overwhelmed by intimate matters. My dear wife. I was merely afraid that revealing it would frighten you. But he flashed a charming smile, a demeanor that likely no one else had witnessed on his face. Mrs. Qiao scoffed, unimpressed. Observing her reaction, Qiao Jiaojiao swiftly lifted her onto his lap, cradling her tenderly and soothing her with gentle words. My dear, I truly had no intention of deceiving you. It's just that in Qiao Jiao's prophecy, our family's fate is rather dismal, and I couldn't bear to let you shoulder that burden. Mrs. Qiao had initially been upset, but she quickly regained her composure. The reason she had kept silent until now was for the same motive. Had it not been for Qiao Jiao mentioning the significant matter of the spring examination scandal today, she would not have dared to break this silence. Alright, I am not so unreasonable. I simply failed to notice that you were performing quite well. I had no idea you could hear as well. Qiao Jiaojiao chuckled, thinking they were quite even, as Mrs. Qiao had also acted her part admirably. After sharing this light-hearted moment, they exchanged glances once more, only to be met with mutual sorrow. Ever since she first heard Qiao Jiao's thoughts, Mrs. Qiao had been filled with anxiety until now, finally allowing her eyes to brim with tears. My husband, we will be all right. One tiwi. The Qiao Jiaojiao held her tightly, determination etched on his face as he assured her, you need not fear, my dear, I shall protect you and safeguard our home. Hearing this, tears streamed down Mrs. Qiao's face, yet she nodded fervently. They continued to exchange information gleaned from Qiao Jiao for a while, when Qiao Jiaojiao learned that Mrs. Qiao had prevented Meng Gushue from meeting the second prince. He couldn't help but feel immense joy. My dear, you are truly clever. Mrs. Qiao blushed at the compliment, attributing it merely to a small effort. Qiao Jiaojiao was deeply enamored with his wife and did not hold back, sharing everything he knew regarding the second prince. Eventually, the conversation led to the impending spring examination scandal. Qiao Jiaojiao's anger surged at the mention of Shang Qishan, that old scoundrel. How dare he? The court seeks talented individuals who serve the nation and its people. Yet Shang Qishan dares to meddle in such matters, threatening the foundation of the Daong dynasty. The second prince wishes to protect the Shang family, but I shall not allow it. Qiao Jiaojiao's expression hardened. With Qiao Jiao's foresight, they had already seized the advantage and should take this opportunity to eliminate the second prince's supporters while he was still vulnerable. Mrs. Qiao gently soothed Qiao Jiaojiao, recognizing that he was preoccupied with external affairs, and refrained from interrupting, quietly considering matters within their household. The eldest son's marriage must be settled soon. Chapter 27, a proposal. The next day, after Qiao Tianjing returned from court, Mrs. Qiao summoned him. Mother. Qiao Tianjing, still in his official robes, approached, embodying the virtues of a gentleman, his features strikingly handsome, already of marriageable age. Qiao Jiao, aware of her mother's intentions, sat nearby, giggling mischievously. Mrs. Qiao beckoned Qiao Tianjing to sit down and gently inquired, eldest son, what do you think of Miss Han, whom I mentioned last time? At her words, Qiao Tianjing's face instantly flushed. Naturally, the one mother favors is the best. Mrs. Qiao was not satisfied with this answer and smiled as she pressed, I am asking for your opinion. Qiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, your face is as red as a monkey's bottom. Qiao Tianjing felt even more embarrassed, stammering, I am indeed pleased. After saying this, he could no longer endure Qiao Jiao's teasing gaze and abruptly stood up. Mother, I have official matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please decide everything as you see fit. Qiao Jiao burst into laughter, rolling on the couch as she watched her eldest brother flee. Mrs. Qiao acted swiftly. That very afternoon, she asked Madame Yang, the wife of the Minister of Works, to visit the Han family and gauge their sentiments. Madame Yang had been a close friend of Mrs. Qiao during their youthful days. In prominent families in the capital, when there is an intention to form a marriage alliance, the male party typically sends a distinguished lady to inquire on behalf of the family. This not only preserves the dignity of the female family but also minimizes direct contact, preventing idle gossip that could lead to enmity instead of union. Madame Yang was delighted to undertake this task for Mrs. Xiao and set out to the Han residence that afternoon with a letter of inquiry. As Madame Yang was the direct superior of Lord Han, her visit was warmly welcomed at the Han manor. Lady Han was perplexed by Madame Yang's unexpected visit, suspecting that her husband might have offended someone, leaving the minister in a difficult position, which made her quite anxious. Noticing Lady Han's unease, Madame Yang, with her friendly demeanor, quickly took her hand to Sister Han. I have come today with delightful news to share. Lady Han was momentarily stunned, given that her husband's tendency to offend others was already a cause for concern. She had never dared to hope for good news. Madame Yang smiled slyly and inquired, I have heard that the Han Miss is graceful and wise, well versed in etiquette. Might I meet her? Upon hearing this, Lady Han's heart raced. Was Madame Yang here to propose? For whom? In fact, she had been contemplating her daughter's marriage recently, having received hints from the wife of a junior official in the Dali temple, and the match seemed quite suitable. Nanny, please summon the young lady and tell her that a distinguished guest wishes to meet her. The nanny hurried off, her heart racing with excitement. To have the minister's wife come to propose is no small matter. The young lady must be groomed to make a good impression. Han Yashuan was practicing her calligraphy indoors. Each stroke she made was powerful and graceful, reflecting her dedication to the art. However, for some reason, her final stroke went awry. Frustrated, Han Yashuan set down her brush, feeling a wave of disquiet wash over her. Last night, her mother had mentioned a few potential suitors, with young Master Remo from the Dali Temple as the most suitable match. As their families were well matched, Han Yashuan knew in her heart that young Master Remo was indeed the best choice, but she couldn't shake that feeling, as these thoughts swirled in her mind. She felt a pang of bitterness, acutely aware of the social gap between them. Moreover, their acquaintance was fleeting. Perhaps he had long forgotten her. Just as Han Yashuan was lost in these thoughts, Gu Nani rushed in. "Miss, the madam has summoned you to meet a guest." Han Yashuan paused momentarily, asking, "Who is it?" Gu Nani, cautious, replied, "Miss, it is the Minister of Works' wife." At this, Han Yashuan's expression shifted abruptly. Had her father offended someone again? Gu Nani quickly waved her hand, knowing better than to speak freely in front of the young lady, yet the gravity of the situation compelled her to reveal, "Miss, Madam Yang specifically requested to see you." After a moment of stunned silence, Han Yashuan finally realized that Madame Yang had come specifically for her. A young lady of the household would surely attract Madame Yang's attention only for matters of matrimony. With this realization, Han Yashuan sighed softly and returned to her dressing table, instructing her maid Chuanxi, "Please help me change my hairstyle." Regardless of whom Madame Yang was matchmaking for, she represented the family's reputation and upbringing, and thus the distinguished guest must not be treated with indifference. Chuanxi was quite skilled and soon had Han Yashuan redone. She donned a lovely lake green gown, her features radiant, resembling a piece of warm jade. The moment Madame Yang laid eyes on Han Yashuan, her gaze brightened. The young girl was gentle and elegant, her eyes clear and bright, her demeanor poised. Indeed, she was a rare gem. Madame Yang rose, took Han Yashuan's hand, and slipped a bracelet from her wrist onto hers. "Good child, truly a good child." After Han Yashuan withdrew, Madame Yang finally revealed her purpose. "Sister, to be candid, it is Mrs. Qiao who has requested me to be the matchmaker. Their eldest son wishes to propose to your Han." Mississippi Lady Han was taken aback. The Qiao family, Han Yashuan, not far off, overheard her mother's startled exclamation. She abruptly halted in her tracks, standing there in a dazed eye. In that moment, a tumult of emotions, joy, anxiety, disbelief, washed over Han Yashuan, leaving her feeling somewhat lightheaded. Could it be the Qiao family? Upon noticing the incredulous expression on Madame Han's face, Madame Yang couldn't help but smile. One must not blame Madame Han, even she had been taken aback when she first heard about it from Mr. Qiao. After all, it was well known in the capital that the young master of the Qiao family had the qualifications to court a princess. Madame Han felt a twinge of anxiety. Madame Yang, this is likely. She had sensed something significant in Mrs. Qiao's gaze towards Yashin during their last encounter. However, the young master of the Qiao family was renowned in the capital, and she dared not entertain thoughts of a marriage alliance. Of course, Madame Han believed her daughter to be the best, yet the disparity in their family backgrounds was indeed considerable. She worried that her daughter might be subject to the whims of others and live a life of hardship. Madame Yang perceived Madame Han's concerns and gently reassured her, "Sister Han, do not fear, the Qiao family genuinely wishes to marry your daughter. To be frank, Mrs. Qiao is a dear friend of mine, and she specifically sought my assistance to ensure this proposal goes through. I know Mrs. Qiao well, she is kind-hearted and will surely treat your daughter with utmost care. As for the young master, I have watched him grow, and his character is exceptional. Everyone who meets him cannot help but praise him. Regarding your concerns about family status, Mrs. Qiao has expressly instructed me to convey that the Qiao family does not concern themselves with such matters. If Miss Han marries into their family, she will be treated as a beloved daughter." Chapter 28. Mother, I am willing. Madame Yang's earnest demeanor and heartfelt words felt like a refreshing breeze. Madame Han had met Mrs. Qiao before, and she indeed was a gentle and kind-hearted individual. Moreover, with Mr. Qiao's esteemed reputation, it was evident that the Qiao family was of noble character. She began to feel a stir of hope. If her daughter could marry into such a good family, surely Yashin would find lifelong happiness. With this thought, a smile finally graced Madame Han's face. "Madame Yang, this proposal is undoubtedly splendid, but I must discuss it with my husband first." Upon hearing this, Madame Yang realized the marriage was nearly assured and let out a sigh of relief. Hajing had insisted on this match, and she felt she had fulfilled her duty. "Indeed, Sister Han, once you have discussed it with Mr. Han, please do let me know promptly, as I await your assurance." Madame Han readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Madame Yang, she immediately sought out Han Yashin. Upon seeing her daughter with reddened eyes, Madame Han was startled and quickly gathered Yashin into her embrace. "What is the matter, my dear?" Han Yashin timidly lifted her head, her heart a swirl of mixed emotions. Finally summoning her courage, she asked, "Mother, what of Madame Yang?" Madame Han patted Yashin's shoulder, unable to suppress a hint of joy in her expression. "Yashin, Madame Yang has come with a marriage proposal from the Qiao family, the esteemed Qiao family no less. She speaks of the young master of the Qiao family." At these words, Yashin's heart fluttered, the handsome face of the young master vividly resurfacing in her mind. Clearer and more tangible than ever before, unable to contain herself, she leaned against Madame Han's shoulder, bursting into tears of joy. Madame Han was taken aback. Yaxian had always been so composed, rarely shedding tears before her. Quickly, Madame Han inquired, Yaxian, why are you crying? Is it that you do not wish for this? If you do not, I shall refuse the proposal. Yaxian gently shook her head, her voice thick with emotion yet filled with joy. Mother, I am willing. I am truly willing. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiaojiao was meeting with his colleague, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works, Han Mingzhi, for the first time after court. At that moment, they were seated in a private room of a tea house. Han Mingzhi looking rather flabbergasted. Mr. Qiao, may I inquire what brings you to seek me out? Qiao Jiaojiao poured a cup of wine for Han Mingzhi and, without preamble, declared, Old Han, I wish to be family with you. Han Mingzhi, upon returning home, Qiao Jiaojiao was humming a cheerful tune. Mrs. Qiao, having not yet received confirmation from Madame Yang, noticed her husband's smug demeanor and felt a surge of delight. Husband, has it been settled? Qiao Jiaojiao, brimming with pride, replied, Of course, when I, as the husband, personally intervene, how could it possibly fail? Little Qiao Jiaojiao, sitting nearby, interjected, Cough, I hope my father hasn't resorted to beating Mr. Han into submission to force him into giving up his daughter. Qiao Jiaojiao, Mrs. Qiao could not help but chuckle at this. Qiao Jiaojiao had deliberately dispelled the smell of alcohol before returning home and now lifted Qiao Jiaojiao into his arms, playfully pinching her nose. No one shall take our Jiaojiao away, unless they can defeat me. When Qiao Jiaojiao was in high spirits, he often referred to himself in the first person, a habit from his time in the army. Though he had moderated it over the years, Qiao Jiaojiao giggled in response, Father, you worry too much. I have no intention of marrying. I wish to remain my father's little treasure for life. And mother's as well. Hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Exactly, no one is worthy of our Jiaojiao. However, upon hearing the latter part of Jiaojiao's statement, he found it difficult to maintain his smile. In that case, I shall raise 5 or 6 handsome young men to serve me, peeling grapes, fanning me, singing, and massaging my legs. Mrs. Qiao wore a somewhat forlorn expression, unable to fathom her daughter's thoughts, one moment encouraging the empress to keep male companions, the next desiring handsome men for herself. Oh dear, if she cannot be dissuaded, we are doomed. Qiao Jiaojiao, my daughter, truly has ambition. The following day, Madame Yang arrived at their doorstep, brimming with joy, while Mrs. Qiao personally went to greet her. Madame Yang, whose maiden surname was Chen, was warmly welcomed by Mrs. Qiao, who affectionately exclaimed, Sister Chen, how I have awaited your arrival. Seeing this, Madame Yang smirked, You are just as eager as you were in your youth. Mrs. Qiao playfully chided, Sister Chen, do not mock me. Pray tell, how did it go? Madame Yang tossed her head back confidently. If I had failed, I would not have dared to show my face at your door today. Mrs. Qiao clapped her hands in delight, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Excellent. Good sister, come in and have some tea. You are our eldest daughter's matchmaker. With light steps, Madame Yang followed Mrs. Qiao inside. The tea was of little importance. She was eager to embrace Jiaojiao, having missed her dearly over the past few days. After discreetly gauging the sentiments of the Han family, both families were quite pleased with the proposed marriage. And thus the formalities began. In affluent families, the process of matchmaking, from the initial proposal to the auspicious date, was laden with customs. In simpler terms, it involved exchanging betrothal gifts and adhering to various traditions, all of which required careful execution. Having taken on the mantle of matchmaker, Madame Yan was bound to be busy on behalf of the Qiao family. The next day, she arrived at the Han residence with an array of lavish gifts. And upon receiving them, the Han family presented her with a betrothal letter containing Han Yaxian's birth details. Madame Yang's expression blossomed with joy, silently vowing to inform her husband of this auspicious match, ensuring he would treat Mr. Han with greater respect henceforth. The news of the impending union between the Qiao and Han families spread like wildfire throughout the capital within a single day. The revelation astonished nearly everyone, as the disparity between the two families was stark. People were left wondering what the Qiao family saw in the Han family. That afternoon, the Han residence was unexpectedly inundated with visitors. Madame Han, not being particularly sociable, felt flustered by the sudden influx. Observing the commotion, Han Yaxian advised her mother, Mother, from today onward, let us close our doors to guests. Madame Han hesitated, concerned that turning them away might offend someone. Han Yaxian gently took her mother's hand, speaking softly, Mother, do you not see their true intentions? They are not here to befriend our family, they seek to ingratiate themselves with the Qiao family behind us. Father has a notorious reputation in the capital, and people have always avoided our family. In contrast, Mr. Qiao is regarded as a national hero, known for his independence in the court. The Qiao family has chosen us as in-laws. And having agreed to this marriage, we must not become a burden to them. Otherwise, with so many opportunists swarming us, should they come seeking favor in our name, how would the Qiao family navigate such a situation? Han Yaxian's demeanor was calm, showing no signs of the typical shyness associated with young women. Instead, she exuded a sense of profound understanding. Mother, I can see that Mr. Qiao aims to be a loyal and upright minister, which aligns with Father's aspirations, does it not? From now on, let us consider this marriage as an addition to our family, and nothing else shall change. Very well. As soon as Han Yaxian finished speaking, A voice of approval rang out. Madame Han turned to see Han Mingzhi striding in, his face alight with pride. Chapter 29. Why does Aunt have such an imposing presence? Husband, why are you home so early? Madame Han exclaimed in surprise, rushing to greet him. Han Mingzhi, at 35, possessed the refined appearance of a scholar, though he appeared somewhat slender. Typically, he would return home only after dinner, and occasionally, when duties were pressing. He would not return until the next morning. Father, Han Yashan also approached him. Han Mingzhi gazed steadily at Han Yashan, his smile growing ever brighter. He has but one daughter in his lifetime, raised with the same care and attention one would bestow upon a son. Diligently pursuing her studies and practicing her calligraphy. He has never regarded having a daughter as a disadvantage. Indeed, judging by the insightful words just spoken by Sienna, one must wonder how many sons possess such clarity of thought. His concern lay solely in the possibility that his wife might be naive, accepting gifts from others, which prompted his hasty return from the Ministry of Works. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find Sienna so discerning. Rendering his worries unfounded. Madam, let us heed Sienna's counsel. From this day forth, the Han residence shall close its doors to visitors. Let us abandon frivolities and focus on our duties and tangible affairs. The news of the engagement between the Qiao and Han families swiftly reached the Meng household. Ever since the Lantern Festival, Meng Guxue had been somewhat distracted. Meng Madam, believing her daughter still pined for Qiao Tianjing, promptly shared the news, hoping to extinguish any lofty aspirations. Upon hearing the announcement, Meng Guxue was momentarily taken aback. Recently, she had been unsettled by another time traveler lurking in the shadows, even contemplating retreat. Yet, at that moment, learning that Qiao Tianjing was already spoken for, she was suddenly struck by the realization that good men truly were becoming increasingly scarce. No, she absolutely could not settle for less. She refused to drift through this era, marrying and bearing children in a life devoid of significance. Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to make her mark at the poetry gathering in the capital a month hence. Aspiring to become the phoenix that soars high, Meng Madam, observing her daughter's transformation from a wilted eggplant to a radiant bloom, could not help but feel perplexed. Had the child finally come to a realization? Or had she merely succumbed to a deeper obsession? Madame Qiao, accompanied by Qiao Jiaojiao, made a special visit to the Duke of Yan's residence, although the news of the engagement had already spread. Madame Qiao deemed it crucial to personally convey the delightful tidings to her father. This visit was merely a customary family call, so she did not present a formal invitation. Upon arriving at the Duke's doorstep, the steward hurried out to greet them, his demeanor betraying a hint of urgency. Is there trouble at home, steward? Madame Qiao inquired as they walked inside, wiping sweat from his brow. Steward, she replied with an awkward expression. Miss, it is the young madam. She has thrown a bit of a tantrum and is currently in the main hall with the master and young master. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao immediately pieced things together. Aunt must have heard about the engagement and is feeling disgruntled. I hope she doesn't try to bully my mother, otherwise, I shall bite. At just over 5 months old, Qiao Jiaojiao's small front teeth were beginning to emerge, and she was experiencing discomfort. Eager to gnaw on anything within reach, Madame Qiao gently patted Qiao Jiaojiao, her expression subtly chilling. Is my sister-in-law still holding on to hope? Has she brought her discontent before father? Steward, she, feeling anxious, had served in the Duke's residence since childhood and knew well that the young lady was resolute. Her father adored her, so he nodded in assent. Just as they approached the main hall, voices of agitation erupted from within. His Weiying, go and inquire what your sister means by this. What does our Ninger lack compared to the daughter of a minister of works? I went to the Qiao residence out of goodwill, only to be met with disdain, with her claiming that De Lang was not suitable for our Ninger. How is it that the daughter of the Han family is deemed appropriate? The Duke of Qiao, having grown increasingly displeased, was reluctant to undermine Zhuo Madame's standing, but as he observed her pressing Madame Qiao, he could not help but frown. Yet, before he could speak, Madame Qiao had already placed Qiao Jiaojiao into his arms. Father, do not be hasty, let me clarify things with my sister-in-law. Qiao Jiaojiao nodded vigorously. Indeed, otherwise, who knows what trouble may arise, and if gossip spreads throughout the city, it will reflect poorly on my sister-in-law. Madame Qiao shared this sentiment, turning to Zhuo Madame and stating, Sister-in-law, I have watched Ninger grow up. She is kind-hearted, gentle, and upright, indeed a treasure. Zhuo Madame, upon hearing this, raised her chin defiantly and retorted, if that is the case, then you should call off the engagement with the Han family and allow De Lang to marry our Ninger. Qiao Jiaojiao thought to herself, what audacity, can't Aunt at least allow my mother to finish her words? Madame Qiao was taken aback by Zhuo Madame's audacity. Sister-in-law, I have already explained that De Lang has chosen the Han girl for himself this year during the Lantern Festival. De Lang fortuitously saved the Han girl. It is a matter of fate. Zhuo Madame scoffed. Sister, do not use De Lang as an excuse. What does a child know of fate? De Lang has a bond with Ninger from their childhood. Seeing no softness in Madame Xiao's demeanor, Zhuo Madame's thoughts shifted to sister. If you truly wish to maintain the engagement with the Han family, then let the Han girl come as a concubine, and our Ninger will be the main wife. This suggestion left even Qiao Jiaojiao speechless, as madam was truly selfish, foolish, and blindly arrogant. Father and mother are simply too trusting of aunt, otherwise how could such a foolish adversary pose a mortal threat to the Qiao family? Madame Qiao felt a surge of indignation at these words. When she first heard of this affair from Qiao Jiao, she had nearly choked on her anger. The bonds of marriage between children are a matter of mutual consent. How could it possibly involve considerations of familial proximity? Sister-in-law De Lang's marriage is already settled. No one can alter that, so abandon this line of thought. Very well, Zua. Madame trembled with rage. Pointing an accusing finger at Madame Qiao, after a moment of deliberation she resolutely decided to employ her final tactic. Sister, if you truly possess such a heart of stone, then consider me non-existent as your sister-in-law. And your brother will have no aunt from me. I shall not attend his wedding, come what may. Furthermore, I vow never to set foot in the gates of the Qiao residence again. Madame Zua spoke with venomous words. Yet her heart swelled with a sense of triumph. In the past, when Zua Hejing was a young maiden, she endeavored to curry favor with her sister-in-law, merely seeking harmony within the family, and now, with her resolute stance, Zua Hejing would undoubtedly yield to maintain the dignity of both the Qiao and Zua families. Should Zua Hejing later approach her with soft words of reconciliation, she would ensure to maintain her posture. Meticulously toying with her. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh my, this is simply a case of a pillow being delivered to a sleepyhead. Splendid. Mother, do not relent, hasten to agree with her. Let us see if she dares to set foot in the Qiao residence again. The Duke of Yenghua, upon hearing his daughter-in-law's words, furrowed his brows sharply. He opened his mouth to speak. Yet no words escaped. Very well, perhaps this is for the best. The Duke understood that once he departed this world, the Duke's residence would be irrevocably diminished. This daughter-in-law not only indulged in jealousy within the household but also behaved arrogantly outside. Revealing her selfish and vain nature, her current uproar likely stemmed not merely from concern for Ninger but rather for her own so-called reputation. Such a relative brings nothing but harm to Jinger and the Qiao family. Severing ties would be a blessing. Hearing his wife's words, Zua Hejing erupted in anger. What nonsense are you spouting here? Have you not yet had your fill of chaos today? Zua Hejing's unwavering support for his sister was driven by the presence of Qiao Zhenghua, her brother-in-law, who commanded respect and brought tangible benefits. Upon witnessing her husband publicly chastising her, Madame Zua felt a mixture of anger and resentment and resolutely concluded her remarks. I declare here today, if Dalin refuses to marry Ninger, I shall consider him no nephew of mine, nor shall I acknowledge any kinship with the Qiao family. Madame Qiao had been awaiting this pronouncement. She suddenly feigned a sorrowful expression, on the verge of tears, and proclaimed, Sister-in-law, you are simply pushing too far. Since you hold my Qiao family in such contempt, then I shall not recognize you as my sister-in-law. With that, she turned to the Duke of Yenghua, her disappointment evident as she placed a hand over her heart and said, her father, Jinger, has always treated her sister-in-law with utmost sincerity, as if they were sisters. However, I have now lost all affection for this sister-in-law. I implore you to bear witness today and bring this matter to a close. After uttering these words, Madame Qiao stepped forward to embrace Qiao Jiaojiao, retreating to one side to weep quietly. Qiao Jiaojiao was taken aback. Is my mother genuinely heartbroken, or is she acting? Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Madame Qiao leaned in to kiss her forehead, intentionally allowing Qiao Jiaojiao to see the corners of her mouth uplifted in a smile. Qiao Jiaojiao. Mother, you are truly deserving of an Oscar. Please accept my adoration. Just look at Aunt's. No, look at Madame's with shocked expression, her eyes nearly popping out. Although Madame Qiao did not comprehend what a deadlock meant, she could discern that Qiao Jiaojiao was praising her, thus her smile widened even more when concealed from others. By this point, Madame Zua was utterly bewildered. Wait, no, this was not her intention. Shouldn't Zua Hejing run to her sister-in-law, clutching her sleeve to plead for forgiveness and a union? She could not afford to lose the Qiao family as relatives. Otherwise, how would her maternal relatives continue to flatter her? Zua Hejing's expression darkened significantly as he forced a smile, saying, Sister, your sister-in-law is merely acting irrationally, why take her seriously? Before Madame Qiao could respond, the Duke of Yenghua suddenly stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. Very well, let it be as my daughter-in-law has said. Let her sever ties with the Qiao family. Chapter 31. Thanks to the little sister, Zua Hejing immediately exclaimed, Father. Madame Zua's legs wavered slightly, and she hastily leaned on a nearby chair to steady herself. Her face flushed crimson as she turned to look at the Duke of Yenghua, her eyes filled with disbelief. She could not fathom why her father-in-law would favor his daughter over his son and daughter-in-law. The Duke of Yenghua's residence was clearly in decline, while the Qiao family flourished. Her intentions to unite Ninger and Dalin were solely for the benefit of the Duke's residence, yet the Duke ignored his son and daughter-in-law, coldly stating, Since my daughter-in-law has made her intentions clear, the matter is settled. From now on, Dalin shall consider his aunt as non-existent. Jinger, go back and inform Dalin and Erlang. Let them not wonder why their aunt no longer visits, for she has severed all ties with them and will never return to the Qiao family. After the Duke finished speaking, he snorted coldly and swept away. Madame Qiao gazed at the Duke's unyielding back. Feeling an indescribable guilt. To alter the grim fate of the Qiao family, she had to eliminate all potential threats, yet this had placed her father in a difficult position. With this thought, Madame Qiao embraced Qiao Jiaojiao and hurried after him. Madame Zhua, upon hearing her father-in-law's ruthless words, felt the last vestiges of her strength drain away, collapsing against the table's edge and falling to the ground, her eyes vacant. This should not have happened. Things should not have turned out this way, cursed Zhua Hejing. How could she be so heartless? Zhua Hang, witnessing his father and sister depart in succession, was consumed by rage. You wretched woman, are you satisfied now? How could I have ever been drawn to your face, completely oblivious to your true character? Madame Zhua trembled at this remark, a flash of resentment gleaming in her eyes. Zhua Hang, how are you any better? If it were not for you, Madame Zhua's words faltered abruptly. A long-buried memory surged forth. Had it not been for the Duke of Yenggua's proposal, she would have long been wed to her childhood sweetheart. That person had cherished and adored her. How could he have allowed her to endure such indignity? Zhua Hang did not pursue Madame Zhua's unfinished thought. He simply waved his sleeve fiercely and coldly declared, if you possess any sense, go to the Qiao residence and apologize, otherwise, on the day of Dalin's wedding, I shall attend alone. Madame Zhua watched Zhua Hang's retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palm. Meanwhile, Madame Qiao had caught up with the Duke of Yengguo. In truth, the Duke could not bear the sight of his daughter and granddaughter trailing behind him, thus deliberately slowed his pace. Madame Qiao lowered her gaze. Anxiously speaking, Father, do you think I have been too heartless towards my sister-in-law? The Duke of Yenghua sighed deeply. Jinger, in truth, all of this is my fault. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao's expression shifted slightly. Father, this has nothing to do with you, it is my own doing. No, the Duke shook his head, a genuine look of regret on his face. In my youth, I was preoccupied with battles and neglected your brother's upbringing, allowing him to develop a character of indulgence and pleasure-seeking. Later, when I brought him close, I always felt a sense of guilt. Thus, when he desired to marry your sister-in-law and declared that he would take no other, I indulged him. Reflecting on it now, one misstep leads to another. After my time has passed, the Duke's residence is destined to fall. Of these words struck heavily, causing Madame Qiao's countenance to pale. Father, why speak such words? Things are not as you think. The Duke continued to shake his head. Jinger, the previous incident was ultimately a hidden danger. Your sister-in-law is restless, and your brother is incompetent. In the future, I feared there will be more troubles. Jinger, I am old and do not know how much longer I shall live. There is one matter I must entrust to you and Zhonghua. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao's tears began to flow uncontrollably. The Duke closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was resolute. If your brother and sister-in-law commit any foolish acts in the future, you and Zhonghua may handle it as you see fit. Without regard for sibling affection, however, Ninger is innocent. She possesses a pure heart, untouched by the folly of her foolish parents, and is a good child who understands. Ninger, should the Duke's residence truly become untenable in the future, please seek a good match for Ninger. Upon hearing these words, Madame Qiao felt a mixture of sorrow and compassion. Her father was indeed perceptive. Her brother and sister-in-law were truly heartless. Qiao Jiaojiao, feeling somewhat bewildered, asked, what matter did grandfather uncover about aunt? Did he perhaps expose aunt's childhood sweetheart? Yet in the original story, this matter remained hidden until the Qiao family fell. Qiao Jiaojiao could not fathom the situation. When the Duke mentioned Zhua Anning, she sighed deeply. Grandfather is truly well-intentioned, uncle and aunt are indeed cruel parents, ultimately offering Ninger to Prince Jing. Yet, Prince Jing's heart only belongs to Meng Gushue. Upon feeling jealous, he immediately bestowed Ninger upon one of his guards. And she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yenghua, yet in the end, she became the wife of a mere guard, who was a boor and knew nothing of cherishing a lady. Upon hearing of Zhua Anning's fate, Madame Qiao was struck with horror. It is said that a tiger does not eat its own cubs. How could her brother and sister-in-law push Ninger into the abyss? Father, the marriage of children ultimately rests upon the wishes of their parents. I fear that as an aunt, I cannot intervene. The Duke of Yenghua snorted coldly. As long as this old bone of mine is still around, they shall not easily decide Ninger's marriage. Jinger, I shall arrange this matter. For now, please keep an eye on Ninger. The door does not need to be grand, but it is essential that the young man possesses good character. Lady Qiao, unable to bear the thought of such a fine girl as Ninger being mistreated, nodded emphatically. Father, you need not worry, your daughter understands. Upon leaving the residence of the Duke of Yen, Lady Qiao felt a weight upon her heart. Qiao Jiaojiao, aware of her mother's discontent, exerted herself to cheer Lady Qiao up during their journey. As they arrived at the gates of the Qiao residence, Lady Qiao finally appeared more at ease. Mother, a soft voice called from outside the carriage. Lady Qiao lifted the curtain and saw Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai approaching, accompanied by a young scholar. Upon this sight, Lady Qiao promptly lowered the curtain. However, the scholar displayed remarkable decorum, never once raising his head throughout the encounter. Qiao Jiaojiao merely cast a fleeting glance before she was struck with astonishment. Tan Hanqi, surely, I am not mistaken, the student following behind my brothers is indeed Tan Hanqi. Qiao Jiaojiao felt as if her mind were about to burst. How could Tan Hanqi possibly be connected to our Qiao residence? He is clearly affiliated with Prince Jing. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai, having overheard Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts, could not help but exchange knowing smiles. To have such a talent associated with the Qiao family is undoubtedly due to the fortune brought by their little sister. Chapter 32. No, I mind. Lady Qiao led Qiao Jiaojiao into the house first, and after a considerable while, Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai followed suit. The moment Qiao Jiaojiao spotted them, she sprang up from her half-asleep state. Ah, can someone please explain to me what is going on with Tan Hanqi? If such an extraordinary individual could be of service to our Qiao family, it would be simply splendid. Moreover, he is the greatest victim of the spring examination scandal. If we can protect him, perhaps the truth of the scandal could be unraveled through Tan Hanqi. As Qiao Jiaojiao pondered, she found herself lost in thought. If we are to speak of dogs, it must be the male lead. He saves Tan Hanqi, bestows favor upon him, while simultaneously shielding the treacherous Duke of Qing from the examination scandal. He is indeed playing both sides splendidly. No wonder he is the one who laughs last. Could it be that he is engaging in a game of espionage within espionage? Unbeknownst to Lady Qiao, the scholar who had trailed behind her two sons was, in fact, an immensely significant figure? Igniting a spark of curiosity within her, observing Qiao Jiaojiao gazing eagerly at her brothers, Lady Qiao casually inquired, "The scholar who was just behind you too? I have never seen him before." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao leapt into Lady Qiao's embrace, exclaiming joyfully, "Mother, you have asked the very question that resonates with my heart. You understand me so well." Whoa! Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai, unaware that their mother could perceive Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts, nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, the bond between mother and daughter is profound. Thus, Xiao Tianjing gently explained, "Mother, that gentleman was a friend of my younger brother and I just made today. His name is Tan Hanqi, hailing from Zhuozhou, and he has come to participate in this year's spring examination. I had the pleasure of meeting him during the Lantern Festival. He is righteous and exceptionally talented. Today, as my brother and I passed by a tea house, we happened to witness him being harassed by the esteemed young master of the Duke of Qing's residence, so we offered our assistance, thus forging this connection." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiaojiao could not help but marvel at the whims of fate. So it turns out that Shang Mingcheng from the Duke of Qing's residence was acquainted with Tan Hanqi even before the spring examination. No wonder the Duke of Qing chose Tan Hanqi to be the unfortunate scapegoat. This must surely have been Shang Mingcheng's idea. What a coincidence that my brothers happened to encounter Tan Hanqi being bullied and intervened. Could it be that the heavens are aiding our Qiao family? If we could recruit Tan Hanqi, Prince Jing might find it difficult to orchestrate so many schemes. Xiao Tianjing chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Little sister, it is not the heavens assisting our Qiao family, but rather you, our precious gem." Ever since the Lantern Festival, upon learning of Tan Hanqi's remarkable qualities from Qiao Jiaojiao, Xiao Tianjing had dispatched individuals to keep a close watch on him day and night. Upon hearing that he was being mistreated, Xiao Tianjing hastily urged Xiao Dai to go to his rescue. To avoid arousing Tan Hanqi's suspicions, they must remain nonchalant and natural. During their inquiries, it became evident that Tan Hanqi had gained some notoriety due to his wordplay during the Lantern Festival, and many prominent families had extended invitations to him, yet he remained unmoved. This indicated his disinterest in mingling with the powerful and his strong wariness of others' advances. Fortunately, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, particularly when he and his younger brother introduced themselves. As Tan Hanqi appeared genuinely surprised, Xiao Tianjing attributed this success to his renowned father. Lady Qiao, already somewhat aware, inquired, "What of this young Master Tan now? Can we retain him at the Qiao residence?" Xiao Tianjing shook his head. "He is a man of integrity," stating he would visit after the spring examination concludes and he has achieved his academic goals. Lady Qiao nodded in agreement, recognizing him as a rare and commendable young man. Qiao Jiaojiao, unable to contain her impatience, exclaimed, "Oh dear, we must keep a close watch on Tan Hanqi. The ranking from the spring examination is crucial. The Duke of Qing's residence is likely to send someone to assassinate him. If we are even a moment too late, he may be whisked away by Prince Jing." Xiao Tianjing had already made meticulous arrangements, and upon hearing this, Lady Qiao resolved to remind her husband that very night. When Xiao Zhengguo returned home, he found Qiao Jiaojiao playing in the front yard, held in the embrace of Qiao Tianjing. Lady Qiao immediately broached the subject of the spring examination and Tan Hanqi. Xiao Zhengguo gently patted Lady Qiao's hand and said reassuringly, "There is no need for concern, my dear. I shall speak with our eldest son tonight." The dates for the spring examination had been set for the 9th, 12th, and 15th of February, with the Minister of Rites, Xian Ruizhi, appointed as the organizer. Upon hearing this, Lady Qiao tilted her head. "Today is the 5th of February. That means it is just a matter of days away. If I recall correctly, the Minister of Rites is the son-in-law of the Duke of Qing, is he not? This indeed ties the matter to the Duke's residence. Jiaojiao is truly remarkable." Xiao Zhengguo nodded in gratitude. "Indeed, if not for Jiaojiao, I shudder to think of the consequences." Lady Qiao then recounted the events that transpired at the Duke of Yan's residence earlier that day. To which Xiao Zhengguo sighed, "My dear, from now on we must simply honor our duties to your father-in-law." Lady Qiao lightly nodded. "I share the same sentiment." After a while, Lady Qiao brought Xiao Jiaojiao back, And Xiao Zhenghua took Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai to the study. He cut to the chase, asking about Tan Hanqi. The brothers exchanged glances, their expressions solemn, as if they had made a monumental decision. Qiao Tianjing spoke first. Father, what do you think of our little sister? Qiao Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback, unsure why the conversation had shifted to Qiao Jiaojiao. Nevertheless, he did not dismiss his sons and replied without hesitation. You two rascals combined do not measure up to even a single toe of Jiaojiao. She is my precious darling, my little comforter. What is the meaning of this? Before Qiao Zhenghua could finish his praise, Qiao Tianjing suddenly knelt down with a thud, followed closely by Qiao Dai, who also knelt in unison. Qiao Zhenghua was shocked. Could it be that these two rascals were vying for their sister's affection? I have loved both of you for over a decade. What is wrong with loving Jiaojiao a little more? Do you want me to hold you both like I do Jiaojiao? Qiao Tianjing nearly lost his composure at his father's whimsical thoughts. Father, could you please refrain from such fanciful ideas? Qiao Zhenghua realized that his sons had something serious to discuss, so he composed himself and said coolly, speak plainly. Quickly taking a deep breath, Qiao Tianjing mustered his courage and stated, Father, the truth is, our little sister is quite extraordinary. From the moment she was born, my brother and I have been able to hear her thoughts. Moreover, it seems she can foresee the future. All her predictions have come true, including that of Tan Hanqi, whom I only approached after hearing our sister's thoughts. Father, she is wholeheartedly devoted to our family, though this matter is indeed peculiar. With her, we fear nothing. I initially hesitated to tell you, fearing you would not accept it, but the information she has revealed is becoming increasingly crucial, and I know I can no longer keep it from you. You care for her deeply. You would not mind this matter, would you? Qiao Zhenghua, no, I mind. So it turns out that within my precious little comforter not only was my wife hidden, but also these two little rascals. Chapter 33, the main event at the eastern suburbs poetry gathering. Seeing their father in a state of shock, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai grew increasingly anxious. Qiao Dai even wondered if their father might directly drag their sister out and burn her. If Qiao Jiaojiao were to discover what Qiao Dai was thinking at that moment, she would likely roll her eyes in exasperation. Second brother, your imagination is truly astounding. Father, Qiao Dai called out tremulously, sister is not some malevolent spirit. Please remain calm and do not act rashly. Xiao Zhenghua scolded gruffly, I am calm as a ghost. Upon hearing this, Qiao Dai shot a glance at Qiao Tianjing and then leapt forward to grasp their father's leg. Eldest brother, quickly take sister away. The further the better. I will hold father back. His voice rang out heroically, a testament to his affection for his sister. Qiao Zhenghua thought to himself, how did I end up with such a foolish son? Qiao Tianjing, second brother, we did not plan for this. Are you certain you are not influenced by too many martial arts tales? Get lost, roared the father. You can all hear Jiao Jiao's heartfelt whispers. How could I, as her father, possibly remain oblivious? Qiao Zhenghua lifted his foot, surprised to discover that this foolish child of his possessed considerable strength. It seemed his martial prowess had advanced swiftly. Qiao Diyu was still lost in his own world of chivalry, while Qiao Tianjing's face brightened with joy. Father, truly. Qiao Diyu took a moment to return to reality, exclaiming, Huh? What did you just say, father? Qiao Zhenghua replied, perhaps when I had my firstborn, the little wisdom I possessed was entirely exhausted, resulting in the simple-minded yet physically strong second child. Both your mother and I can hear Jiao Jiao's innermost thoughts, including the scandal of the spring examination, the matters concerning Meng Guxue, the pair of protagonists, Prince Jing and the fourth prince, and their impending misfortunes. We are well aware. Upon hearing these words, Qiao Tianjing felt a profound sense of relief. How wonderful! For some time now, I have been racking my brain, gradually altering the course based on my little sister's hints, yet I still found it exceedingly challenging due to my youth. Now that I know father can also hear Jiao Jiao's thoughts, I feel a great sense of security. His father was not merely a hero in the eyes of outsiders but a steadfast mountain, offering unparalleled reassurance. Father, how do you plan to handle the examination matter? As the conversation turned serious, Xiao Zhenggua's expression instantly grew somber. Have you ensured the protection of Tan Hanqi? Qiao Tianjing nodded vigorously. I have utilized your shadow guards. I dispatched 2 of them. Xiao Zhenghua possessed a cadre of fiercely loyal shadow guards, seasoned warriors who had fought alongside him on the battlefield, executing orders with utmost precision and silence. When Xiao Tianjing turned 17, Xiao Zhenghua had entrusted him with a portion of the command over these shadow guards. Xiao Zhenghua furrowed his brow slightly. That may not suffice. Send 4 more. Xiao Tianjing could not help but express disbelief, but Tan Hanqi appears to be merely an unremarkable student. Would the Duke of Qing expend such effort to eliminate him? Xiao Zhenggua's demeanor took on a deeper significance. Eldest, I am not wary of the assassins from the Duke of Qing's household, but rather of the second prince. Although he is only 13, Jiao Jiao's prophecies indicate that he possesses a cunning mind and an array of schemes. He will ultimately emerge victorious. Therefore, do not underestimate him simply because nothing has yet come to pass. After all, he is the fated child according to Jiao Jiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianjing stood upright, nodding solemnly. I have learned from you, father. Xiao Zhenghua felt a sense of assurance regarding his wise eldest son. If we can ensure Tan Hanqi's safety, we will seize the initiative. The rest will depend on how I maneuver in the court. Qiao Tianjing recalled how Qiao Jiaojiao often dominated the Golden Luan Hall with his sharp tongue and unparalleled presence, causing a stir. Days later, the spring examination arrived as scheduled. All vendors and night markets around Shuntian Street were prohibited, creating an atmosphere of tranquility to provide the examination candidates with the best environment. By February 18th, the 3 rounds of examinations concluded. The grading process would take nearly a month, with results tentatively set to be announced on March 15th. During this waiting period, the capital would host one of its grandest events, the Dongjiao Poetry Festival. Qiao Jiaojiao eagerly anticipated the arrival of March 3rd. The weather was splendid, with the sun casting a warm glow. A true blessing from the heavens. Qiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyu arrived at Mrs. Qiao's residence to bid farewell, while Qiao Jiaojiao sat on the couch, clutching her garment, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at her 2 brothers. What? Which kind-hearted brother will take me along? I promise I won't be noisy or make a mess. What? I regret being born too late. At least let me speak a few words. Eldest brother, second brother. Do you see my eager little eyes? Please take me with you. Qiao Jiaojiao stretched out her hands towards Qiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyu, babbling incessantly. Mrs. Qiao, having learned from Qiao Jiaojiao that the entire family could understand Jiaojiao's thoughts, smiled warmly upon hearing her daughter's cries. Eldest second Jiaojiao appears to genuinely wish to accompany you. Do take her along, and I shall have Lu Mama accompany you. Qiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyu exchanged glances. Grinning, they had come specifically to bring their little sister along. As you command, mother. Qiao Jiaojiao was instantly filled with joy. Ah, brother, come carry me. Let us set off right away. The poetry festival in the capital was an annual event. While the spring examination occurred every 3 years, this year, the 2 significant events coincided, resulting in an unprecedented level of excitement. Today, a multitude of carriages from the capital headed towards the east suburb. And once they reached Yintian Road, the streets became utterly congested. Given the pleasant weather, Qiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyu decided to carry Qiao Jiaojiao and walk. Their destination was the foot of Wangjing Mountain in the east suburb, where peach blossoms bloomed romantically every March. Sitting in Xiao Diyu's arms, Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes darted around excitedly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, eldest brother, is that sister-in-law? Wow, she looks so beautiful today. The engagement between the Qiao and Han families had been finalized, with both sides having exchanged auspicious dates, marking an excellent omen. However, the wedding date remained undecided, allowing the bride to venture out freely. Upon hearing Qiao Jiaojiao's words, Qiao Tianjing's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked in the direction she indicated and indeed spotted Han Yashuan in a delicate pink gown. This day marked the only occasion in the year when societal norms regarding male-female interactions were relaxed. So the young ladies strolling in the streets today did not wear veils, and the upcoming poetry festival would also see no gender-segregated seating. Amid the lively crowd, Han Yashuan did not turn around. Yet the serene smile on her profile struck Qiao Tianjing's heart like thunder. Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but giggle. Tsk, even my elder brother, such a gentleman, cannot escape the customs. I recall the wedding date is set for September. Just be patient, elder brother. Soon you will be able to spend your days with the beautiful sister-in-law. Qiao Tianjing blushed at Qiao Jiaojiao's words, his eyes darting away from Han Yashuan. Just then, someone clapped him on the shoulder from behind. Chapter 34. The foolish sweetheart has concluded. Qiao Tianjing turned to see the crown prince, Shen Yuanzhan, standing before him. No need for excessive formalities. Delang, the crown prince was incognito for his visit. Xiao Diyu, being more sincere, broke into a grin upon seeing the crown prince's casual appearance. Brother Shen, good to see you again. Qiao Tianjing, second brother, this is also a skill. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, one should be as carefree as second Lang. He then leaned closer to Qiao Jiaojiao, smiling as he extended his hand towards her. Shall I give you a hug, little Jiaojiao? Naturally, Qiao Jiaojiao would not reject the crown prince, immediately responding with a sweet smile and leaning into him. The crown prince, in high spirits, gently lifted Qiao Jiaojiao into his arms. The last time you and Mrs. Qiao visited my mother in the palace, she couldn't stop praising you, saying there was no one as adorable as you in the world. His words were affectionate, revealing genuine warmth towards Qiao Jiaojiao. Since that day when Mrs. Qiao and Xiao Jiaojiao visited Ikuan Palace, the crown prince had noticed that the empress's smile had indeed increased, and she often mentioned Xiao Jiaojiao. If you have the time, do visit my mother with Mrs. Qiao more often. Brother Shen will surely bring you plenty of delicious treats. Upon hearing the promise of treats, Xiao Jiaojiao immediately bounced in delight within the crown prince's embrace, her adorable demeanor causing him to chuckle. Let us go. The poetry festival is about to begin. Let us have a look. As he spoke, the crown prince showed no intention of returning Qiao Jiaojiao to Xiao Diyu, instead carrying her away. Xiao Diyu, what is happening? I still haven't had enough of holding her. Was the crown prince trying to steal his sister? Qiao Tianjing shook his head in amusement, pondering who could resist their precious little gem. Earlier, the streets had been crowded, making Qiao Jiaojiao's group inconspicuous. However, upon their arrival in the east suburb, 3 remarkably handsome young men accompanying a soft, adorable girl caught everyone's attention. Most attendees of the poetry festival were young nobles from the capital, And soon some recognized the crown prince in Qiao Tianjing. Observing the crown prince's apparent enjoyment, they hesitated to approach, yet curiosity about the little girl in his arms was undeniable. Ah, you don't know? That little girl must be the youngest of the Qiao family, in the capital's poetry festival, who would bring along a toddler who couldn't even speak, only the Qiao family known for their doting affection towards their daughters and sisters would do so. I remember, isn't she the one who wet the crown prince during her full moon celebration? At this remark, laughter erupted among the crowd. Qiao Jiaojiao, with her keen ears, felt a flush of embarrassment and buried her face in the crown prince's embrace. How infuriating, that was months ago. Why do they still remember it? Qiao Jiaojiao could already envision that when she grew up, people would resurrect this old tale to tease her. The crown prince's laughter was bright. Yet he lamented that Xiao Si was not present today, otherwise he would have had more fun teasing Jiao Jiao. At this moment, Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but inquire, that silly sweet one. Always eager for excitement, how come he isn't here today? Qiao Tianjing, noticing her curiosity, casually asked on her behalf. The crown prince shook his head in exasperation. Xiao Si has begun his studies, his teacher, specially invited by the emperor, is the strict master Di Ziying, who forbids him from indulging in leisure. As I exited the palace, Xiao Si tugged at my sleeve, tears streaming down his face as he lamented that his little sister would surely come. Yet he would not see her again. Qiao Tianjing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle as the image of the fourth prince, a mess of snot and tears, danced in his mind. He turned to glance at Qiao Jiaojiao, expecting her to burst into laughter, only to find her small face slightly furrowed, exuding an air of utmost seriousness. A sudden jolt of concern gripped Qiao Tianjing's heart as he heard Qiao Jiaojiao exclaim, "It's over." The gravity of her expression deepened to "It is truly over." Could it be that old Yin Wang, bored in the underworld, has summoned that naive sweet girl to accompany him? Di Ziying is a man from the northern kingdom and the former lover of Princess Yulio. He has concealed his identity in the Daong dynasty for so many years, building a reputation solely to get close to the second prince and aid him in seizing the throne, avenging the late Princess Yulio. Yet the text does not mention him as the naive sweet girl's tutor. I recall that when Di Ziying first met the second prince, he was merely a compiler at Weining Hall. Weining Hall was the palace dedicated to storing books and texts, where Di Ziying served in a role akin to that of a librarian. By this point, both Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu felt their scalps tingle with dread and astonishment. A man from the northern kingdom, and a former lover of Princess Yulio, had so easily infiltrated the palace and become the fourth prince's tutor. Was this not tantamount to casting the fourth prince directly into the jaws of a tiger, leaving him vulnerable to devour? Suddenly Qiao Jiaojiao gasped again, startling Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu to the brink of weakness. No wonder that naive sweet girl met her untimely demise during the Dragon Boat Festival. Could it be that Di Ziying drowned her in the pond? After all, no matter how precocious she was, she would not have guarded against her own tutor. As the fourth prince's instructor, Di Ziying could easily call him away without arousing suspicion. Isn't this a resolution to the case? Qiao Jiaojiao clapped her hands, increasingly convinced of her reasoning. Di Ziying is quite patient, isn't he? Before the Dragon Boat Festival, he had numerous opportunities to act, yet he waited until her birthday, knowing it would break the empress and the crown prince's hearts. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu sighed in relief. If not for Di Ziying's malicious intent, they might have lacked the time to react. After today's poetry gathering, they must return and discuss this matter with their father thoroughly. Tsk, while the cause of the naive sweet girl's death is resolved, what of my demise? Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts wandered, reflecting on her role as a mere passerby who had only lived for 3 years, with the author having lazily glossed over her cause of death with a simple line about dying young. Was this not utterly heartless? A few more words could have been woven into the narrative. Whether she fell drowned, succumbed to poison, or perished from a cold, she could have prepared herself accordingly, and now she would spend the entire year of her third birthday in constant trepidation. The moment Qiao Jiaojiao uttered this, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu felt their spirits deflate. The phrase dying young at 3 weighed heavily upon their hearts like a boulder. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber until a clear, bright female voice suddenly rang out nearby, capturing Qiao Jiaojiao's attention. Haha, indeed, writing freely is the way to go, sister, catch up. Chapter 35, The Twin Beauties of the Xiao Family. Chapter 36, The Female Protagonist's Ambitions. Identity, Prince appearance, more beautiful than a painting, stunning beyond compare personality, cold and distant, brooding and reserved. Surely, this was the quintessential male lead from a time-travel narrative. Meng Gushue couldn't help but scream internally. At that moment, the crown prince was relegated to the sidelines. Meng Gushue felt incredibly fortunate that, after throwing a tantrum at home, her stepmother finally agreed to let her attend the poetry gathering to broaden her horizons. Had she not come, she would have missed her destined partner. Excitement surged within her, a warmth bubbling in her chest, reddening her cheeks. Once the poetry topic was announced, she would not hesitate. She would impress the second prince with the finest verses and capture his heart completely. The crown prince held Qiao Jiaojiao in his embrace as he took a position on the left, smiling as he greeted the second prince. You certainly are swift on your feet, arriving even before me. What was merely a casual remark from the crown prince took on a different connotation in the ears of the sensitive and suspicious second prince, Xin Yuanbai. The second prince's gaze darkened. Surely, the crown prince was admonishing him to be mindful of rank and propriety. Qiao Jiaojiao noticed the hint of gloom on the second prince's face and couldn't help but roll her eyes. The male lead is surely overthinking again. His character is defined by restraint and suspicion, a classic case of a lifetime of healing from childhood trauma. In the past, I felt pity for him. His actions were always justifiable, and now, from the perspective of the Qiao family, what a farce. He is nothing more than a ruthless tyrant, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals, whether it was the spring examination scandal involving the protection of the Duke of Qing, or later, willfully concealing the impending collapse of the riverbank to undermine the crown prince's influence, or even allowing subordinates to spread disease in Minzhou. Each act now appears exceedingly cruel. I must have had a skewed worldview in the past to have found such a male lead appealing. But the believer has found her way back from the path of delusion. I shall strive to do more good deeds in this lifetime, praying for heaven to grant me merit and reverse my fate. Xiao Tianjing had only just heard about the riverbank collapse and the Minzhou epidemic, his vision darkening as he contemplated the suffering that awaited the common people. The latter remark left him both amused and exasperated. But it was only when Qiao Jiaojiao mentioned reversing fate that he finally straightened his demeanor. Indeed, what lay ahead for the Qiao family was a path of defying destiny. Salutations to the crown prince. Salutation to the second prince. A clear voice suddenly cut through the introspective silence, startling Qiao Jiaojiao from her reverie. She looked up to see a pair of siblings standing between the crown prince and the second prince's stone desk. The young man in front donned luxurious brocade robes, his lips curling into a smile, his eyes dancing with mischief, as he held a folding fan, exuding an air of noble charm. The girl trailing slightly behind was equally captivating. Dressed in her finest attire, with a delicate countenance and a soft smile that made her utterly enchanting. Lord Shang, Lady Shang, no need for such formalities, the crown prince replied with a gentle indifference. And Qiao Jiaojiao realized that this pair of siblings was none other than Shang Mingcheng and Shang Xiran from the Duke of Qing's residence. I thought them handsome and beautiful, but upon closer inspection, it's merely the third lunar month, and they're already fanning themselves. What a show! And Lady Shang, don't think I haven't noticed, your gaze is practically glued to the male lead. Upon hearing Qiao Jiaojiao's comments, Xiao Tianjing quickly cast a glance at Shang Xiran. Indeed, he found her eyes sparkling with interest. Lingering on the second prince for an extended period, observing the situation, the crowd couldn't help but snicker. Everyone was aware that today's gathering disregarded rank, hence they had refrained from bowing to the crown prince and the second prince, yet the Duke of Qing's pair seemed intent on breaching etiquette. Were they desperate to curry favor in a place where they typically couldn't? Just moments ago, they had debated whether the title of the capital's most beautiful lady belonged to Miss Xiao or Miss Shang. But now at least Miss Xiao appeared disinterested in flattery. Meng Gushua, seated in a corner, felt a surge of urgency as she witnessed the enchanting beauty standing before the second prince. Her instincts were rarely wrong. Shang Xiran was undoubtedly her rival, and a formidable one at that. How vexing! Why had the poetry gathering not yet commenced? As Meng Gushua grew increasingly anxious, a loud clap echoed from the stage, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Once Qiao Jiaojiao learned the identities of the Shang siblings, her interest waned, and she began to wriggle in the crown prince's arms, eager to see the scene unfolding on stage. The crown prince gently tightened his embrace, ensuring Qiao Jiaojiao did not tumble, then lifted his gaze towards Shang Mingcheng. What more do you have to say, Lord Shang? The underlying message was clear. Did he not see that he and Lady Shang were blocking the view of Jiaojiao? Shang Mingcheng hesitated, ultimately deciding to seek an audience with the crown prince at a more opportune moment, and thus bowed in retreat. Before departing, Shang Xiran cast a lingering glance at the second prince. Yet he never once glanced her way, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. The exquisite gown she had persuaded her mother to purchase for several hundred taels, painstakingly crafted over 3 months by a seamstress from Jiangnan, was intended solely to catch his eye today. Had he truly meant what he said before, treating their reunion as if they were strangers, Meng Gushua was ever vigilant, and upon witnessing Shang Xiran's disheartened exit, she could not help but raise an eyebrow in triumph. Such a superficial beauty could never captivate her destined partner's heart. No matter how flamboyantly adorned, it would all be in vain. With Meng Gushua's newfound confidence, she had already begun to envision the second prince as hers to command. As the view opened up once more, Qiao Jiaojiao settled comfortably against the crown prince. On stage, 2 esteemed gentlemen were already seated. One was Mr. Jiu Qianshan, whom she had met during the Lantern Festival. The other, the equally respected Mr. Zhao Wensu. At this sight, the crowd fell silent, paying homage to the 2 gentlemen. Aside from the dozens of stone tables in the gathering, the grassy area behind was also filled with scholars who had come to the capital for the examination. Mr. Jiu Qianshan instinctively stroked his beard and stated plainly, "Today, we will set aside formalities and engage in poetry as friends." Mr. Zhao Wenju chimed in. In previous years, poetry often focused on themes of nature, lamenting the flourishing grass and the peace of the nation. This year, Mr. Gu and I have decided to take a different approach. Upon uttering these words, the majority of the audience displayed expressions of curiosity, while those who sought to elevate their status through the poetry gathering began to feel a sense of unease. In preparation for today's event, many had diligently composed several verses, but now it seemed their efforts might be in vain. Jiu Qianshan disregarded the reactions of the crowd, suddenly rising to his feet. His expression turning grave as he proclaimed, "On the Lantern Festival, I witnessed with my own eyes the treacherous invaders from the north infiltrate the capital to assassinate the crown prince, a crime beyond forgiveness. Although the Daeong dynasty revels in peace today, we must not forget the grievances and humiliations of yesteryears, nor the valiant men who shed their blood on the battlefield to defend our homeland. A gentleman must remain vigilant in times of peace, learn from the past to inform the future, and strive for self-improvement. Now, esteemed guests, please, Chapter 37, I must resort to my ultimate move, amidst a resplendent, romantic peach blossom grove. Such impassioned and resonant words evoked an involuntary shiver in Qiao Jiaojiao. She felt the crown prince's arm tighten around her, revealing that this benevolent heir was equally moved and deeply affected. The atmosphere in the gathering fell silent, only to be shattered by an abrupt cheer. Emir.Gu speaks wisely. Qiao Jiaojiao turned her head in surprise, instinctively placing a hand to her forehead. Indeed, such genuine emotion, coupled with a dry compliment, could only come from her clumsy older brother, who, despite being literate, knew little of poetry. Seeing everyone gaze upon him, Qiao De felt utterly perplexed. What are you staring at? Aren't you all composing poetry, or are you, like me, utterly muddled when it comes to verses? With that, laughter erupted throughout the assembly. Sitting beside Xiao Qianlan, Xiao Qianyu chuckled heartily. Xiao Qianlan tugged at her sister's sleeve with a resigned expression, whispering, "Sister, do keep your laughter to a minimum." Xiao Qianyu, bewildered, wondered why she should stifle her amusement. "But sister, look at all these young gentlemen and ladies, who dares to openly admit they are lacking in talent?" Xiao Qianlan gently poked her sister's forehead, her tone affectionate as she replied, "What do you mean lacking in talent, sister? Such remarks may earn you a slap. This is the second son of the Qiao family. He is merely proficient in martial skills." Proficient in martial skills. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianyu's eyes sparkled with interest. He must possess extraordinary abilities, being the son of Lord Qiao. Xiao Qianlan, sensing her sister's excitement, quickly grasped her sleeve. "Sister, do not be foolish. Today is a poetry gathering, not a martial arts competition." Xiao Qianlan knew her sister well. If she did not intervene, Xiao Qianyu would likely rise to challenge Qiao De on the spot. Xiao Qianyu, observing her sister's anxious demeanor, puffed her cheeks slightly. All right, I understand. Now, sister, compose your poignant verses. I promise to behave." Not entirely reassured, Xiao Qianlan continued to hold on to her sister's sleeve, while contemplating her own poetic lines. Though Meng Guxue had not anticipated Mr. Gu's theme, she felt no trepidation. With a treasure trove of poems in her mind, selecting a few outstanding ones would be effortless. However, to make a striking impression and avoid coinciding with another unknown time traveler's verses, she needed to choose a particularly unconventional or unique angle. Thus she resolved to ponder this matter carefully. Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes darted around the room, while Qiao Tianjing perked up his ears, vigilant not to miss any of her crucial thoughts. Perhaps due to the altered events of the Lantern Festival, the butterfly effect has led to a change in today's poetry theme. Consequently, I remain uncertain as to which poem the female lead will select, yet there is no doubt that whichever she chooses will surely astound the entire assembly. Qiao Jiaojiao's confidence was not in Meng Guxue, but rather in the unyielding legacy of China's 5,000 years of ancestors. What to do? I must not let the male and female leads fall for each other, otherwise, they will conspire together under the covers, and the Qiao family will ultimately be implicated. As Qiao Jiaojiao pondered deeply, Qiao Tianjing was also swiftly surveying the gathering. Perhaps he could devise a way to divert Meng Guxue? Just then, Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts echoed in his mind. It seems that nothing can be done with Meng Guxue. She appears determined to make a name for herself in the capital today. Qiao Tianjing, unlike Qiao Jiaojiao, Qiao Tianjing did not know Meng Guxue well. He was unaware of the sense of superiority she possessed as a time traveler. Moreover, Meng Guxue was evidently ambitious, intent on climbing to greater heights and becoming someone of significance. Qiao Jiaojiao's gaze flitted around. Since Meng Guxue's path is blocked, I must find a way to distract the male lead. Qiao Tianjing's brow furrowed at her words. After all, the second prince held a prestigious status, making this a challenging endeavor. Qiao Jiaojiao felt anxious. In her eyes, the male lead was far more formidable than Meng Guxue. Let me see if there are any blinding charms or deafening spells in the marketplace. As long as the male lead does not witness the female lead's brilliance, and they do not develop feelings for each other, that will suffice. Qiao Tianjing, Qiao Di, what marketplace, what blinding or deafening charms? Qiao Jiaojiao summoned the merit marketplace, and a translucent panel appeared before her, with the upper left corner boldly displaying merit points, 140. Although Madame Qiao had been performing good deeds in Qiao Jiaojiao's name, the merit points had not increased since reaching 142 months prior. Qiao Jiaojiao speculated that she needed to take matters into her own hands for any further accumulation. Scrolling through the unlocked items, she found no blinding or deafening charms. There were, however, leg-stretching pills and epilepsy pills, but they were not like charms. The male lead was no fool. Why would he consume something of dubious origin? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qiao Jiaojiao closed the marketplace with a sigh. Alas, old Yan Wang is too stingy. This golden finger is not generous enough. In that case, I must resort to my ultimate move. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyi's eyes brightened at this revelation. Little sister has a hidden trump card. In ancient romance stories, the male lead often possesses various quirks, such as cleanliness obsession or allergies to women other than the female lead. Isn't it a coincidence that Prince Jing has such a trait? Xiao Tianjing, Xiao Diyi, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over them. Qiao Jiaojiao steeled her resolve. Then I shall employ my urine trick. If I urinate on him, his cleanliness obsession will compel him to rush home for a day-long bath. Xiao Tianjing, Xiao Diyi, excellent, the premonition has come true. Although this tactic may prove effective, it feels rather shameless. Qiao Jiaojiao wasted no time. She abruptly sat up from the crown prince's embrace and extended her hands toward the second prince. Babbling incoherently, the crown prince looked on in confusion. Qiao girl, what is the matter? Qiao Jiaojiao leaned closer to the second prince, her voice wavering with mock contrition. I am terribly shameless. Sobbed. I must rely on urination to change my fate. The second prince cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Jiaojiao, promptly opting to ignore her. However, Qiao Jiaojiao, unabashed, raised her voice even louder, drawing the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Seeing this, Xiao Tianjing had no choice but to stand and play along. Jiao, be good. Big brother will hold you. Internally, Qiao Jiaojiao exclaimed, Oh foolish brother, you have no idea how monumental my endeavor is, do not hinder me. Xiao Tianjing almost burst into laughter but maintained a serious facade. Adding fuel to the fire. Be good, Jiao, you cannot cling to the second prince like this. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, you truly understand me. Yes, quickly let the male lead hold me. The crowd suddenly realized that the little girl from the Qiao family sought the second prince's embrace. Indeed, children possess an innate sense of beauty and ugliness, and even at such a young age. She knew to gravitate toward the second prince, yet given the adorable nature of Qiao Jiaojiao, everyone was willing to oblige her request. Thus, they collectively turned their gazes toward the second prince. Chapter 38. A woman's resolve determines her status. The second prince frowned as he regarded the exuberant Qiao Jiaojiao rushing toward him. He had never been fond of children and had little experience with them. Moreover, she was a child of the Qiao family. The crown prince, witnessing Qiao Jiaojiao's earnest desire to approach the second prince, could only chuckle helplessly. Brother, it seems this Qiao girl has taken quite a liking to you. Implied meaning, perhaps you should hold her for a moment. Initially, the second prince was quite unwilling, but the crown prince's words compelled him to reconsider. If he resisted too vehemently, would the crown prince suspect him of holding a grudge against the Qiao family? Furthermore, would onlookers interpret his reluctance as a deliberate display of arrogance? After all, if the crown prince could embrace her, why should he refuse? No, given the recent destruction of the Pearl and Jade Pavilion and the incident with the Northern Assassins, he needed to maintain a low profile during this period. With this in mind, the second prince finally extended his hand toward Qiao Jiaojiao. Qiao Jiaojiao's shameless plan had succeeded halfway, and her eyes sparkled with delight as the second prince gingerly placed her on his lap. In her heart, she silently prayed, Oh male lead, I am but a child, please do not take things too far. At this moment, several guests had already completed their poems. Once the parchment was delivered to Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao, they began to scrutinize the submissions meticulously. If they encountered a particularly commendable line, they would read it aloud for the entire assembly to appreciate. The recognized young lords and ladies held their heads high, accepting the admiring or envious gazes of others. Meng Gushue had actually completed her work long ago, yet at this moment, she couldn't help but feel anxious, for her handwriting was truly atrocious. Before her transmigration, Meng Gushue had scarcely practiced calligraphy. After her arrival in this world, she was preoccupied with schemes to stand out and contend with the illegitimate sons and daughters in the manor, leaving her no time to hone her writing skills. As she handed over the parchment, she feared it would be dismissed as mere waste paper by the two gentlemen. Overwhelmed with regret, Meng Gushue finally resolved, gritting her teeth and striking her fist against the stone table, scraping the back of her hand until it bled. The pain made her wince, tears welling in her eyes, yet she stifled any sound, quickly pulling out a handkerchief to bind her injury. A woman must be ruthless to secure her position. Should the two gentlemen inquire later, she would have a perfect excuse. Once home, she would swiftly practice her calligraphy, ensuring her excuse was flawless. With this thought in mind, Meng Gushue slowly rose to her feet. Qiao Jiaojiao had been observing Meng Gushue intently. Upon seeing her stand, she felt a sudden jolt. Meng Gushue took a deep breath and walked firmly towards the two gentlemen, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. After all, it was merely some obscure fictional dynasty. Let her show these antiquated figures how a modern woman could outmaneuver them. Most importantly, she aimed to win the affections of the second prince. Such a remarkable individual, once she aided him, attaining the throne would be a mere formality. In that case, she would have the second prince dismiss his harem, favoring her alone, and she would become the matriarch of the realm. Just as Meng Gushue lost herself in her daydreams, a sudden uproar erupted at the banquet. She quickly rose on her toes to see the second prince's face dark with fury, his brow furrowed. As he grasped Qiao Jiaojiao by the collar and lifted her away, Qiao Jiaojiao, I am not exaggerating, I truly saw murderous intent on the male lead's face just now, realizing Meng Gushue was approaching the platform. Qiao Jiaojiao knew she could not delay any longer, thus she suppressed her embarrassment and let loose her emotions, leading to the scene before her. Glancing down, she noticed that the second prince had reacted so swiftly that she had only managed to dampen the front of his garment slightly. Of course, for someone with obsessive cleanliness, even a small stain was intolerable. Xiao Tianjing had prepared in advance. Seeing the second prince's dark expression as he held Qiao Jiaojiao by the nape, he immediately rushed to her aid. This manner of lifting would surely constrict her neck. However, on the surface, Xiao Tianjing had no choice but to repeatedly apologize. Your Highness, my sister has acted inappropriately. I implore you to show mercy. Xiao Diyu was far more straightforward. He rushed over in just a few strides, his face full of regret. Your Highness, my little sister is still young. She did not mean to offend. If you wish to punish someone, I am tough-skinned and can endure it. I will accept any reprimand from your Highness. The onlookers could not help but murmur amongst themselves, voicing various opinions. I recall that this Qiao lady once soiled the crown prince's attire at the full moon banquet. Indeed, it seems the crown prince merely laughed it off at the time. In my opinion, the Qiao family should not have brought a child to such an occasion. This remark came from Sheng Xiran, who had a considerable following, prompting immediate criticism towards the Qiao brothers from the crowd. The second prince's expression darkened. He felt increasingly uncomfortable, especially in the area where his garment was damp, as if pricked by needles. Hearing the surrounding gossip, a chill settled in the second prince's heart. Since the crown prince had been magnanimous, he had even less reason to explode in anger. With this thought, the second prince's gaze became icy as he spoke lightly. Enough, they are merely children. Given the chilly weather in March, eldest brother should take the Qiao lady away to change. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianjing immediately displayed gratitude, thanking the second prince for his magnanimity. Then, Your Highness, he discreetly glanced at the second prince's damp hem. The second prince felt increasingly intolerable about the wet patch, turning to the crown prince and saying, Eldest brother, I shall take my leave for the palace. The crown prince nodded gently, aware of the second prince's fastidious nature regarding clothing, particularly intimate garments, which he insisted must remain pristine. Upon receiving the crown prince's acknowledgement, the second prince strode away with urgency. Meng Gushue watched in astonishment. How could he leave so swiftly? She had yet to recite her poem. Were it not for the lessons in propriety drilled into her by Madame Meng, she would have called out to retain the second prince at that moment. At this juncture, Meng Gushue regretted her earlier hesitance. Had she not been so concerned about her handwriting and acted decisively, she would have surely dazzled the second prince. Now, as his figure vanished into the peach grove, she could only stomp her foot in frustration. Qiao Jiaojiao sighed in relief as she saw the second prince depart. Do not doubt it. Had it not been in public, if I were not a daughter of the Qiao family, the male lead would have truly throttled me. How wonderful! Though I have become a shameless wretch, I have at least managed to send the male lead away. The poetry gathering was originally a moment of sweet romance. Now that I have spoiled it, the male and female leads will find it challenging to bond later. Ah, indeed, even a simple misstep can alter fate. Chapter 39. The moment of showmanship arrives. Meng Gushue was filled with deep regret. And the only one present who could empathize with her was Sheng Xiran. She had meticulously crafted a poem, believing it to be quite good, only for the second prince to be incensed by a maid from the Qiao family just as she stood to present it to Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao. The thought that she had awaited this poetry gathering for half a year made Sheng Xiran's heart ache. Now, she could only hope her poem would capture the attention of Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao, thereby spreading her reputation as a talented woman. If that were to happen, perhaps the second prince would view her with newfound respect through others' praises. Unbeknownst to them, Sheng Xiran and Meng Gushue were thinking along the same lines. While Meng Gushue wallowed in her dissatisfaction, Sheng Xiran approached her with an air of haughtiness. She scoffed upon noticing the dazed Meng Gushue. Whose daughter is this? She appears quite young, yet she is so impatient to seek the limelight. How laughable! Sheng Xiran's expression brimmed with disdain, but when addressing Mr. and Mr. Zhao, she instantly donned a composed demeanor. I present my humble work for your perusal, esteemed gentlemen. A young boy promptly accepted Sheng Xiran's parchment. Meng Gushue, regaining her senses, could not help but roll her eyes at Sheng Xiran's affected manner. Hello, this is my poem. Please present it together. Meng Gushue strode to the edge of the stage and thrust her poem into the boy's hands. Shang Xiaoran's countenance soured as she saw Meng Gushua's poem overshadow her own, but Meng Gushue paid her no mind and gracefully returned to her seat. Shang Xiaoran chastised herself for losing composure in public and suppressed her anger. Returning to the stone table with poise, meanwhile, Xiao Diyu hurriedly carried Qiao Jiaojiao through the peach grove, where Lu Mama awaited outside. Elder brother, hurry, we must not miss Meng Gushua's poem, Qiao Jiaojiao urged, and Xiao Diyu, seeing no one around, resorted to lightness of foot, startling Qiao Jiaojiao into exclamations of surprise. Lu Mama was swift and efficient, quickly dressing Qiao Jiaojiao in clean attire. Not needing further prompting, Xiao Diyu swiftly dashed out. Elder brother, you are amazing. Just as Xiao Diyu emerged from the grove with Qiao Jiaojiao, Mr. Gu called out, which one is Miss Meng from the Meng family? Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. Oh, we made it. The moment for the female lead to shine has arrived. Meng Gushue stood slowly and gracefully proclaimed, greetings, Mr. Gu. I am Meng Gushue from the Meng family. The crowd turned their gaze towards her, astonished as Mr. Gu acknowledged her name. It was known that those previously called were all poets of merit. This young lady Meng appeared quite youthful. Could she possess hidden poetic talent? Below the stage, Shang Xiaoran clenched her handkerchief, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Her poem had been submitted simultaneously with Meng Gushue's, yet Mr.Gu had only acknowledged Meng Gushue, ignoring her entirely. Could it be that her composition paled in comparison to that of an unknown like Meng Gushue? As the crowd murmured, Mr. Gu suddenly spoke, Miss Meng, your poem is exceptionally well-crafted. At this proclamation, the audience collectively gasped. The praise of exceptionally well-crafted from Mr. Gu's lips was indeed a high accolade. The full poem read, vowing to sweep away the Xiangnu without concern for oneself. 5,000 sable robes lost to the dust of the Hu. How pitiful the bones by the uncertain river, still lingering as dreams of spring in the boudoir. As Mr. Gu's words fell, the venue fell into an eerie silence. With the sound of a pin drop audible, Xiao Tianjing stood in shock. Had he not already known from his little sister that these verses were penned by Meng Gushue's predecessor from another world? Even he would have been in awe of her poetic talent. Unlike others who either praised the soldiers or railed against the northern folk, Meng Gushue intertwined the imagery of bones by the river with dreams of a springtime boudoir, stirring profound sorrow while perfectly aligning with her identity as a young lady. Indeed, Meng Gushue's choice of verses is exquisite. Even Qiao Jiaojiao nodded repeatedly, affirming Meng Gushue's remarkable display. The prince's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the 10-year-old daughter of the Meng family possessed such remarkable talent, overshadowing everyone present. Gradually, whispers filled the air, some filled with admiration, while others were laced with skepticism. How could someone so young compose such poetry? Perhaps it was crafted by another, merely brought forth to seek attention. Indeed, to engage in such deceit for the sake of notoriety reflects poorly on one's character. These remarks were incited by Shang Xiaoran, who rallied her circle of sycophantic companions. Once uttered, the words were met with agreement from the majority. Observing this, Qiao Jiaojiao nestled comfortably in Xiao Tianjing's embrace, her expression one of amusement as she anticipated the unfolding drama. How I wish someone would bring sunflower seeds, so I could enjoy the spectacle while snacking. Xiao Tianjing, upon hearing her, carefully retrieved a small, neatly wrapped snack and smilingly offered it to Qiao Jiaojiao. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted it. Such a considerate elder brother, my sister-in-law is in for a treat. Xiao Tianjing, little sister, can food silence your chatter? As the murmur of doubt grew louder, Mr.Gu slowly rose to his feet, his expression solemn and serious. For scholars, character is paramount, with talent being a secondary concern. Not if Miss Meng truly possessed such literary prowess, he would not wrong her today. Yet, should she prove to be one who seeks fame through deception, she would find no place at future poetry gatherings in Dongjiao. Meng Gushue took a small breath, aware that this poetry meeting was crucial for her. Miss Meng, I have a few questions for you, Mr. Gu stated. Meng Gushue nodded promptly, urging him to proceed. Mr.Gu unfurled Meng Gushue's rice paper for all to see, and Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the scrawled handwriting resembling that of a novice. Truly, it seemed she was a modern individual unversed in the art of calligraphy. Firstly, regarding the Xiangnu and the Wuding River, what are their origins? Is there any literary reference to support this? Meng Gushue hadn't expected such rigorous scrutiny from these old scholars. But fortunately, she had prepared a response. Mr. Gu, the Xiangnu symbolize the northern bandits, while the Wuding River is of my own invention. At this point, she felt a twinge of guilt, having traversed into this era. She had not taken the time to consult geographical texts. How could she know if a river existed between the Daong dynasty and the northern territories? Surely the name Wuding was not too grievous an error. Mr.Gu furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, there was a river at the border of the Daong dynasty in the northern territories, aptly named Wuding. Every citizen of the Daong should be familiar with the Wuding victory, a significant triumph led by General Qiao that turned the tide of battle, thus rendering the Wuding River renowned. By altering Wuding to Wuding, Miss Meng had indeed committed an oversight, the audience having initially been moved by Mr. Gu's recitation now exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly shifting. Qiao Jiaojiao sensed the change in atmosphere and, after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot my father's great achievements, the Wooding victory. Alas, the female lead seems to be somewhat unfortunate in this situation." On a smaller scale, it reflects her ignorance, not even knowing of the Wooding River, and on a larger scale, it could lead to a literary inquisition. Now, we shall see how the prince responds to this blunder. It was evident that the thoughts of everyone present aligned closely with those of Qiao Jiaojiao, all eyes instinctively turning towards the prince, calmly seated in his prominent position. The prince finally spoke. "Miss Meng, are you unaware of the Wooding River?" Meng Gushue was taken aback that the prince would address her directly. However, given the expressions of those around her, she was not foolish enough to think he was impressed by her. The Wooding River, was there truly a river by that name in the Daong dynasty? The bewilderment etched on her face was genuine, and the prince understood this well that he averted his gaze and said coolly, "Miss Meng, your poetic talent is indeed extraordinary. However, a truly learned individual should not confine themselves to mere ornate language and beautiful verses, they must also be well versed in both ancient and contemporary knowledge." Harboring a sense of national pride and a commitment to righteousness. As the prince's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone's demeanor turned grave, mingled with respect and trepidation, leaving Meng Gushue feeling breathless. This was her first encounter with the majestic authority of the royal family in this unfamiliar dynasty. The mere presence of the prince cast a formidable shadow over her. In that moment, Meng Gushue, who had previously held a dismissive view of these feudal remnants, felt her legs tremble, unknowingly dampening her back with sweat. She sensed that had she exhibited any sign of familiarity with the Wooding River, she might have been dragged away on the spot. "Mr. Gu, let the poetry gathering continue. Miss Meng's talent is still worthy of recognition." The prince's decisive words gradually eased the tension in the atmosphere. After all, the foolish act of misnaming the Wooding River was enough to confirm that this poem had indeed originated from Meng Gushue's own hand. Meng Gushue returned to her seat, her heart racing as she pondered why every situation seemed to spiral unexpectedly, never proceeding smoothly. At that moment, her legs still felt weak. Nevertheless, Meng Gushue's poetic talent had received the prince's affirmation, thrusting her into the spotlight. As the gathering continued, many more verses were presented for appreciation. Yet none could astonish like Meng Gushue's. Growing weary of the proceedings, Qiao Jiaojiao glanced around, her lively spirit catching the prince's attention, reminiscent of the fourth prince's childhood. "Come here, Jiao Jiao," he beckoned, extending his hand. Eager to cultivate a rapport with the prince, Qiao Jiaojiao happily nestled into his embrace, occasionally playfully poking his cheek or tugging at his sleeve. The prince's expression softened, displaying a rare indulgence. A scene that drew silent astonishment from the onlookers. Was the prince truly so doting towards this daughter of the Qiao family? Meng Gushue surreptitiously observed the prince, her heart filling with envy at the unrestrained smile on Qiao Jiaojiao's face. A pang of bitterness settling within her. Thus, the act of being born into the right family truly is a skill. If only she had been reborn as this Qiao family young lady, showered with affection and luxury, what man could she not choose? Lost in her envy of Qiao Jiaojiao, she remained oblivious to the pair of eyes filled with resentment watching her closely. At noon, the gathering paused for lunch. Without much formality, the prince invited Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai to join him for a meal. Qiao Dai, noticing the prince's reluctance to let go of Qiao Jiaojiao, felt puzzled. Being straightforward, he voiced his confusion. "Brother Shin, are you not worried your little sister might wet you?" "Qiao Jiaojiao, I would never do such a thing." "Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai, I don't believe it." The prince raised an eyebrow at their banter, unfazed. "Worry not, I have brought an extra set of clothes." Qiao Dai. It seems the prince had come well prepared. "Prince, please wait," a soft voice called from behind. The prince turned to see Shang Mingcheng hurrying towards him, an expression of urgency on his face. Qiao Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow, curious. What could Shang Mingcheng want with the prince? As the prince paused, Shang Mingcheng exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai beside him, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke. "Your Highness, may I request a moment of your time?" Qiao Jiaojiao's curiosity was piqued. "Prince, please agree, let's see what kind of trick Shang Mingcheng is up to." The prince, recalling that Shang Xiaoran was one of the candidates for the position of princess consort, nodded slowly. "Let us walk ahead. De Lang and Erlang shall wait here." Qiao Dai was about to remind the prince as he held on to Qiao Jiaojiao, but Qiao Tianjing stopped him. "Let little sister go, this will reveal Shang Mingcheng's true intentions." Qiao Dai, realizing the wisdom in his brother's words, agreed. They walked a short distance to a peach tree, where the prince maintained a calm demeanor. "What does Lord Shang wish to discuss with me?" Shang Mingcheng appeared anxious, even somewhat bashful. "Qiao Jiaojiao, why is Shang Mingcheng suddenly acting like a lovesick youth? Isn't he supposed to be the notorious playboy? Moreover, he has a whole harem at home." Gathering his courage, Shang Mingcheng licked his lips nervously and bowed slightly. "Your Highness, I seek your favor." The prince raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. "Pray, continue." Shang Mingcheng's face brightened with eagerness. "Your Highness, I have taken a liking to the daughter of General Biao Qi, And I humbly request that you speak favorably on my behalf to the emperor, seeking his blessing for my union with Miss Qiao Jiaojiao. Oh my, Shang Mingcheng is boldly vying for his beloved right in front of the prince. This is going to be entertaining. The crown prince swiftly composed himself and inquired with a hint of detachment, since Lord Shang wishes to bestow a marriage, why not let Duke Qing report directly to my father? Shang Mingcheng, upon hearing this, could not help but smile bitterly. To be candid with your highness, my father does not wish for me to marry Miss Qiao, which is precisely why I seek a royal decree of marriage. The crown prince raised an eyebrow slightly, and why is that? Shang Mingcheng dared not disclose the truth, for General Pouchy was a man of integrity, while the Duke of Qing's household harbored too many secrets that his father feared might come to light. However, Shang Mingcheng was undeniably enamored with Miss Qiao. From the very first glance, he was utterly captivated, since witnessing her striking beauty, the ladies of his home had faded into mere commonplace figures, utterly unpalatable. In response to the crown prince's probing, Shang Mingcheng had already devised an excuse to I cannot conceal this from your highness, my father believes that General Pouchy's family is of too high a standing. And thus the Duke of Qing should marry lower, which is why he disapproves. This rationale was indeed plausible, as it was common practice among noble families in the capital to marry lower. The crown prince's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he suddenly asked, does Miss Qiao know of your affections? Shang Mingcheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from the crown prince. Miss Qiao was of course unaware of his feelings. He had merely caught a distant glimpse of her, yet could not help but develop a fondness. He had not even had the opportunity to exchange a single word with her. Nevertheless, in order to persuade the crown prince to grant his request for a marriage decree, he felt compelled to resort to any means necessary, otherwise his father would surely remain obstinate. With this thought, Shang Mingcheng lowered his head slightly, a look of embarrassment and shame crossing his features. Your highness, I must confess, my heart has long been intertwined with Miss Qiao's, yet we have strictly adhered to propriety, never transgressing the bounds of decorum. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao was nearly driven to madness. Oh my, this Shang Mingcheng is undoubtedly spinning lies. Intertwined hearts? Nonsense. Miss Qiao harbors feelings solely for the crown prince. Crown prince, do not believe his fabrications. This Shang Mingcheng is undoubtedly coveting Miss Qiao's beauty. If she were to marry him, it would be akin to stepping into a fiery pit. Regrettably, the crown prince remained oblivious to Qiao Jiaojiao's inner turmoil. Upon hearing Shang Mingcheng's words, his brows furrowed deeply, and an icy demeanor enveloped him. Intertwined hearts, you say? Shang Mingcheng felt a flicker of panic, yet for the sake of securing the beauty he desired, he boldly nodded, pleading for the crown prince's support. Qiao Jiaojiao could no longer contain herself, unleashing a torrent of invective. Support? Nonsense, you scoundrel, you lecherous wastrel, a rogue driven by lust. The crown prince stood silently, neither assenting nor denying. Lord Shang, you may return for now. I shall carefully consider your proposal. The matter of the crown princess had yet to be made public. Aside from the Qiao family, no one else was aware that Miss Qiao was also a contender for the position of crown princess. Though Shang Mingcheng did not receive the crown prince's explicit assurance, he felt a flicker of hope amidst his disappointment. Thank you, your highness. Might I have the privilege of inviting you to dine at the pavilion in the eastern outskirts? The crown prince shook his head gently. There is no need. I have already made arrangements with the two young masters of the Qiao family. Feeling disheartened, Shang Mingcheng could only retreat with a sense of regret. The crown prince lingered beneath the peach tree for a moment, lost in thought, before finally speaking softly. Has she truly formed such a bond with Lord Shang? Qiao Jiaojiao, in a fluster, exclaimed, what a scandal! Spreading rumors is one thing, but dispelling them is an exhausting endeavor. Crown prince, do not believe him. If necessary, inquire with Miss Qiao. She may not even be acquainted with Shang Mingcheng. As the crown prince held Qiao Jiaojiao, they emerged from the peach grove, where Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu were quick to approach. They soon heard Qiao Jiaojiao's indignant complaints. Oh my, today has truly opened my eyes, that shameless Shang Mingcheng. Qiao Jiaojiao rambled on, and Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu skillfully extracted the pertinent information. Thus Shang Mingcheng sought a royal decree of marriage, with the object of his affection being the intended side consort Qiao Qianlan. And to achieve his goal, he had falsely claimed to be in love with her. Most importantly, it seemed the crown prince was inclined to believe him. How troublesome! Qiao Tianjing felt a headache coming on. How could this matter be resolved? Both he and his younger brother were men and could not recklessly approach the two young ladies of the Qiao family. Qiao Jiaojiao was also deep in thought, when suddenly a bright idea struck her. I wonder if my sister-in-law has any ties with Miss Qiao, but if so, having her act as an intermediary would be quite advantageous. However, upon further reflection, Qiao Jiaojiao's spirits began to wane. Even if my sister-in-law and Miss Qiao do have a connection, how can I ask her to assist when I am unable to speak on the matter? For now, we can only hope the crown prince remains composed and does not readily believe Shang Mingcheng's words, but instead sends someone to investigate. Alas, how frustrating! Qiao Jiaojiao leaned wearily against the crown prince's shoulder, her mood decidedly low, yet, upon hearing her words, Qiao Tianjing's eyes suddenly brightened. This was indeed a splendid idea. However, this would undoubtedly require him to overstep the bounds and meet her privately. With this thought, a warm flush crept over Qiao Tianjing's heart. After lunch, Qiao Jiaojiao was carried into the carriage by Lu Mama. Having exerted herself mentally throughout the morning, she was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber as soon as her eyes closed. Qiao Tianjing instructed Qiao Diyu to look after Qiao Jiaojiao. While he stealthily made his way toward the distant peach grove. At that moment, many were resting in their carriages, preparing for the afternoon poetry gathering. Others were scattered along the riverbank, chatting amiably and forming friendships. Qiao Tianjing ventured deeper into the peach grove, his ears flushing with a hint of warmth. The area was sparsely populated, and he surmised she must be nearby. He carefully moderated his steps, navigating past a lush peach tree in full bloom. When a delicate figure clad in lotus pink appeared before him, Qiao Tianjing's heart leapt, and he halted abruptly. Miss Han, he found himself stammering. Han Yashan turned slowly, her serene countenance tinged with a hint of shyness. A vision of beauty that rivaled the blossoms. You, what brings you to seek me? Though they were already betrothed, meeting before marriage was still deemed improper had it not been for his attendant's insistence that it was of utmost importance. She would not have come. Qiao Tianjing was fully aware that his actions were rather inappropriate, thus he refrained from advancing further and instead offered a gentle bow. Miss Han, I truly apologize for my impertinence. Seeing this, Han Yashan hurried forward, attempting to assist him, but midway her face flushed crimson, and she halted. You need not be so formal. If there is something of importance, please speak. A gentle breeze rustled the petals, showering them like falling blossoms. Qiao Tianjing's expression grew serious as he began to relay the matter at hand. He spoke softly, his words barely audible above the rustling branches, so that only Han Yashan could hear. After a lengthy pause, Han Yashan managed to suppress her embarrassment, her expression earnest as she nodded gently. If you trust me so, I shall endeavor to assist. Grateful for her affirmation, Qiao Tianjing's heart swelled with appreciation for Han Yashan. Then let us meet beneath the willow tree at the pavilion in the eastern outskirts, shall we? Very well. Han Yashan nodded again, and a silence enveloped them. Qiao Tianjing could almost hear his own racing heartbeat. And he suddenly blurted out, that hairpin suits you beautifully. Instinctively, Han Yashan raised her hand to touch the hairpin adorning her hair. In the next moment, both of their faces flushed a deep crimson, and they turned away simultaneously. Then it is settled, Qiao Tianjing said awkwardly. Agreed. Han Yashan responded quickly, unable to linger any longer. Qiao Tianjing hurriedly departed, his neck flushed with warmth. That hairpin had been meticulously chosen by him. It was the first gift he had ever selected for a woman, chosen with great care. He had placed the hairpin within the betrothal gifts presented to the Han family, never anticipating that Han Yashan would select it and wear it today. The sensation was indescribable, as if his heartfelt offering had been cherished, filling him with sweetness and lightening his steps. Hearing the footsteps receding behind her, Han Yashan could not help but glance back, her heart racing. What a foolish boy, who presents a betrothal gift with an intricately engraved bamboo hairpin. It was clearly his handiwork. Unable to resist, Han Yashan caressed the hairpin in her hair, overwhelmed by an indescribable sweetness. After a deep slumber, Qiao Jiaojiao awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Lu Mama attentively wiped her face, redoing her hair into two small buns before placing her in Qiao Diyu's arms. Second brother, there remains half an hour until the afternoon poetry gathering. Shall we take a stroll along the riverbank? Qiao Tianjing casually suggested, discreetly signaling to Qiao Diyu. Understanding the cue, Qiao Diyu eagerly replied, let us invite Brother Shin as well. The two brothers, carrying Qiao Jiaojiao, found the crown prince engrossed in a book within his carriage. Qiao Diyu, in a boisterous manner, called out, Brother Shin, care to join us for a walk? The crown prince smiled warmly, appreciating the carefree nature that only the Qiao family's second son dared to exhibit before him, which he found quite delightful. Very well. The crown prince stepped down from the carriage, guided by Qiao Tianjing as they strolled along the riverbank. When it came to conversation, it was Qiao Tianjing, brimming with knowledge, who was more in tune with the crown prince. Meanwhile, Qiao Diyu entertained Qiao Jiaojiao, occasionally pointing out flowers by the roadside or playfully teasing the birds in the trees. Eliciting peals of laughter from her, the crown prince, initially in a somewhat somber mood, found his spirits lifting as he gazed upon the vibrant scenery and listened to the carefree laughter of the children nearby. In the distance, they spotted a pavilion. As Qiao Tianjing's heart stirred slightly, he suggested, Your Highness, we still have ample time. Let us take a moment to sit in the pavilion. The crown prince, indifferent yet contemplative, nodded slowly. As the four approached the pavilion, they were suddenly greeted by a soft and delicate murmur of conversation. Qiao Tianjing's heart leaped, a wave of joy swelling within him. It was she. Indeed, she had summoned the Xiao sisters. Standing in their position, obscured by a grand willow tree, they could not see the speakers. However, a faint glimpse of a skirt, a gentle shade of azure, peeked from behind the tree. Qiao Jiaojiao, who had been glancing around, suddenly felt a jolt. This sounds remarkably like my sister-in-law's voice. Wait, that skirt, that color, could it be the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? The crown prince, having already gestured for silence to signal Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu to depart, paused involuntarily when he caught sight of the skirt's edge. Just then, a warm and gentle voice resonated. Miss Han, I have yet to congratulate you. I hear you have found yourself a worthy husband. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with realization. It truly is the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. She had previously overheard this very tone while the young lady conversed with the second daughter of the Qiao family on horseback. Qiao Tianjing felt a faint blush creep onto his cheeks. He couldn't help but wonder what expression adorned her face at this moment. "Miss Xiao, even you join in jesting with me," Han Yaxian's voice, tinged with shyness, chimed in. "Miss Han, I am quite fond of your character, so I shall call you Sister Han. I assure you, I am not jesting. I suspect every young lady in the capital is envious of you." The voice of Xiao Qianlan emerged, calm and soothing, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Knowing the time agreed upon with Xiao Tianjing was nearing, Han Yaxian deftly shifted the conversation toward Xiao Qianlan. "Sister Xiao, you hail from a prestigious family renowned for your beauty. I must confess I am at a loss as to which gentleman in the capital could be deemed worthy of you. Sister, you speak true. My sister is indeed the finest woman in the world. I see no one in the capital who could match her," a lively voice interjected, belonging to Xiao Qianlan's younger sister, Xiao Qianyue. "Sister, do not speak so recklessly." Xiao Qianlan admonished Xiao Qianyue, her tone momentarily stern before softening again. "Sister Han, such words cannot be taken lightly. Matters of marriage are best left to our parents." Han Yaxian realized she had overstepped. Ordinarily she would never voice such presumptuous thoughts. However, given the gravity of the situation concerning Xiao Lang, she felt compelled to be intrusive. Thus, she composed herself, taking Xiao Qianlan's hand, and said to Sister Xiao, "Please do not think me meddlesome. I, too, have heard some gossip this morning at the poetry gathering, and I worry it may tarnish your reputation." Hearing this, Xiao Qianlan's expression shifted subtly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Through their interaction, she recognized Han Yaxian as a woman of considerable decorum and propriety. Leading her to feel a sense of kinship. Assuming Han Yaxian bore no ill intent, she gently nodded, prompting her to continue. Han Yaxian inhaled deeply, seemingly struggling with her words, before hesitantly inquiring, "Sister Xiao, are you acquainted with Lord Shang of the Duke of Qing's household?" Upon hearing their conversation, the crown prince had intended to turn away but was abruptly halted, his heart racing at the mention of Lord Shang, fully aware that eavesdropping was not befitting of a gentleman. Yet he found himself unable to move. Qiao Jiaojiao's heart raced even faster than the crown prince's. Good heavens, how fortuitous for my sister-in-law. Could this be destiny, orchestrating a reconciliation between the crown prince and the eldest daughter of the Qiao family? Allowing love to flourish? This is splendid. Let there be no melodramatic love stories. A smooth resolution would be ideal. Xiao Tianjing, maintaining his composure, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. After all, one must take matters into their own hands. Chapter 43, The finest young man in the world. Lord Shang, Xiao Qianlan's voice, laced with confusion, arose. "I am aware of a gentleman from the Duke of Qing's household. Yet our families share no connection, thus I only know his name but not the man himself." "Why do you suddenly mention Lord Shang?" Han Yaxian felt a wave of relief wash over her. This was likely the response Qiao Lang wished to hear. If he were nearby, perhaps this matter would resolve favorably. Noticing Xiao Qianlan's curious gaze fixed upon her, Han Yaxian lowered her voice and said, "Sister Xiao, I heard at the poetry gathering today that Lord Shang appears to have intentions toward you, accompanied by some scandalous whispers. I see you as a gem too precious to take such rumors lightly. Yet I understand how difficult it is to prove one's innocence. That is why I took the liberty of seeking you out, hoping you would remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianlan's countenance paled. Such absurdity, this was an egregious injustice. She had no acquaintance with Lord Shang whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianyue's anger flared. "Who dares slander my sister's reputation? What does that Lord Shang think he is? Daring to approach my sister? Sister Han, tell me who those gossipmongers are. I, Xiao Qianyue, shall pay them a visit." Han Yaxian, taken aback, replied, "Miss Xiao, I do not often mingle with others. I cannot recognize their faces." Suddenly, Xiao Qianyue recalled Han Yaxian's esteemed reputation in the capital. Leaving her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Xiao Qianlan quickly stood to restrain Xiao Qianyue. "Sister, did you not hear Sister Han's words? It is exceedingly difficult to prove one's innocence, for now they merely whisper in private. I shall maintain my integrity and fear not such slander. If you make a scene, it will only draw more attention, and then our family will truly lose face. Let it be. The innocent will clear themselves. We need not concern ourselves with them." Xiao Qianlan's words, though gentle, bore a resolute strength, demonstrating remarkable composure. Han Yaxian silently admired her poise, acknowledging her as the renowned eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Indeed, possessing a remarkable temperament. Sister Han, I appreciate your willingness to bring this matter to my attention. I know it must have been difficult for you. At this, Xiao Qianlan acknowledged Han Yaxian's predicament with genuine gratitude. Han Yaxian felt her face flush, suddenly overwhelmed with guilt. In this world, how could there be such a splendid woman, while she had deceived her? Truly, it was a sin. Qiao Jiaojiao could hardly contain her excitement. Nearly applauding in delight, the misunderstanding had been resolved. She leaned forward to gauge the crown prince's reaction. Noticing his brows relaxed, his eyes sparkling with joy, he appeared to be in excellent spirits. "Look at that. He is happy, proud, and found his beloved." Oh, how can there be so many wonderful sisters and sisters-in-law, yet each one faces such trials? Lost in her own lamentations, Qiao Jiaojiao was suddenly interrupted by a distant cry of alarm. Followed by a splash, something had fallen into the water. The commotion startled Han Yashin and the Xiao sisters behind the tree. They exchanged glances and hurried over, only to raise their heads and see three familiar figures. Your Highness, Xiao Qianlan gasped, quickly taking Xiao Qianyue's hand to bow. Han Yashin exchanged a discreet glance with Xiao Tianjing, both swiftly averting their eyes, unsure how long the crown prince had been present. Xiao Qianlan felt her complexion pale, recalling the nature of her conversation with Han Yashin. Could it be that he had overheard everything? Did he know of the rumors surrounding her and Lord Shang? Would he misunderstand her? A wave of anxiety surged within her. Previously, she had stood unafraid of public opinion, but now, in the presence of the person she admired, a flicker of trepidation and worry emerged. A year prior, the crown prince had come to the Xiao residence bearing a decree from the emperor. It was the first time Xiao Qianlan had laid eyes upon him. The young man stood tall and graceful, exuding an undeniable regal aura, yet his demeanor was that of a gentleman, elegant and poised. Most notably, the crown prince spoke with warmth and approachability, treating her parents with utmost courtesy. In that moment, Xiao Qianlan couldn't help but think that he must be the finest young man in the world. However, given his noble status, the position of crown princess bore immense significance. Even as the daughter of a distinguished general, she could scarcely dare to dream of such fortune. Moreover, with her father wielding military power, he had historically been both favored and feared by the imperial family, so she could not bring herself to hope for such a future, nor did she want to impose further constraints upon her father. In just one encounter, a whirlwind of thoughts crossed Xiao Qianlan's mind, yet she quickly steadied herself, exuding respect and decorum. The crown prince felt a twinge of embarrassment. Alas, the act of eavesdropping had been discovered. This humble servant and the two young gentlemen from the Qiao family have just arrived. I was unaware that the three young ladies were also here, the crown prince awkwardly explained. Qiao Jiaojiao stifled a giggle. Even if the crown prince is mature, he still stumbles in front of his beloved. Is this not a clear sign? A lack of explanation would have sufficed. The crown prince quickly realized this truth. What to do? Surely Miss Xiao would not think ill of my character, believing me to be slick-tongued and disreputable. Xiao Qianyue, however, lacked such perceptiveness. She leaned forward, curious as to why everyone had fallen silent, and decisively spoke up. Your Highness, it seems from the voices that someone has fallen into the water. Should we not go investigate? She genuinely could not fathom why they were all standing around, staring at one another in silence. Xiao Diyu nodded emphatically, acknowledging Miss Xiaoer's wise words. Qiao Jiaojiao could not suppress a laugh. Indeed, second brother, henceforth you shall only utter this phrase before sister-in-law.at present. It is Miss Xiaoer who speaks wisely. In the future, it shall be my wife who speaks wisely. My second brother and sister-in-law are truly a pair of lively treasures in the capital. Upon hearing this, Xiao Diyu felt no embarrassment. Rather, his eyes sparkled with delight. Look, that is my future wife, so adorably charming. The crown prince interjected. Thank you, Miss Xiaoer, for your timely intervention. Very well, let us proceed to investigate. As Qiao Jiaojiao pondered, she recalled that the original narrative did not feature any scene of drowning. Could it be that some unfortunate soul had slipped? The group hurried toward the source of the commotion, and as they drew closer, they indeed heard the splashing of water, turning around a sturdy willow tree. The scene by the riverbank unfolded before them. Qiao Jiaojiao exclaimed, is this not a classic case of ancient bullying? On the riverbank stood 7 or 8 young ladies, brimming with arrogance, the most conspicuous being Shang Xiran of the Shang family. Her resplendent gown shimmered under the sunlight, casting a dazzling array of colors. Qiao Jiaojiao muttered, let me see who the unfortunate victim of this bullying is. Chapter 44, The Bullied Protagonist by the Riverbank. A stout old woman squatted with her back turned to the crowd, poised to push anyone who surfaced back under the water with her robust arms. This explained why Qiao Jiaojiao and the others only heard the sound of splashing and not any cries for help. Meanwhile, the young ladies on the bank continued to giggle, witnessing their earlier smugness while claiming, we are not bullying, this is criminal, was utterly ludicrous. At such a tender age, they were already vying for attention. Utterly oblivious to their own limitations, having penned a mediocre poem and received a single compliment from the crown prince, they had become insufferably arrogant. They dared to boast of competing with Sister Shang. Without considering the vast disparity between their families, a mere flick of the finger from the Duke of Qinghua would suffice to subdue the Meng family entirely. Qiao Jiaojiao realized with astonishment that the bullied unfortunate was none other than the protagonist herself. Oh my, is that Meng Gushue in the water? According to the original plot, at this juncture, Meng Gushue should have already made her romantic commitment to the male lead in the Peach Grove. Although Shang Xiran has always harbored envy toward the protagonist, she could never act upon it due to the male lead's protection, and now that the protagonist has lost the male lead's safeguarding and is flaunting her talents at the poetry gathering, she has unwittingly invited calamity upon herself. As Meng Gushue struggled valiantly to resurface once more, she was once again thrust back into the depths by the old woman, unable to bear the sight any longer. Xiao Qianyue stepped forward. She was warm-hearted and principled. This group was clearly engaging in blatant bullying. Furthermore, from their exchange, it was evident that Miss Meng had committed no heinous act. Her only crime was to incite jealousy. Yet they sought to extinguish a living soul. Xiao Diyu, who had once been equally compassionate, had saved Meng Gushue from drowning before. However, he had come to understand, through Qiao Jiaojiao's heartfelt sentiments, that Meng Gushue was one of the principal culprits responsible for the misfortune that had befallen the Qiao family. Thus, he merely stood there with a stern expression, refraining from uttering that everything was yet to transpire and that Meng Gushue remained innocent. The circumstances that had culminated in this moment were a direct result of their family's efforts to heed the younger sister's voice. Had they not received her guidance, Meng Gushue would have been thriving soon to reveal her fangs toward the Qiao family. "Stop! What are you doing? Are you disregarding human life?" Xiao Qianyue exclaimed, stepping forward with a commanding voice. This declaration resonated powerfully, startling the young ladies on the bank, who turned to look upon catching sight of the crown prince behind Xiao Qianyue. Their faces turned pale, and they hastily knelt. "We greet His Royal Highness." The old woman by the water, startled by the mention of the crown prince, slipped and fell into the river with a loud splash. Meng Gushue, having finally surfaced, seized the opportunity to cry out for help. "Your Highness, Crown Prince, save me!" Xiao Qianyue rushed to the riverbank, seizing Meng Gushue by the shoulders and pulling her upward with remarkable strength, rivaling that of an average man. Meng Gushue felt a powerful tug, as if grasping a lifeline, and clung desperately to Xiao Qianyue's hand. With a splash, Meng Gushue was dragged to the shore. Trembling, she lay on the ground, her wet clothes clinging to her frail frame. Her complexion ghostly pale in the chilly March air, her soaked hair clung haphazardly to her face, rendering her a pitiful sight, akin to a drenched puppy, unable to bear the sight any longer. Xiao Qianlan approached, removing her cloak to drape it over Meng Gushue. The sudden warmth jolted Meng Gushue, and as she looked up, she met Xiao Qianlan's concerned gaze. "Miss Meng, where is your maid? I shall have her fetch you a change of dry clothes." At her most desperate and vulnerable moment, hearing such genuine concern caused tears to cascade down Meng Gushue's cheeks, rendering her speechless. She could not fathom why, as a transmigrator, she found herself in such a dismal plight in this backward era. Having followed her original plan to shine at the poetry gathering, why was she not met with the anticipated acclaim? Why was she subjected to bullying? Gazing at the gentle and kind-hearted Xiao Qianlan, Meng Gushue felt a surge of gratitude, yet a pang of resentment stirred within her. If fate had chosen her to traverse time, why had it not allowed her to inhabit the body of someone as privileged and beautiful as Xiao Qianlan? Had she been in such a position, she would effortlessly possess everything she desired without any struggle. Xiao Qianlan adjusted the cloak draped over Meng Gushue, and as their eyes met, she was taken aback by the ambition reflected in Meng Gushue's gaze. It was filled with discontent and indignation, a sight that was unsettling for one so young. Such eyes were not typical of a 10-year-old lady. As Xiao Qianlan contemplated this, her expression remained unchanged. Yet the sympathy and softness in her eyes gradually retreated. This Miss Meng appeared to be anything but simple. While Meng Gushue wallowed in self-pity, she remained oblivious to the whereabouts of her maid. That wretched Shang Xiaoran had deceived her in the crown prince's name, claiming he admired her poetic talent and wished to discuss it further. However, the maid sent by Madame Meng was actually spying on her actions. And to facilitate her schemes, she had cunningly dispatched her maid elsewhere. Who could have anticipated that upon arriving at the riverbank, she would find Shang Xiaoran and a throng of young ladies awaiting her? Realizing this, Meng Gushue shook her head in frustration. "I don't know. I truly do not know where my maid is. Not to worry, I will send someone to fetch my garments for you to wear." Xiao Qianyue, unable to tolerate witnessing the weak being oppressed, declared as she raised her hand to summon assistance. However, Xiao Qianlan abruptly stood, subtly restraining Xiao Qianyue's hand while casting her a meaningful glance. It was best not to entangle themselves with the Meng family, especially regarding something as trivial as lending clothing. Who could predict the repercussions that might follow? Although Xiao Qianyue did not grasp her sister's intent, she understood that her sister was the most astute individual. If she shook her head, it signified disapproval. Thus she feigned embarrassment and withdrew her hand, murmuring, "Oh dear, I too have not brought a maid." Qiao Jiaojiao had been observing the unfolding scene with a detached demeanor. But upon hearing Xiao Qianyue's intention to lend clothes to Meng Gushue, her heart skipped a beat. Before she could gesture otherwise, Xiao Qianlan had already intervened. Witnessing this, Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but feel a flicker of respect. No wonder she is a woman who can harmonize with the crown prince. Miss Xiao is truly perceptive. Meng Gushue had always looked down upon the people of this era, deeming them ignorant and primitive, while she, hailing from a modern age, regarded herself as superior. However, Qiao Jiaojiao's perspective differed greatly. Children raised in contemporary society were overly sheltered, their eyes often reflecting a naive innocence. In contrast, the young masters and mistresses of noble families, nurtured with immense resources, were not only precocious but also navigated a complex social environment. Their thoughts ran deep and inscrutable. To advance in this unfamiliar realm, one must maintain a sense of reverence and adopt a guise of simplicity to thrive. Regrettably, Meng Gushue failed to comprehend this wisdom. Chapter 45, Self-sabotage. The crown prince had not anticipated witnessing such a farcical spectacle, and his expression darkened instantly, emanating an imposing aura, having grown up in the imperial palace. He was no stranger to the sordid tactics of court life. He could see through the intentions of these young ladies in an instant. It was evident that they were led by Shang Xiaoran, a jealous and malicious young lady unworthy of aspiring to be his consort. Furthermore, the Shang family's suitor had the audacity to lie before him, tarnishing the reputation of a pure young lady without hesitation. How despicable! Shang family, the crown prince murmured, a cold smirk forming on his lips. The family's upbringing was indeed commendable. Upon hearing the crown prince's mutterings, Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes brightened. The crown prince is dissatisfied with the Shang family. If the spring examination scandal were to be publicly revealed, the Duke of Qinggua's house would truly face ruin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianjing's eyes ignited with determination. Soon, the results will be announced next month. If the Duke of Qinghua seeks his own demise, father will not show any mercy. At this moment, Meng Gushue lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The days of March, while not quite winter, bring forth a biting chill carried by the wind that is truly unbearable. Meng Gushue sneezed repeatedly, her heart swelling with resentment. Could the Xiao sisters not assist someone in their time of need and hasten to provide her with a set of dry clothing? And what of the crown prince? Just this morning, he had lauded her at the poetry gathering, yet now he turned a blind eye to her plight. Are royal folk truly so callous? As Meng Gushue lamented her fate, cursing the heavens, the earth, and others, unwilling to confront any shortcomings of her own. At the forefront of the gathering, Shang Xiaoran knelt anxiously, her heart racing. She had meticulously upheld an image of grace and propriety in the eyes of others, only to have it shattered by the crown prince himself, all because of that loud Meng Gushue, who merely intended to teach her a lesson by pushing her into the water. What a ruckus! Meng Gushue could no longer endure the cold. Dizziness began to overwhelm her, the wind from the river piercing through her very bones. It was said that in ancient times, even a chill could prove fatal. At this thought she shivered violently, calling for help. Your Highness, you must stand up for me. I beseech you, save me. I am freezing. The Lady Shang summoned me to this river bank in your name, and I came with joy, only to find her and a host of young ladies here, directing a cruel servant to push me into the water. Your Highness, you must deliver justice. Qiao Jiaojiao interjected. Why emphasize the joy of my arrival? And surely with a modicum of thought, one would realize that the crown prince could never contravene etiquette to meet a young lady privately? Upon hearing these words, the crown prince's expression darkened further. Miss Shang, is what Miss Meng claims true? Panic surged within Shang Xiaoran, and she immediately bowed her head in denial. Your Highness, even if I had 100 boldness, I would never dare act in your name. While I do have some grievances with Miss Meng, my act of pushing her into the river was indeed excessive, and should your Highness wish to pursue this matter, I shall accept my punishment. However, I will not acknowledge Miss Meng's vile accusations against me. At this, Meng Gushue's anger flared uncontrollably. Shang Xiaoran, do you dare to quibble? It was you who sent a maid to summon me, Miss Meng. Do you have any proof for such claims? A maid? Which maid can you point out for me? Or do you have any other witnesses? Shang Xiaoran cut off Meng Gushue's words. Stunned, Meng Gushue stood frozen. The maid who delivered the message had surely been dispatched far away by Shang Xiaoran. The moment she heard the crown prince's name, she had hastily sent her own maid away as well. Without evidence, she had none to present. With this realization, a chill swept over Meng Gushue. She raised her gaze, only to meet Shang Xiaoran's triumphant and disdainful eyes, as if to say, Meng Gushue, how could you possibly contend with me? Seeing Meng Gushue rendered speechless, Qiao Jiaojiao understood that she had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Shang Xiaoran. Look, that pure foolishness has emerged again. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, with Meng Gushue's current style of conduct, she would likely struggle to reach the conclusion of this tale. I doubt I even need to wait until I grow up to intervene. Meng Gushue has already sealed her own fate. Ah, it seems my life has been quite smooth thus far. Xiao Tianjing couldn't help but chuckle at these words. Little sister, of course, you find it smooth, for our entire family is laboring tirelessly behind you. And do not speak so gravely, you have only been alive for half a year. Meanwhile, Meng Gushue stammered, struggling to find any advantageous evidence, only able to repeat, Your Highness, I am not lying, I swear, it was Shang Xiaoran who orchestrated this. Impatience was evident on the crown prince's face. He had witnessed too much intrigue within the palace and found such machinations tiresome enough. The crown prince's voice was heavy, and as Meng Gushue met his authoritative gaze, her throat tightened, rendering her speechless. Miss Shang, since you have acknowledged that you directed your servant to push Miss Meng into the river, apologize and ensure Miss Meng is well taken care of. Though Shang Xiaoran felt a twinge of indignation, she recognized this was the lightest possible reprimand. In truth, a sense of pride bubbled within her. See, the esteemed Shang family held the highest status in the capital, and as her grandfather's favorite granddaughter, even the crown prince refrained from punishing her. With this thought she responded with feigned cheerfulness, Miss Meng, I must admit, I have indeed overstepped this time, and I apologize sincerely. Someone, quickly bring Miss Meng a set of clean clothes. Meng Gushua's teeth chattered uncontrollably, her small face pale with coldness. She looked incredulously at the distant crown prince, filled with resentment and disbelief. Is this truly all? A mere light apology suffices. Sheng Xiuran nearly caused her demise. On what grounds? Just because Sheng Xiuran is beautiful, just because she comes from a prestigious family. The crown prince offered no further gaze towards Meng Gushue. The maid hastily delivered the clothing, and upon seeing Xiao Qianlan retract her cloak, the crown prince turned to leave. Xiao Tianjing and the others followed suit. Meng Gushue lay prostrate on the ground. Allowing Sheng Xiuran's maid to rudely drape the clothing over her, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the crown prince's retreating figure. In that moment, she could not help but dig her fingers deep into the grass beneath her. She would never forget the humiliation of this day. One day she would rise above all, and all those present today would be crushed beneath her feet, including the crown prince. Chapter 46, Dining with Tan Hanshu. Due to the events of the afternoon, the crown prince lost interest in continuing the poetry gathering. Let us conclude here for today. With this pronouncement, Han Yashan and the Xiao sisters bowed and took their leave. Qiao Jiaojiao surveyed the 6 individuals present. Suddenly realizing that she was in the midst of 3 pairs of couples, as she watched the 3 young ladies depart gracefully, she couldn't help but stifle a giggle. They say spring is a season of budding affections. And that is indeed the case. The souls of these 3 have surely been whisked away. Xiao Tianjing, feeling bashful, was the first to avert his gaze. Xiao Diyu, however, was unabashed, though she was not yet my fiancée. She eventually would be, the crown prince remarked. I shall return to discuss the selection of the crown princess with my mother. Since he had departed the poetry gathering prematurely, the journey home was smooth. Upon arriving, Qiao Jiaojiao dove into the fragrant and soft embrace of Madame Xiao. She danced with joy in her mother's arms, chattering excitedly about the day's amusing events, fully aware that Madame Xiao did not comprehend her words. Yet this did not diminish her delight in sharing her joy. Mother, you have no idea, today I met my sister-in-law, and I also encountered the 2 sisters of the Xiao family. One is the crown prince's consort, and the other is my second sister-in-law. Madame Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy as she embraced Qiao Jiaojiao, eagerly listening to her tales. With this, the choice for the crown princess would soon be determined. Fulfilling the wishes of the empress. As a mother, Madame Xiao could empathize with the empress's hopes for the crown prince's future, and she too was deeply concerned about her eldest son's marriage prospects. Speaking of which, it was time to finalize the wedding day for him. 3 days later, Madame Yang cheerfully visited. I hear that my sister has chosen an auspicious date. Madame Qiao greeted her with a beaming smile. Sister, indeed, we have chosen the 10th of September. It has been calculated to be an exceptionally good day. I must trouble you to convey this auspicious date to the Han family. Madame Yang was genuinely happy for her sister. That's wonderful. Just be sure to remind the newlyweds to toast me, the matchmaker, with a cup of wine. Madame Qiao affectionately grasped Madame Yang's hand. Of course, not only that, my husband and I shall also toast you with a cup. Madame Yang waved her hands dismissively. As for your husband, I shall pass on that. I am not worthy to drink the wine he offers. Very well, await my good news. In the afternoon, Madame Yang sent word that the Han family had agreed. Madame Xiao was overjoyed, having spent the past days either taking care of Qiao Jiaojiao or preparing lavish betrothal gifts for her future daughter-in-law. The betrothal date was set for the 10th of August. Although the timeline appeared ample, there was much to prepare, and Madame Qiao was kept busier than ever. Time swiftly passed to the day before the spring examination results were announced, and Qiao Jiaojiao felt her own anxiety mounting. Xiao Zhenghua, aware of his daughter's preoccupations, entered the room and immediately addressed the matter of Tan Hanshu. Madam, the eldest and second sons will not be returning for dinner tonight. Feigning curiosity, Madame Qiao looked up. What is it? Do they have some engagement? After a tender evening with her husband, Madame Qiao had brought up Qiao Jiaojiao. Husband, Jiaojiao has been mentioning Tan Hanshu repeatedly. Is everything well on your side? Xiao Zhenghua, ever considerate, wiped the light perspiration from his wife's brow, smiling as he reassured her. Madam, do not worry. Everything is well prepared. However, we cannot allow Jiaojiao to remain anxious. Let us reveal a bit to her tomorrow, so she may feel at ease. And thus, the current scene unfolded. Xiao Zhenghua nodded. Tomorrow is the day of the spring examination results. The 2 brothers are likely to visit the student surnamed Tan to offer their congratulations, and they may not return until late. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes brightened. How wonderful! Fortune smiles upon the Qiao family. With my second brother's exceptional martial skills, should anyone from the Duke of Qing's household dare to act against Tan Hanshu, my second brother will surely protect him. Thank heavens, this is indeed the best outcome possible. Even if Tan Hanshu ultimately finds himself in the company of Prince Jing, given his current rapport with his 2 elder brothers, it is unlikely he would conspire against the Qiao residents. Upon witnessing Qiao Jiaojiao's joyful demeanor, Xiao Zhenghua and Madame Qiao exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a tacit smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyu had already arranged to meet Tan Hanshu. They chose not a grand establishment, but rather a modest eatery frequented by exam candidates, which put Tan Hanshu at ease. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Diyu had been nurtured under Xiao Zhenghua's guidance since childhood. They were accustomed to dining in both fine and humble places, having even endured meager fare to toughen them up. Tan Hanshu held deep admiration for Qiao Tianjing's literary prowess, while Qiao Diyu's spirited and carefree nature complemented their friendship splendidly. Brother Tan, with the results being announced tomorrow, allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. Tan Hanshu waved his hands repeatedly, insisting that it was too early for such sentiments. However, Qiao Tianjing shook his head earnestly, stating, I have witnessed Brother Tan's literary talent. A person of your caliber should not be overlooked by the court. This was Qiao Tianjing's heartfelt conviction, were it not for the interference of Duke Qinghua. Tan Hanshu would not merely be a shadowy advisor to the second prince, he would shine brightly in the court, dedicated to serving the people with his ideals and talents. In truth, Tan Hanshu possessed confidence in his own writings. His earlier modesty was but a facade now. With Qiao Tianjing's recognition, warmth surged within him. Brother Qiao, I hope to have the honor of working alongside you in service to the court and bettering the lives of the people. Qiao Tianjing nodded solemnly. After all, he and his younger brother had come for this very purpose. After enjoying a hearty meal and engaging in conversation for quite some time, they eventually parted ways as the restaurant prepared to close. Brother Tan, let us walk together for a stretch. Tan Hanshu's and lay along the route back to the Qiao residence, which was quite convenient. Tan Hanshu, filled with cheer, felt a great sense of satisfaction after such an enjoyable evening with the Qiao brothers. However, as they walked back, Qiao Diyu remained vigilant. Tomorrow was the day the results would be posted, making this night the final opportunity for the Duke Qinghua's nefarious plots to unfold. The journey back to the inn was uneventful. Qiao Diyu had a hunch that the assailants intended to strike at the inn upon arrival. Tan Hanshu bid farewell to the Qiao brothers, promising to deliver good news to the Qiao residents at the earliest opportunity. As Tan Hanshu turned left to enter the inn's modest quarters, Qiao Diyu exchanged a meaningful glance with Qiao Tianjin in the dead of night. As all were fast asleep, Tan Hanshu, preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming results, found it difficult to rest. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the window latch being pried open, sending a jolt of fear through him in the stillness of the night. Yet, at that moment, he could not fathom that someone was there to take his life. After all, he was merely a humble candidate from Zhuozhou. Surely it was just a mouse, given that he was in a modest room adjacent to the inn's kitchen. With this thought, he cautiously got out of bed to investigate, only to have a cloud of narcotic mist sprayed directly into his face as he leaned forward. Chapter 47. Who opposes him? Tan Hanshu felt a dizzying sensation wash over him, followed by a creeping sense of weakness and stiffness throughout his body. Alarm flooded his mind. Was it poison? Although filled with confusion, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. As his legs weakened, he staggered backward, yet calmly leaned against a table, bracing himself against the edge. He bit down on his tongue and summoned his last ounce of strength to grasp the water jug on the table, pouring its contents over his head. In the chilly April night, the sudden shock of cold water brought him back to a semblance of alertness. He shouted with all his might, thieves! Oh no, this fellow can withstand the effects of the drug. Forget it, let's just finish him off. Two towering figures suddenly burst through the window, their cold glinting blades instilling dread. Tan Hanshu's expression shifted dramatically as he cried out for help. Only silence answered, conjuring a sense of foreboding within him. Since arriving in the capital, he had been staying in a lower-tier room at the inn, having been relocated there by the proprietor under the pretense of pest control. This room, adjacent to the kitchen and storeroom, lacked any neighboring guest rooms. It was clear now that the attack had been premeditated. At this moment, Tan Hanshu's mind still functioned, albeit barely, yet he could not comprehend who in this capital sought his demise. As the blade drew closer, he overturned the table and stumbled through the door, fleeing into the night. Don't let him escape, came the urgent shout from behind. The cold night air invigorated Tan Hanshu, fueling his desire to flee. He had to escape. After years of arduous study, he had yet to fulfill his aspirations. Dying here was not an option. Clenching his fists, he stumbled toward the back door of the inn, pushing it open without hesitation. In his frantic flight, he hardly registered why the back door of the inn was left ajar at night. The sound of the door slamming against the wall momentarily clouded his thoughts, leaving him in a moment of confusion. Where could he go? Where in this capital could he find solace? In that instant, without a hint of hesitation, two words emerged in his mind: Qiao residence. Yes, he must seek out Brother Qiao. Gritting his teeth to maintain his focus, he bit his lips until they bled. He raced through the alley behind the inn, his legs feeling as though they were weighed down with lead. Despite his sharp intellect, he could not fathom why the two muscular assassins had failed to catch up with a scholar who had been drugged. As his breaths grew heavier, the biting cold and pain could not suppress the overwhelming wave of dizziness. Tan Hanshu could no longer stand and leaned against the wall, but the next moment, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed at the alley's entrance. Brother, Tan Hanshu has fainted. A hushed voice suddenly pierced the darkness, revealing the handsome face of Qiao Diyu. Quick, let us take him back to the Qiao residence. Qiao Tianjing's expression turned grave as he bent down to assist Tan Hanshu, lifting him onto Qiao Diyu's back. If the second prince were to stumble upon them, the consequences would be dire. All right, let us go. The patrol routes of the imperial guards had long been meticulously gathered by Qiao Zhenghua, allowing Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu to navigate the shadows. swiftly disappearing into the night. As for the two assassins who had stormed into the inn, they were promptly apprehended by the Qiao family's hidden guards lying in wait. This was what one called the mantis stalking the cicada. While the oriole lay in wait, furthermore, the open back door was deliberately left ajar by the Qiao family's hidden guards for Tan Hanshu's benefit, just as everything was being resolved a mere quarter hour later. Several dark figures descended into the alley behind the inn. Phone. Did you not say that you had learned that Shang Mingcheng would act tonight? The voice was crisp, laced with a chilling undertone. The stunning visage illuminated by moonlight belonged to the male lead, Xin Yuanbai. Yes, my lord, I personally heard the orders given to Shang Mingcheng's men this evening, and I would not dare to misinform you. A shadowy figure bowed before Xin Yuanbai, his voice trembling with trepidation. Xin Yuanbai's brow furrowed sharply. Go in and take a look. The group crossed over the inn's back wall and entered the room where Tan Hanshu had been staying. Aside from a puddle of water on the floor, everything remained undisturbed, with no signs of a struggle. Jufeng's heart raced with anxiety. My lord, I shall go out and investigate. Xin Yuanbai stood within the room, his gaze heavy. No need, someone has acted faster than us. The water on the floor indicated that something had indeed transpired within the room, but since the tables and chairs lay undisturbed, it was evident that someone had tidied up after the fact. Jufeng's shock was palpable. My lord, I have spent months infiltrating Shang Mingcheng's circle to obtain this information. Who could possibly be swifter than us? A glint of malice flickered in Xin Yuanbai's eyes as he murmured. Indeed, I am also quite curious to know who possesses such remarkable capabilities. In his quest to seize leverage over Duke Qinghua and manipulate him for his own ends, he had meticulously plotted for nearly half a year. Who then was opposing him? The following day at noon, Tan Hanshu groggily opened his eyes, feeling as if his head would split open. He slowly sat up, rubbing his temples, only to be struck by the unfamiliar decor around him. And the events of the previous night came rushing back. Oh no! Before he could even scream, he heard the cooing of a baby. He turned abruptly to see Qiao Zhenghua cradling Qiao Jiaojiao. With Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu standing nearby, a brother Qiao, General Qiao, Tan Hanshu sprang to his feet, only to nearly topple over from dizziness. Be careful, brother Tan, do not rush, you are safe now, Qiao Tianjing urged, stepping forward to support him. Yet, Tan Hanshu clutched tightly onto Qiao Tianjing's arm. Brother Qiao, look at the sun. Has the results been announced? Did I pass? Qiao Tianjing's expression darkened slightly at his words. Sensing the shift, Tan Hanshu closed his eyes momentarily, unable to conceal his disappointment. Yes, that's so. Observing Tan Hanshu's demeanor, Qiao Jiaojiao anxiously babbled. Tan Hanshu, do not be disheartened, you do not know, you scored the highest on the exam. Someone impersonated your work. Tan Hanshu slowly sank back onto the bed, realizing he ought to pay his respects to General Qiao first, but his mind was in turmoil, and he could hardly find his footing. Qiao Zhenghua, recognizing Tan Hanshu's exceptional talent from Qiao Jiaojiao's words, spoke up. You fainted last night at the alley entrance and were discovered. Diyu brought you back upon learning you would be viewing the results today. What transpired? As Tan Hanshu observed that Qiao Zhenghua intended to advocate on his behalf, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and promptly recounted the events of the previous night in detail. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Zhenghua spoke. Have you considered who might wish to see you harmed? Tan Hanshu, taken aback, replied. General Qiao, I truly cannot fathom who I might have offended in this capital. Qiao Zhenghua, maintaining a stoic demeanor, solemnly suggested, could it be related to the imperial examination? Upon hearing this, Tan Hanshu's expression shifted dramatically. He was struck with a realization. His intellect quickly grasped the implication of Qiao Zhenghua's words. Yet the very notion filled him with disbelief. General Qiao, the imperial examination is a matter of selecting talent for the court, vital to the nation's future. Who would dare to tamper with such an event? Noticing Tan Hanshu's swift reaction, Qiao Zhenghua's admiration for him deepened. My eldest son once remarked that your literary talent and insight are exceptional. Tell me, do you have confidence in your own writings? Tan Hanshu was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by Qiao Zhenghua's high regard for him. Furthermore, it seemed that General Qiao was willing to uncover the truth on his behalf. This was the imperial examination, and if General Qiao's suspicions proved correct, they would be contending against formidable and influential adversaries. The thought sent a tremor of excitement through Tan Hanshu, not from fear, but from exhilaration. If he could assist General Qiao in uprooting this malignant force from the court, even if it meant the end of his own career, he would have paved the way for future aspirants. Life is not merely about glory or wealth. It is about living with a clear conscience and standing tall before heaven and earth. With that thought, Tan Hanshu faced the esteemed hero before him and nodded earnestly. General Qiao, I have been passionate about learning since childhood, and I have devoted myself to my studies, achieving the top ranks in both the county and provincial examinations. I am aware that the nation is replete with talented individuals, especially in the capital, yet I am confident that even if I do not make the first list, I deserve a place among the second. Excellent, Qiao Zhenghua exclaimed with approval, his eyes shining with respect. This young man was not only gifted in writing but also possessed remarkable wisdom, coupled with a commendable confidence and dignity. Such a person would not falter even if he stood before the Grand Duke in the Golden Throne Hall. Xiao Zhonghua, fully cognizant of the situation, inquired further, "Can you recite the essay you composed for the examination from memory? It need not be verbatim, but it must not deviate significantly from the original." Tan Hanshi shook his head. Xiao Zhonghua's disappointment was palpable. Perhaps he was asking too much, yet, at that moment, a smile finally graced Tan Hanshi's face. "General Qiao, that essay is etched in my mind as if carved with a chisel. I can recite it now, ensuring not a single word is misplaced." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhonghua's brow relaxed, and he exclaimed, "Well done, young man, you truly have a promising future." In his excitement, Xiao Zhonghua clapped Tan Hanshi on the shoulder with such force that it nearly knocked him to the ground. Xiao Tianjing, quick on his feet, swiftly supported Tan Hanshi and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Tan has yet to fully recover from the effects of the medicine. Please be gentle." Xiao Zhonghua burst into hearty laughter. Remarking on the youth's frail appearance, Tan Hanshi, slightly embarrassed, couldn't help but smile ruefully. Although he lacked martial skills, he had always prioritized physical fitness. It was surprising that General Qiao perceived him as weak. "No worries, Brother Tan, I will ensure you train more rigorously in the future, and you shall be as strong as an ox." Xiao Di flexed his arm, eager to showcase his own strength. Seeing this, Tan Hanshi laughed heartily. And now, in the Qiao residence, with General Qiao's belief in him bolstering his resolve, he felt an indescribable sense of security. Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she observed the harmonious atmosphere in the room. "This is wonderful. Tan Hanshi is now part of our Qiao family. His essay is among the top 3. It is to be personally presented to the emperor, and surely the crown prince will see it. If Tan Hanshi can truly recite his essay flawlessly, then father can approach the crown prince for a discussion. The crown prince is a virtuous heir, he would never tolerate a parasite like the Grand Duke of Qing. And together we can expose the greatest examination fraud in history. Though I cannot speak yet, I trust my wise and formidable father will consider all these matters. I feel so reassured." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhonghua's spirits soared. Though he might overlook certain details, his daughter was there to discreetly guide him. Jiao Jiao, with her sweet and attentive nature, was indeed the most precious blessing bestowed upon the Qiao family. How comforting it is! Meanwhile, at the Grand Duke of Qing's residence, Shang Mingqing anxiously awaited the return of the 2 assassins sent to deal with Tan Hanshi. His unease grew as the examination results were released. And he dispatched 2 more groups, one to inquire about Tan Hanshi's whereabouts at the inn, and the other to stake out near the announcement board, ready to kill him should he appear. Yet, with both groups still unaccounted for, the Grand Duke had already sent for him. Shang Mingqing's heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. In order to persuade his grandfather to allow him to marry the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. He had been putting on a show of competence, taking on the task of dealing with the impersonators. The other 12 had been successfully dealt with, but the critical Tan Hanshi had become a complication. His essay was of the highest caliber and was meant for the emperor's review. Upon entering the main hall, Shang Mingqing found the Grand Duke seated in his place, absently stroking a fine jade ring. "Chenger, has everything been taken care of?" The Grand Duke, recently past his 60th birthday, though graying at the temples, still exhibited a robust stature and an impressive vigor. His expression was stern, and his narrowed triangular eyes radiated authority. Shang Mingqing's heart skipped a beat at the question. Even if it were not for the marriage arrangement with the Xiao family, he could not afford to admit any slip-ups, otherwise given his grandfather's temperament. He would surely face severe punishment, and worse yet, he could lose his grandfather's favor. Just a mere examinee from Zhuozhou, with no connections in the capital, he could not possibly escape. At worst, he could send more people out. He was certain he could eliminate Tan Hanshi. With this in mind, Shang Mingqing respectfully replied, "Grandfather, everything has been handled." The Grand Duke inquired further, "What about the one from Zhuozhou?" Shang Mingqing's heart sank, and forcing himself to nod, he affirmed, "It has been dealt with." "Good." The Grand Duke abruptly rose, stepping toward Shang Mingqing and patting his shoulder. Chenger, you are far more capable than your inept father. The Grand Duke of Qing's residence now has a promising successor. The Grand Duke had not anticipated that the Zhuozhou examinee he had selected would perform so impressively, achieving the highest rank, tripling the previously agreed upon figure. A smile broke across the Grand Duke's face as he gestured with his right hand, indicating a number before retracting it. "Well, I've kept you here for a while. Now that you've accomplished such a great feat, I shall grant you a few days' leave to enjoy yourself." Shang Mingqing, elated by his grandfather's newfound regard and the affectionate tone, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather." As he exited the main hall, Shang Mingqing's pace quickened. He realized he needed to act swiftly to rectify the situation. If his grandfather discovered his incompetence, he would surely be punished. Where on earth had Tan Hanshi disappeared to? Chapter 49, The Return of the Sweet Innocent in the Qiao residence. As the effects of the medicine began to wane, Tan Hanshi took up his brush to start transcribing. Concerned that Qiao Jiaojiao might grow bored, Qiao Zhonghua carried her back to Qiao Foren. Just after they had finished lunch, a palace envoy arrived unexpectedly. Qiao Foren felt a twinge of anxiety. This summons seemed rather abrupt. The palace attendant, seemingly instructed, smiled as he delivered the message. "Madam Qiao, this is good news. Her Majesty the Empress wishes to see you." Qiao Foren's mind raced, and Xiao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the crown princess has been chosen and the empress wishes to share her joy with us? Xiao Foran and Qiao Jiaojiao came to the same conclusion. Thus she prepared herself with haste. The palace attendant, eager to be courteous, said, "Madam Qiao, please take your time. The empress has instructed that there is no rush." Xiao Foran nodded but hastened her movements, feeling the weight of the empress's consideration. She could not afford to keep Her Majesty waiting. After about 15 minutes, Xiao Foran was ready to depart when Xiao Zhenghua entered the room. "My lady, let De Lang escort you." Xiao Zhenghua had not concealed the affairs of the court from Xiao Foran. And upon hearing his words, she astutely remarked, "Is it that De Lang is to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenghua stepped forward, taking Xiao Foran's hand and smiling. "Indeed, my lady, you are perceptive. As a court official, I must maintain a degree of distance from His Royal Highness. However, De Lang is of a similar age to the Crown Prince, and their friendship is well known throughout the capital. Making it easier for him to act, Tan Hanqi has already recited most of his work. I wish for De Lang to take it to the Crown Prince, explain the situation, and hear His Royal Highness's intentions. However, as De Lang is an outsider, he cannot enter the inner palace, so I would like to request." Xiao Foran gently pulled at Xiao Zhenghua's hand, nodding in understanding. "Do not worry, my husband, I am aware." Xiao Zhenghua felt a profound sense of comfort. Having a wise wife was his greatest fortune. Madame Qiao cradled Qiao Jiaojiao as they boarded the carriage, while Qiao Tianjing rode alongside on horseback. The group swiftly arrived at the palace gates. Madame Qiao and Qiao Jiaojiao followed the palace attendants into a soft sedan chair, and Qiao Tianjing, with a gentle expression, nodded in greeting. "Mother, your son shall wait for you here." Madame Qiao offered her son a tender smile as she lowered the curtain of the sedan chair. This time, Qiao Jiaojiao was more experienced. She nestled obediently in her mother's embrace until she heard the palace attendants announce their arrival at Wumen Palace. At which point she eagerly sat up. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by Her Majesty the Empress, who emerged from the hall, accompanied by the Crown Prince. A sense of trepidation gripped Madame Qiao as she rushed forward. "How could I trouble your Majesty to come this far?" The Empress, wearing a smile, personally offered her assistance, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Madame Qiao." Qiao Jiaojiao lifted her head for a closer look and noticed that the Empress's complexion was rosy. Her brows adorned with a clear sense of joy, evidently much improved from their last encounter. "Jiaojiao, my dear girl, you have been on my mind for quite some time." The Empress extended her hand toward Qiao Jiaojiao, who immediately giggled and leapt into the Empress's embrace. The Empress gently weighed her, her smile deepening. "You have grown quite a bit. At this rate, you will undoubtedly take after your mother." Madame Qiao then paid her respects to the Crown Prince, who promptly offered his courteous support. As she stood, she lowered her voice respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, it was my eldest son who brought me here today." The Crown Prince paused for a moment, quickly grasping her meaning. Since their last parting at the poetry gathering, all their interactions had been in the court. It had indeed been a long time since he had a proper conversation with her eldest son. Relieved that the conversation was heading in the right direction, Madame Qiao felt a sense of comfort. Once inside the palace, as the Empress engaged in pleasantries with Madame Qiao, she gathered an assortment of children's toys to amuse Qiao Jiaojiao, all of which were personally selected by the fourth prince. Upon hearing of Jiaojiao's visit, each being a cherished favorite of his, Qiao Jiaojiao picked up a lifelike little tiger and couldn't help but murmur, "I haven't seen that silly sweet child in ages. He spends all day with Dizaying. He hasn't been devoured yet, has he?" Noticing her curiosity, Madame Qiao inquired, "Your Majesty, why do we not see the fourth prince?" The Empress's expression revealed a hint of distress. "The fourth prince has begun his studies, and his tutor is quite strict. At this time, he is being made to practice his calligraphy." The Empress felt a pang of sympathy for the fourth prince. While the Crown Prince had also been diligent in his studies, he was the legitimate firstborn and heir, so the Empress could not voice her concerns even if she felt them deeply. However, the fourth prince bore no such heavy burden, and the Empress preferred her younger son to live a more carefree life. Unfortunately, the Emperor had selected a particularly stern and serious tutor, confining the lively fourth prince within the walls of his study. Seeing the fourth prince's hands swollen from prolonged practice brought a twinge of pain to the Empress's heart. The Crown Prince, aware that the fourth prince longed to see Qiao Jiaojiao, spoke gently, "Mother, may I take Jiaojiao to see the fourth prince?" Qiao Jiaojiao sat up straight upon hearing this. "I want to go. I want to see what kind of person Dizaying really is." The Empress, equally concerned for the fourth prince, could not help but glance at Madame Qiao. "Madame Qiao, what do you think?" Madame Qiao, of course, would not refuse. Jiaojiao was naturally lively, and she hoped it would not disturb the fourth prince. The Crown Prince, upon hearing this, bent down and lifted Qiao Jiaojiao from the couch, striding purposefully out of Wumen Palace. Inside, the Empress began discussing the matter of the Crown Princess with Madame Qiao. At the last poetry gathering, the Crown Prince had observed the temperament of the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qinghua and found it quite displeasing, yet he had a beaming smile when mentioning Miss Xiao from the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, the Emperor agreed to bestow the title of Crown Princess upon Miss Xiao. Madame Xiao's brows lifted in delight at the news. Based on Jiaojiao's sentiments, Miss Xiao was indeed the best candidate for the position of Crown Princess. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Crown Prince. The Empress felt equally joyful, pleased that her son would have a kindred spirit, and as a mother, she shared in his happiness. However, the Emperor still intended to grant Miss Sheng a secondary consort position. With the decree expected to be issued once the spring examination concluded, Madame Qiao immediately recalled the matters her husband and son were currently attending to, hastily concealing her expression. Whether the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qinghua could assume the title of secondary consort remained to be seen. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, with Qiao Jiaojiao in tow, leisurely strolled to the study where the princes practiced their calligraphy. From afar, Qiao Jiaojiao caught sight of a remarkably upright figure through the ajar door. Although still a child, he could not reach the ground from his seat, yet even so, he sat straight, diligently focused on his writing. Qiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a silly sweet child." Her sudden exclamation drew the attention of those within the room. The fourth prince slowly lifted his head, and upon seeing the Crown Prince holding Qiao Jiaojiao at the door, a joyful expression instantly illuminated his small face. In that moment, he transformed from a little adult into a carefree child. Leaping from his chair, "Brother, Qiao sister." Chapter 50, Danger, Danger, Danger. The Crown Prince, carrying Qiao Jiaojiao, stepped into the study, where the fourth prince eagerly bounced over. "Brother, let me see my sister." He tugged at the hem of the Crown Prince's robe. Yearning to get a closer look at Qiao Jiaojiao, the Crown Prince smiled indulgently and shook his head, then knelt down. "Wow, my sister has grown. The last time I saw her, she was so small." The fourth prince extended his hands, beaming with delight. "Greetings, Your Highness." At that moment a deep voice interrupted. Qiao Jiaojiao turned to see a middle-aged man kneeling, appearing to be in his mid-30s, though the corners of his eyes and forehead bore the marks of time. His complexion remained as smooth as jade, exuding an air of refined elegance. Could this be Di Ziying? No wonder he is the beloved of Princess Yulio. He looks just as handsome as my elder brother did in his youth. But isn't he from the Northern Kingdom? His features should be more pronounced. Why does he resemble someone from the Daong dynasty? Mr. D, please rise. The fourth prince has guests. Might you allow him some leisure? The Crown Prince spoke in a gentle tone, for the gentleman before him was summoned by the Emperor. Di Ziying respectfully nodded, replying, "Of course, Your Highness, but the fourth prince's lessons must be presented to the Emperor this afternoon." So, the Crown Prince acknowledged with a nod, understanding that as the daughter of the Qiao family, she could not stay long. Let the fourth prince play with her for a little while in the study. Upon hearing this, Di Ziying's concealed hand trembled slightly. The Qiao family, in the capital, there was only one illustrious Qiao family, the one stained with the blood of his northern compatriots, had it not been for the ruthless Qiao Zhenghua. The Daong dynasty might have belonged to him today. If it weren't for Qiao Zhenghua, his Yulio would not have. As these thoughts crossed his mind, even after years of hiding and mastering the art of maintaining a calm demeanor, Di Ziying could not suppress a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth, unable to contain the seething emotions within. This child before him was indeed the daughter of Qiao Zhenghua. The capital buzzed with tales of how Qiao Zhenghua cherished his daughter above all else. If he were to take her life, would Qiao Zhenghua not be heartbroken? Plunged into despair, "Your Highness, let the fourth prince and the young lady from the Qiao family play in the inner chamber." The inner chamber of the study was equipped with a resting area for the princes. The Crown Prince concurred, carrying Qiao Jiaojiao into the room, with the fourth prince joyfully following behind. Di Ziying clenched his fists. Watching the innocent figure of Qiao Jiaojiao, a sinister thought flashing through his mind, he abruptly turned toward his portable writing box, discreetly retrieving a small, inconspicuous white package from a hidden compartment, carefully tucking it into his waistband. Originally intended for the fourth prince's use during the Dragon Boat Festival, it now seemed that the young lady from the Qiao family would partake of it first, hearing the sounds of innocent laughter from the inner chamber. Di Ziying took a deep breath, deciding to take a risk. He approached the window and gave a soft whistle. During his time in the palace, he had spent a fortune to bribe several individuals. Originally intending to use this during the Dragon Boat Festival, however, if he did not act today, he feared he would never have another opportunity to interact with the Qiao family again. Shortly thereafter, a small eunuch hurriedly approached, calling out, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Upon hearing the voice, the Crown Prince stepped out. "What is it?" The small eunuch bowed low, saying respectfully, "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the imperial study at once." The Crown Prince was taken aback. Why would his father call for him at this moment? Did His Majesty mention the reason? The small eunuch shook his head in trepidation. The servant does not know. The Crown Prince cast a reluctant glance toward the inner chamber, and at that moment Di Ziying stepped forward. "Your Highness, since the Emperor has summoned you, you should go. I will keep an eye on the fourth prince and the young lady from the Qiao family." The Crown Prince could not have anticipated that someone within the palace would dare to convey false imperial commands, nor could he fathom that someone would dismiss him for the purpose of targeting Qiao Jiaojiao. The spring examination results had just been announced. It was likely that his father wished to discuss the upcoming palace examination with him. Following established protocol, he should return swiftly with this in mind. The Crown Prince nodded lightly. "Then I must trouble Mr. D. If anything arises, please send word to Wumen Palace." Di Ziying nodded respectfully, watching as the Crown Prince strode away, his excitement causing his shoulders to tremble. Once the Crown Prince's deep purple figure disappeared around the corner, Di Ziying swiftly re-entered the study. As he stepped into the inner chamber, he found Qiao Jiaojiao sitting on the couch, while the fourth prince sat cross-legged beside her, earnestly entertaining her. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Qiao Jiaojiao and the fourth prince simultaneously turned their gazes toward the doorway, only to find that the visitor was not the Crown Prince, but rather Di Ziying. The fourth prince, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Mr. Di, where is my elder brother, the Crown Prince?" Di Ziying approached with a gentle smile, explaining, "His Majesty has summoned the Crown Prince to the study. The Crown Prince instructed me to remain here with you and Miss Qiao." "Very well." The fourth prince was accustomed to such royal summons, but Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but feel a shiver run down her spine. Wait a moment, with the Crown Prince gone and no attendants here, does that not leave her and the foolishly naive one alone to face the wolf? It was precisely when my father attacked the capital of the Northern Kingdom that compelled the old Northern King to surrender Princess Yulio. Does Di Ziying not harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Qiao family? This turn of events was beyond my expectations. As Qiao Jiaojiao pondered this, she suddenly witnessed Di Ziying retrieve a small white pouch from his waist, right before her eyes. Is he about to make a move? Sitting on the bed, Qiao Jiaojiao faced outward, while the fourth prince had his back to the entrance, his face directed toward her. Seeing Qiao Jiaojiao suddenly cry out, the naive one mistakenly thought she was playing a game, and he began to flail his arms about. Qiao Jiaojiao felt a wave of panic. Did Di Ziying truly believe she was merely an ordinary 7-month-old infant, thus brazenly brandishing a weapon before her? As she watched him carefully unfold the white pouch layer by layer, revealing its contents, her heart raced. It was a needle glistening with a sinister sheen. Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes widened in terror as she pointed at Di Ziying, exclaiming, "A needle, it's a needle, he doesn't intend to stab me with it, does he?" "Oh, foolish naive one, do not jest with me, you ought to turn around and look." Di Ziying, holding the black needle through the white cloth, stepped closer to the bed. Qiao Jiaojiao observed in horror as Di Ziying's refined visage twisted with excessive excitement, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. As years of repressed hatred erupted forth, revealing signs of madness, as he approached the bed, Qiao Jiaojiao realized she could rely on no one else. She urgently summoned the merit mall, well acquainted with the products unlocked within. "Your current merit points total 140 points, would you like to redeem?" Qiao Jiaojiao nodded fervently. "Redeem, quickly redeem the Rebound Talisman." Chapter 51, You Monster, Ding. Redemption successful. Deducting 80 merit points, the Rebound Talisman is now active, lasting for 15 minutes. Remaining merit points 60. Just as the mechanical voice faded, Di Ziying suddenly lunged forward, feigning panic as if he had accidentally fallen onto the bed. The needle was soaked in a lethal poison he had labored to obtain. The victim would endure a high fever on the first day, unbearable itching on the second, skin rotting on the third, feeling as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at their heart on the fourth. And only on the 5th day would their heart cease to beat. Since this poison was not immediately fatal, he had ample reason to evade suspicion, and must act the part, ensuring the fourth prince remained oblivious to his actions. He intended to linger within the palace, gradually eliminating the fourth prince, the crown prince, the empress, and that wretched emperor, all in the name of vengeance for Yulio. Upon witnessing Di Ziying suddenly collapse, the fourth prince immediately expressed concern. "Mr. D, what is the matter? Be cautious, do not lean on Miss Qiao." Di Ziying feigned remorse while his eyes caught a fleeting opportunity, and under the cover of his loose robe, he stealthily jabbed the needle toward the soft skin of Qiao Jiaojiao's hand. The force could not be too strong, lest it leave a mark and raise suspicion. Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes bulged as she fixated on Di Ziying's movements, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. "Oh Lord Yen Wang, please do not deceive me, my life hangs in the balance. Here he comes, ah!" In her small, clumsy body, Qiao Jiaojiao desperately tried to evade, but only managed to shift half a position. As the dark needle descended, fear compelled her to shut her eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths, it doesn't hurt. With a mixture of disbelief and astonishment, Qiao Jiaojiao opened her eyes to see Di Ziying springing to his feet, hurriedly rolling up his sleeve to reveal his unblemished hand. A single drop of bright red blood began to ooze from his tiger's mouth. In that moment, Qiao Jiaojiao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The rebound, it truly rebounded, he intended to stab me right there. "Oh Lord Yen Wang, have mercy, I shall bow to you more in the future." Di Ziying stared blankly at the blood oozing from his hand, fear gradually creeping into his eyes. In the next moment, he lifted his gaze to Qiao Jiaojiao on the bed, his expression akin to that of encountering a monster. No, he must have mistakenly stabbed himself. In his shock, Di Ziying abandoned all pretense, lunging at the bed to seize Qiao Jiaojiao's small hand, viciously plunging the needle into her palm. The fourth prince, witnessing this scene, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Unable to comprehend the situation, a sharp cry of pain erupted from Di Ziying's throat as he looked down, blood gushing forth, instantly staining his palm crimson. Impossible, this cannot be. At that moment, everything occurring before Di Ziying's eyes was beyond his comprehension. There are no gods in this world, otherwise, why did the divine not protect Yulio? After her demise, why did she not seek him out? Impossible, impossible. Di Ziying, as if driven mad, raised his hand and repeatedly stabbed at Qiao Jiaojiao. His body convulsed, the more pain he felt, the more fear consumed him. Monster, you monster! Qiao Jiaojiao, now fully aware of her safety, remained remarkably calm. She even regarded Di Ziying with curiosity, observing his terrified expression directed at her. Qiao Jiaojiao tilted her head and flashed him a grin. I possess a golden finger, am I not terrifying you? Seeing such an ominous smile on the face of a 7-month-old infant, Di Ziying froze, terror washing over him, leaving his face ashen. The fourth prince remained in stunned silence for a long while, but as he noticed Di Ziying's stupor, he finally regained his bearings. Someone, quickly someone, the fourth prince shouted at the top of his lungs. Then delivered a powerful kick to Di Ziying's chest. Caught off guard, Di Ziying was knocked back, his vision darkening, and he instinctively released Qiao Jiaojiao's hand. The fourth prince immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Qiao Jiaojiao. His small face pale yet resolute. Someone, quickly someone, he called out thrice, and upon realizing no one entered, a sense of dread enveloped him. Today, Qiao Jiaojiao's presence in the palace was a last-minute decision by the empress. And in such haste, Mr. D had managed to meticulously orchestrate the absence of the crown prince and guards, indicating a well-laid plan. The palace concealed such a malignant presence, and it was his own tutor. The thought sent chills down the fourth prince's spine. He had but one thought: he must not allow anything to happen to Qiao Jiaojiao. Qiao Jiaojiao, I shall take you away. The fourth prince abruptly turned, wrapping his arms around Qiao Jiaojiao's armpits, attempting to lift her as an adult would. However, before he could exert any strength, Di Ziying, his face contorted with rage, charged at them once more. The blood oozing from his hands had turned black. Di Ziying realized he had been poisoned beyond salvation. This daughter of the Qiao family was a monster. Since he could not kill her, he would ensure that the fourth prince perished alongside her. He had endured 14 years in the Daong dynasty, plotting for so long. Who would have thought he would meet his downfall at the hands of a child from the Qiao family? He could not return empty-handed, otherwise, he would have no explanation to give to Yulio. The crown prince and the empress adored the fourth prince deeply. Killing him would surely plunge them into despair. Qiao Jiaojiao, seeing through Di Ziying's intentions, thought, oh no, this foolish naive one has no rebound talisman. As the fourth prince had just lifted her, Qiao Jiaojiao, in a moment of desperation, lunged forward. The fourth prince was caught off guard. Stumbling as Qiao Jiaojiao fell onto the bedi in that instant, the poison needle intended for the fourth prince plunged violently into Qiao Jiaojiao's shoulder. Qiao Jiaojiao felt no pain, instead Di Ziying let out a sudden cry of agony. However, to the fourth prince, this sight was heart-stopping. He realized that had it not been for Qiao Jiaojiao's desperate lunge, the needle would have struck him. Qiao Jiaojiao, you must not come to harm. The fourth prince rolled with Qiao Jiaojiao, then struggled to lift her, barefoot and unsteady, rushing toward the exit. Someone, quickly someone. Qiao Jiaojiao longed to inform the fourth prince that he could simply leave her on the bed, for Di Ziying could not harm her. Huff, huff, I can hardly breathe, put me down. The fourth prince, torn between the fear of being pursued by Di Ziying and the concern of dropping Qiao Jiaojiao, tightly clung to her. Qiao Jiaojiao felt as if she were on the verge of suffocation. Hearing Di Ziying's chaotic footsteps behind them, the fourth prince grew increasingly anxious. He loathed his own weakness for failing to protect Qiao Jiaojiao, and even more so for his foolishness in not recognizing Di Ziying's sinister intent. Thinking of the needle Qiao Jiaojiao had taken for him, his heart ached with emotion. Do not run, do not run. Di Ziying's voice, filled with desperation, echoed behind them, sounding hollow and strained, clearly exhausted. As Qiao Jiaojiao watched Di Ziying draw closer, darkness clouded her vision. She was being tightly gripped and could not shield the foolish naive one. With the blood-stained needle raised high, a sudden urgent shout rang out at the entrance of the study. Stop! The fourth prince abruptly raised his head upon hearing the voice, unable to suppress his overwhelming joy and tears. Of brother, Chapter 52, Protecting Sister Qiao. The crown prince hurriedly arrived at the imperial study, where the emperor's steward, Gongdong Huan, promptly approached and bowed, saying, Your Highness, His Majesty is resting. What brings you here? The crown prince furrowed his brows sharply, resting. Wasn't Father Emperor supposed to summon me? Gongdong Huang appeared perplexed at the mention. That was never the case. This old servant has been stationed outside, and His Majesty has remained in the imperial study without calling for anyone. The crown prince was momentarily taken aback before his expression suddenly changed. Exclaiming, This is not good, startled by the crown prince's demeanor, Gongdong Huang quickly inquired, Your Highness, what troubles you? Without a moment's hesitation, the crown prince turned and dashed away, the hem of his deep purple robe swirling as he disregarded his own composure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gongdong Huang wasted no time and hurriedly pushed the door of the imperial study open. Upon his frantic arrival at the study, the crown prince was met with a scene that struck terror in his heart. The fourth prince was stumbling away, clutching Qiao Jiaojiao tightly, while behind them, the previously composed Di Ziying now wore a grotesque expression, brandishing a blood-stained needle like a specter of death. The crown prince's heart raced in alarm. In his desperation, he swiftly removed a piece of purple jade from his waist and hurled it as a projectile. The jade struck Di Ziying squarely in the forehead, eliciting a pained scream as if his skull had shattered, the agony excruciating. He clutched his brow, howling in distress, dark blood smearing across his face, rendering him even more terrifying. Qiao Jiaojiao watched in horror as the jade flew with fierce momentum, its aim precise. She could tell the assailant was a masterful fighter. Could it be the crown prince's doing? Does he possess martial prowess? Qiao Jiaojiao was taken aback. Surely not, the original text made no mention of this. And if the crown prince truly had such skills, how could he have met such an untimely demise? As Qiao Jiaojiao pondered, a pair of strong arms suddenly lifted her up. Don't be afraid, Xiaoxi. Jiaojiao is all right, isn't she? The crown prince's voice was gentle yet tinged with anxiety. Brother, you must see to my sister. She has been grievously pierced by Mr. D's needle, and that needle is dark as night. It must be poisonous. The needle, it was meant for me. Jiaojiao took it for me. Oh, what should I do, brother? I am so frightened for my sister. Qiao Jiaojiao cast a glance at the foolishly sweet boy, who clutched the crown princess' sleeve tightly, weeping profusely. She then looked back towards the study, realizing there were no others present. Thus, it was indeed the crown prince who had launched that piece of purple jade. So the crown prince was truly skilled in martial arts. Qiao Jiaojiao discovered a secret not revealed in the original text, feeling both exhilarated and anxious. That dog author has an omniscient perspective yet fails to disclose everything. And the crown prince's untimely demise remains an unresolved plot thread until the end. It seems I must dig deeper myself. Di Ziying was writhing on the ground, clutching his head, when he suddenly shrieked, "Monster! The daughter of the Qiao family is a monster!" Upon hearing the mention of the poisoned needle, the crown prince felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. If anything were to happen to Qiao Jiaojiao within the palace, he would be held accountable. With this thought, he disregarded everything else and hastily pulled open Qiao Jiaojiao's collar. As the fabric slipped down to her shoulders, the crown prince glanced down to see that the infant's skin was remarkably smooth, adorned with soft, fine hair, rosy and delicate. There were no signs of injury whatsoever. Could it be that Xiaoxi had panicked and mistaken the injury for the other shoulder, just as the crown prince was about to check again? The fourth prince exclaimed, "Wonderful, sister is truly unharmed." He distinctly remembered that Di Ziying's attack had struck Qiao Jiaojiao's right shoulder with full force, even though the weapon was a needle. It would still leave a mark, especially on such tender skin. At that moment, the fourth prince recalled the bizarre scene he had witnessed earlier. It seemed that no matter where Di Ziying aimed his attack on Qiao Jiaojiao, she exhibited no reaction, while Di Ziying himself bore the corresponding injuries. It was no wonder he called her a monster, as Qiao Jiaojiao observed the foolishly sweet boy suddenly go blank. Her heart sank. In the moment of peril, I could hardly consider much, yet the rebound effect was witnessed by him. This clever child might already be piecing things together. If he reveals this to the crown prince or others, would I truly be branded a monster and burned? Xiaoxi, are you certain Jiaojiao was struck by the poison needle? After examining Qiao Jiaojiao's shoulder and finding no abnormalities, the crown prince remained uncertain. The fourth prince lowered his gaze, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his watery eyes before he looked up innocently, saying, "Brother, the situation was far too dire. Perhaps I truly misjudged." As long as sister is safe, Qiao Jiaojiao was taken aback by his words. Is he genuinely frightened, or is he covering for me? He is only 4, just a little child, yet he understands so much complexity? Filled with skepticism, Qiao Jiaojiao wondered if children in ancient times could be so precocious. The fourth prince slowly averted his gaze, guilt washing over him as he tugged at his sleeve, silently repenting. "Brother, I am sorry. You taught me that children should be honest, yet I deceived you. Sister Jiao is truly special. She must be a celestial being descended from heaven, which is why Mr. D could not harm her. I am not afraid of Sister Jiao. She saved me, but if I tell others, they will treat her as a monster like Mr. D does. Monsters are to be burned and killed. I cannot allow Sister Jiao to fall into such a predicament." With this thought, a resolute expression emerged on the fourth prince's youthful face. Sister Jiao protected me, and I must protect her too. At that moment, a large group entered from outside, led by Gonggang Huang. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Where have all the guards in the imperial study gone?" Gonggang Huang rushed into the study and was taken aback upon seeing the disheveled Di Ziying. Is this not Mr. D? Your Highness, what has happened?" The crown prince's expression darkened as he tightened Qiao Jiaojiao's clothing, coldly declaring, "Di Ziying possesses hidden weapons and attempted to assassinate the fourth prince within the palace. Such a crime is unforgivable. Seize him. I shall personally interrogate him." A collective gasp escaped from Gonggang Huang and the guards behind him at the mention of assassinating the fourth prince. This was a grave offense punishable by extermination of the entire clan. "Quick, seize him!" At Gonggang Huang's command, 4 members of the Imperial Guard rushed in and hoisted the frenzied Di Ziying away. Di Ziying struggled violently, continuing to shout, "Monster! The daughter of the Qiao family is a monster!" The crown prince's expression grew increasingly fierce. Gag him, summon Lord Qiao and young Master Qiao to the palace. The young lady of the Qiao family has been frightened within the palace. I must provide them with an explanation. Chapter 53, Do not provoke me, you vile emperor. When the news reached Wumen Palace, the empress was filled with fury. However, once she regained her composure, she was drenched in cold sweat. Di Ziying was the fourth prince's mentor. Had he not revealed his true colors today, the fourth prince's life might have been at risk. Upon hearing of Qiao Jiaojiao's peril, Madame Qiao sprang to her feet, feeling as if the world was spinning around her. Just then, the crown prince entered, cradling Qiao Jiaojiao in his arms, followed closely by the fourth prince. Upon seeing Qiao Jiaojiao, Madame Qiao could no longer maintain her composure and rushed forward. Jiaojiao, after her harrowing experience, seeing Madame Qiao made Qiao Jiaojiao's heart ache, and she instinctively reached out. Madame Qiao's heart raced as she embraced Qiao Jiaojiao, examining her countless times. Mother, I am perfectly fine. Truly, I have a golden finger. That merit shop not only saved me but also saved the foolishly sweet boy's life. It even exposed Di Ziying. Hearing Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts, Madame Qiao felt a sudden relief wash over her. Her limbs turning weak. Your Highness, I deeply regret that Jiaojiao's danger was due to my lack of foresight. I implore you, the crown prince must not bear such words. Madam, this was a premeditated act by the villain and has nothing to do with you. While Madame Qiao harbored resentment toward the crown prince for taking Jiaojiao out and failing to return her promptly to Wumen Palace, she also recognized that the crown prince had been schemed against. Her husband and eldest son often spoke highly of the crown prince, calling him a virtuous heir and a blessing for Daong. Now that Jiaojiao was unharmed, Madame Qiao would not hold the crown prince accountable. Seeing Madame Qiao's understanding demeanor only deepened the crown prince's guilt. Thank you, Madame Qiao, for your forgiveness. I have summoned Lord Qiao and young Master Qiao to the palace. Please rest in my mother's care. I shall ensure the Qiao family receives an explanation for this matter. With that, the crown prince strode away. The fourth prince nestled beside the empress, gazing intently at the adorably innocent Qiao Jiaojiao. Reaffirming his previous actions in his heart, while the empress comforted the fourth prince, she also reassured Madame Qiao, silently reciting a few prayers. About half an hour later, Gongong Huang personally arrived at Wumen Palace, announcing that the emperor had summoned the fourth prince and Madame Qiao. Upon hearing that she was to meet the emperor, Qiao Jiaojiao felt a mix of curiosity and anxiety. At the entrance to the imperial study, Gongong Huang specifically entered to report, and only then were Qiao Jiaojiao and the others called inside. Jiaojiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she was first captivated by the dazzling splendor surrounding her. Before her gaze settled upon the emperor, clad in a dragon robe, seated behind the court, the appearance of the several princes clearly indicated that their father was undeniably handsome. Upon closer inspection, the emperor indeed possessed striking features, bearing a resemblance to the crown prince by about 60%, perhaps due to many years of holding power. The emperor's brows and eyes exuded a much colder demeanor than that of the crown prince, whose regal bearing seemed to carry an air of aloofness. At this sight, Jiaojiao's exuberance dimmed considerably. This emperor is quite formidable, one must tread carefully in his presence. Upon overhearing this thought, Madame Jiao shuddered violently, nearly faltering before the esteemed emperor. Jiaojiao then scanned her surroundings and her eyes brightened upon spotting Zhao Zhenghua and Zhao Tianjing. Father, eldest brother, oh how I have missed you. Despite our brief separation, both Zhao Zhenghua and Zhao Tianjing had been fixated on her since she entered the hall. Although the crown prince had reassured them that Zhao Jiao was safe and sound after consulting a physician, they could not rest easy until they witnessed her vitality for themselves. Hearing her lively voice, they finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The emperor observed this scene with keen interest, casting his gaze toward Zhao Jiao. Zhenghua, is this your precious daughter? Immediately Zhao Zhenghua stepped forward, replying respectfully, Your Majesty, indeed, this is my daughter, Zhao Jiao. Bring her forth for me to see, commanded the emperor, appearing rather intrigued. Zhao Zhenghua, upon receiving the emperor's request, gently took Zhao Jiao from Madame Jiao's arms. Casting a tender and reassuring glance at her upon seeing her husband, Madame Jiao's anxious heart found solace, and she discreetly nodded at Zhao Zhenghua that he approached the dragon table with Zhao Jiao in his arms, prompting the emperor to rise from his seat. Zhao Jiao, believing the emperor intended to embrace her, inwardly panicked and cried out, Do not come near me, Your Majesty, please do not approach. Zhao Zhenghua, maintaining his composure, subtly twitched his fingers, revealing none of the unease he felt. The most ruthless are indeed those of royal blood. The saying holds true for this emperor before me. He may possess feelings, but they are all devoted to Princess Yulio. Can one imagine? Princess Yulio has been deceased for 13 years, yet this wretched emperor remains infatuated with her. Moreover, he harbors great expectations for the second prince. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenghua's heart raced. What could it mean to have great expectations? If the emperor held such hopes for a prince, did that not imply the succession to the throne? Yet, was there not already a crown prince? As Zhao Zhenghua's thoughts lingered here, he suddenly recalled the crown prince's untimely demise 4 years hence, causing a chill to run down his spine. Do not be deceived by the emperor's apparent favoritism toward the crown prince and neglect of the second prince. He is in fact subtly safeguarding the second prince. Later, when the crown prince meets his end amidst court turmoil, despite the fact that concubine Qiao has already borne him a son, the emperor will still push the second prince to ascend as heir. However, the second prince, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the emperor due to Princess Yulia's death, will ultimately turn against his father, emerging as the last victor. In his final moments, the ailing emperor will confess that he has been acting with the best of intentions all along, seeking redemption until the very end. Now, looking back, what a farce! Jiao Jiao's anger intensified as she contemplated, the emperor may love Princess Yulio, but he ought to consider the empress and his two sons as well. The fourth prince drowned during the Dragon Boat Festival, and the emperor showed no sign of sorrow, immediately turning his attention to facilitating the second prince's clandestine endeavors. The empress, burdened by her grief, went unheeded as the emperor poured his heart out to Princess Yulio's portrait, and after the crown prince's demise, she completely lost her mind. Wait, I now suspect whether the crown prince's death was orchestrated by the emperor. But a tiger does not consume its cubs, could he truly be so heartless? Jiao Jiao's thoughts spiraled far afield, were they merely pawns as the second prince plotted their family's downfall? While the emperor turned a blind eye, or was it possible that, in his bid to clear obstacles for the second prince, the emperor himself had taken action against them? At this realization, Zhao Zhengguo's hands turned pale and veins protruded. His breathing growing heavy, suddenly Jiao Jiao emitted an innocent exclamation, pulling Zhao Zhengguo from his reverie. It turned out that the emperor was amusing himself by playfully placing a piece of yellow jade into her hand. Zhengguo, your daughter is indeed clever, the emperor remarked with a faint smile, before commanding, bring Di Ziying forth. At once, Zhao Zhengguo retreated with Jiao Jiao to the side, while the fourth prince, standing beside the crown prince, could not help but clench the prince's sleeve. The crown prince, noticing the fourth prince's tension, gently enveloped his small hand and smiled warmly at him. The fourth prince, emboldened by the crown prince's protection, straightened his back. He would protect Jiao Jiao. The sound of clanking chains echoed as Jiao Jiao looked up to see Di Ziying entering, his expression vacant, the bloodstains on his face remained unwashed, rendering his features even more obscured. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but mutter, Di Ziying is a true northern man. If he were thoroughly cleansed, the differences in his appearance would still be apparent. Having lurked in the Great Yang dynasty for so long, has he not yet met the second prince? Had I not appeared today, Di Ziying might have endured a little longer. Kneel, a guard barked at his side. Di Ziying let out a cold laugh, fully aware of his impending doom, and thus no longer concealed his hatred for the emperor. Wretched emperor, silence! The crown prince immediately rebuked Di Ziying's insolence. The emperor, however, raised a hand, his expression surprisingly calm. Di Ziying, I have investigated your background and found no issues. Why then did you attempt to assassinate the fourth prince? Di Ziying continued to smirk, disregarding the emperor's inquiry as he scanned the room, his gaze abruptly landing on Zhao Zhengguo. Zhao Zhengguo, when he had stood at the gates of the northern capital all those years ago, he had cast a distant glance at him while standing beside Princess Yulio. The man had been truly imposing, a figure of great stature. If not for Zhao Zhengguo, Princess Yulio would never have had to come to the Great Yang dynasty to marry and become the emperor's plaything. At this thought, a fierce hatred ignited within Di Ziying, and his gaze shifted to Jiao Jiao and Zhao Zhengguo's arms as he suddenly shouted, monster! The daughter of the Jiao family is a monster. She cannot be harmed. I stabbed her with a poisoned needle, yet all the injuries were inflicted upon myself. She remains unscathed. She is a monster. What monster? That was merely a backlash talisman I exchanged for merit, specifically designed to counteract heartless individuals like you. Zhao Jiao knew that Di Ziying would not let her escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, the emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, dismissing the absurdity of Di Ziying's claims. Di Ziying, increasingly agitated, realized he had lost everything. At the very least, he would take an enemy with him to the grave. I speak no falsehood. The fourth prince witnessed it with his own eyes. He extended his bloodied hand, striving to showcase the wounds upon it. These injuries were all inflicted upon the daughter of the Jiao family, yet they manifested upon me. Wretched emperor, do you not fear a daughter of the Jiao family who is impervious to blades? Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened significantly, and he did not immediately chastise Di Ziying for his nonsensical words. Zhao Zhengguo, observing this, slowly furrowed his brows. What could the emperor mean by this? Did he truly harbor suspicions about their beloved Jiao Jiao due to the words of a nefarious individual? Jiao Jiao cursed inwardly, this wretched emperor is indeed suspicious. Seeing the emperor's silence emboldened Di Ziying further. Wretched emperor, if you do not believe me, bring forth a needle now, and you shall see for yourself. The daughter of the Jiao family possesses sorcery. Such a person, do you dare to keep? Zhao Zhengguo, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. Jiao Jiao, however, felt unfazed. That backlash talisman can only last for a quarter of an hour. The time has long since passed. Although Zhao Zhengguo knew Jiao Jiao had the confidence to face this, he could not bear the thought of her suffering even the slightest harm. He placed Jiao Jiao into Jiao Tianjing's arms, then knelt before the emperor, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, this Di Ziying is of unknown origin and has malicious intentions. His treacherous words are clearly aimed at endangering my daughter. She is but a child, just beginning to speak. How innocent she is. I have pondered deeply, and it seems this Di Ziying is targeting me. I have served diligently in court, always acting with integrity and maintaining good relations with others. The only ones who harbor such animosity towards me must be the northern bandits." As soon as these words left Zhao Zhengguo's mouth, a momentary panic flickered across Di Ziying's face. Jiao Jiao, hearing this, felt an overwhelming admiration for her father. "Father, how can you be so astute? You have struck the nail on the head. This Di Ziying is indeed from the north." Zhao Zhenggui continued, "Your Majesty, might you grant this Di Ziying a cleansing examination, so we may behold his true visage?" "Yes, you are spot on. My father is indeed wise and unmatched in the world." The emperor's gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded. "Huangpei, prepare for a cleansing." "Yes." The eunuch hurriedly organized the proceedings, instructing the young eunuchs to bring forth a basin of water and commanding the imperial guards, "Subdue him." 5 individuals ascended, forcefully pinning Di Ziying to the ground. Grand Eunuch Huang meticulously dampened a cloth with water and carefully wiped Di Ziying's face. Di Ziying reacted vehemently, incessantly shouting, "Get away, leave me be." Once Grand Eunuch Huang finished his ministrations, he signaled for the imperial guards to release their hold. Di Ziying sprang to his feet, his visage now fully revealed to the onlookers, with slightly sunken eye sockets, elongated eyes, a notably prominent nose, and thin lips. He indeed bore an unmistakable resemblance to a typical northern dweller. "A true northern scoundrel," Qiao Jiaojiao barked. "Who are you, and what is your intent in infiltrating the imperial palace?" Di Ziying harbored immense resentment. He had already held Qiao Jiaojiao in high regard, yet had underestimated him. "Qiao Jiaojiao, do not think that exposing me will overshadow the fact that your daughter is a monster." He adeptly seized upon the crux of the matter, determined to drag Qiao Jiaojiao down with him. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a tender voice unexpectedly pierced the silence. "That's not true." Everyone turned to the source of the voice, where the fourth prince stood, his delicate face pale. "Father, I have something to say." Emperor Yong raised an eyebrow slightly, his interest in this youngest son rather tepid. Having reached the age of 4, he had seldom inquired about him, the only arrangement made being for Di Ziying to serve as his tutor. Oh, he recalled that daily someone would bring forth the fourth prince's lessons, yet he had never so much as glanced at them, discarding them alongside refuse. In his memory, the youngest son had been overly coddled by the empress, speaking only in soft whispers, rather unappealing. Thus, when the fourth prince chose to speak up, it caught Emperor Yong by surprise. Do share. The fourth prince, like all sons, harbored a unique reverence and admiration for his father. Yet, he was acutely aware that his father bore him no affection, which made him cautious in the emperor's presence. This time, with his father personally selecting a tutor for him, he was overjoyed, practicing his calligraphy until his wrist ached. He wondered if his father had ever seen his writing. Mother praised him, claiming that the crown prince had only managed to write as well as he did at the age of 6. His thoughts drifted momentarily, only to be quickly refocused. He steeled himself, for today, he must protect Sister Qiao. Your Majesty, when the crown prince was lured away by Di Ziying, he entered the inner chamber with the intent to assassinate me. In his clumsiness, he stumbled onto the couch, and the poison needle pricked his own palm. I know not what poison was on that needle, but Di Ziying suddenly went berserk, stabbing himself repeatedly. The fourth prince continued. I was terrified and worried for Sister Qiao. Fearing she might be harmed, I embraced her and leapt from the bed. That moment Di Ziying regained his senses and relentlessly pursued us. Thankfully, the crown prince arrived in time, ensuring our safety. Father, this is the complete account of the assassination attempt in the study today. I implore you to eradicate this villain and maintain peace within the palace. As the fourth prince concluded, Di Ziying's eyes widened in disbelief. He had tutored the fourth prince for over a month, knowing him to be extraordinarily gifted, yet he never anticipated the child could fabricate such a lie. Nonsense, you, a mere 4-year-old, weave tales. Who taught you to say such things? The crown prince or Qiao Jiaojiao? Qiao Jiaojiao was equally astonished that the fourth prince would so ardently defend her. What shocked her most was that from the moment the assassination began until now, she had been by the fourth prince's side, and these words were of his own invention, without anyone's guidance. My goodness, I can no longer call you a Navi's sweetheart. You are truly clever. At 4, I was still babbling, and you are already able to outwit a northern scoundrel. You are impressive. Qiao Jiaojiao realized that the fourth prince was indeed aiding Jiaojiao in her deception. The truth lay before him, witnessed by his own eyes. He had not been taught to speak thus, nor did he need anyone to instruct him. The fourth prince's expression was resolute, rendering his words all the more credible. Upon hearing this, Di Ziying's face contorted in rage. The offspring of that dog of an emperor are indeed no good. I should have eliminated you sooner, instead of waiting for the Dragon Boat Festival. That needle was meant for you, but alas, it was substituted by that monster of the Qiao family. The crown prince's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. So Di Ziying had originally intended to strike at the fourth prince during the Dragon Boat Festival? That day was the fourth prince's birthday, and Di Ziying was essentially plotting against both him and the empress. His heart was condemnable. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao suddenly paused. Wait a moment, if I had not appeared today, Di Ziying would have used the poison needle against the fourth prince on his birthday, yet the fourth prince clearly drowned. I had thought that once Di Ziying was exposed, the fourth prince's demise would be averted. But now it seems, could there be another who wishes to kill the fourth prince? Someone may have preemptively eliminated him before Di Ziying could act. As this thought struck her, Qiao Jiaojiao felt an icy chill run down her spine. Realizing that the palace was rife with malevolent spirits and treacherous traps, upon hearing this speculation, Xiao Tianjing and the others felt their scalps tingle with fear, if the true culprit remained unfound. The young fourth prince, defenseless in the palace, was destined for an early demise. Father, this villain has lurked within our great Yong for over a decade, enduring what others cannot. Today, he skillfully manipulated the palace attendants, leading away the guards, indicating his grand ambitions to, I beseech you, father, to entrust this scoundrel to me, and I shall thoroughly investigate. The crown prince could not tolerate any harm befalling the fourth prince. Di Ziying had been summoned by the emperor himself. Even if the emperor had erred in his judgment, the crown prince could not voice a word of dissent, yet he was determined to root out all hidden malignancies within the palace, ensuring the fourth prince's safety. Emperor Yong's expression shifted slightly, yet he did not immediately acquiesce. Qiao Jiaojiao, observing this, could not help but curse under her breath. How could this dog of an emperor agree? He fears the crown prince might uncover the second prince's minions within the palace. Indeed, as soon as Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts finished, Emperor Yong spoke with authority. This matter is of great significance. I shall investigate personally. Upon hearing this, the crown prince clenched his fists but ultimately bowed in response. Understood. Qiao Jiaojiao sighed inwardly. The crown prince must be feeling quite distressed. Before Princess Yulio entered the palace, the emperor and empress's relationship was tolerable, and for a time, the emperor had shown the crown prince genuine affection as the eldest son. The crown prince is so intelligent, he must surely be aware of the disparity in treatment. Is he truly so unguarded against the second prince? Ah, this is exhausting. I cannot dwell on this further. Qiao Jiaojiao scratched her head, feeling fatigued from her visit to the palace. She wished never to return. Emperor Yong commanded that Di Ziying be taken away and offered a few comforting words to Qiao Zhenghua, implying that Di Ziying's ramblings need not concern him, for he would always stand by his loyal minister. Qiao Jiaojiao scoffed inwardly. Dog emperor, spare me your nonsense. Soon enough, you will be cooing over Princess Yulio's portrait. The Qiao family members collectively held their breath, nearly betraying themselves before the emperor. Zhaner, see off Lady Qiao, Emperor Yong instructed the crown prince. The crown prince respectfully nodded, regardless of the emperor's words. He intended to escort her. What was initially promised as an explanation for Lord Qiao had now been entrusted to the emperor's discretion. The fourth prince followed the crown prince out, casting a lingering glance back at Emperor Yong, who had turned away, staring blankly at the empty wall beside him. Qiao Jiaojiao was aware that the portrait of Princess Yulio resided behind that wall. The fourth prince felt a pang of sorrow as he withdrew his gaze. At that moment, his eyes inadvertently fell upon a wastebasket in the corner. The basket was overflowing, with a few sheets of paper having tumbled out, the handwriting appearing youthful and unrefined. The fourth prince was suddenly struck by a wave of emotion. Before the assignments were submitted to the emperor, he had meticulously arranged them. Now, they lay scattered, the order entirely disrupted. Little 4, the crown prince, noticing the fourth prince had halted, turned in confusion. The fourth prince blinked, suppressing the moisture in his eyes. He had never had the luxury to hope for anything. Having mother and brother was sufficient for him. Brother, I want a hug too. The fourth prince hurried to catch up, playfully tugging at the crown prince's sleeve. The crown prince, mistaking the gesture for fatigue, affectionately bent down and embraced him. Shall you return to see mother first? The fourth prince shook his head. I want to send sister Qiao off with you. Very well, then let us go together. Little 4, do not worry. You performed excellently today. At this, the fourth prince's head snapped up, meeting the crown prince's gentle gaze, as if everything were understood. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through the fourth prince's heart. Did brother know he had lied? Did he also discern that sister Qiao was not ordinary, just as the fourth prince was about to clarify that he was not a deceitful child? Xiao Tianjing approached, carrying Qiao Jiaojiao. The fourth prince promptly fell silent. Xiao Tianjing wore a serious expression and lowered his voice, saying, Your Highness, I have urgent matters to report. Chapter 56, The Emperor's Cold Heart. The crown prince, noting Xiao Tianjing's grave demeanor, felt a weight in his chest. He discreetly pressed down with his right hand, and Xiao Tianjing nodded in understanding. Subsequently discussing trivial matters, the two walked on for quite a distance, with Grand Eunuch Huang respectfully sending them off at the door, not turning back until their figures vanished from sight. Before returning to the study. As the emperor gazed once more at the portrait of Princess Yulio, Eunuch Huang could not suppress a sigh. Your Majesty, she has departed. The emperor, seated in his chair, nodded indifferently. Observing this, Eunuch Huang hesitated, his words caught in his throat. He had just noticed that the fourth prince seemed to have taken an interest in the paper basket in the corner. which contained the calligraphy practice sheets sent the previous afternoon, suggesting considerable effort had been invested. At times, even the most astute eunuch Huang found it perplexing why the emperor was so fixated on Princess Yuliu. Undeniably, she was a rare beauty, with skin as exquisite as jade and a figure reminiscent of a celestial maiden, yet, her demeanor towards the emperor was notably distant, as if her heart were elsewhere. Nevertheless, the emperor remained deeply enamored, having lost his soul to her. Over the course of more than a decade, he had been unable to let go, even growing increasingly indifferent towards the empress, the crown prince. And the fourth prince as a result. What has the second prince been occupied with lately? The emperor's voice broke the silence. Eunuch Huang, lost in thought, was startled by the deep timbre of the emperor's voice. But fortunately, the emperor's attention remained fixed on the portrait, oblivious to his momentary lapse. Your Majesty, since the Lantern Festival, the second prince has seemingly grown more subdued, though he did meet with Lord Shang of the Qinghua Duke's residence recently. The emperor turned his face slightly. Sheng Mingcheng, he is merely a debauched youth. The second prince should find him unworthy. Eunuch Huang quickly flattered. Indeed, Your Majesty, I perceive that the second prince has discerning tastes. Lord Shang is surely beneath his notice. The emperor grunted noncommittally and added, Are there any amusing tidings from the capital lately? Share them with Yuliu. Eunuch Huang had long since grown accustomed to this routine. The emperor often treated the portrait of Princess Yuliu as if she were alive, concerned that she might feel bored, and thus insisted that Eunuch Huang inquire about entertaining news. After rummaging through his thoughts, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Your Majesty, there is indeed an amusing tale. This year's poetry gathering in the capital featured a talented young lady, the 10-year-old daughter of Minister Meng, known as Meng Gushua. The emperor raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, a talented girl. What poem did she recite? Eunuch Huang promptly recited Meng Gushua's poem with great emotion. The emperor savored it thoughtfully before nodding. It is indeed superior to those stale and rancid verses, but where do the Xiangnu and the Wooding River come into play? Eunuch Huang hastily recounted the events of the poetry gathering. Mentioning that the crown prince had already formed a judgment, the emperor lost interest thereafter. Minister Meng's daughter certainly possesses remarkable poetic talent. Let her be granted an invitation to the Dragon Boat Festival banquet. The ranks of officials varied, and those permitted to attend palace banquets were limited. As a deputy minister, he could only bring one female companion, typically his primary wife. Eunuch Huang promptly agreed, secretly taking note. After a moment of silence, the emperor inquired, Have the top essays from the spring examination been submitted? Eunuch Huang immediately retrieved several scrolls from the desk, smiling as he said, Your Majesty, they were submitted early this morning and are right here. The emperor cast a cursory glance and replied, Have the crown prince take a look tomorrow morning. It was reasonable for the heir to examine the top essays, and Eunuch Huang hastily bowed in acknowledgement. However, the emperor quickly added, Make a copy and send it to the second prince. A flicker of astonishment crossed Eunuch Huang's face. That was somewhat beyond propriety, but he dared not voice a word of protest and could only acquiesce. After arranging these matters, the emperor waved his hand. You may leave. Without my command, no one is to enter. Eunuch Huang understood that the emperor desired solitude with Princess Yuliu once more, before he exited. He respectfully inquired, Your Majesty, how should we handle the Ziying today? The emperor waved his hand impatiently. Investigate. All necessary spies have been removed. Look into his true identity. Eunuch Huang answered affirmatively, bowing as he slowly retreated. Just as he was about to close the palace doors, the emperor's grave voice resonated again. Huang Pei, do not disturb those who should not be disturbed. Do not allow the crown prince to intervene. At this, Huang Pei's shoulders trembled slightly as he nodded respectfully. The moment the doors closed, Eunuch Huang exhaled slowly. He was well aware of whom the emperor referred to as those who should not be disturbed, those spies the emperor had permitted the second prince to place in various palaces over the years. Now, with the crown princess' virtuous reputation widely acknowledged, the emperor's favoritism towards the second prince raised questions about the future. What should be done? A hint of dread flickered across Eunuch Huang's face, which he quickly concealed. To survive in the emperor's presence, one must feign deafness and silence. Upon realizing that Qiao Tianjing had serious matters to attend to, the crown prince first escorted the fourth prince back. Before parting, the fourth prince gazed longingly at Qiao Jiao. Will I not see Sister Qiao for a long time again? He said, his voice tinged with melancholy. Qiao Jiao felt grateful that the fourth prince had shielded her from the backlash of the talisman incident, and she refrained from speaking ill of him. You better stay safe, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet again. Qiao Tianjing, having overheard this, recalled Qiao Jiao's earlier speculation and said earnestly, Your Highness, the fourth prince is still young. He must be protected diligently. The crown prince nodded solemnly, acknowledging, Your words are wise, I am mindful of this. The fourth prince tugged at Qiao Jiao's small hand, which felt soft and tender. Suddenly he laughed. Last time, brother crown prince said I could hold sister when my birthday comes. I tried today, and it was indeed quite a challenge. I must eat well and grow taller, so that I can easily lift sister Qiao like brother Qiao. His innocent words lightened the somber expressions of the crown prince and Qiao Tianjing. Qiao Jiao shot him a sidelong glance of fool. You will grow, but so will I. Even then, you won't be able to lift me. The fourth prince earnestly bid farewell to Qiao Jiao's sister Qiao. Let us meet again at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet. Qiao Jiao chirped in response, acknowledging him. I know. You really are quite the chatterbox. The crown prince personally escorted the fourth prince back before leading Qiao Darling out. The palace path was remarkably empty, devoid of eavesdroppers. Noticing this, Qiao Tianjing lowered his voice and spoke, Your Highness, I have a matter of great importance to report. The crown prince's expression grew serious. Speak, Darling. Qiao Tianjing, recalling the discussions he had with his father at home, cautiously began, Your Highness, do you remember the scholar from Zhuozhou who recited couplets during the Lantern Festival? Chapter 57, The Evidence of the Toolman. The crown prince pondered briefly before nodding. I recall he was surnamed Tan. Qiao Tianjing's eyes sparkled. It was fortuitous that the crown prince remembered. By chance, I encountered him being humiliated by Lord Shang of the Qingguo Duke's residence, and the second prince intervened, thus establishing a connection with Tan Hanshu. Last night, Tan Hanshu was pursued and barely escaped to a tavern, where he was rescued by the second prince. Your Highness, I have befriended him and discovered he is not only eloquent but possesses a keen intellect, yet, he is being unjustly pursued in the capital. And, he is unlisted on the examination roster. His words were veiled, but the crown prince's brow furrowed sharply as he grasped the underlying implication. Even he found it hard to believe that something had gone awry in the spring examination. Was it possible that Tan Hanshu had simply underperformed? Qiao Tianjing shook his head, discreetly gesturing to his sleeve. Your Highness, my father requested that Tan Hanshu present the essay he composed for the spring examination. I have reviewed it, and it surpasses my own work from that time. Hearing Qiao Tianjing's unwavering conviction, the crown prince felt a jolt of alarm. It was known that Qiao Tianjing had achieved the top rank. Personally selected by the emperor as the flower of the court, the crown prince's expression grew grave. Darling, hand me Qiao Jiao. Qiao Tianjing understood the unspoken request, and as he passed Qiao Jiao over, he discreetly slipped Tan Hanshu's essay beneath her. Qiao Jiao, am I truly a tool now? But I am honored. You may carry on, and I shall serve as your distraction. The crown prince nonchalantly tucked the essay away, smiling as he weighed Qiao Jiao in his arms. They were nearing the palace gates. Carrying her further would be excessive. Qiao Tianjing took Qiao Jiao back, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. In truth, this undertaking was fraught with risk for the Qiao family. The spring examination was of paramount importance, and their sudden involvement might raise suspicions in the discerning eyes of the emperor. The crown prince smiled brightly, his demeanor refreshing. Darling, the name Qiao represents loyalty and righteousness in my eyes. This statement was indeed the highest form of trust. Qiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, what a wonderful crown prince! We must protect him and ensure he ascends to the throne. Qiao Tianjing bowed slightly, his heart filled with gratitude. For a minister, the greatest fortune is to serve a wise sovereign. Thus, my father and I await your word. Upon returning to the Qiao residence, Qiao Jiao was thoroughly examined by Madame Qiao, who searched her from head to toe but found no hidden devices, allowing the family to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Qiao Jiao, brimming with excitement, animatedly recounted the wonders of the Merit Mall and how she heroically saved the fourth prince. Although her family struggled to comprehend, it did not deter her from boasting. The Qiao family exchanged glances, clearly astonished yet feigning ignorance, diligently managing their expressions. In the afternoon, an edict from the palace caused a ripple of excitement throughout the capital. It was said that the emperor himself had granted permission for Miss Meng Guxue to attend the Dragon Boat Festival banquet. At the Meng residence, upon receiving the decree, Minister Meng was momentarily bewildered. After returning from the poetry gathering in the eastern suburbs, Meng Guxue fell gravely ill, and her once delicate face grew increasingly gaunt. Madame Meng, infuriated by her daughter's decision to dismiss the maidservant and her own foolishness in being outmaneuvered by the legitimate young lady of the Qingguo Duke's residence, confined her to her chamber, where she had not ventured outside even once. However, what intrigued Madame Meng was that after this bout of illness, her daughter seemed to have transformed into a different person. Her temperament had calmed. No longer noisy or restless, with renewed vigor she sat up to practice her calligraphy, displaying a commendable proficiency. At this moment, a decree arrived at the Meng residence, prompting Madame Meng to joyfully visit her daughter's boudoir. Upon learning that the emperor had personally summoned her to attend the Duanwu Palace banquet, Meng Guxue's hand slipped, causing her brush to falter on the paper. The opportunity she had long awaited had finally arrived. Meng Guxue exhaled slowly, crumpling the paper tightly in her grasp. During her recent illness, she had experienced an incredibly vivid dream. In that dream, everything went smoothly for her, and she found herself deeply in love with the second prince. Xin Yuan Bai. Together, they conspired against the crown prince, dismantled the Qiao family, trampled all adversaries underfoot, and ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of power. Meng Guxue was certain she was the destined daughter of this world. Yet, she could not comprehend why reality diverged from her dreams at the Qiao residence. She had expected to experience an instant attraction with the second prince there. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that whatever was meant for her would inevitably come to pass. The Duanwu Palace banquet was the perfect opportunity to capture the second princess' attention. Mother, I understand now that I must continue practicing my calligraphy. You may leave, Meng Gushue said lightly, a confident smile gracing her lips. Madame Meng glanced at her daughter with a look of curiosity, and upon witnessing her already engaged in writing, she quietly exited the room. Once the door closed, Meng Gushue abruptly lifted her head. Revealing her ambitious gaze, her brush had filled the pristine white paper with the same 3 characters repeated countless times, Xin Yuan Bai. Tap, 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 an anxious knocking echoed from outside the door. Miss, it is your servant. Shout out, I have brought you the items you requested. Hearing this, Meng Gushue's eyes brightened instantly, and she set down her brush to open the door. Shout out presented 2 packages before Meng Gushue. Miss, here are the shells and the plant ash you asked for. Xiaotao had no idea what her mistress intended to do with these items. Meng Gushue opened the packages and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Having majored in chemistry at university, she had relied on her modern knowledge in the dream to help the second prince achieve wealth. Gaining his recognition and reliance, such an extraordinary advantage and golden opportunity had nearly slipped her mind. Now reminded by her dream, she realized she must swiftly create soap to impress the second prince. Just wait, the Duanwu Palace banquet would be her grand opportunity for a turnaround. Meanwhile, at the Qingwa Duke's residence, useless, have you not found him yet? Shang Mingchen was venting his wrath at his subordinates. As dusk approached, having dispatched a dozen men, they had yet to locate even a single frail scholar. Was Tan Hanshu truly capable of vanishing from the face of the earth? Search, go and search again. The next day after court, the crown prince was summoned to the emperor's study. Emperor Yang pointed at 3 scrolls on the table and said calmly, Zhan, come and take a look at these articles from this year's top scholars. The crown prince respectfully complied, settling into the seat the emperor had granted him, and picked up the first scroll. Before even unrolling it, he found himself momentarily taken aback. After returning to the Eastern Palace yesterday, he had meticulously read the article submitted by the eldest son of the Qiao family, finding every word to shine brilliantly, leaving a profound impression. Such a talent, such an article, it was truly incomprehensible that it had failed to pass. Zhan, what troubles you? Noticing the crown princess' rare distraction, Emperor Yang tilted his head in confusion. The crown prince, snapping back to reality, smiled and replied, I was merely reflecting on the influx of new talents to serve my father. Which brings me great joy. The emperor nodded slightly and continued, this year's top scholar has produced an exceptionally good article. This one in your hands, examine it closely. The crown prince immediately focused his attention. Unrolling the scroll, his gaze fell upon the first line. His pupils dilated in shock. It was identical, exactly the same as the article he had read last night by Tan Hanshu, yet this scroll bore the name Gu Junlin from Qingzhou. Chapter 58. Jiao Jiao can even be a military advisor. Qingzhou, located to the east of the capital, is one of the wealthiest provinces in the Daong dynasty. The Gu family is a prominent family in Qingzhou. Having amassed wealth through the fishing industry, reputedly possessing untold riches, that such a wealthy merchant family could produce such an erudite son is indeed remarkable. Emperor Yong observed the crown prince engrossed in reading and made a pointed comment. The Daong dynasty maintains a conventional hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Although the Gu family is affluent, they remain somewhat unrefined, which explains their eagerness to have their offspring achieve academic success. However, with such immense wealth, even if Gu Junlin possesses exceptional talent and insight, he must not receive excessive praise. This situation is rife with the emperor's calculations and checks and balances, which the crown prince fully understood. Yet, he was so astounded that he could hardly focus on the emperor's words. This was the spring examination. How could someone dare to employ such deceitful tactics during the examination? Pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, Emperor Yong assumed the crown prince was merely captivated by the reading and paid no heed. At that moment, he even pondered whether the second prince had also reviewed these articles and what thoughts he might have. The second prince had always been astute. He would surely have unique insights. The crown prince realized that hastily raising questions would not only jeopardize the Qiao family but also arouse his father's suspicions regarding his close ties with them. Thus, he suppressed the turmoil within him and offered a few bland praises. The palace examination was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, to be presided over by the emperor himself. After leaving the study, the crown prince returned to the eastern palace with a calm demeanor. In the afternoon, the empress sent gifts to the Qiao residence, stating that Qiao Jiao had been startled in the palace the previous day, and out of affection, she sent some protective charms as a gesture of comfort. When Emperor Yong received the report from eunuch Huang, he waved his hand dismissively, a hint of annoyance flickering across his brow. Such trifles need not be reported to me in the future. Eunuch Huang hurriedly acquiesced, sighing inwardly. He understood the emperor's disdain for the empress, yet the late Lady Yulian had taken her own life. Ultimately, it was not the empress's fault. Alas, he as a servant should simply heed his master's commands. The empress's gifts soon arrived at the Qiao residence, where Qiao Zhenghua personally expressed gratitude on behalf of his family. As Qiao Zhenghua approached to receive the gifts, the palace attendant discreetly slipped a piece of paper beneath the red platter. Your Highness, the attendant mouthed silently. She was a trusted confidant of the empress. Qiao Jiaojiao's heart skipped a beat as he accepted the red platter, thanking the empress for her gifts, assuring her that his daughter was now well and asking her not to worry. With the message conveyed, the attendant led a group of people out, returning to the palace to report. Once all the servants were dismissed, Qiao Jiaojiao opened the note, finding it was written by the crown prince. Jiao Jiao, cradled in her mother's arms, eagerly urged father, quickly read what the crown prince wrote. I am so curious. Moments later, Qiao Jiaojiao began to read aloud. This morning, I read the 3 articles from the top scholars. And one of them is identical to that written by Tan Hanshu, yet it is signed by Gu Junlin from Qingzhou. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao's expression shifted to understanding the Gu family from Qingzhou. No wonder, it makes sense that the Gu family would align with the second prince given they hold such a powerful leverage over him. You must know the Gu family is immensely wealthy, their businesses spanning the Daong dynasty. With a deep-rooted foundation dating back generations, later, the heroine created soaps, perfumes, and lipsticks, all leveraging the Gu family's market and connections, raking in profits and ultimately establishing her own commercial empire, a true rags-to-riches tale set in ancient times. The Qiao family may not comprehend what soaps and perfumes are, but they could discern the significance of the Gu family's influence on the second prince's ambitions. The crown prince also mentioned that the palace examination was set for the day after tomorrow, with the emperor presiding over the questioning, while he would be present as an observer. As Qiao Jiaojiao finished speaking, Qiao Tianjing furrowed his brow. Father, our time is limited. Once the palace examination concludes, it will be nearly impossible for Brother Tan to reclaim his ranking. Jiao Jiao, deep in thought, furrowed her round face into a frown. Let me think. First and foremost, we definitely cannot be the ones to approach, otherwise, we would be exposing ourselves directly to the second prince. The Duke of Qinghua, and the Minister of Rights, the treacherous emperor, is no ally either. If his suspicions arise, he might even question father's intentions. As for the crown prince, he is even less of an option. We cannot risk hastening his demise. The Qiao family, although the reasoning was sound, the words were rather crude, fortunate only for their ears. Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with inspiration. It seems the only viable option is for Tan Hanshu to come forward himself. At this, the entire Qiao family brightened up. In unison, they exclaimed, the Dengguan drum, the Dengguan drum. Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback, then clapped her hands in delight. Oh my, we all came to the same conclusion. I thought father and brother were just staring blankly at each other, but it turns out they were just as engaged, their minds racing. Qiao Jiaojiao and Qiao Tianjing exchanged knowing glances, both smiling in mutual understanding. Just moments ago, they had been at a loss, yet Jiao Jiao had effortlessly provided them with a solution. Jiao Jiao's thoughts continued to expand. Alas, my father has been wronged, sentenced to death at the midday gate. And it was my elder and second brother who struck the drum of appeal outside the palace gates, yet the treacherous emperor and the second prince were resolute in their intent to see my father perish. In the end, my brothers each received 30 lashes and were summarily dismissed back to the Qiao residence. To prevent malicious drumming of the appeal, the founding dynasty of Daong instituted a regulation. Anyone who strikes the appeal drum must first receive 30 lashes. And when the drum sounds, the emperor must personally adjudicate the grievance. It remains uncertain whether Tan Hanshi can endure such punishment. Furthermore, the residence of the Duke of Qing is undoubtedly still in a frenzy, searching for Tan Hanshi, not only to ensure his safe passage to the appeal drum but also to protect him from being harmed by the Duke's men who might seize the opportunity to end his life. These considerations truly resonate with the hearts of Qiao Jiaojiao and Qiao Tianjing, as they too have pondered these matters. Upon hearing of his impending execution at the midday gate, Qiao Jiaojiao has managed to maintain a calm demeanor. What their family is striving for is nothing less than to alter their fate and overturn a predetermined conclusion. At this moment, Qiao Jiaojiao cannot help but marvel at Jiao Jiao's keen intellect and extraordinary cleverness. Although the exposure of corruption in the imperial examination was not foreseen in her predictions, she has nonetheless managed to contemplate the situation thoroughly and comprehensively in the shortest time. This child might well become a military strategist in the future. When Xiao Diyu brought Tan Hanshi forth, Qiao Jiaojiao meticulously laid out the current situation for him, detailing the associated risks. Tan Hanshi, the decision to strike the appeal drum rests entirely upon you. Qiao Jiaojiao gazed steadily at Tan Hanshi, who, upon witnessing this, performed a deep bow, his expression resolute. General Qiao, there is no difficulty or ease in facing challenges, rather, it is the courage to act that matters. I am willing to strike the appeal drum, regardless of life or death. 2 days later, early in the morning, the long-closed gates of the appeal drum courtyard were suddenly struck. The sound echoed through the air, causing passers-by to halt in astonishment. That man, has he lost his mind? He dares to knock on the gates of the appeal drum courtyard. The young man knocking stood tall and elegant in a flowing moonwhite robe, his countenance grave as he called out more insistently when no one answered. Soon, a crowd gathered outside the courtyard, drawn by the spectacle. Xiao Diyu, having disguised himself, held Jiao Jiao in his arms, blending into the crowd inconspicuously. Under normal circumstances, the Qiao family would never allow Jiao Jiao to witness such an event, especially as Tan Hanshi was to receive 30 lashes in a public display, a scene undoubtedly brutal. Yet her heart had been restless, and after 2 days and nights of persistence, she awoke early with her bright, round eyes wide opened up. Mrs. Qiao sighed inwardly, recognizing she could not restrain Jiao Jiao and, unwilling to disappoint her, ultimately consented to allow Qiao Diyu to take her along. As for Qiao Zhenghua and Qiao Tianjing, they were currently attending court. The timing for striking the appeal drum had been determined by Qiao Zhenghua specifically during the morning court session so he could participate and, when necessary, advocate for Tan Hanqi. After approximately a quarter of an hour of knocking, the gates of the appeal drum courtyard creaked open, revealing a flustered official with an impatient expression. It had been 7 or 8 years since anyone had knocked on these gates, rendering it nearly obsolete. He had barely fallen asleep after a night of gambling when he was abruptly awakened by this unwelcome disturbance. Who is it, making such a racket so early in the morning? I am Tan Hanqi of Zhuozhou, and I come with a grievance to strike the appeal drum. Tan Hanqi's voice rang out clearly, startling the drowsy official. Upon raising his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight of a dense crowd outside the gates. Collecting himself, he turned to Tan Hanqi and asked sternly, "What did you just say?" Tan Hanqi replied without hesitation, "I come to strike the appeal drum." This declaration elicited murmurs of astonishment from both the official and the onlookers. Do you not know that one who strikes the appeal drum must first receive 30 lashes? The official attempted to dissuade Tan Hanqi with this warning. Unfazed, Tan Hanqi declared his willingness to endure the punishment. The official's expression shifted dramatically. "You are prepared to risk your life?" Tan Hanqi nodded resolutely. "I am prepared to risk my life." Taking a deep breath, the official finally opened the gates of the appeal drum courtyard wide. Then, "Enter." Tan Hanqi strode into the courtyard, and Jiao Jiao watched closely as a massive drum, too large for 2 people to embrace, stood silently in the center. Meanwhile, the official went to summon others. Administering 30 lashes required 4 individuals to execute the task. The news of someone seeking to strike the appeal drum spread rapidly, drawing an increasing number of spectators. At this moment, a young servant in the crowd glanced over, and his face paled as he pushed through the throng and stumbled away. "The Duke of Qing enjoys imperial favor and is not far from the palace." The servant hurried back to the duke's residence, his lips white with fear. Shang Mingcheng had spent the previous night in distress, ultimately finding solace in the company of his concubine, Lianer, who had brought him a nourishing soup. Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, the young servant's frantic knocking interrupted him. Master, something has gone awry." The young servant paid no heed to anything else, banging on Shang Mingcheng's door with fervor. Lianer, awakened by the noise, scolded, "Who dares disturb my lord's peaceful dreams at such an hour?" The young servant, in a state of panic, shouted, "Master, Tan Hanqi has been found." Upon hearing this, Shang Mingcheng jolted awake, all remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. "Quickly, come in." "Where is he?" he demanded. The servant pushed the door open, causing Lianer to gasp and retreat beneath the covers in fright. "Master, we are in grave danger. Tan Hanqi has gone to strike the appeal drum." "What?" Shang Mingcheng froze mid-dress, his face draining of color. "What of my grandfather? Does the duke know?" The young servant, his expression pained, replied, "There is chaos at the appeal drum courtyard. As soon as I saw Tan Hanqi's face, I rushed back to report." Before the servant could finish, a commanding voice rang out from the courtyard, unmistakably that of Duke Shang Qishan. "Call that useless boy out." Shang Mingcheng felt his legs turn to jelly, hastily throwing on a coat and stumbling out of his room, only to be knocked to the ground by a powerful slap. With a dazed head, Shang Mingcheng struggled to rise, grasping the feet of the imposing figure before him, pleading desperately, "Grandfather, please quell your anger. Please, do not be angry, quell my anger." Duke Shang Qishan loomed over him, his face dark with fury. "A fool. Why do we have such imbeciles in the duke's residence? Did you not claim that Tan Hanqi was eliminated? Why is he now appearing at the appeal drum courtyard? I should never have trusted you 2 incompetent fools. Do you understand that because of your stupidity, our duke's residence may face annihilation today?" Shang Mingcheng trembled on the ground, terrified. He had never anticipated the situation escalating to such heights. After all, Tan Hanqi was merely a powerless scholar. He had assumed they would find him quickly. He had no idea that Tan Hanqi had not only evaded capture but also dared to strike the appeal drum. Wait, the appeal drum! The realization struck Shang Mingcheng, and he clung desperately to the duke's leg, raising his head with urgency. "Grandfather, those who strike the appeal drum must first receive 30 lashes. We can let him die beneath the drum. Thus, he will be unable to report his grievances to the emperor." Duke Shang Qishan kicked Shang Mingcheng savagely, his voice icy. "Do I need you to remind me?" As soon as he received the news, he had dispatched reliable individuals to handle the situation. If they can execute Tan Hanqi under the appeal drum, you might still have a chance to redeem yourself. However, if Tan Hanqi reaches the emperor, the duke's residence will be ruined because of you. After delivering this ultimatum, Duke Shang Qishan lifted Shang Mingcheng and hurled him to the ground, his gaze landing on Lianer, intensifying his ire. "You useless burden. Take her away and execute her." Lianer let out a scream, fainting at the horror of the command. Shang Mingcheng, trembling in fear, could not even muster a sound as he heard the fate of the maid who had indulged him the previous night. As Duke Shang Qishan stormed out, Shang Mingcheng hastily gathered his clothes from the floor and dressed himself before rushing out. "Tan Hanqi, that cursed Tan Hanqi, he shall not leave the appeal drum courtyard alive. Within the appeal drum courtyard, 4 officials had already taken their positions. A long bench was placed before the drum, with one official meticulously inspecting it, while 2 others held thick boards, and the one who had opened the door was responsible for counting the lashes. Scholar Tan, I ask you one last time, do you have any regrets? Without hesitation, Tan Hanshi removed his outer robe, resolutely bent over the bench, gripping its legs tightly. The crowd watched in a mix of admiration and fear as Tan Hanshi displayed such courage and composure. Receiving 30 lashes could indeed lead to death. The official shook his head, inspecting Tan Hanshi to ensure he bore no concealing garments. Once satisfied, he raised his hand. Today, Tan Hanshi of Zhuozhou seeks to strike the appeal drum. According to the laws of the Daong dynasty, those who strike the appeal drum shall receive 30 lashes, and their life or death is left to fate. Execute. With a resounding crack, the first lash struck, sending a shudder through the hearts of all present. Faces turned pale with dread as Tan Hanshi bit down on a piece of cloth, remaining silent through the ordeal. Jiao Jiao felt her heart lurch. Overwhelmed with compassion, how tragic it is, what Tan Hanshi endures. The sound of the whip echoed as Tan Hanshi endured several strikes, blood seeping from his rear and staining his pristine white trousers, a sight both shocking and harrowing. Xiao Diyu clenched his fists, fearing Tan Hanshi might not withstand the torment. After a relentless 15 lashes, the officers paused. By this time, Tan Hanshi's complexion had turned deathly pale, and he was drenched in sweat. One of the officers, having delivered the blows, crouched beside the gasping Tan Hanshi and, with a face full of compassion, inquired, Scholar Tan, this is your final chance. If you call it off now, we shall cease. The next 15 lashes will not be as merciful. The officer, genuinely benevolent, understood the arduous journey of one who aspired to be a scholar, recognizing the years of relentless study. Perhaps if they waited for the next spring examination, there might be a chance to rise as a jinshi, or even as an esteemed official. Tan Hanshi felt gratitude swell within him, yet his resolve remained unyielding. Continue, he muttered through clenched teeth, biting down on the white cloth. The officer sighed softly, prepared to raise his hand once more, when suddenly 2 figures dashed out from the back hall. Brother Mu, let's switch places. After 15 strikes, our arms are weary. It turned out that the officer delivering the strikes was surnamed Mu. He frowned slightly. Aren't you two supposed to be on a break today? These 2 were typically known for their laziness, yet they seemed eager today. They exchanged glances and exclaimed, we heard someone intends to beat the drum of justice, and hurried over. Let us take our turn. It's been 7 or 8 years without a chance. We want to try too. They rushed forward, eager to seize the batons. Qiao Jiaojiao's heart sank. These 2 were undoubtedly in league with the Duke of Qinghua. Intent on bringing Tan Hanshi to ruin, she scanned the crowd frantically and suddenly spotted Sheng Mingcheng, who had pushed his way to the front. His hands were tightly clenched, his face a mask of malice as he fixated on Tan Hanshi. Sheng Mingcheng is here too. That scoundrel harbors ill intentions. Xiao Diyu comforted Qiao Jiaojiao with a reassuring pat and gestured toward the crowd. Soon, a booming voice erupted. Why are we switching officers? What is the matter? Can T-Realman handle 30 lashes? If you lack the strength, step aside. I have plenty of vigor. I could swing 100 lashes without breaking a sweat. Exactly. Can't you see the scholar is already in unbearable pain? Why stall? Are you deliberately trying to kill him? He has grievances, he only seeks justice now, and before he even strikes the drum, you want to wear him down. The crowd, initially sympathetic to the weak, erupted in support. Don't switch, let it continue. We must allow our fellow citizens a voice. It's outrageous. That scholar can barely endure any longer. As the sentiment swelled, Officer Mu's expression shifted dramatically. You two, stop this. Do you not fear inciting public outrage? Can you bear that responsibility? Quick, continue, Officer Mu decisively commanded, and the 2 who had interjected reluctantly stepped aside, their faces filled with shame. Sheng Mingcheng, witnessing this, slammed his fist, cursing under his breath. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Yet he consoled himself, no matter. If I miss this opportunity, I will have plenty of chances later when I bring people into the palace to finish him off. Qiao Jiaojiao, seeing the lashes resume, felt a wave of relief wash over her. This tactic of inciting public fury was devised by her elder brother. His straightforward thinking allowed him to grasp the essence of the situation. The common folk naturally sympathize with the weak. No scheming can compete with the will of the people. Not even the emperor himself can ignore public sentiment. As the lashes fell in succession, the sound became sickening, akin to flesh being pounded. Tan Hanshi's white cloth was soaked with blood, indicating he had sustained internal injuries. Qiao Jiaojiao's scalp prickled as she watched a drop of blood fall to the ground beneath the bench. Quickly averting her gaze, Tan Hanshi, hold on, I still have 60 merit points. I will surely save your life. Without hesitation, Qiao Jiaojiao summoned her merit shop, swiftly browsing through her options. Restore to original state talisman. Can heal all injuries. The afflicted will be rejuvenated instantly. Required merit points, 120. Qiao Jiaojiao's expression twisted in dismay. How exorbitant. Never mind, let me see what else is available. This one is acceptable. Bone and sinew healing talisman. Specifically for injuries from falls and beatings, the afflicted will be free from injury. Required merit points, 60. Perfect, I'll take this one. Qiao Jiaojiao did not hesitate, though her merit points were now depleted. Gaining such a talented individual as Tan Hanqi, who could potentially topple the Duke of Qinghua, was a worthy trade. Xiao Diyu perked up at the mention of the bone and sinew healing talisman, his curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, after enduring 30 lashes, Tan Hanqi had spat out the cloth from his mouth. A pool of blood gleaming ominously beneath him, but he lay on the bench, appearing on the brink of death. Officer Mu, witnessing this scene, shook his head in resignation, crouching down to speak. Scholar Tan, the 30 lashes are concluded. After enduring those 30 lashes, the scholar seemed too weak to even lift a drumstick, Tan Hanqi weakly acknowledged, struggling to raise his head. Even this small movement felt as though he were being torn apart. A bitter smile crept across his lips, and at that moment, he thought General Qiao was right. My body is indeed far too useless. At that moment, Officer Mu called out sharply, who goes there? What do you want? Tan Hanqi managed to lift his gaze and saw a youth in a hooded cloak approaching, cradling a baby, also concealed beneath the ample hood. Sir, we are Tan Hanqi's siblings, please allow us to see him. He has endured 30 lashes. Can I not offer him a sip of water? Hearing this, Tan Hanqi's eyes brimmed with tears. It was Qiao Erlang who had come. Yes, they are my siblings, let them come closer. Chapter 61, Miss Qiao is no ordinary person. Officer Mu regarded Xiao Diyu with suspicion, but through the veil of the hood, he could discern nothing. Upon reflection, it seemed he wished to conceal his identity. After all, if Scholar Tan failed to seek justice, it was likely he would lose his life, and his siblings would still need to survive. Since Tan Hanqi himself had given permission, Officer Mu had no reason to object. Xiao Diyu stepped forward, kneeling before Tan Hanqi, lowering his voice and calling out with desperation, Brother, are you alright? You must not come to harm. Qiao Jiaojiao thought to herself, I didn't realize my second brother could act so well. Tan Hanqi found the situation both amusing and distressing, managing to speak with great difficulty. I'm not dead yet, just unable to move. The second brother, help me up. Xiao Diyu retrieved a water pouch from his waist, unscrewed the lid, and held it to Tan Hanqi's lips. Brother, take a sip of water first. Seizing the moment when Xiao Diyu slightly lifted the hood, Qiao Jiaojiao instinctively reached out to touch Tan Hanqi's face. A subtle glimmer of golden light flickered in her palm, warm and soothing. In that instant, Tan Hanqi inexplicably heard a soft childlike voice. Tan Hanqi, do not fear, I will nurture you. Stand strong and valiant, go forth to the Golden Luan Hall and slay your foes. The voice abruptly ceased as Qiao Jiaojiao withdrew her hand. Tan Hanqi was left bewildered. As the veil fell, he locked eyes with Qiao Jiaojiao's bright, sparkling gaze, as if they could converse without words. Was that Miss Qiao's voice? From her words, it seemed she intended to heal him. No, it couldn't be. Surely he was hallucinating due to his injuries. Tan Hanqi's heart raced in a mix of fear and astonishment as a warm sensation spread from where Qiao Jiaojiao had touched him, flowing from his shoulder to his back. Then, concentrating at his injury, he felt a tingling sensation spread. The excruciating pain morphed into a sharp prickling. Qiao Jiaojiao, observing Tan Hanqi's lack of reaction, mused inwardly. The talisman has been activated, yet it seems Tan Hanqi remains unresponsive. Oh no, that was my 60 merit points. Xiao Diyu, hearing this, quickly rose to assist Tan Hanqi, eager to ascertain the effectiveness of the bone and sinew healing talisman. As he applied slight pressure, he felt Tan Hanqi supporting himself to stand. Onlookers assumed it was all Xiao Diyu's strength, but he could clearly sense Tan Hanqi exerting his own effort. Wow, little sister, you are amazing. At that moment, Tan Hanqi's heart raced, stunned into silence. If he had previously dismissed that voice as mere imagination, now he could truly feel his bones healing in an instant. Miss Qiao is no ordinary person. It was she who saved him, yet the scene before him left no room for further contemplation. As time was slipping away, he could not afford to delay until the next court session. Since Miss Qiao had kindly rescued him, he must not betray her goodwill by exposing her powers, lest he inadvertently bring her to ruin. As he contemplated this, Tan Hanqi suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within him. Staggering to a halt, he then endured the excruciating pain of torn flesh, retrieving 2 drumsticks from the drum rack. The onlookers, witnessing Tan Hanqi's resilience, were unaware of Qiao Jiaojiao's covert assistance, and they could not help but gasp in astonishment. This young man's mental fortitude is exceptional, a caliber beyond the ordinary, destined for greatness. Taking a deep breath, and encouraged by Qiao Dai, Tan Hanqi summoned all his strength to strike the drum. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The drumbeat grew increasingly urgent, mirroring the surging tide of emotions within Tan Hanqi's heart. He struck the drum for fairness, for justice, for the countless scholars who would follow in his footsteps, and for the enlightened court he yearned for. Boom. The sound of the drum resonated through the air of the Dengguan drum courtyard, reaching even the Jinluan Hall several walls away. Emperor Yang was taken aback, gazing outward, while the civil and military officials were left in a state of bewilderment. What was the source of this drumbeat? Xiao Zhonghua slowly raised the corners of his mouth, impressed by the young man's accomplishment. Xiao Tianjing felt a sense of relief, recognizing that Tan Hanqi could indeed be a phoenix among men. Urgent reports flooded in. Your Majesty, the scholar Tan Hanqi from Zhuozhou is outside striking the Dengguan drum. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials were both astonished and perplexed. The Dengguan drum had not sounded for 8 years, and they had nearly forgotten its existence. The Minister of Rites, Xin Ruiji, felt his legs weaken at the mention of Tan Hanqi's name, as if the world around him was spinning. Tan Hanqi, was he not the one replaced by Gu Junlin? Hadn't the father-in-law declared that all scholars had been dealt with? Now such a significant oversight had occurred. Could it lead to the annihilation of his entire family? The crown prince's expression shifted slightly, and he stepped forward. Father, the Dengguan drum has not sounded for 8 years. Its reverberation will surely be known across the realm. Moreover, this individual is a scholar, and all literati will undoubtedly focus on this matter. It requires prudent handling. I request permission to bring Tan Hanqi before you, so that you may preside over justice. Outside the Dengguan drum courtyard, Shang Mingcheng watched as Tan Hanqi picked up the drumsticks, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. What to do? What to do? Just as Shang Mingcheng felt utterly lost, a hand reached out to grasp him. My lord, the Duke wishes to see you. It was the young servant who had delivered the message that morning. Upon hearing this, Shang Mingcheng's face turned pale, allowing the servant to pull him aside into an alley. Duke Shang Qishan sat in a carriage at the alley's entrance. Trembling, Shang Mingcheng climbed onto the carriage, only to receive a resounding slap. A fool, look at the mess you've created. Shang Mingcheng dared not argue, kneeling in the carriage and fervently knocking his head. Shang Qishan kicked him in frustration, his voice dark. Stop that. I heard that the second prince met with you recently. Shang Mingcheng, having been kicked, fell against the carriage wall, his back pained to the point of turning his lips white, yet he could only nod repeatedly. Yes, just a few days ago. Shang Qishan's expression darkened. What did the second prince say to you? Shang Mingcheng, unable to hide the truth, replied quickly. The second prince said he has always respected you, and if I encounter any difficulties, I can seek him out. Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? Shang Qishan slammed his hand on the small wooden table in front of him. Shang Mingcheng jolted awake, stammering, I thought the second prince lacked power and influence, and since he is disfavored by the emperor, his overtures were merely attempts to win us over. So, fool, you irredeemable fool. Shang Qishan was infuriated, his finger trembling with rage aimed at Shang Mingcheng's forehead, wishing he could pierce him through. How infatuated the emperor was with the Yulio princess back then. No amount of riches or gifts could suffice. After the Yulio princess was forced to take her own life, only the second prince remained, and as he matured, he increasingly resembled her. Men are driven by base desires. What they cannot have is often deemed the best, and what they have lost lingers in their thoughts. Thus, would the emperor truly disdain the second prince? Absolutely not. He would likely keep it secret from everyone, cherishing the second prince as his most precious possession. The reason the Shang family had yet to take a side was that the crown prince's position was too secure. Even if the second prince had the emperor's favor, he might not be able to turn the tide. Now that the second prince has extended an olive branch to the Shang family, he must have discerned some clues regarding the upcoming examination. It is both a warning and a proposal for collaboration. Such a lifeline had nearly been squandered by his foolish grandson. Quickly send a message to the second prince, stating that if His Highness can assist us in overcoming this crisis, the Shang family will henceforth pledge allegiance to him. Chapter 62. Father comes to fetch. In the Jinluan Hall, the second prince stood quietly behind the crown prince, his expression devoid of emotion. As a prince of an awkward status who was not favored, he had always remained silent in court, almost as if he were transparent, yet today, he repeatedly cast discreet glances toward the corner where a few eunuchs awaited summons. The second prince was waiting. If Shang Qishan were not a fool, it would be time for him to seek him out. Just as the second prince thought this, a frail eunuch cautiously entered from a side door. Quietly signaling with his hand, the second prince's eyes brightened slightly. Finally, he took a rare step forward, speaking before Emperor Yon could respond to the crown prince. Father, allow me to go. My elder brother holds a distinguished position. It may not be appropriate for him to welcome a scholar. Instead, let me go, which would demonstrate your attention to the drum's call for justice while preserving my brother's dignity. Upon hearing this, the court officials exchanged glances. It was well known that they had never seen the second prince speak up on his own in the court. In previous instances, he had only spoken when prompted by the emperor himself. The crown prince's expression shifted slightly but remained silent, awaiting the emperor's decision. A flicker of subtle light crossed the emperor's eyes. He believed he understood his second son. If he were not seeking something, he would never have spoken so boldly. Thus, was there some hidden agenda behind the Jiaojiao scholar striking the drum? Since the second prince's reasoning is sound, let you be the one to bring that scholar in. Emperor Yong assented, curious to see what his second son intended. The second prince, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, the crown prince slowly curled his fingers beneath his expansive court robe, the tips turning pale. Xiao Zhenghua noticed this scene and suddenly furrowed his brow. If the second prince were to reverse the tides for the Shang family today, all of their plans would be in vain. The situation would revert to Jiaojiao's initial prophecy. The second prince would manipulate the duke and the minister of rites, gaining the support of the Gu family from Qingzhou, growing ever more powerful. Your Majesty, I dare to request to accompany the second prince to clarify the situation, Qiao Jiaojiao interjected before the second prince could turn to leave. After all, his reputation in the court was already poor. If he did not act recklessly now, when would he? The second prince halted in his tracks, a shadow passing over his eyes. Why had Qiao Jiaojiao stepped forward? He had intended for Tan Hanqi to meet a silent demise on his way to the Jinluan Hall. As he was merely a scholar, recently punished and incapable of enduring much. At worst, he would allow Emperor Yang to scold him. After all, he was already a disfavored prince, and such reprimands would be inconsequential to him. This way Shang Qishan could easily manipulate him, but now, with the unexpected emergence of Qiao Jiaojiao, a skilled and astute individual, it was no longer so simple. Minister Qiao, he is merely a scholar, there is no need for you to intervene. The second prince began, intending to dismiss Qiao Jiaojiao. However, Qiao Jiaojiao, with tears of gratitude in his eyes, fervently replied before the second prince could finish, Your Highness, your generosity humbles me. The civil and military officials exchanged bewildered looks. Wondering what scheme this clumsy man was concocting, Qiao Jiaojiao bowed respectfully to the second prince, his emotions palpable and his words clear. I have accumulated many ailments from my time on the battlefield. As I grow older, I am often filled with dread, fearing I cannot assist your majesty, thus, I strive to be at the forefront of every matter. The scholar's act of drumming for justice surely bears significant implications. And I wish to ascertain the details beforehand to avoid being caught off guard later. Your Highness, would you be willing to fulfill my earnest desire to serve your majesty? The officials were taken aback. Contemplating, what a farce, let us watch him play the fool. He claims to be aging. Who among us has more muscle than he? Did he not just have a daughter recently? His wife is likely going mad with jealousy. For days, they have been feasting on deer antler and goji berries, nearly to the point of sickness. Look at him, so eager to please. The second prince remained expressionless, though inwardly he clenched his fists. He knew that Qiao Jiaojiao was a formidable opponent. Emperor Yang, observing Qiao Jiaojiao's insistence, waved his hand dismissively. Qiao Jiaojiao was known for his straightforward and benevolent nature. There was no doubt regarding his loyalty to the state. Then let Minister Qiao accompany you. Qiao Jiaojiao's lips curled into a smile. Thank you, your majesty, for your support. The second prince maintained a calm demeanor as he and Qiao Jiaojiao exited the Jinluan Hall. While Minister Xian Ruizhi remained within, drenched in sweat. Upon exiting the Xuanwu Gate, a figure approached the second prince. Your Highness, you have finally, a Shang, this is the esteemed Minister Qiao whom you admire. The second prince cast a subtle glance, signaling for the person trailing closely behind him, Qiao Jiaojiao, to step aside. Qiao Jiaojiao lifted his gaze and observed the individual before him, though slightly hunched. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, his temples subtly pronounced, and his stride exuded a steady confidence. Clearly he was a seasoned practitioner. Shang, this must be the Li Shuxing that the lady spoke of. Ha, another enemy has emerged to threaten the Qiao family. Commoner pays respects to Lord Qiao. Li Shuxing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qiao Jiaojiao to accompany him. Fortunately, he had been slow to speak and had not divulged the news about Duke Qingguo waiting outside the palace. Where is that scholar now? Li Shuxing hastily responded, Your Highness, he is awaiting summons within the Dengguan Drum courtyard. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao smiled and said, Your Highness, let us go and take a look. That scholar has just suffered 30 lashes and will surely not delay. Unbeknownst to Qiao Jiaojiao, his precious gem had already secured Tan Hanqi's safety, and at this moment, he was worried about Tan Hanqi's safety. The second prince nodded and stepped towards the palace gates. Look, it's General Qiao. The moment Qiao Jiaojiao and the second prince exited the palace, they caused quite a stir, though many might not recognize the second prince. A good number were familiar with Qiao Jiaojiao. Ah, its father, he has come personally to retrieve Tan Hanqi, how reliable. Qiao Jiaojiao felt a surge of joy upon her first sight of the second prince. Her heart had sunk, but to her astonishment, her father was right behind him. In the crowd, Shang Mingcheng was ecstatic upon seeing the second prince, inwardly praising his grandfather's wisdom, but when he caught sight of Qiao Jiaojiao next, his entire being went limp with fear. How could Qiao Jiaojiao be accompanying the second prince? In a daze, Shang Mingcheng could only retreat to find Duke Qingguo upon lifting the curtain of the carriage. He was met with the sight of his normally formidable grandfather slumped against the wall, eyes tightly shut, face ashen. Grandfather. Shang Mingcheng's heart raced with dread as he called out anxiously. Duke Qingguo slowly opened his eyes. And upon seeing his grandson, even though he was his own flesh and blood, his gaze was filled with profound hatred. It's over, the Duke's household is doomed. Duke Qingguo rasped, his hands trembling uncontrollably on his knees. Hearing this, Shang Mingcheng scrambled into the carriage crying, Grandfather, please don't say that. The second prince has come. We still have a chance. Duke Qingguo couldn't even muster the energy to scold his foolishly naive grandson. The second prince had originally been their last glimmer of hope, but now he was rendered useless. Who could have anticipated that Qiao Jiaojiao would appear out of nowhere? Given his character, he would undoubtedly ensure that Tan Hanqi faced no mishaps. Chapter 63, the net begins to close. Chapter 64, must see the second prince. The carriage of Duke Qingguo drove straight into the estate, and Shang Qishan decisively alighted. Shang Mingcheng, tears streaming down his face. Stumbled out and nearly fell to the ground. The servants within the estate witnessed this spectacle and assumed the young master had once again incurred the duke's wrath, hastily lowering their heads to avoid looking. "Shenger, come with grandfather." Shang Qishan made his way directly to the study, dismissing all servants, and summoned Shang Mingqing to his side. "What I just told you in the carriage," repeated here, with reddened eyes and a quivering voice. Shang Mingqiang recited, after acquiring the list, "It must be properly safeguarded." As Shang Qishan listened, he moved to the deepest part of the study and turned a rather inconspicuous face on the shelf. Click, the sound of a mechanism turning echoed, and in the next moment a hidden compartment appeared in the wall before Shang Qishan. He carefully retrieved an envelope from within, reverently handing it to Shang Mingqiang. "Remember, this is your and Ranner's lifeline. It must not be lost. Ranner is infatuated with the second prince, and I fear she may be deceived. After much thought, you must keep the remaining third of the list in your hands. As long as the second prince treats Ranner kindly, you can gradually reveal the information." Upon hearing Shang Qishan's grave tone, Shang Mingqiang broke down in tears again. "Grandfather, it's all my fault. Punish me as you will. Beat me, kick me, scold me, it's all fine." Shang Qishan, utterly fatigued, waved his hand dismissively to in his quest for political maneuvering. He had neglected to properly guide Shang Mingqiang as father, and yet he still failed to learn from past mistakes in raising you. Ultimately, the responsibility for the downfall of the duke's household rests upon my shoulders. Shang Mingqiang collapsed to his knees before Shang Qishan, filled with overwhelming regret, realizing it was too late to change the past. "Do not make it known, tell no one. Take enough silver notes, and escape with Ranner. You must see the second prince." Shang Qishan firmly believed that Emperor Yang would surely protect the second prince. And if the second prince were to plead for mercy, the bloodline of the duke's household would undoubtedly be preserved. "Go now." Shang Qishan waved his hand at Shang Mingqiang's grandfather. Shang Mingqiang, kneeling on the ground, clutched at Shang Qishan's shoes, crying out, "Grandfather, how could it come to this?" Shang Qishan's expression darkened. "Hurry. By the time Tan Hanqi reaches the Jinluan Hall, it won't be long before the palace sends someone. By then, you and Ranner will have no chance to escape." Quickly, Shang Qishan forcefully kicked Shang Mingqiang's shoulder and resolutely approached the desk to grind ink himself. He intended to compose an apology letter, detailing his misdeeds and reflecting on the past, hoping to evoke even a semblance of compassion from the emperor. This way, the second prince's chances of successfully pleading for mercy would be greater. "Grandfather," Shang Mingqiang repeatedly bowed his head, but when he saw that Shang Qishan no longer regarded him, he wiped away his tears, clutched the envelope to his chest, and hurriedly exited the study. In the Chuanqiu courtyard, Shang Xiaoran was still intently practicing her calligraphy. Just days prior, upon hearing that the emperor had personally allowed Meng Guxue to enter the palace for the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, she had nearly lost her mind with rage. To overshadow Meng Guxue at the banquet, she had been fervently composing poetry and honing her writing skills. Bang! The door was suddenly flung open violently, startling Shang Xiaoran and causing her brush to slip. "Which blind fool is it that has no regard for the fact that I am practicing calligraphy?" Shang Xiaoran scolded, and upon lifting her head, she was met with the sight of her brother, Shang Mingqiang, his eyes red and beads of sweat adorning his brow. Her expression changed instantly. "Brother, what has happened to you? Have you been beaten by grandfather again?" "Alas, I have warned you long ago. If you behave, grandfather will arrange a good match for you." Shang Xiaoran continued her admonishments, but suddenly, Shang Mingqiang grasped her wrist tightly. "Sister, come with me." Shang Mingqiang exerted considerable force, and the traces of tears on his face frightened Shang Xiaoran. "Brother, you're hurting me. What is going on?" Taking a deep breath, Shang Mingqiang trembled as he spoke. "Sister, you must come with me now. It is grandfather's command." Shang Xiaoran felt utterly bewildered. "Go? Where to?" "I don't want to go anywhere today, brother. You know that Meng Guxue's sister, our duke's household, is doomed. We are about to face a mass execution. If you do not come with me now, you will die here." Shang Mingqiang could no longer contain his frustration at Shang Xiaoran's fixation on trivial matters of jealousy. This opportunity for survival was one that grandfather had painstakingly orchestrated. What? Shang Xiaoran froze in place, her face paling as she began to laugh. "Brother, what kind of joke is this? A mass execution? If you speak such words, grandfather will surely break your legs." Shang Mingqiang's heart raced with urgency. He had just dismissed the maidservants, and this was the perfect moment for a silent escape. "Sister, I am not lying to you. Grandfather's malpractice in the spring examination has been exposed. The palace will soon send people. If we do not leave, we will all perish." Shang Xiaoran's entire being shook violently, her complexion drained of color. "No, that's impossible. Brother, you're lying." Seeing his sister unable to process the gravity of the situation, Shang Mingqiang simply pulled her along towards the exit. "Sister, from now on, you must obey me. I will do my utmost to ensure you reach the second prince." Shang Mingqiang understood his sister's infatuation with the second prince. Just mentioning him would surely compel her to follow. Indeed, with a dazed expression, Shang Xiaoran finally mustered some strength, murmuring, "We will seek the second prince. We will implore him to save the duke's household. He once helped me despite our lack of kinship. He is so kind-hearted, he will not turn a blind eye." As Shang Mingqiang led Shang Xiaoran out of the Chuanqiu courtyard, the servants on the way Sensing their anxious demeanor, were filled with curiosity and trepidation, yet none dared to approach them with inquiries. Thus, Shang Mingcheng guided Shang Xiaoran out of the Qinghua Duke's household through the western gate. Standing in the alley behind the Duke's residence, Shang Xiaoran remained in a state of bewilderment, asking vacantly, "Brother, where are we going now?" To find the second prince, Shang Mingcheng touched the bulging pocket of his chest. Seeking courage from that vital list, just as he was about to speak, a chill ran down his neck. Looking down, he saw two gleaming swords pressed against his and his sister's throats. Upon witnessing this, Shang Xiaoran gasped in terror, her mouth agape in a scream that never escaped her throat, as she was struck on the back of her neck by a figure behind her, rendering her unconscious. Shang Mingcheng trembled as he looked up, only to see the newcomer clad in a dark outfit, with their face thoroughly concealed, leaving only the eyes and nostrils exposed. Chapter 65, Brother Qiao, to kill and to quell hearts. It must be you. Chapter 66, I feel that I can finally relax. The Empress was furious in the court, yet Qiao Jiaojiao remained unaware. She had only learned from Qiao Diyu that several edicts had already been issued from the palace. When the emperor is enraged, he issues a clear decree to execute the entire family of the Minister of Rights, Xin, and the Duke of Qing. In truth, Qiao Jiaojiao could surmise the emperor's intentions. The spring examination is a means for the court to select talents, closely linked to the foundation of the emperor's rule. He would not permit anyone to interfere. Now, Sheng Qishan had colluded with Xin Ruiji to sell ranks, allowing incompetent individuals to infiltrate the officialdom, and they were conspiring right beneath the emperor's nose. How can one sleep soundly beside a troubled bed? This time, Xin Ruiji and the Duke of Qing had truly touched the emperor's sore spot. When Xiao Zhonghua and Xiao Tianjing returned to the Qiao residence, it was already afternoon. Qiao Jiaojiao stubbornly refrained from taking a nap, fearing she would miss any news. Xiao Zhonghua and Xiao Tianjing had been starving for most of the day, and Madame Qiao ordered the servants to heat up a feast. As the family gathered to discuss in private, "What on earth has happened? What about Tan Hanqi? Is he alright? Father, elder brother, please eat more. Haven tea, you been starving? Whoa, did that little prince manage to take advantage of the situation? How infuriating. When will that little brat learn to speak?" Just as Qiao Jiaojiao sat in Madame Qiao's embrace, cooing, Qiao Diyu suddenly handed an envelope to Qiao Zhonghua. "Father, I've seen it. It's the actual list." Qiao Jiaojiao's small fist suddenly froze. "Wait, the list? It can't be the one I'm thinking of. Can it?" Xiao Zhonghua immediately set down his chopsticks, unfolded the document, and couldn't help but laugh heartily 3 times. "Ha, excellent, so Tan's plan truly worked. At this rate, the second prince has indeed wasted his efforts." Hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao jolted upright, nearly leaping from Madame Qiao's lap. Is it truly the list in the Duke of Qing's hands? Did Tan Hanqi devise a strategy to reclaim it? My goodness. Surrounded by such capable individuals, why should I worry? I can simply relax and embrace my role as a cherished child. Now that the spring examination case has been unveiled, without the Duke of Qing's leverage and lacking the support of the Gu family from Qingzhou, won't his ambitions be halved? At this moment, Xiao Diyu again inquired about Tan Hanqi. "Father, what about brother Tan? Has he been detained?" Xiao Tianjing set down his bowl and chopsticks, urging his father to eat a few more bites before responding, although Xin Ruiji confessed openly in court. He could not name any other candidates involved in the rank-selling scheme aside from Tan Hanqi. The emperor, furious, dispatched men to apprehend the Duke of Qing, only to find that he had written a confession and hanged himself in the family shrine. The Duke of Qing's residence was thoroughly searched, yet the list was not found, prompting the emperor to order a comprehensive review of all essays submitted in this spring examination, determined to expose all those involved in the rank-selling scandal. As for Brother Tan, the emperor seems to hold him in high regard, retaining him on the spot. During today's court session, Tan Hanqi displayed neither subservience nor arrogance, maintaining a measured demeanor. His revelation of the examination fraud has effectively removed both Xin Ruiji and Shang Qishan from their positions as toxic elements. It is widely believed that this scholar from Zhuozhou is destined for great heights. Qiao Jiaojiao nodded repeatedly, sensing the impending outcome. Tan Hanqi is indeed a person of great talent, and now it seems he has endured hardship before achieving success. But that foolish, pig-headed emperor, TSK, he couldn't possibly be thinking of handing over such talent to the second prince, could he? Nevertheless, Tan Hanqi is a man of deep loyalty. His heart is already with our Qiao family, and I believe he will not switch allegiances. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianjing couldn't help but nod in agreement. He and his younger sister shared the same thoughts. Brother Tan's character is certainly worthy of trust. At this moment, Xiao Jiaojiao could no longer suppress her curiosity about Gu Junlin, who was supposed to replace Tan Hanqi. What about that Gu Junlin from Qingzhou? How is he faring? It must be noted that the Gu family from Qingzhou is an indispensable ally for Meng Guxue in establishing her commercial empire. Xiao Diyu promptly reiterated Xiao Jiajiao's question, feigning curiosity. In reality, his muddled mind had completely forgotten who Gu Junlin was. Xiao Tianjing smiled, indicating that it would depend on how much sincerity the Gu family could muster. Surely, they must have become envious of the Gu family's wealth by now. Qiao Jiaojiao immediately grasped the implication, so they are to pay a hefty sum to secure their safety, after this incident. The Gu family is likely to decline. TSK, with such a vast business, any share would yield considerable profit. The second prince surely won't sit idly by. Xiao Tianjing's gaze flickered slightly. Business, you say? It seems the Qiao family lacks such talent. In a rush, he would take his time to contemplate. Just as Qiao Tianjing was deep in thought, Xiao Diyu suddenly chuckled. Elder brother Shang Mingcheng and Shang Xiaoran have been let go. Just as you suggested, mentioning the second prince. Now Shang Mingcheng must be furious. Xiao Tianjing smiled faintly upon hearing this, as if everything was within his control. Just wait, once Shang Mingcheng is driven to desperation. This spring examination scandal will soon come to a close. Observing his elder brother's smile, Xiao Diyu shivered involuntarily, grimacing as he remarked, Elder brother, must you smile so eerily? Qiao Jiaojiao, catching wind of Xiao Tianjing's scheme through their brief conversation, felt her eyes sparkle with excitement. Elder brother, you are brilliant. Are you planning to have Shang Mingcheng confront the second prince? What a splendid idea. Ah, I feel I can completely relax, nestled in mother's warm embrace, while father, elder brother, and second brother vanquish foes left and right. Qiao Zhenghua hastily swallowed a few bites of food, washed his hands, and affectionately took Qiao Jiaojiao into his arms, cradling her with unrestrained fondness. Without Jiaojiao's foresight into the future, the three men of the Qiao family would have been at a loss for what to do with their strength. Clumsy as he is, Qiao Zhenghua had evaded countless direct and covert attacks from the northern tribes throughout his life. Yet never imagined that one day the blade that would pierce him would come from within the De Yong dynasty, from the very emperor to whom he had devoted his life in military service. In today's court session, the second prince proactively suggested bringing Tan Hanxi into the Golden Luan Hall. Qiao Zhenghua found it hard to believe that the emperor had not noticed anything amiss. If Shang Mingcheng were to escalate the situation and expose the second prince's treacherous ambitions, then if the emperor chose to protect the second prince despite this, the loyal subject who had served the throne for decades would no longer cling to his foolish loyalty. Loyalty to the country comes before loyalty to the ruler. For those who are unkind to their sovereign, for the sake of De Yong, for the nation, and for the people, he would certainly abandon the foolish monarch and support the benevolent heir apparent. This time, he would spare no effort to protect his family as well as to safeguard the kingdom that countless valiant warriors had fought for with their blood and flesh. Chapter 67. Just wait for him one more night. Today, the people of De Yong are in a state of unease. In a single day, the residences of the Duke of Qing and the Minister of Rights, XIN, were condemned, leading to a sweeping execution of their entire families. The spring examination, once hailed as the most stringent and formal, has been marred by a shocking scandal of rank selling, inciting widespread discontent among scholars nationwide. Meanwhile, Tan Hanxi, as a mere scholar, boldly sounded the alarm, entering the Golden Luan Hall to meet the emperor, reciting essays, and his name has become widely known in an instant. Another astonishing development is that the Duke of Qing's legitimate son and daughter, Shang Mingcheng and Shang Xiaoran, have reportedly fled, and to this day have not been captured. The Jinwu Guard has been ordered to post notices offering rewards for their capture, causing quite a stir in the capital. When Meng Guxue heard this news, she was attempting to create her modern version of soap. The Duke of Qing's residence has fallen. The XIN residence is gone too. Shang Xiaoran is being sought after? Meng Guxue suddenly found herself frozen in place. This was unlike anything she had dreamt. In her dreams, Shang Xiaoran had become the crown princess, and even after the crown prince's untimely demise, she had continued to live well. The Duke of Qing had been rewarded by the emperor for his contributions. Could it be that it was merely a dream? But how could a dream feel so vivid, in her dreams? There were even many people she had never met before. The maid, Xiao Tao, was still relaying the intriguing news from outside with a look of astonishment. Miss, this time the spring examination scandal has been resolved, and a great hero has emerged, a scholar from Zhuozhou named Tan Hanxi. Everyone says that this Tan scholar has won the emperor's favor and is destined for great achievements. Meng Guxue was left dumbfounded. Tan Hanxi has actually succeeded. In her dreams, he was merely a shadowy strategist lurking beside the emperor. No, she must act quickly, otherwise, when reality and dreams diverge entirely, she would have no foundation left. Damn it. Why is this soap so difficult to make? Have the people been found? Xin Yuanbai sat in the tea house, his expression dark and his voice icy. Yizhufeng, with beads of sweat on his forehead, fearfully shook his head. Your Highness, not yet. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuanbai clenched his right fist in anger, raising it, but after a deep breath, he gently lowered it. He must remain calm, composed. Shang Qishan is not foolish. If he wishes to preserve the last remnants of the Shang family, he will undoubtedly hand the list over to Shang Mingcheng, allowing him to seek him out, with the streets teeming with Jinwu guards hunting for Shang Mingcheng. It is only natural that he is hesitant to reveal himself. He has already dispatched personnel to the taverns and tea houses that Shang Mingcheng frequents, even keeping an eye on his companions. ensuring that they do not escape his grasp before he can make contact. Shang Mingcheng is truly a foolish individual. We had previously arranged to meet at this tea house to avert the very situation we now face. After leaving the residence of the Duke of Qing, he astonishingly did not come straight here to meet me, but instead chose to hide outside, evading detection. Indeed, he is like mud that cannot be molded. Go find him, and once located, bring him here directly, Xin Yuanbai said coldly, and Xu Feng immediately complied with respect. In the eastern outskirts of the capital, there exists a secluded villa designated for young ladies and gentlemen attending poetry gatherings. Outside of these events, the villa is securely locked, barring entry to any unauthorized individuals. When Shang Mingcheng regained consciousness from his stupor, he found himself lying on the cold ground. As he groggily sat up, a sudden sharp pain pierced the back of his neck. And the next moment, a torrent of memories flooded back, draining the color from his face. His sister, he recalled his sister who had been struck unconscious before him. And his complexion turned as pale as a ghost. At that moment, a soft voice echoed from not far away. Shang Mingcheng looked up to see his sister lying on the bed. He scrambled over. And upon observing that Shang Xiaoran was properly dressed, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness his sister had not met with misfortune. Shang Xiaoran opened her eyes in confusion. And after a moment of realization, she suddenly screamed. Shang Mingcheng was startled and quickly jumped up to cover her mouth. Sister, do not scream. We are safe for the time being, Shang Xiaoran cried out several times before finally calming down under Shang Mingcheng's soothing words. She lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother, how could this happen? We were perfectly fine until today. Shall we go find the second prince? Please, let us seek his help to save grandfather and our parents. Upon hearing the mention of the second prince, a shadow of malice instantly crossed Shang Mingcheng's face. Sister, why do you still cling to thoughts of Xin Yuanbai? Do you not realize that it was Xin Yuanbai's people who rendered us unconscious? What? This is impossible, Shang Xiaoran screamed again, desperately denying it. Seeing his sister's infatuation with the second prince, Shang Mingcheng felt a surge of anger at her foolishness. I heard it with my own ears. How could it be false? Sister, please stop being so naive. Shang Xiaoran's mind was in complete disarray. She grasped Shang Mingcheng's hand tightly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she said, but the second prince did not kill us, brother. Perhaps he was actually trying to help us. At her words, a flicker of doubt began to take root in Shang Mingcheng's heart. Seeing this, Shang Xiaoran's eyes brightened instantly. Brother, it must be so. He knocked us out to facilitate our rescue. Look, we are both fine. The prince must have good intentions. Shang Mingcheng stood up, bewildered. It was then that he began to take stock of his surroundings. And the decor seemed somewhat familiar. With that thought, he cautiously approached the door, listening intently for any signs of life. After a long moment of silence, he mustered the courage to push the door open. Outside, the sky was already dimming, revealing a spacious courtyard, flanked by locked rooms on either side. Shang Mingcheng's body jolted. He recognized it. This was indeed the eastern outskirts villa. Why had the second prince brought them here? Brother, what do you think? Shang Xiaoran followed closely, her face filled with anticipation. Upon seeing the scene before them, Shang Xiaoran was equally bewildered. The eastern outskirts villa. Shang Mingcheng's thoughts raced. He touched his chest, suddenly recalling something. His complexion gradually paling, panic creeping into his heart. Seeing his expression, Shang Xiaoran was frightened into silence, trembling as she asked, Brother, what is wrong? Shang Mingcheng twisted his face in anguish, gritting his teeth as he said, Grandfather gave me a list. It was our only hope, and now it has been taken by the second prince. I had also brought a considerable amount of silver notes, even without the list. We could have fled to the ends of the earth, living without worry, but now, even the silver is gone. Shang Mingcheng's eyes turned red as he looked at his sister, only then noticing that all the jewelry from her head, neck, and wrists had also been taken. How cruel! The second prince's heart is truly merciless. It was not enough for him to steal the list. He has discarded us here in this eastern outskirts villa without even leaving us a cent for fare. He is burning the bridges behind him, pushing us to our doom. Shang Xiaoran was taken aback by the hatred in Shang Mingcheng's eyes. She clutched his hand tightly, her face pleading as she said, Brother, let us wait just a little longer. Perhaps the prince is simply unable to come right now. He will surely come to find us tomorrow. Shang Mingcheng gazed at his sister's tear-streaked face, his heart heavy with sorrow. Finally, he could only sit despondently on the doorframe, murmuring at the courtyard door, We shall wait for him one more night. If he truly remains so heartless, do not blame me for resorting to desperate measures. Chapter 68. The young master is truly remarkable. The following day, during the morning court session, Emperor Yong erupted in anger upon hearing that Shang Mingcheng and Shang Xiaoran from the Duke of Qing's residence had yet to be captured. Useless, they are merely two children. Can they sprout wings and fly away? The capital is rife with speculation, and many believe that the old fox, Shang Qishan, must have left a contingency plan, such as handing the list over to Shang Mingcheng to aid in his escape. Reinforce the search. We must capture Shang Mingcheng for me. At the eastern outskirts villa, Shang Xiaoran slowly opened her eyes to find her brother standing solemnly at the door. Her heart leaped in her chest. And she hurriedly slipped on her shoes and approached, only to see that Shang Mingqing's eyes were bloodshot, dark circles underlining his gaze, as though he had not slept all night. "Brother," Shang Xiaoran cried out in concern. But the next moment, her stomach growled loudly. She was famished. Since the meal yesterday morning, she had not eaten anything. Shang Mingqing slowly turned his head, his voice cold yet laced with despair. "Sister, he will not come. He intentionally left us here to fend for ourselves. How cruel can one be? Is it not enough to have taken the list? Why must he torment us so? He knows how deeply you admire him. Even if he cannot treat me well, why can he not be kind to you? My sister is a beauty beyond compare. How could she not be worthy of him?" Upon hearing this, Shang Xiaoran felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Shang Mingqiang grasped her hand tightly, his red eyes almost bursting with fury. "Sister, do not dwell on him any longer. He holds no affection for you. The initial act of saving you was likely merely part of his scheme. This man is deviously cunning. Even grandfather has been deceived by him. It is possible that even Tan Hanqi was rescued by him. He orchestrated the entire affair." Throughout the night, Shang Mingqing pondered extensively. The second prince seemed to have intentionally approached their family from the very beginning, aiming to undermine the Duke of Qing's residence to seize that crucial list, thereby controlling the officials listed within for his own benefit. Now, their means of survival have been severed. Without food or silver, he and his sister cannot endure. Xin Yuanbai is intent on seeing them perish. Shang Mingqiang, having lived in disgrace for so long, would rather shatter than yield. He would ensure Xin Yuanbai suffers as well. Shang Xiaoran trembled uncontrollably, her sleepless night replaying memories that hinted at the truth. "Brother, what should we do? What are we going to do?" Shang Mingqing gently patted her hand, attempting to sound light-hearted as he replied, "Sister, do not be afraid. I will go find something for you to eat. Just wait here for me." Shang Xiaoran, overcome by hunger, hesitantly nodded. "Brother, please return quickly." Shang Mingqing smiled and nodded. But as he turned to leave, his face was a tempest of malice and hatred, almost as if he were possessed. "Xin Yuanbai, you had best grant us a path to survival, or I shall take you down with me." Just as Shang Mingqing departed the villa, news reached Xiao Zhengguo's side. Xiao Tianjing stood up, brimming with excitement. "Are the preparations complete? Have the words been memorized?" The men in black bowed respectfully. "Young master, all is ready." Xiao Tianjing clapped his hands. "Excellent. No matter what, we must ensure Shang Mingqing hears those words." After stealthily exiting the eastern outskirts villa, Shang Mingqing soon spotted a wanted poster affixed at the city gate. His heart sank. He knew the Duke of Qing's residence was certainly in disarray. To blend into the city now, he could only resort to extraordinary measures. Shang Mingqiang had never felt so wretched in his life. He smeared mud on his face and hair, then exchanged clothes with a beggar from the East Temple. Previously, he would have kicked a beggar without a second thought, but now, to preserve his life, he had to endure the foul stench. Changing clothes in a corner of the East Temple while retching, he overheard the conversation of the beggars nearby. "Alas, what a tragedy! Indeed, I heard the commotion from the Duke of Qing's residence. Yesterday afternoon the heir and his lady were dragged off to be executed. You should have seen it. The blade came down, and blood sprayed 3 feet away." Upon hearing this, Shang Mingqing felt the world spin around him. Nearly collapsing to the ground, he scrambled over to the beggar, his voice trembling as he asked, "Executed? They have already been executed." The beggar kicked him away in disgust, scolding, "Newcomer, go away, if you're asking about the Duke of Qing's residence. They have all been executed. The emperor has personally appointed the second prince to oversee the execution, and it was indeed the second prince who led the raid on the Duke of Qing's estate. Goodness, the sheer volume of gold and silver is staggering. One can only imagine how much the duke's household greedily hoarded. Fortunately, the second prince is upholding justice. It must be said, the second prince is remarkably handsome." Watching the heir and his wife kneel before him, begging for mercy and weeping profusely, did nothing to diminish his highness's composure. TSK, it appears the second prince is exceptionally capable and is destined for greater responsibilities. Ha, the Duke of Qing truly deserves this fate, a most fitting end. Astute individuals would quickly recognize the flaws in such statements. After all, even the most ordinary beggars struggle to survive, let alone comprehend matters of the court. The disguised guards of the Qiao family have questioned this very point, yet Xiao Tianjing insists on this narrative. He is convinced that Shang Mingqiang harbors a deep-seated hatred for the second prince. Though he may still be contemplating survival, potentially seeking terms with the second prince, should they cross paths, the truth about the list will surely be uncovered. Thus, it is imperative to stoke the flames of Shang Mingqiang's fury, driving him to the brink of irrationality and overwhelming hatred. Hence, the more valorous and smug the second prince is portrayed, the more wretched the duke's estate appears, resonating deeply with Shang Mingqiang's sentiments. This strategy is known as the best offense is to attack the mind. Everything unfolds as Qiao Tianjing anticipated. At this moment, Shang Mingqiang cannot discern reality from illusion. The mere thought that his parents have been executed, personally overseen by the second prince, has driven him to madness. Xin Yuanbai, how dare he tread upon the blood of the Duke of Qing's family to ascend to power. Even in death, Shang Mingqiang would ensure he does not get his way. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Shang Mingcheng's eyes blazed with rage as he stumbled outside. The guards, astonished that mere words could so thoroughly unhinge Shang Mingcheng, could only gape in disbelief. The young master is truly something extraordinary. The streets were bustling with activity, and a beggar could easily go unnoticed, especially one as filthy and odorous as he. The Jinwu guards would surely avoid him. Thus Shang Mingcheng wandered aimlessly until he arrived at the gates of the Duke of Qing's estate. Upon raising his gaze, he saw that the once imposing sign had been removed, and 2 square seals were affixed across the main entrance. The steps bore faint traces of dried black blood. Shang Mingcheng's heart trembled violently, and tears of regret and despair flowed freely. Life felt transient, like a dream or smoke. It was too late, everything was too late. In a daze, he turned to leave, heading towards the Drum Tower. Chapter 69. Shang Mingcheng, Su the Second Prince. Yesterday, Tan Hanshu struck the drum at the Drum Tower, unveiling the shocking scandal of the spring examination. Since then, the doors of the Drum Tower have been thrown wide open. This is the will of Emperor Yong. The Drum Tower must not be a mere facade but should remain open for 12 hours a day. Today, guarding the drum is one of the officials bribed by the Duke of Qing, surnamed Tian. That he must have secretly rejoiced last night, relieved to have not been caught with the staff, otherwise the fall of the Duke's estate might have implicated him. Now, he stood by the stone pillar in the courtyard, nodding off. Having indulged too much with a courtesan last night, he had hardly slept. As Shang Mingcheng approached the Drum Tower, his feet were bloodied from the journey. His heart was a tempest of hatred. The small wounds on his feet were of little consequence. Passers-by were astonished to see a beggar striding confidently into the Drum Tower. Another one? What grievance could this beggar possibly have? To seek an audience with the emperor, that frail body could hardly withstand 30 lashes. Was he seeking death? Amidst the murmurs, all halted in their tracks. Shang Mingcheng's eyes fell upon the drum in the courtyard, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Just yesterday, he had been watching Tan Hanshu's misfortune, and today, it was his turn. One had to endure 30 lashes before being allowed to strike the drum. Yet now, the officials charged with guarding it had leaned against the pillar, dozing off. Without hesitation, Shang Mingcheng stepped forward, seized the drumstick, and struck with all his might. Boom, 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 as he pounded the drum. He unleashed a primal scream. The guard Tian was so startled by the sudden sound that he fell to the ground, looking up to see a beggar furiously drumming. This is the end. Tian shouted, and 3 other guards rushed in, pinning Shang Mingcheng to the ground. His lips grazed the earth, scraping against it, blood pouring from his mouth, yet he still mustered all his strength to shout, "I am Shang Mingcheng of the Duke of Qing's estate. I wish to sue the second prince Xing Yuanbai." At this revelation, not only the guards, but even the onlookers were left speechless. Shang Mingcheng, wasn't he the fugitive the court was actively hunting? What on earth was he accusing the second prince of? Shang Mingcheng understood that if he did not finish his declaration now, he would have no opportunity once the palace officials arrived, so he bellowed, "The second prince, Xing Yuanbai, has long been aware of my grandfather's cheating during the spring examination. Yet to obtain the list of names of those who cheated over the years, he deliberately concealed this matter. He privately colluded with our Duke of Qing's estate, seeking the list to vie for the position of heir. After our estate fell, he even had people waiting outside to seize the list, leaving me to face death and attempting to annihilate my siblings and me. Such a treacherous thief, so deep in scheming. How can he aspire to the position of heir? Our Duke of Qing's estate has heired, but the second prince's concealment and abuse of power, his clandestine schemes, does he bear no fault? Why should he be the one overseeing our execution? He deserves to die as well." With 4 men pressing him down, Shang Mingcheng could only tilt his head back, blood spilling from his mouth onto the ground, a gruesome sight. The 4 guards, having heard such secrets, wished they could rend their ears from their heads. This is it. Everyone who hears this is doomed. At the entrance of the Drum Tower, the crowd stood in shocked silence until an indignant voice rang out, "Shang Mingcheng, is what you say true? The second prince, who feasts upon the realm's bounty, cannot commit such treasonous acts." The voice, lost amidst the throng, was indistinguishable. "I swear, Shang Mingcheng, swear with my life, there is not a word of falsehood. My entire family has perished. Why should the second prince roam free, simply because he is a prince?" As the guards saw Shang Mingcheng's reckless defiance grow bolder, they hastily pulled out handkerchiefs, crumpling them into makeshift gags and stuffing them into his mouth. Yet his words had already reached the ears of the gathered crowd. He, Shang Mingcheng, swore upon his life. How could the second prince act in such a manner? Did he not consider how pitiful we humble scholars, who toil and study, truly are? The spring examination was our only chance. As a prince, how could he disregard our plight? The second prince, so intent on obtaining the list, does this mean the list is now in his possession? To vie for the position of heir, but with half of his bloodline from the northern kingdom, how could he ever become the heir of the Great Yong dynasty? Absolutely not. A northern man must never lay claim to the throne of Great Yong. The situation escalated rapidly, and a few incisive comments were all it took to shift the momentum. By the time the palace officials arrived, public sentiment had reached a boiling point. Qiao Jiaojiao, who had been happily chatting with his daughter Qiao Jiao, soon received an urgent summons from the emperor. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiao disdainfully remarked, "See, I told you the dog emperor would definitely send someone to fetch father. With public sentiment in turmoil, it has become a challenge even for the palace to retrieve Shang Mingchang. Now is the time for the people's hero to make an entrance. Using my father's name to wipe the second prince's backside. What a notion from that dog emperor. Xiao Zhengguo's face contorted in pain at her words. My dear daughter, can we not phrase it differently? Your words nearly struck me dead with indignation. Xiao Tianjing held back laughter, while Qiao Diyu burst into a fit of giggles. Xiao Zhengguo finally found an outlet for his frustration. Leaping up to deliver a playful slap to Qiao Lar, you think it's funny? Qiao Diyu yelped in response, hopping about in mock agony. Father, tell me the truth, am I really your biological child? Xiao Zhengguo huffed. Your elder brother knows to keep his mouth shut. Why do you have to laugh? If not you, who else shall I strike? With that, he prepared to leave. Xiao Zhengguo straightened his wrinkled garments. The emperor's urgent summons allowed him to dress in plain clothes for the palace visit. Xiao Tianjing stood up, holding Qiao Jiao, and as he observed his father's determined stride, a hint of solemnity crossed his face. Xiao Jiao sighed quietly at her father's retreating figure. Alas, I fear father will be disappointed. At this moment, even the usually boisterous Qiao Diyu fell silent, wearing a serious expression. In truth, the three siblings could see that Xiao Zhengguo was far from pleased. Their father was devoted to the country and its ruler. Loving the land he had fought so fiercely to protect more than anyone else. However, Emperor Yang was destined to disappoint him. The second prince's treachery had begun to surface, yet the emperor's infatuation with Princess Yulio had reached a maddening level. He would surely do everything in his power to protect the second prince. In doing so, their father's loyalty to the throne would be utterly shattered. Very well, we in the Qiao family shall no longer serve such a dog emperor. Sooner or later, we shall drag him down from his dragon throne. I hope father returns soon. As his little cotton-padded jacket, I excel at bringing joy to others. Father still does not know that I have been diligently practicing lately. I can actually call him father now. Father, 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 the tender and indistinct babble of an infant slowly resonates, bringing a glimmer of surprise to Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu's eyes. Little sister, quickly call out for your elder brother to hear. No, little sister, you must first call for your second brother, Qiao Jiaojiao. Please do not put pressure on the newly speaking infant. Father, father. Chapter 70, The Stabilizing Force of the Great Yong Dynasty. The second prince, Xin Yuanbai, remained seated at the tea house from the previous day, awaiting news from Shang Mingcheng. At that moment Zhu Feng rushed in, drenched in sweat and visibly agitated. Upon seeing this, the second prince's expression darkened. And he coldly remarked, Zhu Feng, I have told you before, never let your thoughts be reflected on your face, regardless of the circumstances. Zhu Feng, in his anxiousness, found it impossible to conceal his expression and hastily exclaimed, Your Highness. It is bad news. Shang Mingcheng has been found. Xin Yuanbai furrowed his brow at this. What, has he been captured by the Jinwu guards? Zhu Feng shook his head, his countenance grim. He has gone mad. He went to strike the Dengwen drum and spoke many words detrimental to your highness. Xin Yuanbai slowly rose, his voice icy. What exactly did he say? Speak the truth. Zhu Feng, not daring to conceal anything, hurriedly recounted Shang Mingcheng's words and conveyed the boiling public sentiment. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuanbai's features were suddenly shrouded in frost. This fool, unaware that he has been manipulated, still drags me into the mire. No wonder the Jinwu guards could not find him. Even the hidden guards had no trace of him. It turns out another faction has devised a scheme to protect him, all to ensure he turns against me. The male protagonist remains astute. Merely by hearing a few words relayed by Zhu Feng, he has deduced the essence of the matter. The crown prince's methods are indeed meticulous. He feigns brotherly affection while secretly plotting a fatal blow against me. But how did he learn of the cheating in the spring examination at Qingqi Mountain? How did he know to rescue Tan Hanqi in advance? And how did he become aware of that list's existence? Xin Yuanbai, perplexed, suddenly slammed his fist onto the table, causing the tea to spill. This information was painstakingly uncovered over years by employing the people left behind by my mother. How on earth did the crown prince accomplish this? Zhu Feng, filled with trepidation, could no longer contain his fear. Your Highness, the urgent matter at hand is to deal with Shang Mingcheng, with three people creating a tiger, especially since Shang Mingcheng speaks with conviction. Once this reaches the emperor, what shall you do? Xin Yuanbai chuckled coldly, his demeanor revealing little fear. Shang Mingcheng's words are baseless. With this alone, the crown prince cannot topple me. Return to the palace. When Xiao Zhengguo arrived at the Dengwen drum courtyard, chaos reigned supreme. Eunuch Huang awaited anxiously at the palace gates, and upon seeing Xiao Zhengguo, it was as if he had glimpsed a savior. O Lord Xiao, you have finally arrived. Please restore order. These people threaten to overturn the Dengwen drum courtyard. The emperor, alas, the emperor is furious and in a terrible mood. Huang's latter statement was whispered, urging Xiao Zhengguo to act swiftly. Xiao Zhengguo's expression remained unchanged as he turned to observe the crowd outside the courtyard. Their faces filled with righteous indignation. Listening to their words, it seemed the issue had escalated to the conflict between the Great Yong Dynasty and the Northern Kingdom. Xiao Zhengguo understood that his eldest son had stoked the flames of unrest. That wretched boy has an uncanny knack for scheming, surpassing even his own father. Do not rush, eunuch Huang, Qiao Jiaojiao stated calmly, then stepped toward the Dengguing drum courtyard. As Huang observed Qiao Jiaojiao's tall and imposing figure, he began to grasp the meaning behind the emperor's frequent remark that Qiao Jiaojiao is the stabilizing force of the great Yong dynasty. Sometimes his mere presence before the people commands more authority than the emperor himself. Huang often speculated whether the emperor spoke out of fear or admiration, but witnessing it firsthand today, the title of stabilizing force was truly well deserved. As soon as Qiao Jiaojiao appeared, the crowd surged forward, collectively calling out for General Qiao. He waved his hand to the crowd, assuring them that the emperor would surely handle matters justly and would not let the people down, allowing them to part the way. Eunuch Huang saw Qiao Jiaojiao beckoning him and, momentarily taken aback, quickly approached with the 8 imperial guards behind him, who escorted the already bound Shang Mingqing out. Disperse, is there no work to be done today? The wives and children at home are waiting for supper, Qiao Jiaojiao called out with a smile, his coarse words imbued with an inexplicable warmth, eliciting a hearty laugh from the crowd and effortlessly diffusing the public outrage. Huang secretly marveled at Qiao Jiaojiao, filled with genuine admiration. Lord Qiao, let us go, the emperor awaits, Huang politely urged. Qiao Jiaojiao waved to the crowd, then turned to follow Huang, making his way into the imperial study. Inside, the emperor sat behind the desk, with the crown prince attending at his side. Qiao Jiaojiao respectfully bowed. While Shang Mingqing was being held down by the imperial guards, the emperor's expression was solemn, revealing his displeasure. Has the second prince arrived? At this, Huang hurriedly exited to check, and upon stepping out of the study, he saw the second prince approaching. Your son greets the emperor and the crown prince. The second prince knelt in the hall, his back straight and his expression calm. At the sight of him, Shang Mingqing instantly became agitated, his blood-red eyes filled with hatred, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. With a mere glance from Emperor Yang, Huang promptly stepped forward to remove the sweat cloth from Shang Mingqing's mouth, allowing his voice filled with resentment to echo throughout the imperial study. Xin Yuanbai, you have brought great calamity upon my Qiao family. Such a scoundrel as you dares to aspire to become the crown prince of the great Yong dynasty. Dream on. As Huang observed the situation, he noted that Shang Mingqing had said enough, and swiftly shoved the cloth back into his mouth. At this moment, the emperor cast a stern gaze upon the second prince in the hall, asking in a deep voice, Second, do you have anything to say? After bowing, the second prince replied unhurriedly, To answer the emperor, Shang Mingqing is slandering me. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Which statement? The second prince responded calmly, All of them. Shang Mingqing claims that I was aware of the cheating in the spring examination and concealed it. How could I possibly be privy to such confidential matters? My kindness toward him was solely for the sake of the young lady of the Shang family. The emperor's expression turned quizzical. The second prince nodded with an air of sincerity. Half a year ago, when the young lady of the Shang family was in danger, I happened to rescue her once. Therefore, suddenly the second prince lowered his head, subtly revealing a hint of crimson at his ears. Father, my interactions with Shang Mingqing were merely to inquire about the young lady's well-being, and nothing more. Qiao Jiaojiao stood quietly to the side, and at this moment, he could not help but admire the second prince's cunning and guile. Among all of Shang Mingqing's accusations, only the claim that the second prince had befriended him was substantiated by evidence. Yet, the second prince had ingeniously crafted an impeccable justification. A youthful admiration for the young lady, simply seeking information, with no ulterior motives. What could be wrong with that? The second prince continued. As for Shang Mingqing's assertion that I stole the list, I swear on my life that the list is not in my possession. Furthermore, the accusation of coveting the position of crown prince is particularly malicious. Chapter 71. The full performance. The crown prince slightly lowered his head, betraying no emotion as he listened, appearing merely as a serious observer. The second prince spoke earnestly, his expression sincere, his voice clear. The crown prince treats me with utmost kindness. He is wise and virtuous, a benevolent ruler, and a capable assistant to our father. I would never harbor such treasonous thoughts. Shang Mingqing has slandered me. I must ask him if he is being manipulated by others and what his true intentions are. At this moment, the second prince even began to take the offensive. Qiao Jiaojiao gazed intently at the youthful figure before him. In such an unfavorable situation, within such a brief span, the second prince had devised such an exquisite argument, each word a gem, the logic impeccable. However, some matters, upon deeper inspection, still reveal vulnerabilities. For instance, during yesterday's court session, the second prince had voluntarily proposed to fetch Tan Hanqi, which was unusual as he rarely spoke up in court. Moreover, Shang Mingqing's certainty that the second prince was aware of the list must have come from the instructions of the Duke of Qing. Shang Mingqing is a fool. He may misunderstand the second prince's intentions, but would an old fox like the Duke of Qing make such blunders in matters of life and death? From Shang Mingqing's words, it is clear the Duke of Qing firmly placed his bets on the second prince. Now, it is all contingent on the emperor's stance. If the emperor wishes to investigate thoroughly, he can certainly uncover traces of the second prince's treasonous thoughts. If he intends to shield him, even this evidence presented to him, will be dismissed without a flicker of emotion. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Yang slowly spoke, "This matter is riddled with doubts. It cannot be hastily concluded." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao felt an unexpected chill in his heart. He then listened as Emperor Yang continued, "Second son, even if you are innocent, since Shang Mingcheng has accused you, it implies a certain impropriety on your part. Otherwise, among so many in the court, why would he choose to cast aspersions upon you? Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, you should remain within the confines of your Chonghua Palace. This is the essence of house arrest. At this point, Qiao Jiaojiao felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. And he was utterly disheartened by Emperor Yang's words. Just as Jiao Jiao had remarked, the emperor was deeply infatuated with Princess Yulio, and he extended his protection to her son to an extreme degree, even willing to entrust the vast empire of Daong to the second prince. In that moment, as Qiao Jiaojiao stood in the resplendent imperial study, he became acutely aware that the true enemy behind the Qiao family's impending doom was none other than the sovereign seated before him. "Very well, everyone leave. Huang Pei, you shall personally escort Shang Mingcheng to the imperial prison and ensure he is thoroughly interrogated." Huang Pei accepted the command and hurriedly had the wailing Shang Mingcheng dragged away. The second prince, adept at theatrics, suddenly knelt and proclaimed, "Father, Shang Mingcheng has been apprehended and now, Miss Shang is still at large. I wish to plead for her mercy." Emperor Yang scrutinized his son with a hint of curiosity before suddenly asking, "Do you genuinely feel compassion for her?" Without hesitation, the second prince nodded. A flicker of conflict appeared on Emperor Yang's face, for Miss Shang was originally intended to be a concubine for the crown prince. Yet with the downfall of the Duke of Qing, she could no longer be deemed worthy of entering the royal family. However, this second son, much like himself, was indeed a romantic at heart. He could not bear the thought of his beloved being subjected to such anguish. And with that thought, Emperor Yang cast a significant glance at the crown prince. The selection of the crown princess and the crown prince's concubines had yet to be announced, and he merely mentioned it to the crown prince, who he presumed held no particular affection for Miss Shang. The crown prince's heart grew cold, an indescribable feeling washing over him. He was exceptionally astute and understood well the implications of the emperor's gaze, which hinted at the possibility of Miss Shang being bestowed upon the second prince. While he held no interest in her, the blatant favoritism shown by his father towards his younger brother shattered his heart into a million pieces. He nodded lightly at Emperor Yang, a small gesture that seemed to require considerable effort. Upon witnessing this, a satisfied expression emerged on the emperor's face as he declared, "Miss Shang is indeed the daughter of a traitor, and she is utterly unfit to be inscribed in my royal records. If you truly desire her, allow her to serve as a concubine in your Chonghua Palace." At these words, the second prince's face momentarily displayed a struggle, as if he could not bear the thought of his beloved becoming merely a concubine. Yet, in an instant, he seemed to come to terms with it, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, father, for your benevolence." Thus, the performance reached its conclusion. Emperor Yang gestured for the crown prince, the second prince, and Qiao Jiaojiao to respectfully withdraw before the crown prince. The second prince sincerely spoke, and the crown prince, exhibiting a facade of forgiveness, gently reassured him. Qiao Jiaojiao remained composed, bowing to both the crown prince and the second prince, and was about to take his leave when he caught sight of Huang Gangang hastily returning from a distance. A flicker of concern crossed Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes. As the most trusted attendant of the emperor, Huang Gangang had encountered countless trials, yet now he appeared so flustered. Had something particularly alarming transpired in the imperial prison? Upon this thought, Qiao Jiaojiao suddenly realized, could it be related to Di Ziying? According to Jiao Jiao, Di Ziying was the true beloved of Princess Yulio. Unfortunately, Qiao Jiaojiao could no longer linger, and he passed by Huang Gangang. Making his way outside the palace, within the imperial study, Emperor Yang was lost in thought, staring blankly at the wall. Yulio Bayer has grown up, and he too has found someone he cherishes. However, that Miss Shang is the daughter of a traitor, and thus can only accompany Bayer without any status. But it matters not, for there are countless virtuous women in the capital. I shall surely select a lady of impeccable lineage and character for Bayer. What a pity, though, that there are no suitable maidens in the Qiao family. Otherwise, with Qiao Jiaojiao's capabilities and prestige, I would be most willing for Bayer to have such a supportive family. Yulio, my heart is truly conflicted. I wish to provide our child with the best in the world, yet the crown prince has proven himself capable. After all these years as the heir, I cannot find a single fault. Now Bayer has also begun to contemplate ambition and competition. Whom should I ultimately choose? Emperor Yang murmured, his expression revealing deep turmoil. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency yet respectful urgency echoed from outside. Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. Emperor Yang's brows knitted slightly in displeasure. Enter. Huang Pei rushed into the imperial study, approaching the emperor with an air of urgency, whispering, Your Majesty, Di Ziying appears to be on the brink of death. Impatience flickered across Emperor Yang's face as he waved his hand dismissively. What need is there to report such trifling matters? Huang Pei's heart tightened suddenly, and he knelt, speaking cautiously. Your Majesty, it is truly that Di Ziying has committed the most heinous acts. He is out of his mind and is calling out. Calling out? What is he calling out? Emperor Yang inquired, his brows furrowing. Huang Pei's heart quaked slightly as he replied, Di Ziying is calling out. The name of Princess Yulio, Chapter 72, a monumental secret, what? Emperor Yang sprang to his feet, his expression transforming into one of sheer horror. Huang Ganggang lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. Having served the emperor for over 30 years, he knew that while the emperor could be temperamental, he rarely exhibited such erratic behavior except when it concerned Princess Yulio. Huang Pei, did you hear clearly? Huang Pei nodded frantically. The servant feared mishearing. I stood before Di Ziying for quite some time. Some secrets that others were unaware of. Huang Ganggang was privy to. Yulio was the title bestowed upon the princess in the Northern Kingdom, and she continued to be known as such upon her arrival in Daoing. In reality, the royal family of the Northern Kingdom bore the surname Jin, and Princess Yulio's given name was Jin Luling. As he passed by the cell where Di Ziying was held, he observed that his skin had deteriorated horrifically. He silently cursed him for his fate, just as he took a few steps away. He suddenly heard Di Ziying calling out loudly, Luling, I will take you away. This startled him, nearly causing him to stumble. Who would have anticipated that this northern man, who had infiltrated the palace with the intent to assassinate the fourth prince, was actually a former acquaintance of Princess Yulio? Moreover, judging by the familiarity in his tone, it seemed that Di Ziying shared a deep bond with Princess Yulio. With this realization, he could no longer afford to delay and rushed to inform the emperor. Come to the imperial prison. Emperor Yang could no longer remain still. He brushed his robes aside and stepped out. Huang Ganggang hurriedly followed, urging the guards nearby to hasten to ensure Di Ziying was taken to the interrogation room first. The emperor's inquiries must not be overheard by outsiders. The imperial prison was dim and devoid of any foul stench, only carrying a mingling odor of iron chains and blood. Emperor Yang entered the interrogation room and immediately grimaced at the sight of Di Ziying bound upon a rack. Di Ziying's body had been ravaged by some unknown poison, leaving him in a state of grotesque decay. Huang Ganggang dismissed everyone else and poured a bucket of water over Di Ziying. Di Ziying jolted awake, groggily lifting his head, yet he could no longer discern the identity of those before him. Do you know Luling? Emperor Yang's voice was heavy with gravity, his expression darkening upon hearing the name Luling. Di Ziying trembled violently and suddenly cried out, Luling, Linger, do not leave me. It is my failure. I could not protect you, allowing you to marry that wretched emperor. Come away with me. I will take you far away. At this, Emperor Yang's face darkened ominously. Huang Pei, you may leave. Huang Ganggang, startled, exited without hesitation. He felt no curiosity about what the emperor wished to say that even he could not overhear. Some secrets were better left undiscovered. As Huang Ganggang slowly closed the interrogation room door, Emperor Yang could not wait another moment. He lowered his voice and, with a venomous tone, demanded, Did you take Liuling's purity? Huang Ganggang trembled violently, and once the door was securely shut, he was left pale and weak-kneed. He had heard it. Upon Princess Yulio's arrival for the marriage alliance, she had evidently not been a virgin, yet despite this, the emperor was utterly infatuated with Princess Yulio. It was known that losing one's purity before marriage, especially for a princess of a marriage alliance, completely undermined the sincerity of the union. Had General Qiao still been stationed at the northern border, he would have surely launched a full-scale assault upon the northern kingdom at the emperor's command. Huang Ganggang leaned against the cold wall, his mind in disarray. What was the emperor truly seeking? Within the interrogation room, Emperor Yang's thunderous roars echoed intermittently, and Huang Ganggang even caught mention of the second prince's name. His thoughts drifted back to the past, remembering the time when the princess was pregnant with the second prince, a rare period of harmony between the emperor and the princess. During that time, a hint of joy graced the princess's face, making her appear resplendently beautiful, truly the fairest of all. At that time, the emperor had said to him, Huang Pei, Yulia was finally happy. As long as she is willing to stay by my side, I would give her anything. Bang! The door to the interrogation room suddenly swung open violently, startling Huang Ganggang nearly to the ground. He hurriedly approached, only to find that the demeanor of Emperor Yang had already settled into calmness. Dispose of him, grind him into a fine paste, and feed him to the dogs, the emperor stated in a flat tone. Eunuch Huang promptly nodded in acquiescence, only to hear the emperor add, Huang Pei, you shall personally take care of him, ensure that no one else hears what they shouldn't. Rest assured, your majesty, Eunuch Huang promised. The emperor nodded slightly and stepped outside. Huang Pei watched the emperor depart before timidly entering the interrogation room. Upon lifting his gaze, he was instantly struck with terror. Di Ziying was suspended on the interrogation rack, his flesh hanging in tatters, resembling a lifeless corpse. A blood-soaked whip lay discarded on the ground, smeared with remnants of flesh, an utterly horrifying sight. Eunuch Huang inhaled sharply. After years of navigating the intrigues of the palace, he had lost count of how many times he had executed such tasks for Emperor Yang. Ensuring that his methods were both clean and efficient, he stealthily approached, retrieving a dagger from the rack, and silently advanced towards Di Ziying. He preferred to strike swiftly and without warning, as this way the prey would not struggle, and blood would not splatter upon him. Eunuch Huang stood silently before Di Ziying. Just as he raised the dagger, a low chuckle unexpectedly emanated from Di Ziying's throat. Ha. Di Ziying had just heard the footsteps of the emperor departing, believing that he was now alone, aware of his impending doom. He savored a rare moment of clarity, despite the excruciating pain. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within him. Prompting an involuntary laugh, the dog emperor had just inquired if he had seen Yulu after she entered the palace to marry it. He had shaken his head, denying it, knowing full well the emperor's suspicions. Had the emperor not asked today, he wouldn't have dared to entertain such thoughts. Amidst his laughter, Di Ziying found himself weeping once more, unable to shed tears. A muffled sob escaped his lips. Lu Ling. Oh Lu Ling, you deceived the dog emperor and me as well. We had indeed met on that incredibly soft bed where we intertwined, unabashedly expressing our longing for each other, yet for the sake of the northern kingdom. You chose not to accompany me, imprisoning yourself beside the dog emperor. Why did you not tell me? Otherwise, I would have risked everything to seize a chance to see you. Alas, it is too late. But it matters not, as long as you live well, that foolish dog emperor will surely cherish you. Buyer, Di Ziying murmured, the two syllables crumbling in his mouth and swirling repeatedly on his tongue. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Huang's eyes widened in shock, his expression contorting as if he had unearthed a colossal secret. In the next instant, he could no longer hesitate, raising the dagger and plunging it forcefully into Di Ziying's heart. Swift and urgent, without a drop of blood spilling forth. Chapter 73, whose offspring is the second prince. After Eunuch Huang had dealt with the matter, he took the time to bathe before returning to the imperial study. Where Emperor Yang was engrossed in a memorial. He crept in, bowing slightly to report, Your Majesty, all is taken care of. As he uttered these words, he cautiously observed the emperor's expression. Emperor Yang, seemingly unconcerned, nodded absent-mindedly before suddenly recalling something. Once that girl from the Shang family enters the palace, send her directly to the Chonghua Palace. Although the second prince is under house arrest, let us not slight him. Privately send him some gifts on my behalf. Eunuch Huang bowed deeply, his mind swirling with thoughts. On his way to the imperial study, he had racked his brain, indeed recalling many past events. A month before the diagnosis of Princess Yulu's pregnancy, she had indeed been summoned to the emperor's bedchamber repeatedly. The princess from the enemy nation, arriving for a marriage alliance, was not permitted to bear royal heirs according to the rules. However, the emperor indulged Princess Yulu, never allowing her to consume contraceptive medicine. During that period, Princess Yulu had been compliant, shedding the initial resistance and coldness she had displayed upon her arrival. The emperor, in high spirits, had even bestowed upon him an East Pearl as a reward. Yet having just heard Di Ziying's dying words, it seemed increasingly certain that the second prince was indeed his offspring. Eunuch Huang pondered deeply, grappling with the identity of the second prince's biological father. At this moment, he could not articulate it clearly. With such thoughts, Eunuch Huang dared not delve deeper, merely responding with a respectful acknowledgement. With Di Ziying's death, this matter would leave no witnesses, should he recklessly speak up. Given the emperor's infatuation with Princess Yulu, even after serving the emperor for over 30 years, he would surely face immediate execution. In that moment, how he wished he had never heard Di Ziying's murmurs before his death. Huang Pei, issue the orders. Once the spring examination rankings are confirmed, hold the palace examination immediately. This matter has lingered long enough. Emperor Yang spoke in a hushed tone. The Tan Hanshu is a talent. I must consider where to place him. Chonghua Palace, the second prince, clad in white robes, sat upright behind a long table engrossed in a book. The under house arrest, he bore no signs of anger. Appearing completely tranquil, beside him stood a palace maid, her appearance unremarkable yet with a straight posture and piercing gaze, clearly not an ordinary person. Your Highness, someone from the palace has been dispatched to fetch Miss Shang. According to Shang Mingcheng, after they fainted, the siblings found themselves at the eastern suburb villa. Upon waking, hearing this, Shen Yuanbai set down his book, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table as if in contemplation. The maid hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Your Highness, where shall Miss Shang be accommodated upon her arrival? At this, Shen Yuanbai's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. Let her be placed in the side hall. Since she is to serve as a shield, we must at least maintain appearances. You shall be responsible for all her needs. Ensure she does not step outside the side hall. Just then Zhou Bo entered from outside the hall, carrying a tray with a bowl of hot soup. Upon seeing this, Shen Yuanbai immediately frowned. Zhou Bo, I have told you, these tasks do not require your involvement. Zhou Bo, having accompanied him from the northern kingdom and once being a personal guard to his mother, was sincerely devoted to him. Although Zhou Bo had caused trouble during the Lantern Festival, leading to the loss of the Pearl and Jade Pavilion, Shen Yuanbai had ultimately refrained from reproaching him. After all, it was Zhou Bo who had risked his life to care for him when he was a mere child struggling in the palace, ensuring his safety and well-being. Your Highness, I cannot entrust your daily needs to others. It makes me uneasy. Zhou Bo smiled as he approached the table, preparing to set down the tray, when the maid continued, Your Highness, there is one more matter. That northern man Di Ziying, who attempted to assassinate the fourth prince a few days ago, has today been ordered by the emperor to be ground into pieces and fed to the dogs. Suddenly, Zhou Bo's entire body trembled without warning, causing him to lose his grip on the tray. which resulted in the hot soup spilling onto the floor, shattering into several pieces. Zhou Shen Yuanbai sprang to his feet, hurriedly guiding Zhou to the side, yet, to Shen Yuanbai's astonishment, Zhou was shaking violently. His lips turning pale, Shen Yuanbai was taken aback and swiftly called for the physician, but Zhou abruptly grasped Shen Yuanbai's hand. He stiffly turned to the maid, his voice trembling as he inquired. Lu Yun, what did you say that northern man's name was? Lu Yun, somewhat flustered, quietly repeated, his name is Di Ziying. He was appointed by the emperor as the tutor for the fourth prince, but a few days ago he suddenly went berserk, attempting to assassinate the fourth prince and Miss Qiao, and was captured by the crown prince just in time. Zhou swayed slightly, grief washing over him, and waves to it as him. After more than a decade, how could he have returned to the palace? Why was he so foolish? Noticing the tears welling in the corners of Zhou's eyes, Shen Yuanbai's expression grew grave. Zhou, was that Di Ziying someone you knew? Zhou's head snapped up at Shen Yuanbai's words, urgently asking, Your Highness, have you seen him? Have you met him? Shen Yuanbai shook his head in confusion. He had long ceased visiting the imperial study, naturally having never encountered that Di Ziying. Upon hearing this, Zhou's eyes shut tightly, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Never seen him. They never even met. How painful and regretful it must be for the princess beneath the spring. Zhou, what is wrong with you? Zhou rarely displayed such a flustered demeanor, causing Shen Yuanbai to feel anxious. Knowing Shen Yuanbai's intellect, Zhou feared he might secretly send someone to investigate, so he concocted a lie. Your Highness, that was just an old friend of mine from the Northern Kingdom, a close companion. Hearing such tragic news all of a sudden, it is difficult for me to remain calm. He truly could not bear to let Shen Yuanbai know the truth. It would be far too cruel for him. Your Highness, I assure you, I am fine. I will just return to rest. Shen Yuanbai did not harbor much suspicion, for Zhou's feelings for the Northern Kingdom were indeed profound. When Uncle Lu, who had accompanied him, passed away, Zhou had also grieved for a long time. With a gentle sigh, he said, Zhou, my condolences. Upon hearing this, Zhou trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. The scenes from those years still vividly replayed in his mind. After the princess married Emperor Yong, she remained despondent. After conferring with Lu Shi and others, he had risked execution to navigate layers of obstacles, secretly bringing Di Ziying into the palace. That night, they were all on edge. Yet the palace remained brightly lit. He knew full well what transpired within, only hoping for the princess's happiness. Not long after, the princess became pregnant, although the dog emperor had forced her several times before. They all firmly believed the child was Di Ziying's. That marked the first instance of the princess revealing a smile within the imperial palace of Yonghua. He gazed upon her with a bittersweet heart, yet felt an overwhelming sense of solace. In that moment, he believed that everything had turned for the better, and that the princess could live joyfully henceforth. Zhou, allow me to assist you back to rest, interrupted Shen Yuanbai, breaking Zhou's reverie. He grasped Shen Yuanbai's hand tightly, burying all his anguish deep within his heart. There is no need, Your Highness. You are busy, and this old servant shall be fine by tomorrow. Zhou replied, releasing Shen Yuanbai's hand and staggering towards the exit. Shen Yuanbai observed him quietly for a moment before turning coldly to Lu Yun, instructing, from now on, do not mention any matters before Zhou. Lu Yun, filled with trepidation, hurriedly knelt. This servant obeys your command. Chapter 74. Jiao can call daddy. Upon returning home, Qiao Jiaojiao discovered that his family awaited him eagerly. A warmth flooded his heart, and he broke into a genuine smile. Madam, I am famished, Qiao Jiaojiao exclaimed. Seeing him bellowing, Madame Qiao cast him a playful glare. The meal has long been prepared, just waiting for you. Qiao Jiaojiao laughed heartily, eagerly taking Jiao from Qiao Tianjing's arms. The little girl, with her sparkling eyes, stared intently at her father, fearful that he might be in a foul mood, not wishing to worry Jiao, and noticing that no one else was around. He candidly stated, the second prince has been confined, and it seems Shang Mingcheng is unlikely to survive. The second prince has sought a favor from the emperor, requesting to take Shang Xiaoran as a concubine. What Qiao was momentarily taken aback, but as the thought settled, understanding dawned upon her. TSK, this male lead is quite cunning. Is he using Shang Xiaoran as a shield? Qiao Jiaojiao silently gave Jiao a thumbs up in his mind. The second prince had met with Shang Mingcheng in private. Without bringing Shang Xiaoran into the equation, he could not explain himself. Jiao displayed a knowing expression. Shang Xiaoran has been infatuated with the second prince for so long. Who would have thought she would get her wish granted amidst the slaughter of her entire family? How ironic. If she truly is a love-struck fool, there is nothing more to say. Remaining by the second prince's side as an uncherished concubine is her fate. Yet, if she possessed a modicum of dignity, for the sake of her brother, she could at least leave some hidden dangers for the second prince, perhaps even leverage her position in the future. Jiao pondered deeply, while Qiao Tianjing's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding repeatedly. And Xiao, you found the situation alarming. This is it. My little sister is also leaning towards her elder brother's tendencies, both enjoying the games of power and intrigue. Will there be no one left in the family who is straightforward? Qiao Jiaojiao, however, would not impose restrictions on Jiao. She could live as she pleased. As her father, all he worried about was her enduring hardships. The dishes were served though Madame Qiao resided in the inner chambers. Qiao Jiaojiao concealed nothing from her. Having listened to Jiao Jiao's heartfelt words, she understood much, knowing her husband's heart would be burdened today. She specially ordered the kitchen to prepare Qiao Jiaojiao's favorite braised pork knuckle, glistening enticingly, causing his appetite to stir. Seeing this, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but giggle. A father had endured so much suffering on the battlefield, even gnawing on grass roots. Now that he has finally reaped the rewards, his greatest delight is the braised pork knuckle, bursting with flavor with each bite. Observing Qiao Jiaojiao's impatient demeanor, Jiao Jiao beamed and suddenly spoke. "Father." Qiao Jiaojiao's outstretched hand abruptly halted, and he looked down in astonishment at Jiao Jiao. Her laughter grew more radiant as she repeatedly exclaimed, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Qiao Jiaojiao, elated, lifted Jiao Jiao into his arms, standing with a mixture of joy and gratitude. "Jiao Jiao can call me Daddy now, my good girl, my precious darling. Oh, my heart is nearly melting." Madame Qiao, along with Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Diyu, exchanged glances, their eyes filled with warmth. No matter how turbulent the world outside may be, as long as they are together as a family, it is the sweetest of moments. As night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, Sheng Xiaoran was carried into the Chonghua Palace in a small sedan chair. Seated within the swaying chair, she remained in a daze. After her brother had left early that morning without returning by afternoon, she was filled with dread, fearing something had happened to him. Later, a group of individuals burst in, announcing that the emperor had granted her a favor, permitting her to become a concubine to the second prince. Upon hearing this, Shang Xiaoran's face turned ashen. Once she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qinghua, carefully nurtured by her grandfather and a female tutor versed in propriety, righteousness, and the arts. Throughout history, wives are esteemed, concubines are regarded as lesser, and mistresses are deemed insignificant. She aspired to be the second prince's lawful wife, not a mere concubine devoid of status, akin to a plaything. Yet, the guards showed no inclination to heed her refusals, rudely shoving her into the carriage. She wished to inquire about her brother's whereabouts, but none were willing to speak to her. "Miss Shang, please disembark from the sedan." A female voice outside broke through Shang Xiaoran's thoughts. With a pale visage, she lifted the curtain and beheld a plain yet slender maid. Where is this?" Shang Xiaoran timidly inquired. The maid's expression remained neutral. "Miss Shang, this servant is Lu Yun, and I shall be attending to you from this day forth. This is the Chonghua Palace of the second prince. From now on, you shall be his concubine." Shang Xiaoran's legs weakened, and she cried out, "Where is the second prince? I must see him. I refuse to be a concubine." A trace of barely concealed mockery flitted across Lu Yun's face. She knew that this Miss Shang had long coveted the second prince, for that heroic rescue was orchestrated by him, and no woman could escape the allure of the second prince, Miss Shang. The entire household of the Duke of Qinghua has been annihilated, and soon Shang Langjun shall face execution. Your being an exception is a favor granted by the second prince. If you are grateful, then remain here in the Chonghua Palace. Rest assured, the second prince will not neglect your needs." Upon hearing this, Shang Xiaoran felt as though the world was spinning around her. "What, you mean my brother?" Mentioning Shang Mingcheng, Lu Yun's face hardened with cold disdain. "Shang Langjun has been bewitched, going to the Dingwen drum court to accuse the second prince, fabricating lies, causing the second prince to be confined by the emperor. He deserves to face execution 100 times over." Lu Yun had not intended to divulge so much, but as she had said, no woman could resist the charm of the second prince, herself included. Shang Mingcheng, that scoundrel, dared to speak ill of the second prince, nearly bringing him ruin. In her heart, she had long wished for his demise. Thus, Miss Shang, I advise you to remain obedient and refrain from harboring any unrealistic aspirations. Nor should you entertain any improper thoughts towards the second prince. After saying this, Lu Yun approached to pull Shang Xiaoran along. Despite her slender frame, her strength was unexpectedly great as she dragged the dazed Shang Xiaoran into the side chamber. Shang Xiaoran was thrown onto the bed, the dull pain in her wrist jolting her back to reality. She suddenly cried out, "I want to see the second prince. My brother must not die. Take me to see him. I implore the second prince to save my brother." Lu Yun coldly scoffed within, thinking her foolish. "Miss Shang, do rest well. There are guards stationed at the door at all times. I advise you not to entertain any improper thoughts." Chapter 75. She has heard. Chapter 76. A horseback parade for the new champion. Shen Yuan, by witnessing this scene, felt not an ounce of empathy. Rather, he found Shang Xiaoran to appear utterly filthy, causing him discomfort. "Miss Shang, your brother wronged me first. Why would you presume that I would repay malice with kindness and risk saving him? It is due to his reckless words that I am now confined. Shang Mingcheng must die. If you wish to survive, stay quietly in the Chonghua Palace. If you seek to perish, choose your method: poison, silk, or gold." Shen Yuanbai spoke coldly, rising impatiently, yet he longed for a bath, and seeing Shang Xiaoran in her current state made him feel as though he had washed in vain. With a face full of despair, Shang Xiaoran looked up just in time to catch the disdain on Shen Yuanbai's face. Her heart trembled. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions coursed through her, leaving her both regretful and filled with hatred. Her brother had always insisted that it was the second prince who had brought ruin upon their family, and she had clung to a glimmer of hope, unable to believe that the godlike man could possess such a cruel heart. As the second prince began to step away, she screamed out her final question. Half a year ago, at the Nanjiao Hugua temple, Did you genuinely save me, or was it all a ruse? The second prince did not even bother to look back, casually replying, in your heart, do you not already hold the answer? Upon hearing this, Shang Xiaoran felt her body grow heavy, as if all strength had been drained from her. Collapsing heavily onto the ground, she let out a few low sobs before succumbing to a fit of wailing. It is all a lie, everything is a lie. He approached me solely for the power of the Duke of Qinghua. Such a heartless and cold man has deceived my sincere affection and led to the downfall of my family. Brother, my brother is beyond saving, I am left with no family. The louder Shang Xiaoran cried, the more fervently she lamented. As she saw Xin Yuanbai's figure disappearing into the shadows, she suddenly opened her mouth wide, ready to unleash the vengeful words she had overheard near the rockery. You are not the emperor's son at all, you are a bastard, you are the illegitimate child of Princess Yulio and a mongrel. Shang Xiaoran reached out, wishing to pull Xin Yuanbai back, hurling these words at his face, hoping to see him display the same anguish she felt within her soul. However, the remnants of her sanity cautioned her against acting impulsively. She had already lost everything. If she were to cry out here, her demise would be inevitable, while the second prince would remain unscathed, still the illustrious second master. No, she must survive. She yearns for vengeance. She must bide her time, awaiting the most opportune moment to deliver a devastating blow to this heartless and despicable man. In the flickering candlelight, Shang Xiaoran's radiant face twisted in anguish as tears streamed down, carrying away the last vestiges of her tenderness and innocence. Brother, I can no longer save you, but I shall avenge our entire Changwei Gong family. On the 20th of March, all rankings for the spring examination had been verified. To everyone's astonishment, including Tan Hanshu, Sheng Qishan, and Xian Ruizhi had callously traded 13 positions. Of these, apart from Tan Hanshu, all 12 candidates perished without exception. The emperor was incensed and, after comforting and compensating the families of those 12 candidates, imposed severe penalties on all buyers of the ranks, among whom was the immensely wealthy Gu family of Qingzhou. Moreover, at the suggestion of the crown prince, the emperor issued a proclamation to the world, making the incident of cheating during the spring examination abundantly clear, even acknowledging the court's errors, which was a rare occurrence. Thanks to the crown prince's actions, the simmering rage of the scholars and candidates was finally quelled. On the 21st of March, the palace examination officially commenced, presided over by Emperor Yong himself. On the 22nd, news broke that Emperor Yong had personally named Tan Hanshu as the top scholar of the first class, promptly issuing the golden list to be displayed at the palace gates. On the 23rd, Emperor Yong held the ceremonial awarding in the Taiha Hall, bestowing titles of the top scholar, runner-up, and third place. He further issued a decree appointing Tan Hanshu to the position of a 6th-rank editor in the Hanlin Academy, while the runner-up and third place were assigned as 7th-rank compilers in the same institution. Although the 6th-rank position may seem modest, it involved compiling the emperor's annals, recording his words and actions, and drafting documents for him. This role signified that Tan Hanshu had become a close minister to the emperor. Soaring to great heights, following this, the eagerly anticipated spectacle of the top scholar parading on horseback through the streets commenced. Qiao Jiaojiao had long been held by Qiao Diyu, seated in the largest private room of a tavern on Putian Street, eagerly gazing out the window. As the royal procession approached Putian Street, the onlooking citizens erupted into cheers. The crowd instinctively parted to clear the way, creating a raucous scene of jostling and excitement. Elder brother, let me lean out a bit more. Hey, 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 I can see the red banners, they're almost here. Qiao Jiaojiao shouted exuberantly, joining the throng in their jubilant cries. Such a grand spectacle was unlike anything Qiao Jiaojiao had witnessed in her previous life, far surpassing the sparse appearances of extras in television dramas. The De Yong dynasty revered both martial prowess and literary accomplishments. A newly minted top scholar like Tan Hanshu was a figure of immense respect among scholars across the land. The adoring cheers from the crowd nearly shattered Qiao Jiaojiao's eardrums. Amidst the clamor of drums and firecrackers, she finally caught sight of Tan Hanshu. He rode a magnificent steed adorned with winged headgear, clad in a brocade robe, draped in a crimson cross, wielding a golden tasseled whip, exuding an extraordinary charm. It was no exaggeration. Qiao Jiaojiao was engulfed by a chorus of female squeals, with a smile that crinkled her eyes. Qiao Jiaojiao felt genuine happiness for Tan Hanshu. This honor was rightfully his. In the original tale, he had been schemed against by the Changwei Gong and exploited by the second prince, allowing his brilliance to be obscured. Now he had finally received his due recognition. Tan Hanshu, you're amazing, Qiao Jiaojiao exclaimed, while Tan Hanshu, atop his steed, basked in the adoration of the crowd, his heart filled with myriad emotions. His gaze swept over the scene, landing on the taverns and tea houses on either side, and unexpectedly, he spotted two familiar faces, Xiao Diyu and Miss Qiao. In that moment, a radiant smile broke across Tan Hanshu's face. His achievements were owed entirely to the Qiao family's support, especially to Miss Qiao. Had it not been for her cleverness, the 30 lashes he received in the drum courtyard that day could have cost him his life, let alone the subsequent perseverance he showed before the emperor in the Golden Luan Hall. The immense gratitude he felt towards the Qiao family was imprinted in his heart. He would forever remember their kindness and repay them in this life. With this thought, Tan Hanshu clasped his hands in salute to the gathered crowd, pausing slightly in the direction of Qiao Diyu and Qiao Jiaojiao. Understanding his intent, Qiao Diyu flashed a broad, sincere smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Now that Tan Hanshu had become a close minister to the emperor, their Qiao family could no longer appear too familiar with him. Such an open and wise individual as Tan Hanshu would regrettably not be able to share wine and converse with them as freely in the future. Qiao Jiaojiao beamed at this exchange, her eyes sparkling. She had always known that Tan Hanshu was not the kind to waver. He was deeply loyal and would always stand by the Qiao family. We've gained a great strategist. The team destined to alter fate has secured another formidable ally. As Qiao Jiaojiao reveled in her thoughts, her eyes suddenly caught a familiar silhouette across the tea house. Wait, isn't that my aunt over there? Although it was merely a fleeting glance, Qiao Jiaojiao was certain she could not be mistaken, for her aunt had just appeared at the window. Qiao Diyu, following her gaze, furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't that cousin and Ning? At the window of the second floor of the tea house leaned a veiled girl clad in a light purple jacket, intently observing the passing top scholar below. Her expression a mixture of seriousness and curiosity. Qiao Jiaojiao was taken aback. So this was Zuo and Ning. She had visited the Yanguigong residence several times thereafter, but since her aunt and mother had already fallen out, she had never seen her cousin Zuo and Ning. Now from afar, she could only discern her fair complexion and delicate features. Could it be that my aunt brought cousin and Ning to witness the commotion? It was precisely because Lady Zuo was a pivotal figure in the downfall of the Qiao family in the original story that Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but feel especially concerned about her. Fearing she might be up to some mischief, "No, this is too unsettling." Qiao Diyu noticed Qiao Jiaojiao's anxiety and raising his hand, called out, "Cousin and Ning." Zuo and Ning, still at the tender age of 15 but born a few months later than Qiao Diyu, was startled by the loud call, which reached Tan Hanshu's ears as he passed below. Instinctively, he followed Qiao Diyu's gaze upwards and caught sight of a beautiful girl with a veil at the second-floor window. Just one glance, and Tan Hanshu realized something was amiss. Quickly averting his gaze, Zuo and Ning, hearing someone call her name, curiously looked around, her face flushing crimson upon meeting Qiao Diyu's gaze. She was already aware of her mother and aunt's discord, having learned that her cousin Qiao had chosen a girl from the Han family as his wife instead of her. While that wasn't particularly troubling, after all, kinship remained. What stung was that her mother had previously assured her that her future husband would undoubtedly be her cousin Qiao, which planted the seeds of unworthy hopes in her heart. When those hopes were dashed, she inevitably shed tears, and her mother had subsequently exposed her to her aunt, leaving her too embarrassed to face anyone. Yet now that her cousin Qiao was taking the initiative to greet her, she felt compelled to respond. Even if she was as a well-bred young lady, it was inappropriate to raise her voice in such a public setting. So Zuo and Ning took a small step back and offered a polite bow to Qiao Diyu. Understanding her feelings, Qiao Jiaojiao had no qualms about her cousin. After all, the actions of her aunt bore no relation to this innocent cousin. Cousin Ning is actually a rare soul of clarity. She inadvertently overheard my uncle and aunts plotting against our Qiao family and was filled with fear and anger, immediately intending to inform our grandfather. Who would have thought that my aunt discovered cousin's intentions and locked her away, refusing to open the door no matter how much she pleaded, until our family met its tragic end, only then releasing her. When cousin learned of her parents' deeds, her heart ached unbearably, and she ultimately resolved to uphold justice against her kin, intending to reveal their crimes to our grandfather. Seeing that the situation could not be concealed any longer, my aunt, taking advantage of grandfather's deep sorrow and illness, even gifted cousin Ning to the second prince as a concubine. Ultimately, the second prince turned around and gifted cousin Ning to one of his guards. Alas, how distressing! Upon hearing this, Qiao Diyu clenched the window frame tightly, his body trembling with rage. How utterly insane! Both my uncle and aunt have gone mad, since my brother has greeted cousin Ning. Why hasn't my aunt shown her face? Is she not in the private room? But I clearly saw my aunt just now. As Qiao Jiaojiao pondered, Qiao Diyu called out loudly, "Cousin Ning, I'm coming over to find you." Whether or not my aunt was present would soon be revealed. Qiao Jiaojiao admired Qiao Diyu's decisiveness. He was straightforward and resolute. Without hesitation, he scooped up Qiao Jiaojiao and descended the stairs, weaving through the crowd into the tea house opposite, making his way upstairs to knock on the door of the quiet room where Zuo and Ning was. As close cousins, there was no need for them to act with the same caution as outsiders. Zuo and Ning opened the door, her face flushed and appearing rather shy. Qiao Jiaojiao quickly glanced around, noticing only Zuo and Ning and a maid within. "Oh, my aunt isn't here. Could it be that I truly misjudged?" Qiao Jiaojiao thought to herself, observing Zuo and Ning's awkward demeanor and offering her a sweet smile. "Cousin Ning, it's perfectly fine. In truth, my brother's affairs have nothing to do with her at all. Moreover, mother holds a deep affection for cousin Anning and has been speaking fondly of her not long ago, pondering what kind of family would be deemed a worthy match for someone as wonderful as Anning." Qiao Diyu, being a person of good manners, did not overstep despite their familial connection. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Cousin Anning, it has been quite some time since we last met. My mother was just mentioning you the other day." Do come visit us when you have the time. Zhua Anning was taken aback yet pleasantly surprised, especially since her mother had spoken critically of her aunt in front of her, claiming that she was no longer welcome to visit. Xiao Diyu discerned Zhua Anning's apprehension and laughed heartily. Cousin Anning, the grievances of the previous generation have no bearing on us younger ones. My mother thinks of you fondly, if you are worried about being reprimanded by your aunt. You can come secretly, and I promise to come fetch you. Upon hearing this, Zhua Anning could not suppress a chuckle, her embarrassment dissipating at last. Cousin, you haven't changed a bit. Qiao Diyu grinned sheepishly and curious, inquired, Cousin Anning, did you come out here alone? It is rather dangerous with so many people around today. Zhua Anning quickly shook her head. No, my mother brought me out, but she spotted an old acquaintance and said she would catch up with her. Look, it's in that room at the end of the corridor. An old acquaintance. Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts shifted slightly, and an ominous premonition arose. Oh dear, it couldn't be what I think it is, could it? Xiao Diyu immediately aligned his thoughts with Qiao Jiaojiao's. After all, the family had previously agreed to share their thoughts openly, and it was clear that there was a significant risk regarding their aunt. Realizing this, Xiao Diyu quickly stated, although my mother and your aunt no longer have dealings with each other, we younger ones must not forget our manners. It is only right to pay our respects. Your aunt's friend must be a prominent lady in the capital. After all, a Cousin Anning, would you leave me to knock on the door? Zhua Anning naturally wished for her mother and aunt to mend their relationship, and according to propriety, she should indeed pay her respects to her mother's old friend. With this thought, she gently nodded. Cousin, follow me. Chapter 78. Who resembles whom is obvious. Zhua Anning brought Xiao Diyu to the quiet room at the end of the corridor. Qiao Jiaojiao felt a flutter of excitement. Do not be deceived by my second brother's clumsiness. Though he may not be the most astute, he is truly dependable in critical moments, his etiquette is impeccable, and he has effortlessly brought us to your aunt. Hearing this, Xiao Diyu puffed his chest out proudly. Of course, who could resist the influence of such a clever elder brother? He has spoiled me into laziness, but when the occasion demands, I can still rise to the challenge. Knock, knock, knock. Zhua Anning rapped on the door. Mother, it is I have encountered Cousin Diyu, and he wishes to see you. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of furniture clattering from within, sounding utterly frantic as Zhua Anning's heart raced. Mother, what is the matter? Qiao Diyu's ears perked up, and he immediately wore a solemn expression. The sounds from inside were alarming. Aunt, it is Diyu. What troubles you? I am coming in. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Diyu resolutely pushed the door open. Qiao Jiaojiao eagerly glanced inside and saw their aunt slightly hunched over at the table, her eyes red-rimmed as she looked at them, her face betraying an unmistakable panic. The window of the quiet room creaked ominously, intensifying the eerie silence. Qiao Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes. There is only aunt in the room. Why does that window keep making noise? Mother, why are you crying? Zhua Anning rushed forward, seeing the tear stains on her mother's face. Her heart filled with concern. Zhua Furen, in a state of distress, dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief and feigned calmness, saying, I recalled some sorrowful matters and could not help myself. There is no need for you to worry. Ninger. Zhua Anning looked around, unable to suppress her confusion. Mother, what about the old friend you mentioned? I have yet to meet that lady. Zhua Furen's expression momentarily stiffened before she forced a smile. She has already left in a hurry, citing urgent matters at home, so I did not call for you. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's suspicions were confirmed. That old friend must be Li Shuxing, and, under the pretense of taking Cousin Anning to witness the scholars' parade, seized the opportunity to meet with Li Shuxing privately. As they poured their hearts out to each other, emotions ran high, leading to tears. It must be so. Li Shuxing, with his exceptional martial skills, undoubtedly jumped out of the window and fled in haste. Alas, the inevitable has come to pass, and has swiftly reconnected with Li Shuxing. Qiao Diyu stepped forward to greet Zhua Furen respectfully, addressing her as aunt with polite formality. Zhua Furen, feeling guilty, could not maintain a cold demeanor and smiled in response. What a coincidence, Diyu is here as well. Qiao Diyu nodded respectfully and began to walk toward the window while conversing. Indeed, aunt, today is a rare occasion with the scholars' parade. I certainly did not wish to miss it. By sheer chance, I spotted Cousin Anning from across the way, and thus I came eagerly. Let us see where the scholar has reached. As he spoke, Qiao Diyu leaned halfway out the window, Qiao Jiaojiao perched on his shoulder, stealing glances at Zhua Furen's expression, noticing her gripping her handkerchief tightly, her demeanor fraught with tension. This confirms it, aunt must have met with Li Shuxing. That man truly cannot sit still, even under confinement. He resorts to such trivial tactics. He must have started to care about our Qiao family. After reorganizing, our family is now a solid unit. Unable to insert his spies, he has resorted to indirect methods, starting with the Duke of Yan's residence. How cunning. Qiao Diyu surveyed the street, seeing no suspicious figures, before turning back with a smile. We are nearing the end of Beauty Street. It seems I have witnessed all the excitement for today. Noticing this, Zhua Furen relaxed visibly, managing a smile. I have already seen enough while walking downstairs. Seeing more would not change much. Qiao Diyu nodded in agreement, inquiring after Zhua Furen for a few moments before politely bidding farewell. On the way back to the Qiao residence, Qiao Jiaojiao munched on a small cookie, her mouth full, her thoughts racing. Oh dear, Li Shuxing is so quick to act. Does he even know why his family faced calamity back then? Surely he does not believe it was the Duke of Yan's doing. That would be utterly misplacing blame on my grandfather and uncle. However, it is also possible that Li Shuxing has long known it was An's family behind it, but in service of the second prince's ambitions, decided to endure humiliation and deceive Ant, making her a pawn for the second prince. Indeed, this theory makes more sense, now that Ant has severed ties with our family. She cannot easily enter the Qiao residence, yet she remains a potential threat. This matter cannot be left to chance. Rather, we should consider a countermeasure, for instance, allowing Ant to gain trust from that side and then discreetly leaking some false information at a crucial moment, leaving the second prince in a state of confusion. With this thought, Qiao Jiaojiao excitedly waved her hands, sending the small cookie flying. Oh no, my cookie, my favorite flavor. Qiao Diyu, what a stark contrast, just moments ago she was analyzing the situation with such clarity, rivaling even her elder brother, and now she was crying over a mere cookie. Little sister, do not worry, your second brother will bring you plenty of cookies when we return. Qiao Diyu tenderly embraced Qiao Jiaojiao, gently rocking her. Qiao Jiaojiao felt as if she had been a little baby for too long. Sometimes her mind would regress, and she would enjoy acting cute to be pampered. Feeling utterly happy and satisfied, seeing Qiao Diyu's typically cheerful voice now laced with tenderness, she could not help but smile widely. Second brother dotes on me the most. I want grape-flavored ones, the kind with dried fruit. Upon returning to the Qiao residence, Qiao Jiaojiao quickly fell asleep. She had been overly excited watching the parade and was utterly exhausted. Qiao Diyu took the opportunity to share the encounter with Ant. He deliberately omitted Qiao Jiaojiao's earlier plans in the carriage, eager to gauge his elder brother's thoughts. To his surprise, his brother's insights aligned perfectly with those of his little sister. Even the proposed countermeasure was identical. Qiao Diyu fell silent, all of them being Qiao family children. Why was he the only one deemed foolish? He cast a resentful glance at his father. Qiao Zhenghua raised an eyebrow. What is with that pained expression? Have I deprived you of food and drink? Qiao Diyu wore a pitiful expression, lamenting, why must my brother resemble mother while I must resemble father? Qiao Zhenghua continued to raise an eyebrow. Is it not good to resemble me? Qiao Diyu shook his head earnestly. Not good, not clever. Qiao Zhenghua was momentarily stunned, then suddenly erupted. You little rascal, are you trying to insult me by calling me foolish in different ways? Do not move. I shall break your legs. In the midst of this chaos, Xiao Foran and Xiao Tianjing remained unfazed, elegantly continuing their meal as time flowed peacefully. Who resembles him was abundantly clear. Chapter 79. Jiaojiao was truly the kindest child before Qiao Jiaojiao was born. Qiao Foran had made a wish at the Hugua temple in the southern suburbs, praying for the heavens to bestow upon the Qiao family a precious daughter. After the full moon celebration of Qiao Jiaojiao, Madame Qiao journeyed to Hugua temple to express her gratitude. Now, having safely reached the age of 7 months, Madame Qiao could not help but dwell on the matter of Qiao Jiaojiao's premature passing at the tender age of 3. Thus she resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the fine weather today to take Qiao Jiaojiao to offer incense once more. Qiao Dai, whose official position was modest, could return home after completing his training in the camp. So he accompanied the mother and daughter on their outing today. Upon exiting the southern city gate, the official road was broad and well-maintained, with Qiao Jiaojiao seated independently on a soft cushion. Nibbling delicately on small biscuits, Madame Qiao gazed affectionately at her daughter, occasionally producing a handkerchief to wipe her little face. Lu Mama lifted a corner of the curtain to glance outside, then whispered, Madam, not far ahead lies the relief hall. I send money there every month without fail, and the matron there is exceedingly grateful for your generosity. Would you like to pay a visit? Upon hearing the words relief hall, Qiao Jiaojiao abruptly halted her snacking. In her previous life, she had been parentless, growing up in an orphanage. The matron Jiang Mama had told her that she was left at the doorstep of the orphanage in the dead of winter. Clad in a red coat, with a crumpled piece of paper containing her birth date but no name, Jiang Mama had taken her in and even reported to the police. Yet throughout her tragically short life, her biological parents remained unfound. Surely there are many other parentless children in the relief hall as well. How pitiful they must be. Although Jiang Mama loved her dearly, she had to share that affection with countless other children. Mother, let us go and take a look. Qiao Jiaojiao, still unable to articulate complex words, simply called out to her mother and tugged at Madame Qiao's sleeve. Understanding her daughter's past, Madame Qiao lifted Qiao Jiaojiao into her arms. Her voice gentle as she said, Lu Mama, let us visit and see what those children might need so that we can have someone procure some supplies for them. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao felt a pang of emotion and buried her face in Madame Qiao's embrace. Mother, you are the best. Your kindness will surely be rewarded by the heavens. In the orphanage, every act of kindness was precious. It was through the support of benevolent souls that she was able to attend school. And filled with gratitude, she endeavored to help others within her capacity. Perhaps the adage of good deeds leading to good outcomes was indeed true. Madame Qiao gently patted Qiao Jiaojiao's back, her gaze as soft as water. Jiaojiao, my only wish is for the heavens to bestow all blessings upon you, ensuring your safe and healthy growth. As Madame Qiao arrived, the matron of the relief hall was both anxious and elated. Hurrying to the entrance to greet her, Madame Qiao descended from the carriage, cradling Qiao Jiaojiao, and upon seeing the matron bowing, she quickly stepped forward to assist her. You must be Matron Rong, my maid often speaks highly of you. There is no need for such formalities. Seeing Matron Rong insist on her courtesy, Madame Qiao's expression turned serious. Matron Rong, you are a person of great virtue. I truly cannot accept such deference. Qiao Jiaojiao lifted her gaze and observed Matron Rong. A middle-aged woman with a round face, clad in coarse cloth, her features weathered, yet her round eyes radiated warmth and kindness. She bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Mama. A wave of emotion washed over Qiao Jiaojiao. For it seemed that all kind-hearted individuals shared a similar appearance of goodwill. Matron Rong, somewhat hesitant, remarked, Madam, the interior is rather humble. Please do not mind it. She had not anticipated that the benefactor who had supported them all along would possess such a compassionate demeanor. With one hand holding Qiao Jiaojiao and the other affectionately grasping Matron Rong's hand, Madame Qiao replied, Not at all. Please, Matron Rong, lead me inside to have a look. As Matron Rong felt the warmth of Madame Qiao's approach, her previously tense demeanor relaxed, revealing a smile. Crossing the threshold into the relief hall, just as Matron Rong had stated, the interior was quite modest and one could see to the end at a glance. Though it was commendably clean and tidy inside, numerous caretakers tended to infants and washed clothes, while children filled the space with chatter and laughter. Further inside was a quieter room, home to older children who were unable to live independently. They assisted with odd jobs to earn a little money to support the relief hall. Upon hearing the commotion, the children looked up, their eyes wide with astonishment and admiration as they beheld Madame Qiao. As if they had never seen such a beautiful lady before. Witnessing this, Madame Qiao felt a deep pang of sorrow. Jiaojiao was her cherished daughter, the apple of the Qiao family, showered with love and care since birth, yet these children, born into the same world, were destined to endure countless hardships. Their frail forms, some scarcely taller than the tables they worked at, were already striving to thread needles. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Madame Qiao retreated, her eyes reddening. Matron Rong, the conditions here are even more challenging than I had imagined. From now on, I will ensure that Lu Mama sends additional funds each month. As for these children, please compile a list of their sizes and present it to Lu Mama. I will arrange for them to have some new clothes. Upon hearing this, Matron Rong's eyes brimmed with tears. Madam, your kindness knows no bounds. Thank you, Madame Qiao. Observing the familiar scene before her, Qiao Jiaojiao felt an intense emotional resonance. Material aid may temporarily alleviate their survival struggles, but it cannot alter their destinies. If allowed to languish as they grow older, they will merely repeat their current existence, continuing to rely on labor for sustenance. Throughout history, possessing knowledge and skills has always been the most effective way to change one's fate. This was the lesson Qiao Jiaojiao had gleaned during her time in the orphanage. Thus, when benevolent individuals offered her support for her education, she seized the opportunity with fervor, studying harder than anyone else and achieving excellent results. Had she not met an untimely demise, perhaps she too could have changed her destiny through education. The children inside are of the right age, if they could be educated according to their abilities. Those wishing to attend school should be given the opportunity, while those disinterested could learn a valuable trade. Perhaps the relief hall could flourish in the future. Madame Qiao halted abruptly at this thought. She recognized the wisdom in Jiaojiao's words. This was indeed a fundamental solution. If only I could speak now. Once I can, I will take out all my savings and do my utmost to assist these children. Madame Qiao's heart softened at this notion. Jiaojiao was truly the kindest of souls, yet such matters required careful planning. She would discuss it with her husband upon returning, arranging for these children to have a brighter future as Jiaojiao suggested. After exiting the relief hall, the carriage continued toward Hugui Temple. Upon arriving at the temple entrance, a young monk, having received word, awaited their arrival. Madame Qiao descended from the carriage, and Qiao Jiaojiao, filled with curiosity, glanced around, noticing several carriages parked near the wall. Oh, there seems to be quite a number of visitors today. Madame Qiao turned to look in the direction indicated, and the young monk promptly explained. There are many worshippers at the temple today. Madame Meng and Madame Xiao arrived just moments ago. Madame Meng and Madame Xiao, aren't they the mothers of Meng Gushue and the two Xiao sisters? As for Meng Gushue, that's one matter, but I wonder if the second Xiao sister has come. Mother, you don't know, but the second Xiao sister is actually my sister-in-law. I saw her at the last poetry gathering. She is lively and spirited, and she despises wrongdoing, a perfect match for my second brother. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao's eyes brightened, and with a knowing glance, she turned to Qiao Dai. For once his face flushed slightly. Yet it was anticipation that adorned his features more than anything. He enjoyed such matters. As long as they adhered to propriety, there was nothing to hide. The last time he had seen the second Miss Xiao, she had been charmingly spirited, riding with grace and vigor, easily endearing herself to others. Understanding her son's sentiments, Madame Qiao felt a surge of expectation as well. The young lady from the Han family was an exemplary daughter-in-law. If fate were kind, bestowing upon her two fine daughters-in-law, she would be overjoyed even in her dreams. As they entered Hugui Temple, their first stop was to offer incense in the main hall, where they fortuitously encountered Madame Meng, who had just completed her own offering, accompanied by the long-unseen Meng Guxue. Madame Qiao, Madame Meng. The two ladies exchanged pleasantries and engaged in light conversation. Qiao Jiaojiao observed Meng Guxue with curiosity. Sensing a noticeable change in her demeanor, the young lady appears much more composed now, her eyes no longer darting about. At that moment, Madame Meng called Meng Guxue forward to pay her respects. And her every movement was decorous, displaying remarkable improvement since the last full moon banquet. Noticing this, Qiao Jiaojiao furrowed her brow slightly. It was not the reckless adversary one feared, but the subdued one that posed a true threat. Could it be that the last poetry gathering had impacted her too profoundly? Just then, a young monk approached, carrying a basin of water, as it was customary to wash one's hands before offering incense. A sign of respect to the Bodhisattva. Seeing this, Madame Meng was about to take her leave when Meng Guxue suddenly chirped, "Madame Qiao, I have a rather special soap that cleans hands exceptionally well. Would you like to give it a try?" Madame Meng's expression darkened slightly at this, for although the soap made by her daughter was indeed commendable, the abruptness of the suggestion felt rather out of place. Realizing this, she discreetly tugged at Meng Guxue's sleeve, yet undeterred, Meng Guxue maintained her eager gaze upon Madame Qiao. Her adoptive mother truly had a short-sighted view. Having finally crafted the soap, she was poised to make significant profits. Yet she worried about her name not reaching far enough. With Madame Qiao's esteemed position and wide circle of friends, if her endorsement could spread the word, mass production and fortune would be but a matter of time. Who needed to consider propriety when every opportunity counted? Qiao Jiaojiao was taken aback. Did Meng Guxue really manage to produce soap so swiftly? I distinctly recall that it was only during the mid-stage, when the second prince's resources were insufficient, that Meng Guxue contemplated employing modern chemical knowledge to create soap, perfumes, and lipsticks. This Meng Guxue seems rather peculiar. Has she suddenly had an epiphany? Upon hearing that the matter of soap was of great significance, Madame Qiao immediately nodded in agreement. Since Miss Meng possesses such a remarkable item, I shall give it a try. Hearing this, Meng Guxue's eyes sparkled with delight. See, actively promoting is always a winning strategy. She retrieved a small white round cake from the pouch at her waist. As Qiao Jiaojiao glanced over, it was indeed soap without a doubt. At this time, the Daong dynasty primarily utilized soap pods, which required grinding before use, making soap a far more convenient option. Madame Qiao, please wet your hands first, then take the soap into your palms and rub it. It will immediately produce a rich, white foam. I have also added some fragrant powder, which smells delightful. Madame Qiao handed Qiao Jiaojiao to the side to Lu Mama, followed Meng Guxue's instructions to cleanse her hands, and indeed found it both convenient and effective. She was slightly taken aback. No wonder Jiaojiao claimed this could earn great wealth. Meng Guxue held a firm belief in the soap's potential. In this backward dynasty, these unsophisticated folk had never encountered such modern marvels. She was now merely waiting to promote the soap's reputation. Preparing to embark on a grand venture, at that time she would not need to exert effort to make connections. Naturally, Xin Lang would seek her out. Originally, Qiao Jiaojiao's little face was tightly furrowed, but upon seeing Meng Guxue again, her knitted brows gradually relaxed. Although I do not understand why Meng Guxue produced the soap ahead of schedule, her air of smug superiority clearly indicates her unchanging nature. However, no matter what, she must not be allowed to grow too powerful, otherwise, when she aligns with the second prince, it will be a malignant growth. Damn it, I know how to make soap, perfume, and lipstick, but I simply cannot speak. It drives me mad. If only I could share the production methods with father and elder brother, I could become prosperous on my own. I can't imagine how delightful that would be. Wait, perhaps there is still a way, let me see. In a flurry, Qiao Jiaojiao summoned the merit mall. Having exhausted all her merit points the last time she saved Tan Hanqi, it had been a while since she last checked. Let me see if there is anything useful. Although I currently have no merit, I can find ways to accumulate it quickly. It may be a bit utilitarian, but hey, am I seeing this correctly? Where did the 60 merit points come from? How did it reappear? Qiao Jiaojiao suddenly displayed a look of astonishment, her mouth agape. She had merely glanced casually and then noticed the shimmering number 60 in the upper right corner of the merit mall panel. Last time, I clearly used up the final 60 points. Wait, yes, saving Tan Hanqi was also a merit act. Qiao Jiaojiao realized, the last time I exchanged for the rebound talisman in the study, my merit did not increase because that was self-rescue. The merit points were used on myself. However, when I was in the drum court, the merit points were used to save Tan Hanqi, thus replenishing my points. How wonderful, this merit mall is quite reasonable. Does the old Yama know? Qiao Jiaojiao's heart raced with excitement as she hurried to sift through the product list, searching for something to materialize her ideas. This request was somewhat tricky, but Qiao Jiaojiao remained patient, examining each item one by one until her gaze suddenly sharpened. Wait, let me see what this thought conversion talisman is. Chapter 81, North Qiao South Qiao. Applying the thought conversion talisman to the forehead allows one to imprint their thoughts onto it, enabling those who cannot speak to express their intentions. It is rather subpar and only costs 5 merit points per talisman. For others who cannot speak, they could choose to gesture with their hands. Those who can read would find it even more convenient. Simply writing it down, at worst, they could express their thoughts through drawing. Unlike Qiao Jiaojiao, who had a plethora of thoughts yet was merely an infant, unable to communicate her ideas, let alone hold a pen. Not subpar, not at all. Good heavens, this thought conversion talisman is simply tailor-made for me. Most importantly, it is quite affordable. It's settled. I will return home and transcribe the methods for making soap, perfume, and lipstick. The only challenge now is how to inform father that these 3 methods can yield great profits. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao subtly raised the corners of her mouth. She hadn't expected that Jiaojiao's merit mall was indeed so miraculous. As long as Jiaojiao could transcribe the methods, her husband and eldest son would surely follow suit eagerly. Meanwhile, Meng Guxiu awaited Madame Qiao's feedback. Madame Qiao smiled at Meng Guxiu. Miss Meng, your soap is indeed far superior to soap pods. Hearing this, Meng Guxiu's spirits soared, and she quickly turned to her maid, Xiaotao. Understanding immediately, Xiaotao retrieved a bulging pouch from her waist. Madame Qiao, I have plenty more here. If you do not mind, please take them for use. Of course, if you could also recommend them to other ladies, that would be even better. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Madame Meng felt secretly pleased, thinking her daughter had become quite thoughtful. However, upon hearing the latter half, her face flushed with indignation. How could such a mercenary demeanor be fitting for a lady of status? Meng Guxiu, however, was unperturbed. Who would turn down wealth, seeing Meng Guxiu's enthusiasm? Madame Qiao nodded slightly and accepted the pouch of soap, smiling as she said, Then I must thank Miss Meng for your kindness. Meng Guxiu waved her hand in a dismissive manner, utterly unconcerned that anyone might decipher the secret of her soap. Though the process of making soap was not overly complicated, it had undergone numerous refinements, resulting in the most suitable formula she had learned in modern times. These unsophisticated folk who only knew how to use soap pods could never produce such an exquisite product. No matter how hard they tried, Madame Meng, feeling overwhelmed, noticed that Madame Qiao had graciously accepted the pouch of soap, and hastily took Meng Guxiu's hand to bid farewell. Meng Guxiu had originally accompanied Madame Meng on this outing hoping to encounter other highborn ladies. But unexpectedly she met Madame Qiao, which was a pleasant surprise. With her purpose achieved, she obediently allowed Madame Meng to lead her away. Once outside the palace gates, Meng Guxiu could not help but glance back. At that moment, Madame Qiao had already taken Qiao Jiaojiao inside. Meng Guxiu recalled the scene of the Qiao family's demise from her dreams, her heart devoid of any ripples. One does not act for others. The heavens will punish those who do. Madame Qiao, your character is indeed commendable, your lineage is admirable, and everything about you is commendable. However, your family's reputation is too resounding, your prestige too elevated, and you stand too close to the crown prince, obstructing my path to Shenlang. In the end, the Qiao family's downfall can only be attributed to their own inadequacies. With that thought, Meng Guxiu slowly withdrew her gaze. It was time to return and study lipstick. Though the ancient lip balm was already quite good, there was still room for improvement. Madame Meng, seeing that there was no one else around, finally dared to lower her voice and chide Meng Guxiu. Meng Guxiu nodded incessantly, affirming with yes, yes, but the words went in one ear and out the other. This cheap mother was not bad at all. On the contrary, she was quite decent. It was just that her vision was rather narrow. Adhering to rules and propriety, which was stifling. Alright, mother, I promise I won't do this next time, okay? Let's hurry home, otherwise father will be led away by those vixens. Upon hearing this, Madame Meng's brow furrowed sharply. Look at what you're saying. Meng Guxiu pouted. They're concubines. Isn't it acceptable for me to call them that? Madame Meng sighed inwardly. This girl was growing too clever for her own good. She was always tinkering with strange things, appearing quite opinionated, and unexpectedly earning the emperor's favor. Yet, how had she become increasingly unruly? This simply wouldn't do. While there was still time before the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, she needed to ensure that Schwer learned her manners. Otherwise, a misstep at the banquet could lead to dire consequences. With that thought in mind, Madame Meng fell silent, hastily pulling Meng Guxiu home. Meanwhile, Madame Qiao, having offered her incense, sincerely learned from a little monk that Qiao Dai had gone to the back mountain, and leisurely strolled in that direction. When she had entered the palace earlier, she had spotted Madame Meng from a distance and had deliberately avoided her. It was rare for Qiao Jiaojiao to enjoy such mountain scenery, and she was utterly thrilled, babbling excitedly, seeing Qiao Jiaojiao so joyful. Madame Qiao walked slowly, while Lu Mama entertained them with banter, and they chatted and laughed along the way. Suddenly, a few urgent voices called out from a distance. Second miss, where are you, sister? Qiao Jiaojiao's waving hand abruptly halted, and she turned her head toward the source of the voices. She saw a group of 6 or 7 people emerging from behind a large tree, each of them scanning the surroundings with an anxious expression. Qiao Jiaojiao immediately recognized the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Qianlan. It's the eldest sister of the Xiao family. They seem to be looking for the second daughter of the Xiao family. Seeing this, Madame Qiao immediately approached. In truth, the Qiao and Xiao families did not share a close relationship, not due to any conflict, but rather to avoid suspicion. There was a well-known phrase during the Daong dynasty, North Qiao, South Qiao. The Qiao family guarded the northern borders against the northern nation, while the Xiao family held the southern front against the southerly nation. The two families served as the left and right arms of the Daong dynasty. Years ago, when the northern nation invaded, the Qiao family, led by Qiao Jiaojiao, rose to the occasion, ultimately reaching the northern capital and gaining widespread acclaim. Simultaneously, taking advantage of the chaos, the southerly nation attempted minor uprisings in the southern region, only to be thoroughly repelled by General Xiao Hongda of the Xiao family. General Xiao's contributions to the Daong dynasty are not in any way inferior to those of General Qiao. He simply has not yet gained recognition. These two prominent families of martial prowess, commanding the military forces of the south and north respectively, if they were to forge a cordial alliance, it is likely that even Emperor Yang would find it difficult to rest easy. Presently, the southern frontier remains under the vigilant watch of the Xiao family, while Qiao Jiaojiao has relinquished all military authority to embrace a civilian role. Consequently, the Qiao family harbors fewer concerns, which is why Madame Qiao takes the initiative to approach. Having glimpsed Madame Qiao from a distance at various gatherings in previous years, she instantly recognizes her, aware that the second young lady of the Xiao family is destined to become her second daughter-in-law. Madame Qiao cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety upon observing Madame Xiao's anxious demeanor. Madame Xiao, upon hearing a gentle call, Madame Xiao swiftly turns her head, only to behold a beautiful woman approaching with an infant of 7 or 8 months cradled in her arms. It is Madame Qiao. Madame Xiao recognizes her at once. Madame Qiao, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital in her time and the wife of General Qiao, has long held admiration for her. Though the disparity in their family backgrounds has prevented closer ties, Madame Xiao, I overheard your call for the second young lady of the Xiao family. Yes, there's something amiss. Is there any way I can assist you? Madame Xiao's expression is sincere as she stands before Madame Qiao. Qiao Jiaojiao immediately raises her eyes to scrutinize Madame Xiao. Taller than the average woman, Madame Xiao possesses a round face with slightly elongated eyes, delicately arched brows, and thin lips, exuding the gentle charm characteristic of beauties from the Jiangnan region. The eldest Miss Xiao bears a striking resemblance to her mother, though her features are more refined. This leads one to deduce that General Xiao must also be a remarkably handsome man. Upon hearing Madame Qiao's inquiry, a flush of embarrassment and awkwardness colors Madame Xiao's face. Madame Xiao, to be candid, my second daughter is quite mischievous. She delights in wielding swords and practicing martial arts. Just a moment ago, she somersaulted and dashed away, making it quite difficult for us to locate her. Madame Qiao, having already learned of Xiao Qianyua's temperament from Qiao Jiaojiao, is not surprised. No wonder they are a match made in heaven, as both are fervent admirers of martial prowess. At this moment, Xiao Qianlan steps forward to offer her respects. Hesitating for a moment before gently asking Madame Qiao, may I be so bold as to inquire if your son has accompanied you to the Huwa temple today? Madame Qiao turns her gaze toward Xiao Qianlan, her eyes reflecting a sense of admiration. This is the daughter-in-law favored by the Empress, the future crown princess. Xiao Qianlan's politeness ensures that her inquiry does not come across as intrusive, prompting Madame Qiao to nod. Indeed, my second son has come along. Xiao Qianlan, hearing this, shakes her head in resignation, realizing the alignment of events. Just now, my sister and I were admiring the flowers when suddenly a figure darted past in the distance, displaying remarkable agility, almost ethereal. My sister, being a martial enthusiast, could not resist the urge to pursue such a skilled individual, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Upon reflection, that skilled individual must have been your second son. Qiao Jiaojiao cannot help but smile at the revelation. Oh, so it turns out that my brother and Miss Xiao share a bond forged through competition. She hopes her somewhat naive brother will not become so engrossed in his contests that he inadvertently neglects Miss Xiao. Realizing that Miss Xiao's disappearance stems from her second son, Madame Qiao finds herself in an awkward position. My son, lacking in manners, must have inadvertently offended the second young lady. He truly deserves a reprimand. Madame Xiao, please do not fret, let us search for her together. Madame Xiao, upon hearing this, can only chuckle through her anxiety. The mischief of two playful children indeed proves to be a source of concern. The group calls out as they traverse the forest, and Lu Momo returns with a few young monks to assist in the search, but after an hour has passed, they remain unsuccessful. As the sun begins to set, Madame Xiao grows increasingly anxious. What if something unfortunate has occurred? Madame Xiao, appearing considerably more fragile now, has tears brimming in her eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianlan remains composed, surveying her surroundings and formulating a plan. Mother, please do not panic. You and the maid should stay here to continue searching for my sister. I will hasten back home to summon help. My sister is highly skilled. She is merely indulging in her playful spirit and is unlikely to find herself in true danger. Xiao Qianlan takes her mother's hand and stands up with a calm demeanor, bowing respectfully to Madame Qiao. I apologize for the inconvenience, madam, please allow me to excuse myself for a moment. My mother is rather delicate, and I would appreciate your comforting words. Madame Qiao observes Xiao Qianlan's demeanor and cannot help but nod in silent approval. Such character in a young woman is precisely what makes her suitable to become the crown princess and... In due time, the mother of a nation, rest assured, Miss Xiao, I shall keep a watchful eye on Madame Xiao. Xiao Qianlan, upon hearing this, expresses her gratitude and swiftly departs, lifting her skirts as she goes. Qiao Jiaojiao contemplates the original narrative, recalling that there was no mention of the initial meeting between Xiao Diyu and Xiao Qianyue, nor was there any implication of danger, which allows her to remain composed. Perhaps there was merely a delay. I cannot recall any incidents involving my brother and sister-in-law. Just as Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts settle here, a melodious voice rings out from afar. A mother, sister, turning towards the source of the voice. Qiao Jiaojiao spots two figures on a hillside bathed in the last rays of the setting sun. They are not particularly close, each grasping one end of a wooden stick. Xiao Qianyue waves her hand, though her right foot is bent, suggesting she may have sustained an injury. Your sister, Madame Xiao and Xiao Qianlan, upon seeing this, are filled with joy and rush forward, with Madame Xiao following closely behind, her heart finally at ease. As they approach, Xiao Diyu and Xiao Qianyue discard the wooden sticks. Madame Xiao gently touches Xiao Qianyue's arm, her emotions overwhelming, and she cannot help but ask, you foolish girl, are you hurt? You nearly frightened your mother to death. Xiao Qianyue, looking abashed, clearly is not one to cause trouble unnecessarily. Mother, I am sorry, I was merely being playful today. I accidentally twisted my ankle while chasing after a butterfly, and it was Xiao Diyu who brought me back. Upon hearing this, the others discreetly scrutinize Xiao Qianyue, noting her dress is wrinkled and disheveled, indicating she had indeed been carried back. Madame Zhao's heart skips a beat at this realization, although Xiao Diyu knows that Xiao Qianyue is destined to be his bride. He cannot bear to see her reputation tarnished and hastily states, Miss Xiao is truly a daughter of a general. Throughout our journey, I merely assisted her with the stick. She managed to walk back on her own. Madame Xiao casts a resigned glance at Xiao Diyu. Foolish child, how can your clumsy acting deceive Madame Xiao and Miss Xiao? Yet, deep down, she feels a swell of pride, although Xiao Diyu understands that Xiao Qianyue is to be his wife. He still treats her with courtesy, considering her reputation. Both of her sons are honorable young men, which fills Madame Xiao with contentment. Xiao Qianyue, upon hearing his words, suddenly turns to look at Xiao Diyu. Noting his serious expression, which sends a flutter through her heart, she is proud and ambitious. Having just chased Xiao Diyu through the woods, she became overly eager and stepped on a branch, twisting her ankle despite landing safely. Xiao Diyu, drawn by her cry of pain, approaches with courtesy, maintaining a respectful distance and refraining from scrutinizing her with inappropriate glances, even offering to carry her back. Alas, her ankle is swollen and painful, making it impossible for her to walk, prompting Xiao Diyu to kneel before her. Chapter 83. Miss, a momentous occasion awaits. From a young age, Xiao Qianyue had resolved that should she marry, it would be to a man as noble and striking as her father, someone who stands tall and firm. No one could compel her to wed an undesired suitor, be it by disguising herself as a man to join the army or by cutting her hair to become a nun. Now looking at Xiao Diyu beside her, who was handsome and tall, having carried her back without breaking a sweat, she finds him quite suitable as a husband if he were to go off to battle. She might even join him on the battlefield, fighting side by side against marauders, a thrilling prospect indeed. With this thought in mind, Xiao Qianyue's eyes suddenly sparkle, and she offers Xiao Diyu a sweet smile. Xiao Diyu, witnessing the radiance in Xiao Qianyue's expression, feels his face flush with warmth, returning her smile in a daze. The two, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, exchange smiles in front of everyone. Madame Xiao. Madame Xiao, Xiao Qianlan, Qiao Jiaojiao. Oh, my brother and sister-in-law are publicly displaying their affection. I am here for it. I will accept all of it. I welcome all CPs. Ahem, it is getting late. We should take our leave. Prompted by Qiao Jiaojiao's unvoiced thoughts, Madame Xiao speaks up hurriedly. Madame Xiao, coming to her senses, pulls Xiao Qianyue to stand between her and Xiao Diyu. Yes, it is time to return. As both parties engage in polite farewells, a jubilant shout rings out from a distance. Madam, Miss, second Miss, great news. Everyone turns towards the sound, only to see several servants rushing in, their faces alight with joy. They are from the Xiao family. Hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's intuition kicks in, and she smiles broadly at the prospect of this so-called joyous news. Indeed, in the next moment, a middle-aged man resembling a steward among the servants exclaims, Madam, a decree has arrived from the palace to betroth our eldest daughter as the crown princess. Once those words were uttered, even the composed and dignified Xiao Qianlan found herself momentarily frozen in place. Qiao Jiaojiao turned to glance at Xiao Qianlan, only to observe her slowly raising a hand to cover her mouth, an expression of disbelief painted across her face, her entire being trembling slightly. The setting sun cast its glow upon that radiant visage, and the tears shimmering in her eyes seemed to be suffused with vibrant hues, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but smile, genuinely feeling joy for Xiao Qianlan from the depths of her heart. This woman, who in the original tale shared a deep bond with the crown prince, standing steadfast through thick and thin, had finally achieved her heart's desire, becoming the rightful wife of the one she cherished. She was both gentle and strong, after the sudden demise of the crown prince, the young emperor had already declared the matter of his death settled. Yet only she dared to disregard life and death itself, tirelessly seeking justice for the crown prince. She had met her untimely demise in the prime of her life, with no opportunity to secure a future for her child with the crown prince. This time, everything is different. Our fate lies in our own hands. Such a wonderful woman like Sister Qiao deserves the best ending. I will do everything in my power to protect the crown prince. Qiao Jiaojiao resolutely vowed within her heart. Madame Qiao was already aware of the news, her eyes sparkling with delight as she congratulated Madame Qiao and Xiao Qianlan. Madame Qiao, you must take Miss Qiao to the palace. The emperor's decree cannot be delayed. Finally coming to her senses, Madame Qiao turned to her eldest daughter, whose joy brought tears to her eyes, and at that moment, she comprehended her daughter's feelings for the first time. Xiao Qianlan had never openly declared her affection for the crown prince. Reflecting on it now, perhaps she had been concerned about making her husband uncomfortable. After all, Lanner had always been so understanding that it tugged at one's heartstrings. With this thought, Madame Qiao affectionately embraced Xiao Qianlan, gently saying, "Lanner, let us return home." Nestled in her mother's warm embrace, Xiao Qianlan dared to let her tears fall, concealed from the prying eyes of others. The joy swelling within her was beyond words. Life's fortune had finally granted her wishes. Madame Qiao returned to the Qiao residence with Qiao Jiaojiao. By this time, the news of Xiao Qianlan's elevation to crown princess had spread throughout the capital. With countless individuals braving the night to offer their congratulations, nearly wearing down the threshold of the Qiao residence, the crown prince sat gracefully in the Wumen palace, enjoying dinner with the empress and the fourth prince. His demeanor was elegant, appearing as composed as ever, yet for some inexplicable reason, he had forgotten to serve himself any dishes. Brother, why are you just eating rice? Is today's fare not to your liking? This bamboo shoot looks particularly delicious, you should try some, the fourth prince said, leaning slightly forward to place a tender piece of bamboo shoot into the crown prince's bowl. The empress, witnessing this, could not help but smile. Her brows softening with joy, her complexion radiant, the crown prince awkwardly set down his bowl and chopsticks, ruffling the fourth prince's hair. "Thank you, little four. I am quite full of the fourth prince, with a look of innocent curiosity. Exclaimed, "But didn't we just start eating? Have you been sneaking snacks behind my back again, causing you to lose your appetite for dinner?" No, I know. It must be because you've secured Miss Qiao today. You're so filled with joy that you can't eat anything, am I right, little four?" Upon hearing this, a flush crept onto the crown prince's face. "Mother, I wish to take a stroll with the empress," understanding yet curious. Cast a glance at the crown prince. It was the first time she had perceived a hint of shyness on his face. Go ahead. If you get hungry later, have someone prepare more food." At her words, the crown prince rose and stepped out, prompting the fourth prince to giggle mischievously. "I guessed it right, brother is so shy that he ran away." The empress could not help but laugh. "Little four, do not tease your brother. One day, when you grow up, you will experience such joy as well." The fourth prince shook his head earnestly. "Mother, you are mistaken. I am already quite happy, for my princess has long been chosen. It is Miss Qiao." The empress paused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Child, your discernment is quite sharp. Miss Qiao shall undoubtedly become a celestial beauty, but that does not guarantee she will be yours." The fourth prince, munching on a piece of tender bamboo shoot, chewed thoughtfully, offering no rebuttal. "Sister Qiao is indeed a fairy. I am merely young now, but I shall grow to be worthy of her." At this moment, the empress reminisced about the Qiao family. Had it not been for Madame Qiao's forthrightness, she would not have found the courage to counter the emperor and resolutely advocate for Miss Qiao as the crown prince's consort. The Qiao family was truly a rare paragon of loyalty and righteousness. Meanwhile, at the dinner table of the Qiao family, they were also partaking in their meal, though each member's mind was occupied with Qiao Jiaojiao's inner thoughts. "How can I discreetly obtain the formulas for soap, lipstick, and perfume so that my father and elder brother can experiment with them? Once they see them, how can I make them take it seriously? And when they do take it seriously, how can I ensure they follow the formulas to give it a try? I truly do not wish to appear overly suspicious. My parents and brother are paramount in my heart. I do not want to frighten them, nor do I want my parents to fear me." The Qiao family members were all ears, their gazes darting around the dining table. Qiao Zhenghua said, "My dear daughter, feel free to create whatever you wish. I assure you I shall not be the least bit surprised, and I will pay immediate attention." Madame Qiao remarked, "My Jiao Jiao has worked so hard." Xiao Tianjing insisted, "No, we must lend a hand to our sister, to give her a way out." Xiao Diyu suggested, "Why can't we just be honest with her about hearing her thoughts, in unison?" Xiao Zhenghua, Madame Qiao, and Xiao Tianjing glared. "No, if we do that, it would only frighten Jiao Jiao, our little sister. What if she becomes too timid to think freely in the future? That would be so stifling." Xiao Diyu conceded, All right, I was wrong, that was a terrible idea." Xiao Tianjing raised an eyebrow. "Let me handle this." He suddenly stood up and walked out. Qiao Jiaojiao looked up in confusion. Why is my brother finishing his meal so quickly today? Qiao Zhongguo and the others shared the same puzzled expression, unaware of Qiao Tianjing's intentions. Moments later, Qiao Tianjing returned, carrying a stack of books, which he casually placed beside Qiao Jiaojiao, second brother. I picked out some books for you from the study. Make sure to read and study them well. Qiao Diyu immediately frowned, for apart from military texts, he had no interest in any other books. The words in them felt like little people, always ready to brawl at first glance. Qiao Tianjing resumed his seat to eat, thinking that with his sister's intelligence, she would surely know what to do. At this moment, the entire family focused intently on their meals, not one of them glancing at Qiao Jiaojiao, granting her ample time to contemplate her plan. Qiao Jiaojiao looked at the stack of books beside her. Her eyes lighting up. Brother's divine intervention. I can now copy the formulas and slip them into the books, later feigning nonchalance to accidentally let the thought scroll fall out. Perfect. With this thought, Qiao Jiaojiao called forth the marriage shop and pointed her finger at the thought scroll. She turned slightly deliberately facing inward, and silently murmured DUI. Instantly a square piece of yellow talisman paper appeared in her hand. About the size of an adult's palm, Qiao Jiaojiao quickly produced 3 sheets to differentiate them. She glanced back cautiously, ensuring no one had noticed her, thus she promptly pressed the talisman paper to her forehead. Recalling the method of soap making, when Qiao Jiaojiao excitedly removed the thought scroll, several neatly written lines appeared, clear and legible. Wonderful, it worked. Hearing Qiao Jiaojiao's jubilant exclamation, the Qiao family members secretly sighed in relief. Qiao Zhongguo glanced over and saw Qiao Jiaojiao sitting with her back to them, a small bundle nestled there as if she were a thief, utterly adorable. Qiao Jiaojiao then transferred the formulas for perfume and lipstick. Slipping all 3 talisman papers into the first book beside her and gently patting it, perfect. When my parents come to embrace me, I shall stir mischief by flipping the book just right to reveal the talisman papers without a trace. Madame Qiao, having heard, smiled and set down her chopsticks. I have finished my meal. Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They are coming, mother, come hold me. Madame Qiao obliged, moving to Qiao Jiaojiao's side. Qiao Jiaojiao immediately feigned interest in the book. Noticing this, Madame Qiao pretended to remind her, Jiao, that is your brother's book. Do not touch it. Qiao Jiaojiao babbled in response, her hands moving swiftly to grasp the book's cover and shake it. Causing the 3 talisman papers to fall naturally, Madame Qiao's eyes widened in surprise. What is this? Just as Qiao Zhongguo finished his meal and approached, he picked up the talisman papers. There are words on this? Qiao Tianjing cleared his throat. Father, let me take a look. Hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao fixed her gaze on Qiao Tianjing with her big, glistening eyes, filled with expectation. My brother is knowledgeable, he will surely recognize it. Qiao Tianjing read through the lines rapidly, then exclaimed in shock, Father, Mother, it says here that these are the formulas for making soap, lipstick, and perfume. Upon reaching the last line, Qiao Tianjing's eyebrows jumped, nearly bursting into laughter. Due to Qiao Jiaojiao's concern that the Qiao family might not value her contributions, she appended a phrase to the end of each recipe, the essential formula for achieving wealth and reaching the pinnacle of life, definitely profitable. With 3 exclamation marks added for emphasis, Qiao Tianjing pressed his lips together, adopting a serious demeanor as he said, Father, Mother, this recipe appears quite promising. Why don't I find someone reliable to test it? Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao erupted into gleeful exclamations, so excited that she even shouted, Brother. Qiao Tianjing turned in surprise, astonished that Jiaojiao had called him brother. Qiao Jiaojiao, I apologize for my overexcitement. But truly, elder brother, you are remarkably clever. Brother, oh my, Qiao Tianjing joyfully scooped Qiao Jiaojiao into his arms. It was no small feat for the family to enact such a performance. As for Qiao Diyu, he refrained from joining them due to his poor acting skills, having been collectively warned by Qiao Zhongguo and the others with their glances at the dining table. Observing this scene, Qiao Diyu felt an intense mixture of envy and resentment. How infuriating! Jiao Jiao's first brother was bestowed upon the elder brother. Having resolved a lingering worry, Qiao Jiaojiao soon began to drowsily drift off earlier in the afternoon, in her attempt to locate Qiao Diyu and Miss Xiao. She had leaned against Madame Qiao's embrace without closing her eyes. Now, after being gently shaken by Qiao Tianjing, she quickly succumbed to sleep. Witnessing this, the Qiao family exchanged relieved glances, finally allowing Jiao Jiao to present her recipe without any psychological burden. Eldest, you must find someone trustworthy to conduct thorough tests. We must cut off Meng Gushui and the second prince's financial resources, Qiao Zhongguo said solemnly. Qiao Tianjing nodded earnestly, suddenly bringing up another matter. Father, do you recall the Gu family in Xingzhou? Last time Jiaojiao casually mentioned that the Gu family is bound to decline, so I dispatched someone to act swiftly and seize several of their business interests while they were in a rush to sell off their assets. If these recipes prove successful, I intend to expand our business through these channels. Chapter 85. Taking bold steps, Qiao Zhongguo was somewhat taken aback. After all, he was fundamentally a martial man. He had heard Qiao Jiaojiao's words but had taken no action. To his surprise, Qiao Tianjing had genuinely taken them to heart. Although those business interests were sold at a loss, they still required considerable financial outlay, generously provided by Madame Qiao from the family's treasury. Should profits materialize, mother would certainly deserve the lion's share. A smile graced Qiao Tianjing's face. Madame Qiao gently shook Qiao Jiaojiao awake, her expression playful. Eldest, perhaps you should think about saving more silver to present to mother-in-law. Qiao Tianjing's face flushed at this teasing remark. Qiao Zhenghua, pondering for a moment, could not help but say with seriousness, eldest, you must approach this matter with caution. If the business takes off and it comes to light, it could arouse suspicion. He subtly gestured towards the heavens. Qiao Tianjing quickly suppressed his smile, assuring, Father, rest assured, I have deliberated extensively before deciding to intervene in this matter. I will ensure that everything is conducted flawlessly. Moreover, as Jiao Jiao had foreseen, the second prince also made his move. Qiao Zhenggua's expression grew grave. The second prince was indeed cunning and capable, likely harboring grand ambitions from the very beginning, which explained his meticulousness. Qiao Tianjing nodded in agreement but soon revealed a smile. However, he could never have anticipated that there existed another individual capable of foreseeing the future. The second prince and his son had both set their sights on the same three business interests. Perhaps not realizing that someone as astute as he could seize the opportunity so keenly, prompting the second prince to offer a surprisingly low price. Seizing the moment, Qiao Tianjing acted decisively, acquiring the interests at a higher price before the second prince could negotiate. Though this incurred additional expense, it caught the second prince off guard. Furthermore, these three business interests held significant potential. If they could indeed be successfully developed, the returns would surely be substantial. Qiao Tianjing spoke with confidence. Having formulated a solid plan in his mind, Qiao Zhenghua and his wife felt reassured by their eldest son, offering only a few cautious reminders before encouraging him to pursue his ambitions. The Qiao family had always strived wholeheartedly in their endeavors, and since they were determined to defy fate, it was only wise to gather as much capital and resources as possible. That evening, Qiao Jiaojiao was carried away by Lu Momo to sleep. Madame Qiao held on to Qiao Zhenghua, initially discussing the events at the Hugua temple. Miss Xiao seemed quite spirited, and I noticed that our second son appeared quite taken with her. Qiao Zhenghua smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, it seems our second son has finally come to his senses. Perhaps we should send him to study under General Xiao. Madame Qiao looked surprised, but our families have no prior connection. Would it not be improper to approach him so abruptly? Qiao Zhenghua embraced Madame Qiao, laughing heartily. How could we have no connection? Old Di is a sworn brother of mine. Is that so? Madame Qiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never heard Qiao Zhenghua mention this before. Qiao Zhenghua nodded with a smile, recounting how he and Old Di had trained together in the military, often competing against each other, each refusing to yield. In truth, we held mutual respect and camaraderie. When we were separated, we ceremoniously pledged brotherhood before heaven and earth. As our positions elevated, we tacitly severed contact, pretending not to recognize one another in court. Now that I have relinquished military command, maintaining ties with Old Di should not raise too much concern from the emperor. Moreover, the current northern border commander is not particularly competent. Should we cultivate Diyu? The emperor would surely welcome it. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao's expression dimmed slightly. My dear husband, I truly wish for no more of our family to take to the battlefield during Qiao Zhenggua's military campaigns. She had lived in constant fear, and the mere thought still filled her with dread. Qiao Zhenghua gently wrapped his arm around Madame Qiao's shoulders, speaking softly, My dear, our second son possesses this talent. Do not underestimate him. Though he may seem straightforward, he speaks with eloquence when discussing military strategy. He is precisely that kind of material. The intrigues of the court do not suit him. If we allow him to venture into the northern military, perhaps one day he will conquer the northern kingdom and fulfill my unfinished ambitions. Years ago, Qiao Zhenghua had nearly reached the capital of the northern kingdom, only to be ordered to retreat by Emperor Yang, who issued a total of 6 edicts restraining the Qiao army. This remained the greatest regret of Qiao Zhenggua's life. Hearing this, Madame Qiao fell silent, wrapping her arms around Qiao Zhenggua's waist. No one understood her husband's aspirations and loyalties better than she. He was a true man of honor, a great hero with the world in his heart. His regrets ran deep, yet he never voiced them. The two sat quietly for a while before Madame Qiao broached the subject of the relief hall and Qiao Jiaojiao's ideas. My dear husband, I believe Jiao Jiao's thoughts are excellent. Those children look so pitiful. If we can help them change their fates through their own efforts, it would be truly wonderful. Qiao Zhenghua pondered carefully before solemnly nodding. I shall send someone to take care of this. There is a private school in the southern part of the city. We will send those children who wish to study. For those who cannot engage in academics, we shall teach them a trade, be it blacksmithing, embroidery, woodworking, or masonry. They shall have a way forward. If we find any promising martial talents, nurturing them from a young age will ensure they never lack for food or clothing. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao felt an immense sense of relief. As long as Qiao Zhenghua personally committed to something, he would undoubtedly take it seriously. Thus, those children now had hope. She hoped that the 3 recipes Jiao Jiao devised would all prove successful and that Tianjing would return with ample funds. Otherwise, with so many children at the relief hall and numerous familial obligations, the family treasury would surely be stretched thin. Madame Qiao's eyes twinkled. She had never cared much for material possessions before. But now that she had more responsibilities, she found herself wishing for more silver. Additionally, there was the matter of their eldest son's marriage, which needed to be arranged soon as they were approaching April. Many items needed to be procured in advance. She thought it best not to be overly extravagant, yet the daughter of the Han family should not be treated poorly. Qiao Jiaojiao listened patiently as Madame Qiao spoke on. His heart felt warm and full. It was only after she had finished that he rose to pour her a cup of warm water. My dear, quench your thirst. Madame Qiao glanced at him. Teasing, are you tired of hearing me talk? Qiao Jiaojiao found himself both amused and exasperated. How had she arrived at that conclusion? After finishing, Madame Qiao returned the cup to Qiao Jiaojiao, who obediently accepted it and placed it back on the table. Turning around, he noticed Madame Qiao reclining lazily against the soft pillow, her lips glistening with moisture. A sudden urge stirred within him, and he stepped over to the bedside, leaning in closer to in the dim candlelight. Madame Qiao's shy voice whispered, please not tonight. I walked a long way at the Hugua temple today, and my legs are still sore. Qiao Jiaojiao chuckled softly, and before he knew it, he had elicited a surprised gasp from Madame Qiao. The bed curtains fell, and from behind them came Qiao Jiaojiao's playful voice, my dear, would it not be acceptable for me to give you a gentle massage later? Chapter 86, The Versatile Eldest Brother. Qiao Jiaojiao was a man of action. The very next day, he sent someone to the relief hall, along with Lu Momo. Lu Momo had established a good rapport with Mama Rong from the relief hall, making it easier for her to facilitate the meeting. When Mama Rong learned that the Qiao family was not only willing to continue their generous support for the relief hall but also eager to provide pathways for older children, her heart overflowed with gratitude. Due to the large number of children, each with their unique personalities and talents, the task of tailoring their education took a painstaking 2 weeks. Ultimately, only a handful of children could settle down to study, while the majority opted to learn a trade. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao felt a pang of sorrow. He could genuinely empathize with these children's thoughts. The path of education was long and uncertain in its rewards, while mastering a craft would not only allow them to earn money sooner but also enable them to repay the relief hall swiftly. They were all good children. To Qiao Jiaojiao's delight, among these children were 5 promising martial artists, all of whom expressed a desire to train at the Qiao household. This initiative revitalized the relief hall. Mama Rong wore a constant smile, finding more time to care for the younger children. Unbeknownst to Qiao Jiaojiao, she was planning to save her pocket money until she could speak to her parents about her intentions to assist those children. She was also preoccupied with thoughts of the 3 formulas, repeatedly pondering, I wonder if my elder brother has managed to produce the soap yet. Under Qiao Jiaojiao's eager encouragement, Qiao Tianjing was busier than ever. He had to attend court and manage his official duties while overseeing the experimental formulations and strategizing the family's business in Qingzhou, causing him to grow increasingly gaunt. One afternoon, upon awakening from her nap, Qiao Jiaojiao heard voices in the house. Mother, look, is this soap the same as Mengushu? As her sleepy eyes adjusted, she vaguely saw Qiao Tianjing handing a round piece of soap to Madame Qiao, and in an instant she sat up straight, her drowsiness vanished. Has the soap been made? Brother, I want to see it, I want to see it. As her voice rang out, the Qiao family knew she was awake. Qiao Tianjing bent down to lift her up, casually handing her a piece of soap. Little sister, you mustn't eat this, Qiao Jiaojiao retorted. Humph, does brother really think I am just a clueless child? Wow, this milky white color looks so delicious. Little sister, while you are indeed clever, you are still just a child. And Madame Qiao took the soap to try it out, returning shortly with a beaming smile. It works wonderfully, even smoother than the soap given by Miss Meng, and it lathers more easily. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Qiao Tianjing's face. In truth, the soap had been made days prior. However, he, being a perfectionist, had insisted the master conduct several more trials until they achieved the most satisfactory formula before presenting it to their parents. With that accomplished, large-scale production could commence. Mother, take a look at these 2 items. Qiao Tianjing pulled out 2 small porcelain jars from his clothing, and Qiao Jiaojiao immediately caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. Mother, this is the lipstick mentioned in the formula. Can you see how it differs from lip balm? As for this perfume, it is not difficult to make, but preserving it is the challenge. Being a woman who cherished beauty, Madame Qiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the lipstick and perfume. She took them to try, returning with a look of complete satisfaction. These 2 items are bound to sell like hotcakes, she declared confidently. If the lipstick could come in more colors and the perfume have a greater variety of scents, that would be even better. This Qiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the desire for beauty is a woman's nature. Mother, your words are remarkably on point. The colors of the lipsticks and the scents of the perfumes are endless. I truly lack knowledge in those finer details and will leave it to brother to explore. Qiao Tianjing chuckled. I have hired several highly skilled masters at great expense. They are already working on other colors and scents, and we have also produced soaps with various fragrances. Hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao nodded in admiration. Who would have thought my elder brother has such a knack for business? If he cannot thrive in the officialdom, he should surely become a tycoon instead. Bah, a multifaceted genius like my brother will undoubtedly flourish in the political arena. Alas, I worry that he is overexerting himself. Just look at that handsome face. His features are becoming increasingly defined. If sister-in-law sees him looking so thin, she will surely be heartbroken. At this point, even Madame Qiao couldn't help but express her concern. De Lang, you have worked hard during this time. You will be married in a few months. Do not tire yourself too much. In response, Qiao Tianjing quickly reassured Madame Qiao and Qiao Jiaojiao, explaining that the initial workload would ease once the masters honed their skills and established a routine. His plan was to start the business in Qingzhou, as the groundwork there had already been laid. Moreover, with Meng Gushue residing in the capital and having provided soap to their mother recently, he was cautious that if a superior soap appeared in the capital, it might raise suspicions about the Qiao family. At this revelation, Qiao Jiaojiao mentally applauded Qiao Tianjing. Indeed, that is precisely what I was thinking. Though Meng Gushue may be somewhat naive, she is still the main character and should not be underestimated. Moreover, if these products gain fame in Qingzhou and then reach the capital, the prolonged journey will justify a higher price. Oh dear, how greedy I am, so much money. Qiao Tianjing couldn't help but smile at her words. Observing his little sister's cleverness, he envisioned a future where she could effortlessly manage the business. In time, she could very well become the richest young girl in the world. Time passed smoothly as the family worked diligently. Half a month later, an unprecedented variety of soaps, lipsticks in different hues, and alluring perfumes appeared in the markets of Qingzhou. Due to their limited supply, they were swiftly snatched up by the affluent gentry. Those who had used them praised their quality, eagerly paying in advance to secure their orders, and their reputation soared. As May arrived, Qiao Jiaojiao turned 9 months old. During this time, she grew increasingly anxious, for the Dragon Boat Festival banquet was imminent, and on that day, according to the original story, the Na'vi heroine would meet her tragic fate. Chapter 87, The Virtue Mall encountered a bug. The Dragon Boat Festival banquet was held annually on the 5th day of the 5th month. Qiao Jiaojiao felt restless from the first day of May. If the naive heroine were to die, how heartbroken would the Empress be? How devastated would the Crown Prince feel? Wouldn't this present a significant opportunity for the second prince? Moreover, on that fateful day, the naive heroine had spoken up for Dizaying. A good person should not have a short life. The pressing question remained: who was the murderer responsible for the naive heroine's demise? Qiao Jiaojiao scratched her head in frustration, pondering until she summoned the virtue mall. Last time, I had 60 virtue points, and after exchanging 15 for a thought-transferring talisman, I have 45 left. Is that enough to save the naive heroine? Feeling uncertain, she decided to check what could be exchanged for with 45 points, planning to deal with whatever challenges arose. Wait, what? A bug has occurred in the virtue mall, Qiao Jiaojiao exclaimed in disbelief. Startling Madame Qiao, who was preparing items for the banquet. Madame Qiao turned to see Qiao Jiaojiao propped up on the soft couch, almost as if she were about to stand. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Wide and round, and Madame Qiao was utterly bewildered. What was innate, brother? Why would a bug in the virtue mall cause such a reaction from Jiaojiao? Incredulously, Qiao Jiaojiao sank back into her seat. Her eyes fixed on the upper right corner of the virtue mall, where it boldly displayed, Virtue Points 165, oh my, 165 virtue points. I have never been this wealthy. What on earth? How did I suddenly gain 120 virtue points out of nowhere? Qiao Jiaojiao was utterly baffled, unable to fathom the source of the additional 120 virtue points. Madame Qiao, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, but a thought crossed her mind: the virtue points must have accumulated because she and her husband heeded Jiaojiao's advice and helped the children at the relief hall. She surmised just yesterday her husband had mentioned how diligent the children were, whether in studying, practicing martial arts, or learning trades. Had it not been for Jiaojiao's suggestion, she would not have thought to assist those children. And now their circumstances had improved significantly. Jiaojiao had indeed performed a great deed. After much contemplation without any clear answers, Qiao Jiaojiao finally gave up. Gazing at the glittering number, she couldn't help but grin widely. With 165 virtue points, I can exchange for so many wonderful things, and the naive heroine is truly fortunate. Could it be that she has connections with the King of Hell? Otherwise, how could the virtue mall conveniently encounter a bug at such a critical moment? It seems the naive heroine is not destined to perish. I must think carefully and ensure she is saved. Time swiftly carried on to the 5th day of May. The Dragon Boat Festival banquet was an annual affair. Adhering to tradition, lasting from the hour of the snake to the hour of the goat, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., as the hour of the dragon approached, the esteemed dignitaries qualified to attend the banquet began to depart in succession. The banquet was to be held at the Funning Palace, which was connected to the Chunhua Garden, often referred to as the Little Imperial Garden. Within the Spring Blossom Garden, there lie 2 lakes. One is the Spring Water Lake, surrounded by pavilions and water corridors, a favorite spot for ladies and young misses before the commencement of banquets. The other is the Jade Blossom Lake, a place that has seen little footfall, though there exists no explicit prohibition from the palace, and the 2 lakes are merely separated by a wall and an archway. An unspoken understanding has led all to refrain from venturing forth. This lake harbors a complex history. At the inception of the garden, it was originally named the Bright Blossom Lake. It is said that, in her yearning for home, the enchanting Lady Yu once performed a captivating northern dance by its shores. A performance so ethereal that it left all in awe. The emperor, utterly entranced, commanded the crafting of a statue depicting the Lady Yu in her graceful dance, veiled delicately in gauze, thereby renaming the Bright Blossom Lake to Jade Blossom Lake. Rumor has it that even after the Lady Yu's untimely demise, the emperor has visited the Jade Blossom Lake on numerous occasions, reminiscing about her. With such a backstory, it is no wonder that few in the capital dare to approach its waters. Particularly during the Dragon Boat Festival feasts, which are characterized by mixed seating arrangements, with attendees from various households assigned places according to rank and status. However, exceptions do exist, such as the Qiao family. Qiao Jiaojiao, currently a third-rank censor, enjoys the emperor's favor, having been granted a special decree that allows him to sit in the esteemed first rank at all palace banquets. As the palace feast has yet to commence, guests mingle and engage in pleasantries, with the liveliest group being that of the Qiao family. Recently, the eldest daughter of the Qiao family was chosen as the crown princess, and many are eager to curry favor with her family. Despite Qiao Jiaojiao's favored status, he is somewhat difficult to approach. He is known for his sharp tongue and disdain for socializing, resulting in few daring to draw near. He relishes in the company of his daughter. Qiao Jiaojiao, boasting about her old Han, my daughter, Han Mingzhi, as Qiao Jiaojiao's future-in-law, is perceived by outsiders as being closely tied to him, thus Qiao Jiaojiao does not shy away from forging a good rapport with him. Han Mingzhi nods appreciatively, acknowledging, indeed, daughters are treasures. Pleased by the compliment, Qiao Jiaojiao chuckles just as a tall figure approaches, Lord Qiao, turning to see General Xiao Hongda strolling towards him with an air of calmness. Akin to a simple greeting. In recent years, the Southern Kingdom has maintained peace, allowing General Xiao to spend a few months in the capital each year rather than being stationed continuously at the borders. General Qiao Jiaojiao responds courteously, their gazes locking for a moment, hinting at an unspoken bond. The original text does not delve into the nature of Qiao Jiaojiao and Xiao Hongda's relationship, leaving Qiao Jiaojiao unaware that the general and her father share a brotherly camaraderie. Lord Qiao, regarding the matter at the Guoguang Temple, I have heard from my wife. I am grateful for Lady Qiao's assistance. As the two gentlemen meet, the surrounding courtiers naturally take note, their attention drawn to this exchange. Qiao Jiaojiao waves dismissively, it was but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. In contrast to the refined demeanor of General Xiao, who exudes both martial prowess and scholarly grace, Qiao Jiaojiao possesses a more rugged charm. General Xiao shakes his head, expressing, my wife is genuinely appreciative of Lady Qiao's help. If Lord Qiao does not mind, may I arrange a banquet to express my gratitude? A glimmer of interest ignites in Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes as he casually replies. If General Xiao is sincere in his gratitude, perhaps you could accept my second son as a pupil. The nearby courtiers, eavesdropping intently, are taken aback. Why is it that Qiao Jiaojiao can so effortlessly voice what others find difficult to utter? This is an offer of apprenticeship. Such a gesture requires immense goodwill to secure a mentor of General Xiao's stature, who is not only a general but also the father of the soon-to-be crown princess and the father-in-law of the crown prince. The thought of being accepted as a disciple of such an esteemed figure is a coveted opportunity, and yet Qiao Jiaojiao seems to be leveraging this for his own benefit, perhaps believing that he is untouchable in the court. General Xiao, who seldom attends court, is a figure of significant influence. At that moment, all the courtiers share a collective thought, General Xiao, you must confront Qiao Jiaojiao, put him in his place, in the midst of their eager anticipation. General Xiao, with remarkable composure, nods gently. The tiger begets no dog. I trust that the second son of the Qiao family is a remarkable individual. Lord Xiao, please bring him forth for my appraisal. The courtiers are left in bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiaojiao's spirits lift as he calls out to his second son, Qiao Diyu, come over here, you. Qiao Diyu, bewildered, wonders why am I being summoned when I was just quietly seated? I've been warned to behave before entering the palace. He has indeed been obedient, remaining seated and not wandering about. Observing this, Qiao Jiaojiao cannot help but smile. Silly second brother, hurry over, your future father-in-law wishes to meet you, you must make a good impression. Not far away, upon hearing Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts, Qiao Diyu's heart skips a beat. He quickly stands up straight and approaches his father. Qiao Jiaojiao nudges Qiao Diyu forward, saying, General Xiao, this is my second son. What do you think, is he worthy? Qiao Diyu's heart races at his father's words. He remains oblivious to the apprenticeship offer and mistakenly believes that Qiao Jiaojiao is presenting him as a potential son-in-law to General Xiao. Causing his face to flush crimson, General Xiao's eyes twinkle with amusement as he gently pinches Qiao Diyu's arm, a smile gracing his lips. He possesses a fine foundation, quite impressive. Qiao Diyu, overwhelmed, thinks, wait, does this mean he is accepting me as a son-in-law? So soon, Qiao Jiaojiao's lips curve upward, sensing General Xiao's approval. General Xiao nods, I am satisfied, but it is prudent to consult the emperor's wishes given General Xiao's military authority, coupled with the emergence of a crown princess in his family. The matter of whether Qiao Diyu can be his pupil ultimately depends on imperial consent. Qiao Jiaojiao wholeheartedly agrees, acknowledging, General Xiao's words are wise. I shall seek the emperor's favor shortly. At this moment, Qiao Diyu is utterly bewildered. Wait, does this mean my marriage to the second miss requires the emperor's approval? Witnessing her brother's dazed expression, Qiao Jiaojiao realizes he has misunderstood, and she cannot help but chuckle. Silly second brother, father intends for you to become General Zhao's pupil. Don't you see how this opportunity is practically falling into your lap? But I remember, the concept of apprenticeship was never mentioned before. Perhaps father decided on a whim. Nonetheless, this may not be unfeasible, as the Dog Emperor is poised to strip General Xiao of his military authority soon, after all, with the eldest daughter of the Xiao family becoming the crown princess. The emperor is unlikely to remain idle. To placate General Xiao and avoid alienating a loyal minister, I doubt the emperor would deny such a modest request as an apprenticeship upon hearing Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts on the emperor's impending actions against General Xiao. Qiao Zhenghua cannot help but sigh inwardly, already foreseeing such outcomes. In Jiaojiao's predictions, the Qiao family is destined for misfortune, and he fears that his brother's fate may not be much better. Just as Qiao Zhenghua ponders this grim future, Qiao Jiaojiao shares her own reflections. Alas, it seems that this batch of loyal subjects, such as father, meets unfortunate ends, some dead, others exiled, none with a favorable conclusion. After the second prince ascended to the throne as the crown prince, he hesitated to act against the Xiao family, wary of accusations of ruthlessness toward the previous crown prince's lineage. However, behind the scenes, he has not hesitated to undermine their power and authority. When the Dog Emperor eventually dies, and the second prince becomes the new emperor, wielding life and death power, the Xiao family will swiftly be accused of treason. And General Xiao may face a gruesome end. The mere thought sends a shudder through Qiao Zhenggua's heart, overwhelming him with sorrow. He recalls the promises made in their youth, when they vowed to serve their country together. Back then old Xiao with fervent eyes had proclaimed, "Old Xiao, I Xiao Hongdat vow to dedicate my life to the Daong dynasty and its people. Will you stand with me?" The sky was clear, and youthful ambition soared. That oath remains etched in Qiao Zhenggua's very being. For the nation, for the people, I shall pursue my heart's desire, undeterred by the possibility of death. Who could have foreseen that they would not perish in battle but rather fall victim to the treachery of power struggles and intrigue? Old Xiao, this time, let us defy fate together as brothers, and witness the flourishing of the Daong dynasty. With this thought, Qiao Zhenghua casually squeezes General Zhao's arm while exchanging pleasantries, his grip firm yet subtle. Sensing the unspoken connection, General Xiao meets Qiao Zhenggua's gaze, their hearts resonating in silent understanding, yet buried deep within. In contrast to the more serious exchanges between men, the women engage in lighter banter. Unlike the disdain directed towards Qiao Zhenghua, Lady Qiao enjoys considerable popularity among her peers. Her beauty, kindness, and poise earn her genuine admiration from those who know her. Lady Yang, being the closest companion to Lady Qiao, sits beside her, surrounded by a circle of ladies. At this moment, Lady Yang, ever the social butterfly, mysteriously produces an object from her handkerchief, smiling as she exclaims, "I recently acquired something wonderful. Come everyone, take a look." Curiosity piqued, Lady Qiao leans in to see as Lady Yang unveils a delicate little ceramic jar. Lady Qiao's heart skips a beat, recognizing the jar. It seems so familiar. "Lady Yang, what is this?" The ladies crowd closer, peering in with interest. With a smile, Lady Yang lifts the small lid, revealing the contents of the jar. "This, my dear, is a delightful little creation that has emerged from Qingzhou, known as lipstick. It bears a resemblance to lip balm, yet is far more vibrant in color, possesses a rich fragrance, and boasts a longer-lasting hue. I have a relative residing in Qingzhou who recently visited the capital and graciously brought me this splendid item, which I find truly delightful." Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao hastily covered her mouth with a handkerchief, stifling a smile at the corners of her lips. The other ladies, filled with curiosity, wondered aloud if it truly was as remarkable as described. Mrs. Yang nodded with conviction, asserting that she would not dare present anything subpar before them. "Moreover, my relative mentioned that alongside this lipstick there were also soap and perfume. The soap remains at home, but as for the perfume, do take a whiff of this handkerchief." As Mrs. Yang spoke, she produced a cerulean handkerchief from her sleeve, waving it gently, releasing an enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air. "How exquisite!" someone exclaimed in awe. "What kind of scent could this possibly be, and why was it so elusive?" Mrs. Yang shook her head, admitting her ignorance but affirming its delightful aroma. She had heard that these three items have become immensely popular in Qingzhou and are now exceedingly hard to come by. Upon these words, many of the ladies began to contemplate. Such a remarkable product would surely make its way to the capital soon. It would be wise to send someone to inquire, whether for gifting or personal use. It would undoubtedly enhance one's status. Madame Qiao gazed at Mrs. Yang with a twinkle in her eyes, secretly thinking, "Sister Chen, you are not only the matchmaker for my eldest son but also a caretaker of his business. There is no one in this world as considerate as you, dear Sister Chen." Chapter 89. I shall not be defeated. While the ladies were engrossed in their discussion about lipstick, Mrs. Meng, of lower status, found herself outside the circle, straining to listen in. The words soap, lipstick, and perfume reached her ears, leaving her utterly astounded. She was acutely aware that Meng Gushue had recently concocted soap and was fervently researching lipstick. The term perfume had also been mentioned by Meng Gushue in passing. At that time, she had curiously inquired about the origins of such peculiar recipes, to which Meng Gushue had replied that she had discovered them in a rare manuscript. Claiming to be the sole possessor of such knowledge, yet now Qingzhou had not only produced these 3 items but had also expanded their market. This was alarming. Realizing this, Mrs. Meng worried that Meng Gushue might soon hear of it and create a scene. So she hurried off to find her daughter. As the ladies enjoyed their camaraderie, the young ladies of high birth congregated laughing and playing together. From a distance, Mrs. Meng spotted her daughter sitting alone, looking rather forlorn. Her heart ached slightly, prompting her to approach. Shuer. Upon seeing her mother approach, Meng Gushue appeared surprised. Mrs. Meng led her daughter aside, tenderly adjusting a stray lock of hair, and gently asked, Shuer, why aren't you playing with them? Has someone been unkind to you? Meng Gushue shook her head dismissively, her expression indifferent. It's not that I don't want to play with them, there is simply no common ground to discuss. These young ladies, spoiled and pampered, only chatter about jewelry or cosmetics. It's dreadfully mundane. I have come to this palace banquet with a clear objective, and once I succeed, they will undoubtedly flock to me in hopes of ingratiating themselves. Seeing Meng Gushue's haughty demeanor return, Mrs. Meng frowned, her gentle expression dissipating. Shuer, what did I tell you before the palace banquet? Meng Gushue's brow furrowed slightly at her mother's words, responding with a hint of exasperation. Mother, I remember quite well. Am I not behaving as instructed? Mrs. Meng scrutinized her daughter closely, noticing she had indeed tempered her demeanor, which offered her some solace. Shuer, you mentioned that the formulas for the soap and lipstick were known solely to you. Is that correct? Meng Gushue, puzzled by her mother's sudden shift to this topic, nodded affirmatively. Of course, those are modern secrets. Mrs. Meng's expression grew serious as she continued. I just heard them say that Qingzhou has released soap, lipstick, and perfume, all selling remarkably well. What? Meng Gushue exclaimed, her voice rising in shock, instantly drawing the attention of those around them. Mrs. Meng quickly pulled her daughter aside, apologizing to those nearby with a smile. However, Meng Gushue was too stunned to care about anyone else's gaze. She clutched her mother's sleeve tightly, her voice urgent. Mother, is what you said true? Did I hear you correctly? Are you certain it is soap, lipstick, and perfume? Mrs. Meng, feeling immensely awkward, hurriedly led Meng Gushue to a quieter area. Shuer, please lower your voice. Meng Gushue felt on the verge of tears. These 3 formulas were her greatest assets. In that vividly clear dream, it was these very items that had allowed her and Shen Lang to reap great rewards. Today, she had planned to confront Shen Lang with these 3 formulas. No one else could possibly know them. As this thought crossed her mind, Meng Gushue suddenly halted. Could it be that same individual? The fleeting traveler who appeared during the Lantern Festival. After the festival, that person had vanished without a trace, and she had nearly forgotten about them. Who could have imagined that today, they would strike again? Delivering another blow, having reached a secluded wall, Mrs. Meng finally stopped, only to turn and find Meng Gushue's face pale, as though she had sustained a tremendous shock. Mother, I refuse to believe this. I must see for myself. Which lady did you hear this from? I need to ask her directly, Meng Gushue insisted, her face ashen and resolute. Mrs. Meng sighed deeply. It was not merely hearsay. I witnessed it myself. Mrs. Yang brought out the lipstick for the other ladies to admire. I had a glance at it. The vibrant red paste looked quite glossy. Upon hearing this, Meng Gushue felt her heart sink, struggling to maintain her composure. Why was it that every time she felt ambitious, things never went smoothly? Mrs. Meng, feeling her daughter's despair, gently comforted her. Shuer, must we compete with one another? Though I may be of little help, I will surely find you a suitable match. Just behave as a proper young lady. No, Meng Gushue exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed, covering her ears to block out her mother's words. The daughter of a minister could only hope to marry someone of equivalent status, but she aspired to be the second prince's consort. The future empress, this was her destiny. She had crossed over to relish all of this. Shuer, please lower your voice, Mrs. Meng hurriedly interjected, grasping her daughter's arm. Although they were in a secluded area, loud outbursts within the palace could lead to severe reprimands. With her mother's pull, Meng Gushue took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her gaze darkened as she spoke coldly. Mother, I will not give up, even if someone else has gotten ahead. Those 3 formulas are what truly matter. As long as I possess the formulas, I can stand my ground against anyone else. I shall not be defeated. With this thought, Meng Gushue's previously shattered spirit found a flicker of courage. If these 3 items sold well in Qingzhou, Shen Lang would surely recognize the allure of the formulas, which would only strengthen her bargaining position. With this realization, Meng Gushue finally found her peace. Indeed, she must think positively. She was the destined daughter of this world, and no one could bring her down. Mother, let us return. The palace banquet is about to commence. Mrs. Meng, noticing the change in her daughter's expression, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. At times she truly felt as though her daughter had become a stranger. Those ambitious eyes, constantly brimming with new schemes, could they truly belong to her once timid and obedient girl? As Mrs. Meng grappled with her suspicions, she followed closely behind Meng Gushue, who was hastily departing. On the other side of a wall, by the banks of Yuhua Lake, the second prince, Shen Yuanbai, rose slowly, deep in thought. Recently, after the conclusion of the spring examination cheating scandal, he was convinced that the Gu family would soon decline. He had promptly dispatched people to Qingzhou, preparing to seize the Gu family's market. Little did he know that someone equally astute had outmaneuvered him, snatching the best 3 markets at an even higher price. He had sent 2 groups to investigate, yet neither could uncover the identity of the buyer. Not long ago, those 3 markets had produced a novel sensation: soap, lipstick, and perfume, which had sold remarkably well, almost as if aided by divine intervention. Formulas. That girl on the other side of the wall knows the formulas. Your Highness, the palace banquet is about to begin. Ji Feng approached respectfully to remind him. The second prince nodded indifferently, then ordered, Ji Feng, investigate which young lady in the capital has the character Shui in her name. And report back quickly. Chapter 90, The Gossip Gathering is here. Chapter 91, The True First Encounter of the Male and Female Protagonists. Qiao Jiaojiao recalled the events carefully, convinced she had not made an error. However, the specific reasons behind Yu Zhaoi's execution had not been mentioned at all. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao felt a chill run down her spine. The vibrant and beautiful Yu Zhaoi, at this moment, smiling charmingly and basking in her glory, had no inkling that her end was silently approaching. After surveying the room, Qiao Jiaojiao had a clear idea of those present. Indeed, a gathering of all sorts of characters. Emperor Yang was currently delivering formalities, nearly extolling the peace and prosperity of the nation, urging everyone to feel at ease. Soon, the dance and song began, a harmonious melody that was indeed visually pleasing. Yet the audience had grown weary of the same spectacle year after year. The young emperor, observing the scene, exhibited a lack of enthusiasm. Your Majesty, I have recently choreographed a new dance. May I present it to you on this auspicious occasion of the Dragon Boat Festival? A gentle voice arose, drawing the attention of the crowd. It was Yu Zhaoi, gracefully rising from her seat, her figure slender and enchanting, with features as exquisite as a painting. Upon hearing her words, the young emperor raised an eyebrow slightly. Intrigued at last. Very well. Jing Fei, seated nearby, felt a surge of irritation at Yu Zhaoi's beguiling demeanor and tugged at her handkerchief. However, as her gaze inadvertently fell upon the third prince across the room, her frustration dissipated abruptly. Alas, with a son like him, her aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. The third prince's expression was somber. Upon noticing Jing Fei's glance, he was well accustomed to her disappointment and disdain. Yet it still pierced his heart painfully. His breath quickened, and he clenched his hands tightly, determined not to embarrass himself at such a moment, lest he feel shame without his mother's scorn. I shall take my leave to change, she announced. The exquisite dance necessitated fitting attire, and it was clear that Yu Zhaoi had come prepared. Go ahead, the young emperor replied, a hint of anticipation gleaming in his eyes as his brow relaxed. The empress, witnessing this scene, felt a calm within her heart. Her relationship with the emperor had long been a mere facade. As long as the crown prince and fourth prince thrived, she would consider it sufficient. As for the emperor's affections, she had been wounded too deeply in the past to care any longer. Qiao Jiaojiao raised her eyes slightly and, seeing the empress's stable demeanor, couldn't he help but smile. This is how it should be. A fickle man is not worth one's concern. The empress is truly a paragon among women. Yu Zhaoi elegantly retreated, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. The court officials, in unison, lowered their heads, refraining from glancing further. In a side hall, as Yu Zhaoi entered, a palace maid promptly approached her. Once the door closed, the softness and gentleness faded from Yu Zhaoi's countenance as she seized the maid's wrist. Urgently inquiring, what news, have you captured her? The maid, a trusted confidant named Lu Lv, replied, Your Highness, we have indeed caught her. She has been bound and taken to a secluded location. Yu Zhaoi's features softened, her tension easing considerably. Good. Lu Lv's brows knitted with concern. Your Highness, you are currently in favor. Is this not too risky? At her words, Yu Zhaoi seemed momentarily lost in thought, a hint of infatuation flickering across her face. Lu Lv, it is worth the risk, otherwise I shall remain unsatisfied. Lu Lv, hearing this, dared not dissuade her further. Your Highness, please change first. The audience awaits you. Why? Yu Zhaoi nodded joyfully. I have practiced diligently for so long. Today, I can finally perform for him. As the performance in the hall paused while waiting for her change, the young emperor suddenly felt an impulse and asked, Where is the Meng family daughter? At this, everyone turned their gaze toward the long table at the back. Minister Meng was taken aback, while Madame Meng's heart raced, prompting her to nudge Meng Gushue. Meng Gushue stood up respectfully and replied, Your servant, Meng Gushue, pays her respects to your majesty. The second prince, who had been solemnly bowing his head, suddenly lifted his gaze upon hearing her name. The girl had an oval face, fair skin, and elegantly arched brows. Her most striking feature was her lively sparkling eyes. With the word Shui in her name, her voice was familiar. It must be the girl who held the secret recipes. Realizing this, the second prince felt a flicker of interest in his eyes. Qiao Jiaojiao keenly observed the interaction between the two leads and noted, these two don't seem well acquainted. Based on their previous encounters, their gazes should be charged with electricity by now. It seems the poetry gathering effectively interrupted their budding romance. In truth, this was the second prince's first encounter with Meng Gushue. During the previous month's celebrations, he had felt a strong premonition that he would meet his destined partner. However, after 2 disappointing returns, that feeling had vanished. Now, upon seeing Meng Gushue standing there, he felt no immediate awe, but rather a calculating interest. He understood well the immense value of the 3 recipes she possessed. If utilized properly, the wealth of the world could easily flow into his hands. The young emperor, noticing Meng Gushue's youth, expressed surprise at her ability to compose such poetry. I have heard you crafted a poem at the last gathering. I have pondered over it, and it is indeed commendable. Today, would you grace us with another poem in celebration of the Dragon Boat Festival? At this, the assembled guests felt a wave of relief that such a challenge had not fallen upon them. Meng Gushue, though nervous, soon found herself elated. The emperor was practically offering her a chance for fame on a silver platter. She had always believed herself to be the destined daughter of this world, and fate would surely favor her. Qiao Jiaojiao observed, shaking her head inwardly. A question with an obvious answer. I told you not to underestimate the heroine. Like an indomitable cockroach, she stands tall at the slightest opportunity. Suppressing her excitement, Meng Gushue replied, your servant dares to take a chance. The crowd's attention turned to her, causing her confidence and vanity to swell. This was how it should be. She had long deserved to be the center of attention. And the day had finally arrived. With that, Meng Gushue opened her mouth and recited a poem. The sacred day dawns, the sun at noon shines bright, 5 stars align, bringing blessings of eternal life. Her voice rang clear, her eyes sparkling with pride. She remembered many poems about the Dragon Boat Festival, though this one was not particularly on theme. Its positive connotations and subtle flattery of the young emperor were not lost on the audience. As they pondered her words, they couldn't help but feel astonished. Indeed, the Meng family daughter possessed genuine talent. Delighted, the young emperor waved his hand grandly. Reward her. Meng Gushue, brimming with uncontainable pride, knelt and bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. At that moment, a melodious sound of silk and bamboo echoed from outside the hall, followed by the arrival of a graceful figure. Chapter 92. Women as tools for ascendancy. Just as Meng Gushue basked in her newfound acclaim, Jiaojiao glided in, instantly captivating the attention of all. Meng Gushue inwardly scoffed, a fleeting concubine coming to steal the spotlight. She had seen Jiaojiao in her dreams, during this very banquet, yet shortly thereafter Jiaojiao met her demise. In her dream, she and Shenlang had already developed a deep bond, and she had inquired about Jiaojiao's death. Shenlang had replied calmly, Jiaojiao, proud of her favor, lost her measure and was ordered to death by the emperor. The details remain unknown to me. Reflecting on this, Meng Gushue lifted her gaze to the second prince, only to find his eyes locking onto hers. Her heart raced, and a blush crept across her cheeks. This stunning man, whom she had once possessed in her dreams, now filled her with an insatiable longing. This man would emerge victorious. Only by being with him could she ascend to greatness in this era. Furthermore, in her dreams, he had cherished her deeply, and they had been a couple admired by all. Though reality and dreams had diverged in many ways, today, the threads of fate had drawn them together. Shenlang must have been captivated by her talent and beauty, thus unable to divert his gaze. As this thought crossed her mind, Meng Gushue shyly regarded the second prince, her heart racing with excitement. The second prince, momentarily stirred, subtly nodded toward Meng Gushue before shifting his gaze away. This small gesture provided Meng Gushue with immense encouragement, bolstering her confidence for the plan she had in mind. However, in truth, the second prince felt no emotional upheaval. He was confident in his looks. Any woman he wished to approach would easily fall for him. He had once deemed such tactics beneath him. But after experiencing isolation and ridicule, he suddenly understood. In this treacherous palace, to realize one's ambitions and alter one's fate, one must employ any means necessary to enhance one's leverage. Women were merely tools for his ascendance. As for Meng Gushue, although she possessed some talent, she appeared frivolous and ostentatious. Moreover, having overheard her words through the walls, he discerned her ambitious nature and considerable desires. Such a woman was best approached and most easily utilized. Jiaojiao's dance was mesmerizing and resplendent. Compared to the restrained movements of the previous dancers, her form was supple, her motions bold and full of vigor. Dazzling to behold, the young emperor's interest piqued. He tapped his fingers against the long table, keeping time with the rhythm. The court officials dared not look up, feeling as if a light figure danced before them, prompting them to lower their heads even further. Qiao Jiaojiao, however, found it a delight to behold. Jiaojiao truly has remarkable skill. I wonder how her dance compares to that of the jade-skinned lady Yu? The drumbeats intensified, igniting a heartbeat of excitement. The third prince, positioned nearby, soon felt a rush of blood, a faint dizziness overtaking him. The second princess, ever attentive to the third prince's condition, noticed his pale lips and grew anxious. The crown prince treated his siblings with great kindness, aware of the third prince's frail health, and thus was particularly concerned. At that moment, as Jiaojiao performed, he didn't even lift his gaze. However, he immediately noticed the unusual demeanor of the third prince, and thus lowered his voice to call out, "Third brother." Upon hearing this, the third prince turned his head, a hint of bitterness tugging at the corners of his mouth. His body was truly unable to withstand much longer, and he was beginning to feel faint. The crown prince understood the unspoken message and gestured to the palace attendants behind him, softly saying, Third brother, you should return to rest for now. I will explain to father later. The third prince, feeling grateful, nodded and, with the assistance of the attendants, managed to rise to his feet. Emperor Yong noticed the commotion and cast a glance over. His good mood instantly diminished. This third prince was utterly useless. His presence was akin to a stain, one that caused annoyance upon sight. Concubine Jing, witnessing this scene, bit her lip tightly, her disappointment palpable on her face. He was such a disappointment, unable to even sit through a banquet. The third prince dared not lift his gaze, not wanting to meet his father's disdainful eyes or see the disappointment etched on his mother's face. And thus he hurriedly departed with the help of the attendants. The empress observed this moment, her heart softening. The third prince had been frail and sickly since childhood, and it was indeed a hardship for him to attend the banquet today. This child seemed to possess a certain understanding, but unfortunately, concubine Jing failed to recognize this, constantly belittling and resenting him, believing that it was because of him that she had fallen out of favor with the emperor. Despite the third prince's frailty, he was still a royal. With careful nurturing, he could undoubtedly become a promising individual. Alas, as the empress, she could not speak too freely, lest concubine Jing suspect her intentions. After exiting the Funing Palace, the third prince felt an unexpected lightness in his heart, only then realizing how weak his body had become. The two young eunuchs who had served him since childhood were extremely loyal and wore worried expressions. "Your Highness, can you still hold on?" they asked. The third prince weakly waved his hand, reassuring them, "I am fine, assist me in returning." The young eunuchs immediately took hold of his arms. "Your Highness, we entered through the Xuanda Gate with His Majesty. It would be closer to return via the Chunhua Garden." The third prince, feeling faint, nodded slightly. "Then let us take the Chunhua Garden route." At that moment, the Chunhua Garden was nearly deserted. Should he falter along the way, he would not suffer embarrassment. Once they entered the garden, one of the young eunuchs quickly crouched before the third prince. "Your Highness, there is no one here. Allow me to carry you back." The third prince did not refuse. Leaning onto the young eunuch's back while the other supported him from behind, taking a shortcut back to Xinghua Palace. As they approached Yuhua Lake, near a secluded rockery, they suddenly heard faint muffled sounds. The young eunuch abruptly halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. The third prince gestured for him to set him down, straining to listen. Indeed, there were sounds. "Your Highness, please wait here. I will check it out." The third prince cautiously nodded and cautioned, "Be gentle." The young eunuch respectfully complied, his heart slightly racing. This path led back to Xinghua Palace, and ordinarily, no one should be traversing it. The young eunuch stealthily circled the rockery and suddenly called out softly. The third prince's brows furrowed in surprise. He had regained some strength, and with the support of the other young eunuch, he moved forward. Upon rounding the rockery, he found the scouting young eunuch frozen in place. The third prince stepped forward, and when he finally discerned the scene within the rockery, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Before him lay a young girl, her hair disheveled, her clothes dirty and wrinkled, her mouth stuffed full of cloth strips, bound hand and foot amid the rocky debris. She looked up at them with tear-filled eyes, her face a mask of pleading and fear, emitting muffled cries. Chapter 93, Others despise me for being dirty. "Your Highness, we must leave quickly." The young eunuch snapped back to reality, hurriedly positioning himself in front of the third prince, urgency etched on his face. The palace was rife with sordid affairs, and this girl could belong to any number of factions. Who knew who she had offended to be bound here? The third prince was already in a precarious position. His frail health made it imperative to avoid any entanglements. The young eunuch was genuinely concerned for him. The girl on the ground continued to cry out, her tears streaming down as she could not articulate her words. Only able to emit desperate sounds of plea, the third prince peered over the young eunuch's shoulder and saw a fierce will to survive in the girl's eyes. He had once looked at others with that same expression. With this thought, the third prince motioned for the young eunuch to step aside. The young eunuch, alarmed, protested, "Your Highness, Yu Fuan, step aside." Though the third prince's voice was weak, his tone was resolute. The young eunuch trembled slightly, but ultimately complied. The third prince approached the girl, crouching down to gently inquire, "Are you the young miss of the Shang family?" Upon hearing this, the girl nodded vigorously, letting out muffled sobs. Indeed, the girl bound there was Shang Shiran. The third prince's expression shifted to one of realization. In the harem, one would typically encounter consorts or palace maids, yet this girl before him was exquisitely dressed, youthful, and unfamiliar. The third prince's thoughts briefly wandered. In recent times, only the second prince's concubine, a young lady from the Shang family, had entered the palace. "I will remove the cloth from your mouth, but you must not scream." "Is that agreeable?" The third prince's complexion paled slightly, his voice tinged with fatigue. Xing Sharan quickly nodded, understanding that this weak yet regal figure could only be the inherently frail third prince. The third prince raised his hand and carefully removed the cloth from her mouth. While the two young eunuchs hurried forward to untie her hands and feet freed, Shang Sharan quickly sat up, wrapping her arms tightly around herself, visibly shaken. The third prince gently asked, "Who bound you here?" Shang Sharan's tears flowed uncontrollably as she shook her head in fear. "I don't know. I was in the Chonghua Palace, and a maid came to summon me, saying the second prince wished to see me. I stepped out without a second thought. Suddenly, a bag was thrown over my head, and I felt a sharp pain at the back of my head. Then I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself bound here." Upon hearing this, the third prince furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before murmuring, I shall send someone to escort you back to the Chonghua Palace. At the mention of returning to the Chonghua Palace, Shang Xiaoran trembled violently, disregarding everything as she clutched the third prince's sleeve. No, third prince, I do not wish to return to the Chonghua Palace. Can you take me away? Just get me out of the palace. Her face reflected genuine panic and fear, causing the third prince to momentarily pause. Wasn't it said that the second prince harbored deep affections for Miss Shang, even pleading for her to be taken as a concubine in front of their father? Yet, it seemed that the reality was far more complex. Third prince, I beg you, I would do anything for you, just please do not send me back. The person who captured me could easily do so again. The third prince found himself at a loss as Shang Xiaoran clung tightly to his sleeve. This was beyond his expectations. Seeing the third prince remain unmoved, Shang Xiaoran suddenly bit her lip and lowered her voice. Third prince, I know a monumental secret. I swear, it is of great significance, and you must want to know. Take me away, and I will share the secret with you. Desperation tinged her voice. She had witnessed the second prince's ruthlessness and knew she could never return. Though revealing this secret to the third prince was not wise, it was her only bargaining chip, and she had to take the risk. The third prince, however, showed little interest. He had no desire for power struggles within the palace and had no idea how long he would live. Any secret held little allure for him. Seeing his indifference, Shang Xiaoran gritted her teeth and finally spoke earnestly, the secret pertains to the throne. The two young eunuchs nearby gasped in shock. How could Miss Shang speak such a grand lie without fear of repercussions? Third prince, trust me, I am doing this to survive. If you discover that I deceived you, you may take my life at any moment. Shang Xiaoran looked up at him, her face a mask of sorrowful pleading. Tears spilling like beads, this was her last hope. The third prince regarded Shang Xiaoran intently, seemingly weighing his options. After a long moment, he turned to the young eunuch and commanded, Fuan, I can go no further. Send someone reliable to fetch a sedan chair. The sooner the better. Fuan was taken aback, realizing the third prince truly intended to bring Miss Shang with him. Your Highness, go quickly. The third prince's tone grew stern, and he couldn't suppress a series of heavy coughs. Fuan, seeing this, was alarmed. Yes, your Highness, do not be angry. I shall go at once. Fuan hurriedly scurried away. Shang Xiaoran shivered at this, her voice trembling as she said, Third prince, thank you. The banquet was set to continue for quite some time, and with few people around, the third prince sat quietly with Shang Xiaoran awaiting Fuan's return. Soon Fuan's voice reached them. All right, stop here. And you all turn your backs. The third prince understood that the sedan chair had arrived. He turned to Shang Xiaoran and said, Miss Shang, I must trouble you to share the chair with me. Shang Xiaoran quickly shook her head, her once radiant face now marred by dust and tears, yet she clung tightly to the third prince's sleeve, unwilling to let go. I am the daughter of a condemned family. Third prince, your status is noble, a dragon among men. It is I who am bringing you down. A dragon among men, the third prince echoed bitterly, then broke into a silent smile. Miss Shang, let us go. Shang Xiaoran followed closely behind the third prince. As they emerged from the artificial mountain, everyone else had already turned their backs and stood at a distance. She carefully entered the palanquin with the third prince, only to realize that the space inside was so confined that turning around was virtually impossible. Shang Xiaoran's face turned crimson. Only after the immediate danger had subsided did she recall the propriety between men and women. The third prince, momentarily taken aback, had not considered this aspect until now. Well, it's just a temporary measure. Miss Shang, let us squeeze a bit, he said, shifting half of his body aside. The air inside the palanquin felt stifling, and Shang Xiaoran's cheeks were so flushed they seemed ready to bleed. She cautiously occupied half of the seat, her hands pressed tightly against the walls of the palanquin, their sleeves brushed against each other, and half of their bodies were pressed closely together. After a moment, Shang Xiaoran whispered, Your Highness, I am still untouched. I do not mean anything by this statement, I only hope you do not find me unclean. The once proud daughter of the Shang family had undergone tremendous changes, nearly losing her life, and after losing all her kin and merely surviving, her sharp edges had finally been softened. After uttering this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Little did she know, after a while, as the palanquin was lifted, the third prince's low voice suddenly broke the silence. Others find me unclean. Chapter 94, the fourth prince's birthday celebration in the Funing Hall. The atmosphere was vibrant with song and dance. Yu Zhaoi's dance was passionate and exuberant, stirring the hearts of all who beheld it, yet Emperor Yang found himself lost in thought just a garden away. By the shores of Yuhua Lake, he remembered how she had once danced with grace. Her movements were gentle and enchanting, capturing the audience in a trance, despite the multitude of others who bore a semblance to her. None could match her ethereal charm. Contemplating this, Emperor Yang suddenly found the current dance lacking in flavor. Yu Zhaoi twirled, her gaze wandered, and although she had been performing beautifully, she suddenly caught sight of something unexpected, causing her to falter momentarily. Lu Lv, waiting outside the hall, gasped in alarm, her heart racing. Fortunately, Yu Zhaoi's solid foundation in dance allowed her to recover swiftly, thus avoiding embarrassment in such a significant occasion. After her performance, Yu Zhou gracefully expressed her gratitude to Emperor Yong, having lost interest, merely raised an eyebrow and offered a few perfunctory compliments before casually bestowing some gifts, while Yu Zhou feigned overwhelming gratitude. Her eyes were red upon returning to the side hall to change. Lu LV, assisting her, gently admonished, "Your Highness, you mustn't ruin your makeup with tears." Why Yu Zhou felt a wave of injustice swell within her. "I practiced tirelessly for today's banquet, even wearing out several pairs of shoes. Lu LV, am I not beautiful enough? Was my performance lacking? Why does he seem to have eyes only for others?" Lu LV tenderly wiped away Yu Zhou's tears. "Speaking softly, Our Lady is a celestial being. Who could fail to admire you? It's just that with so many eyes upon you today, it's rather inconvenient." Lu LV's words offered some comfort. And after a moment of reflection, Yu Zhou's tears transformed into a smile. Lu LV reassured her, "Rest assured, it's all arranged. I made sure to emphasize the importance. It will surely be taken seriously." Hearing this, Yu Zhou's face lit up with hope. Lu LV, you are always so considerate to me. I have awaited this day for far too long." When Yu Zhou returned to the banquet, she appeared radiant and captivating once more. Lunchtime had arrived, and a steady stream of delicacies was served, with palace attendants ready to pour wine and present dishes. Lu Yun remained steadfastly behind the second prince. At that moment, a young eunuch presenting dishes discreetly whispered something as he handed a plate to Lu Yun. Her expression shifted dramatically, and upon realizing, she quickly masked her surprise. Approaching the second prince to serve him, she leaned in and murmured a word. Amidst the clinking of cups, the nearby third prince had already departed the table early. Otherwise, Lu Yun would not have dared to take such a risk at this moment. The second prince, unaware of the content of her message, raised his eyelids sharply, only to quickly suppress his expression. A somber demeanor settled upon his face, revealing a hint of coldness, and he nodded lightly. Qiao Jiaojiao had just been returned to Madame Qiao's embrace. As the banquet could not provide food on its own, Madame Qiao could only feed Qiao Jiaojiao soft, bland dishes. Qiao Jiaojiao enjoyed her meal with delight, not being picky, and found the banquet's offerings quite delectable. However, as she ate, her large eyes darted around curiously. In that moment, she caught a glimpse of the second prince's maid and the young eunuch whispering conspiratorially, their words obscured in secrecy. Qiao Jiaojiao's heart raced slightly, though she did not know who had harmed the fourth prince. It was clear that keeping an eye on the male lead was never a mistake. In the original narrative, the Dragon Boat Festival banquet was mainly a platform for the female lead. Meng Gushue, to shine and attract attention, seamlessly entering the royal sphere. As for the other intricacies, they were scarcely mentioned. At least from Meng Gushue's perspective, the banquet unfolded smoothly, yet it concluded with the dreadful news of the fourth prince's drowning. The male lead certainly has some secrets, though I don't know if his fate is intertwined with the sweet but foolish girl's demise. It's always prudent to keep a close watch on him. The Qiao family, upon hearing this, felt their hearts sink. Today also marked the fourth prince's birthday. While Emperor Yong did not seem to care, Huang Pei was thorough and had prepared a gift for the emperor well in advance. Seeing that the time was ripe, eunuch Huang discreetly reminded the emperor. Just as Emperor Yong had been stirred by Yu Zhou's dance, he now wished to swiftly return to the study and converse with Yu Lu. Thus he spoke dismissively, "Little four, today is also your birthday. Your father hopes you will reflect deeply and act with diligence, striving for excellence, and become a commendable child." The fourth prince, upon hearing these words, was taken aback with delight. He immediately stood up from behind the table, walked in front of Emperor Yong, and bowed respectfully. "I shall not forget my father's teachings." "Thank you, father." The 5-year-old knelt there with utmost reverence. Despite having felt sorrow and disappointment, he could not suppress the admiration and affection he held for his father. Qiao Jiaojiao sighed inwardly. If Emperor Yong knew this was his last conversation with the sweet but foolish girl, would he still remain so businesslike and devoid of emotion? Eunuch Huang approached respectfully and presented a square brocade box to the fourth prince, smiling as he said, "Your Highness, this is a birthday gift prepared by His Majesty for you." Upon hearing this, the fourth prince, despite his efforts to maintain composure, could not help but break into a sweet smile. "Thank you, father." The empress, gazing at the fourth prince below, felt her heart soften with both sweetness and sorrow. The child was indeed precocious. He must understand much, yet still harbored hopes for the emperor's affection. "For every year, a gift, little four. This is a token from your mother, wishing you joy, peace, courage, and health. A mother's blessing is always gentle and encompassing. Not asking for wealth or prominence, but merely for safety." The fourth prince's cheeks flushed slightly. His mother still regarded him as a child. "Thank you, mother." The crown prince stepped forward and personally hung a jade pendant on the fourth prince's sash. His demeanor was tender, his face radiating affection. "Little four is the joy of both me and mother. You are the most precious treasure in the world. I hope you will soon grow into a strong and admirable young man." The crown prince understood that this was the fourth prince's wish. However, in his heart as an elder brother, he wished he could forever protect little four, allowing him to live a carefree life. The fourth prince gazed at the jade pendant at his waist, recognizing it as the one his brother often wore, his favorite ornament. With this thought, the fourth prince felt joyous, were it not for the presence of others. He would have dashed into his brother's embrace. "Thank you, brother." Next came the second prince, followed by the two princesses bestowing their gifts, while the courtiers offered a flurry of flattering remarks. Thus, the lunch concluded. After Emperor Yong delivered his closing remarks, he departed with the palace attendants in tow. Much like his arrival, the empress remained, engaging in pleasantries with the various ladies. At this moment, the fourth prince joyfully approached Qiao Jiaojiao. Chapter 95, A Gift for Sister Qiao. Chapter 96, Following and Tracking. Heavens, the back door of the side hall indeed leads directly to Chunhua Garden. This must be Yuhua Lake. Qiao Jiaojiao realized that many of the ladies attending the banquet preferred to gather by the shores of Chunhui Lake. And with no one present, this must be Yuhua Lake. Xiao Diyu quickly peered into the lake, fearing that the fourth prince's small figure might already be floating atop the water. Thankfully, the lake was calm. And nothing was amiss. So, the fourth prince remained in the side hall. There had been no commotion from within, suggesting that Yu Jiaoyi was also still inside. What could they be doing in there? Not only Qiao Diyu was perplexed, but Qiao Jiaojiao was also left in a fog. The original narrative provided scant details about Yu Jiaoyi, and with her untimely demise, Qiao Jiaojiao could only rely on her own intuition. Inside the side hall, the fourth prince was nestled in a small cabinet, clutching a brocade box, his face a portrait of astonishment. Meanwhile, Yu Jiaoyi, with Lu Lv's assistance, was changing her attire. Lu Lv's worried voice continued to murmur. "Your Highness, your favor is currently at its peak. I believe you are taking too great a risk. If you wish to know something, I can inquire on your behalf." As Yu Jiaoyi changed, a sarcastic expression crossed her delicate features. "At its peak, the verdant willow, others may utter such words lightly, but do you truly remain unaware of my predicament? He spends his days languishing upon me, calling out the names of others, and I am nearly sickened by it. Does he truly believe that I cherish his affection so dearly, a man who clings to the memories of the deceased? Oh heavens, your highness, please cease your lamentations." Upon hearing this, Lu Lv's face turned ashen. She was acutely aware that her mistress had once been a dancer known for her carefree demeanor and recklessness, yet such audacious remarks could warrant the annihilation of entire clans. The fourth prince, upon hearing this, was left astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief, his heart racing furiously. He had just acquired a gift for Jiao Jiao and was about to depart when Yu Jiaoyi stormed in, demanding, "Lu Lv, quickly bring me the maid's attire you prepared." The fourth prince was taken aback. What need did Yu Jiaoyi have to change into a maid's garments, in the time it took him to ponder this? Yu Jiaoyi had already begun to disrobe, leaving him no choice but to conceal himself within a cabinet, waiting for her to finish. Little did he know, he would overhear such treasonous discourse. "Fear not, Lu Lv, I shall say no more. Let us hasten our actions and not keep Xinlang waiting." Xinlang. The fourth prince's mouth fell slightly agape. The Xinlang mentioned by Yu Jiaoyi could not possibly refer to the emperor. For the crown prince maintained his virtue and would never entangle himself with a palace consort. His elder brother had departed early due to ill health, yet he could not dismiss the possibility of it being him. And then there was the second brother. Lu Lv sighed inwardly, realizing she could not dissuade Yu Jiaoyi. "Your highness, do as you wish. My life was spared by your kindness, and I shall do everything in my power to see you fulfilled." After dressing, Yu Jiaoyi felt a surge of emotion at these words. "Lu Lv, in this deep palace, aside from Xinlang, you are truly the one who cares for me the most. If I could escape the palace, I would certainly take you with me." Lu Lv, though not daring to hope, smiled gratefully. "Thank you for your grace, your highness." Why? Yu Jiaoyi twirled in her attire, asking, "How do I look? Do I resemble a maid?" Lu Lv nodded, assuring her that as long as her face remained hidden no flaws would be detected. Why? Yu Jiaoyi felt reassured and pulled Lu Lv toward the back entrance. "Hurry, lead the way. That person has been bound for too long. We must not allow her to cause any trouble." Lu Lv comforted Yu Jiaoyi. "Rest assured, your highness, I have arranged for her to be placed in a most secluded location. No one dares venture to Yuhua Lake. It is perfectly safe." Creak, the door to the rear hall swung open, and their voices gradually faded away. The fourth prince suddenly emerged from the cabinet, his face pale. How could someone dare to engage in such clandestine affairs with a palace consort? If that person were the second brother, could it be that he has exposed this matter, thereby eliminating any threat to the crown prince's position? Children possessed the keenest perceptions and sensibilities. The fourth prince had always felt that the emperor treated the second prince with a peculiar fondness, his gaze towards him notably gentle. Their father had never looked at him with the same warmth reserved for the crown prince. The fourth prince recognized his own vulnerability and had initially intended to seek out the crown prince. However, when he cautiously opened the door to the rear hall and saw that Yu Jiaoyi, accompanied by her maid, was moving further away, he realized time was of the essence. If he were to seek out the crown prince now, he would undoubtedly miss the meeting between Yu Jiaoyi and the Xinlang she had mentioned. He could not bear for the crown prince to remain under the second brother's oppression. The crown prince was the most capable heir, the one who could inherit the throne and bring peace and prosperity to the realm. With this thought, the fourth prince clenched the jade pendant at his waist. Feeling an infinite surge of courage, once the evidence was gathered, he would create a commotion to ensure that Yu Jiaoyi and her Xinlang faced justice. With this in mind, the fourth prince tenderly placed the gift aside and stealthily exited the rear hall. Jiao Jiao and Xiao Di had already spotted the furtive Yu Jiaoyi. Jiao Jiao was torn between pursuing Yu Jiaoyi to investigate or seeking out the foolishly Navi one. But before she could reach a conclusion, she noticed the Navi one sneaking out behind her. She traversed through the thickets, behind rocks and stones, following Yu Jiaoyi with surprising finesse, watching this unfold. Jiao Jiao experienced a sudden epiphany. Could it be that the Navi one faced misfortune precisely because she tracked Yu Jiaoyi? It appears Yu Jiaoyi is indeed entangled in something. Her demise may not be as simple as it seems. Xiao Di, without needing Jiao Jiao's prompting, silently followed suit. Seeing this, Jiao Jiao nodded. Yes, let my second brother quietly tail her. There is no need to reveal ourselves. This way, we can unearth the perpetrator behind the Navi one's plight. Let us play the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole awaits. Meanwhile, the three parties hurriedly headed in the same direction. While in Chunhua Garden, Meng Gushue stood at the arched entrance of Yuhua Lake, nervously wringing her hands. After the palace banquet, she had intended to find an opportunity to speak with Xinlang. But once the emperor departed, Xinlang hurriedly left as well, making it quite difficult for her. After much contemplation, she recalled the Dragon Boat Festival banquet in her dreams, where Xinlang had taken her to see the statue of Lady Yu Lu by Yuhua Lake. Though they had yet to meet in reality, it was likely that Xinlang would still visit the statue. If she were to arrive at Yuhua Lake early to await him, it would provide them with a chance to converse without interruption. With this thought, Meng Gushue crossed the threshold without hesitation. Her expression hurried as she stepped inside. Chapter 97. The Noble Circle is truly chaotic. P.S. Please remember this crucial plot point. The fourth prince is only 5 years old. All his choices are based on his limited worldview and experiences. He is still young and will grow, so please refrain from critiquing him from an omniscient perspective, as it would sadden me. The second prince was currently quite troubled. During the recent palace banquet, Lu Yun had mentioned that someone wished to see him. To compel him into meeting her. She had even used his token to abduct Shang Xiaoran from Chonghua Palace. Not long ago, he had suffered setbacks due to Shang Mingqing's accusations, and had it not been for the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, he would still be confined. Yet now, she could no longer restrain herself and was scheming behind his back. The second prince personally returned to Chonghua Palace and, as expected, found no trace of Shang Xiaoran in the side hall. A note remained on the table, marking a location in Chunhua Garden. His expression grew dark as he slowly crumpled the paper in his hand. He had long anticipated that placing his trust in a woman would eventually result in backlash, so he had arranged for their exit strategy and outcomes well in advance, yet he had not expected her to act so rashly, foolishly disrupting his plans. Truly, a common dancer, ignorant of the rules. Lu Yun stood respectfully beside the second prince, her face etched with concern. Your Highness, what shall we do now? Shall I send her away on your behalf? The second prince shook his head slowly. She had made such thorough preparations that she would not relent until she saw him. Lu Yun's worry deepened at his words. I fear she may act impulsively, jeopardizing your Highness's ambitions, especially given her current status as a favored consort. The second prince clenched the crumpled paper in his palm, his expression indifferent, suddenly inquiring, have the messages she sent over the past days been compiled? Lu Yun nodded solemnly, confirming that they had been organized. We have thoroughly understood her nightly habits and routines. The second prince nodded in satisfaction, speaking in a calm tone. In that case, she has outlived her usefulness. Lu Yun, bring me that medicine. Lu Yun trembled slightly at his words, a swirl of emotions overwhelming her. The audacity of this woman to covet the second prince, to scheme against him by abducting Shang Xiaoran, was indeed deserving of death, yet the second prince's decisiveness also instilled a sense of dread within her. Not daring to reveal any sign of her feelings, Lu Yun obediently left to fetch the medicine. Upon her return, she handed the second prince a small porcelain vial. Your Highness, here is the medicine. The second prince's gaze, cold and penetrating, fell upon Lu Yun, as if he could see through her thoughts. Lu Yun, you are different. Do not overthink it. After speaking, the second prince strode out without any attendants, leaving Lu Yun momentarily stunned in place, her heart racing as she recalled his words. Her face flushed. She understood she should not harbor any improper thoughts. Simply being by the second prince's side was enough. The second prince made his way from Chonghua Palace to Chunhua Garden, first circling around Chunshui Lake, and then arriving at the arched entrance. He rubbed the small porcelain vial tucked in his sleeve, exhaling lightly. In the next moment, he swiftly headed towards the marked location on the note. Meng Gushue sat on the steps not far from the statue of Lady Yu Lu, resting her chin on her hand. Feeling somewhat anxious, the shade here offered some respite from the heat. Although the weather in May was still mild, the sun had begun to grow oppressive. Bored, Meng Gushue repeatedly rehearsed her carefully crafted opening lines, preparing to win over the second prince in one fell swoop. Just as she was building her confidence, she suddenly caught sight of a figure rounding the corner. She couldn't see clearly, but she recognized the color. Today, The second prince was indeed donned in a shade of stone blue. With this realization, Meng Gushue sprang to her feet. At last she had awaited his arrival. Alas, her seating position was rather unfortunate. The shade of the trees and the statue may have obscured her presence, preventing the second prince from noticing her. However, it mattered little, for she could simply chase after him, could she not? The spring blossom garden was not so vast that a chance encounter was impossible. Meng Gushue lifted her skirts, her heart brimming with anticipation, and ran towards the direction in which the second prince had vanished. Meanwhile, Xiao Dian cradled Qiao Jiaojiao as they followed the fourth prince deeper into Yuhua Lake. The fourth prince possessed a certain skill, adeptly evading detection with his small frame, making nary a sound. Yu Jiaoyi and Lulu, feeling guilty, hurried along, utterly oblivious to the fourth prince's stealthy pursuit, observing the fourth prince's earnest efforts. Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but let out a quiet sigh. This naive one has no idea what she overheard in the side hall, yet she is determined to follow. Little does he know. By doing so, he is heading straight into the realm of Yama. Xiao Dian mused. I had not realized before that my younger sister was quite the master of sarcasm. Her words are rather cutting. After meandering for a while, the fourth prince suddenly concealed himself behind a rockery. The lush greenery provided ample cover, and dressed in dark attire, he crouched so perfectly that one would be hard-pressed to detect him. Xiao Dian surmised that they had reached their destination. He scanned the surroundings and spotted a dense tree behind the rockery. With a gentle leap, he landed without so much as a tremor to the branches. Qiao Jiaojiao gasped in astonishment. Goodness, is this what one calls lightness of foot in ancient times? Absolutely remarkable. Thank heavens it was my elder brother who brought me here. Anyone else would have been utterly incapable of such stealth. Upon hearing her words, Qiao Dian could not suppress a twinge of pride. Indeed, he was naturally suited for martial arts. Their father had proclaimed that he would undoubtedly surpass his predecessors in Qiao Jiaojiao's position. The rockery conveniently concealed her form, yet if she dared to peek through the dense foliage, she could catch a glimpse of the scene unfolding behind the rockery. Wow, what a perfect vantage point for eavesdropping. Qiao Jiaojiao marveled, for she had already spotted Yu Jiaoyi and Lulu hiding behind the rockery, though their expressions seemed somewhat flustered. Lulu, are you certain you haven't mistaken the location? Where is Shang Xiaoran? Lulu's face was etched with panic. My lady, I assure you, I did not err. I had someone bring Shang Xiaoran here. A jolt of surprise coursed through Qiao Jiaojiao. She had not anticipated hearing Shang Xiaoran's name in this context. Wasn't Shang Xiaoran bestowed upon the second prince as a concubine by the emperor? From Yu Jiaoyi's tone, it seems she has abducted Shang Xiaoran, and now, inexplicably, Shang Xiaoran has gone missing? Wait, what could her intentions be in abducting Shang Xiaoran? Could it be that Yu Jiaoyi, dressed as she is, seeks to meet the second prince, and Yu Jiaoyi is aligned with the second prince? Hold on, I think I understand, given the second prince's cautious nature. He would surely avoid risking a clandestine meeting with a consort within the palace. Is it possible that Yu Jiaoyi intended to compel the second prince to meet her by orchestrating Shang Xiaoran's abduction? Qiao Jiaojiao felt she had unraveled the truth. Xiao Dian, however, found himself utterly bewildered by Qiao Jiaojiao's lengthy deductions, deciding to obediently play the part of a tool. Whatever Qiao Jiaojiao wished him to do, he would comply. Qiao Jiaojiao continued her speculations. Could it be that Yu Jiaoyi truly harbors feelings for the second prince? This is not entirely implausible. After all, in classic romance tales, the male lead is often a heartthrob. And he is exceptionally handsome. Yet, engaging in such a love triangle seems rather audacious, doesn't it? Moreover, if the male lead resembles Princess Yulio, and Yu Jiaoyi bears a resemblance to her as well, wouldn't it be rather unsettling for Yu Jiaoyi to fall for the male lead? Goodness, the circles of nobility are truly chaotic. As Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts spiraled, a figure clad in stone blue approached from another direction. Her heart leapt in alarm. Indeed, Yu Jiaoyi has arranged to meet the male lead. This will be quite the spectacle. Chapter 98. My heavens, the arena of chaos. Xin Yuanbai's brow was furrowed. Filled with dissatisfaction regarding Yu Jiaoyi's manipulation of him, such a disobedient pawn, if not dealt with promptly, could lead to endless troubles ahead. My lady, what shall we do now? Lulu was in a state of complete panic. This location was supposed to be devoid of visitors. How had Shang Xiaoran managed to escape? If she revealed the matter of her abduction, what would become of them? The only small comfort was that when she had ordered Shang Xiaoran's capture, she had not disclosed the lady's identity, thus it was likely that the matter would not implicate the lady. Yu Jiaoyi, too, felt a twinge of anxiety, yet the thought of Xin Lang's imminent arrival steadied her nerves. Lulu, do not utter a word, let me handle this. If Xin Lang discovered that she had misplaced Shang Xiaoran, he might very well turn and leave. The situation with Shang Xiaoran could still be salvaged. But what she truly wished to ascertain was Xin Lang's feelings. Heaven knows how envious and devastated she felt when that wretched emperor excitedly informed her that Xin Lang had come to his senses, that he harbored affections for the Shang family's young lady, wishing to take her as a concubine, that Shang family young lady was already the daughter of a traitor. Her brother had wronged Xin Lang. Why? Then, did he hold such a fondness for her? For his sake, she had forsaken everything outside, becoming a caged bird within the palace, serving as someone else's substitute, subjected to the whims of that wretched emperor time and again. She could no longer endure this. She was unwilling to continue in silence. A noble and pure-hearted youth like Shenlang could choose not to love anyone, and she would harbor no expectations. Yet, for him to genuinely fall for someone else was an unbearable thought. Moreover, to enable him to watch her dance openly, she had practiced diligently, only to find that during her performance, Shenlang had nodded to a young girl seated below. She had inquired and learned that the girl's name was Meng Gushue, a paragon of talent, far beyond her humble status as a dancer. How could this be fair, when Shenlang sought to utilize her? He had never looked down on her status as a dancer. The appearances of Shang Xiran and Meng Gushue shattered Yu Zhoui's defenses, plunging her into a frenzied jealousy, from outside the rockery. Steady footsteps approached, compelling Yu Zhouyi to quickly compose her distorted expression, revealing the sweetest of smiles. The second prince stepped into the rockery, surveying the area with a furrowed brow, and quietly inquired, "Where is Shang Xiran?" Upon hearing the second prince mention Shang Xiran, Yu Zhouyi trembled slightly, her beautiful visage paling. Meanwhile, hidden among the foliage, the fourth prince, recognizing that familiar voice, covered his mouth tightly, his face a picture of shock. Second brother, it truly is the voice of second brother. The one clandestinely meeting with Yu Zhouyi was indeed his second brother. Qiao Jiaojiao, intently listening, suddenly caught sight of a sneaky figure, nearly gasping aloud in shock. "Ah, Meng Gushue, the one crouching is definitely Meng Gushue. My heavens, what a chaotic scene!" Meng Gushue is also following the second prince. The second prince, always surrounded by women, ought to experience the taste of being outmaneuvered by them today. Meng Gushue, muster some courage and conceal yourself better, soon you shall witness the true nature of the male lead. Meng Gushue, hidden behind a tree, peered out with confusion. Why has he disappeared upon reaching this spot? She had indeed had an opportunity to catch up with the second prince. However, upon noticing him veering further off course and quickening his pace, an absurd thought crept into her mind, without any attendants and moving so hastily. Could it be that Shenlang had arranged to meet someone? Recently she had heard rumors of his intention to take Shang Xiran as a concubine, which had stirred jealousy within her for some time. Although in her dreams, Shenlang could not engage with any other woman without experiencing physical discomfort, the real world had diverged from her dream. Who knew if he still bore that peculiar affliction? Her instincts warned Meng Gushue that in such a secluded place, shrouded in secrecy, the second prince was indeed meeting someone, most likely a woman. With this realization, her jealousy ignited, and she resolved to follow him and uncover the truth. Aware of the second prince's martial skills, she deliberately kept her distance, yet, perhaps due to her considerable distance, she soon lost sight of him. Just as she felt a pang of regret, a gentle female voice broke the silence. "Shenlang, do you truly care so much for Shang Xiran? Why do you not inquire why I sought you?" Meng Gushue, hidden behind the tree, was struck dumb by the sound of that voice. She had only just heard it at the palace banquet. Wasn't this the voice of the emperor's favored concubine, Yu Zhouyi? A shiver ran down her spine as she silently prayed that the Shenlang Yu Zhouyi mentioned was not the second prince. Yet, her fleeting hopes were shattered by another deep voice. "Shang Xiran was bestowed upon me by the emperor. She cannot simply vanish without explanation." Meng Gushue felt her strength wane, overwhelmed by a sudden disillusionment regarding the male lead. In her dreams, Shenlang was so principled, never entangled with other women. She had once inquired about Yu Zhouyi's demise, and his expression had been so indifferent, as if discussing a stranger. Yet, in reality, Shenlang not only knew Yu Zhouyi but seemed to share a profound bond with her. Was it merely because she was a gift from the emperor? But Shenlang, did you not seek that favor for yourself? Were you not enamored with the young lady from the Shang family? The voice of Lady Yu continued to resonate with an urgent tone, as if she were fervently seeking an answer. The second prince slightly furrowed his brow, realizing that this pawn had indeed developed unwarranted aspirations. "It was merely a temporary strategy on my part. I harbor no feelings for her. Where have you taken her?" Upon hearing this, Lady Yu felt a sudden wave of relief wash over her. Revealing a smile of liberation, "That is good indeed." In the next moment, she raised her head with a face full of hope, softly imploring, "Shenlang, I no longer wish to serve that wretched emperor. Will you take me away?" "No, I do not dare to wish for you to take me away. Will you send me out of the palace instead? As long as you remember me, come to visit whenever you wish." Her words were steeped in humility, clearly reflecting her obsession with the second prince. The second prince remained silent for a moment before he said softly, "A palace concubine cannot leave the palace." "Unless she is dead." Lady Yu trembled at his words, desperately clutching the sleeve of the second prince, her eyes filled with pleading. "Shenlang, isn't there a drug that induces a false death? Please allow me to take one. And then take me outside. I truly do not wish to be a mere substitute any longer. That loathsome emperor makes me feel sick. Shenlang, please help me." Chapter 99. He adored his crown prince brother. The second prince restrained himself from pulling his sleeve away from Lady Yu's grasp. Upon hearing her mention the false death drug, a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Do you truly wish to leave? Lady Yu nodded vigorously, offering her life and heartfelt devotion to the second prince without hesitation. He feigned contemplation for a moment, then nodded. It is not impossible. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Shenlang, shall we proceed swiftly? I cannot bear to remain beside that loathsome emperor for another moment. Jiao Jiao observed Lady Yu's expression, as if she viewed the second prince as her savior, and secretly shook her head. This foolish woman, does she truly believe the second prince possesses such a drug? Even if he did, he would never grant it to her. If you dare to consume his concoction, the moment you close your eyes, you may never open them again. Meng Guxue, upon hearing this, had already silently covered her mouth in astonishment. How could Lady Yu, the favored concubine of Emperor Yong, harbor such infatuation for Shenlang? Would Shenlang truly rescue her? If he were to keep such a vixen by his side, wouldn't her own position be perilously compromised? At that moment, Meng Guxue was still entangled in matters of love. All right, the second prince replied indifferently. Lady Yu was elated. She then turned to the side, tugging at Lulu's arm with an eager expression, asking Shenlang, Lulu has treated me exceptionally well, may I take her with me? Lulu was taken aback by the realization that Lady Yu genuinely wished to take her away, and her heart ached suddenly. Her eyes reddening, yet she was not infatuated with the second prince. She remained far more composed than Lady Yu. The false death drug was an exceedingly perilous gambit. Should the ruse become reality, they would lose everything. The second prince had already decided to eliminate Lady Yu, and naturally, her intimate maid could not be spared. He slowly nodded. It is much easier for a palace maid to leave the palace. She can wait outside for you. Wonderful. Lady Yu's eyes brightened, her face now adorned with hopeful expectations for the life that lay ahead. Shenlang, when do you think I should depart? Should I poison that loathsome emperor before I leave? If only I could reach the crown prince, I would deal with him as well. Then Shenlang could rest easy. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao sensed trouble. The Navi heart is exceptionally astute among children. Yet it cannot withstand his profound love for his crown prince brother. He will undoubtedly reveal his emotions now. Just as Jiao Jiao's thoughts reached this point, a rustling sound came from the thicket where the foolish girl was hiding. The second prince was startled, and at this critical juncture, he raised his voice sternly. Lady Yu, how dare you utter such treasonous words? That is my father and brother. I will not allow anyone to harm them. Lady Yu, clearly having heard the disturbance, felt a jolt of fear surge through her. She immediately collapsed to the ground, her voice shaking in confession. Your Highness, I was momentarily bewitched. I should never have spoken thus. I beg your Highness to spare my life. The sudden turn of events left Meng Guxue in shock, frozen behind the tree. At this moment, Jiao Jiao could not help but admire the second prince. Upon discovering that someone was eavesdropping, his first instinct was not to capture them but to sternly admonish Lady Yu, clearly stating his position. In doing so, regardless of whether he could apprehend the eavesdropper. Even in the worst-case scenario where today's secret meeting was exposed to Emperor Yong, he would still have grounds for defense. Such mental acuity and rapid response were indeed formidable. Lady Yu, when not facing the second prince, was quite clever. Her genuine feelings for him allowed her to respond instantly, taking the blame upon herself. Indeed, this is the cunning male lead who will ultimately prevail. How astute and devious. Seeing Meng Guxue trembling in confusion. She is merely a source of auxiliary support for the male lead. Her intelligence pales in comparison to his. The second prince listened intently for a while, and the thicket fell into silence. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. It seemed the person hiding in the shadows was somewhat vulnerable, or they would have emerged to confront him. He pondered how much they had overheard. Since they did not dare to show themselves, he might as well seize this opportunity to extricate himself from the situation entirely. With this thought in mind, the second prince cast his gaze down upon Lady Yu, coldly declaring, Lady Yu, I have shown you kindness due to your resemblance to my mother, yet, you have harbored such venomous intentions to harm my father and brother. I warn you, should you speak so recklessly again, I will bring you before my father for judgment. After speaking, he immediately donned a comforting expression, silently indicating to the terrified Lady Yu, find a way to deal with him. Tears welled in Lady Yu's eyes as she silently nodded. Then cried out in a choked voice, Your Highness, please spare me. I would never dare. The second prince, filled with anger, withdrew his sleeve. Lady Yu, consider your own actions. With that, he departed, his face stern, seemingly oblivious to the earlier slip. Meng Guxue discerned the second prince's intent and turned to flee. Her steps hurried and frantic, unexplainable dread washed over her. She felt that if she were discovered eavesdropping, her life would be forfeit. As the second prince exited the rockery, he had initially intended to remain hidden until he could be assured that Lady Yu had dealt with the eavesdropper. However, as he inadvertently glanced up, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a skirt passing by. The second prince's heart raced. He suddenly realized that there was more than one person eavesdropping. His pulse quickened. He had been overly careless. Not only had Lady Yu failed to handle the situation, but two tails had also slipped past him. This was precisely why he was reluctant to meet Lady Yu in the palace. It was far too perilous, with so many spies around, yet Lady Yu had managed to capture Shang Shiran orchestrating such a scene. For the first time in a long while, a sense of panic washed over the second prince. However, his mental fortitude was formidable. After exhaling slowly, he made a decision. With Lady Yu providing cover, he would first capture the fleeing woman, judging by the color of the skirt, if he was not mistaken. The eavesdropper should be Meng Guxue, right? If it truly was her, there was no rush to eliminate her. After all, she held 3 vital formulas. With this in mind, the second prince quickened his pace. Stepping out to pursue him. Meanwhile, Lady Yu, still shaken, stood up, contemplating the hidden threat that could jeopardize her and Shen Lang's lives. Her gaze sharpened, and a glint of resolve flashed across her face. I am the next moment. Without warning, she lifted her skirt and nimbly dashed toward the thicket, forcefully parting the leaves to reveal a youthful, innocent face hidden behind them. Chapter 100. The light as a feather. Navi's sweetheart, the fourth prince. Lady Yu gasped, her face a mixture of alarm and disbelief. She never imagined that the child concealed behind the foliage was none other than the young fourth prince. He raised his head, his cold gaze fixed on Lady Yu, his heart filled with trepidation. Lady Yu, as the emperor's confidant, not only harbored feelings for the second prince but also schemed to harm the emperor and the crown prince. Such a conspiracy, so treacherous and venomous, must not be allowed to succeed. Despite the tumult of shock and anxiety within him, the fourth prince clutched the jade pendant at his waist, striving to maintain a semblance of composure. He could not afford to falter. If he did, Lady Yu's machinations would go unchallenged, placing his father and brother in jeopardy. With this resolve, he suddenly stood tall, seizing the moment when Lady Yu was momentarily stunned, and lunged fiercely at her abdomen. Lady Yu was caught off guard and staggered back, her stomach aching painfully as she nearly fell, saved only by Lulu's timely support. Lulu's eyes brimmed with tears. The eavesdropper was the fourth prince, and both the lady and she were surely doomed. Your Highness, what shall we do? The fourth prince seized the opportunity, sprinting away with all his might, calling out loudly, "Someone, come quickly!" Upon hearing the fourth prince's cry, Lulu's face turned pale, and despair washed over her. It is over, truly over. Yu Zhaoyi's entire body trembled violently, and she could no longer pay heed to the pain in her abdomen. Gritting her teeth, she pursued relentlessly. It was unacceptable for her, a mere pawn of fate, to perish, but she absolutely could not allow anything to befall Shen Lang. After all, she was an adult, and having danced for years, her lithe form was far more agile than the average person. In no time, she caught up with the diminutive fourth prince. In the next moment, disregarding everything, she lunged forward, pinning him to the ground, her right hand firmly clamping over his mouth. "Fourth prince, do not shout. There is no one here." MMMPH. The fourth prince struggled violently, the delicate features of his young face grazing against the ground, leaving behind a crimson mark. Panic surged within him. At that moment, he vaguely felt that he might not survive. He knew all too well that the palace was rife with treachery, and silencing witnesses was all too common. In that instant, his thoughts drifted to his mother, to his elder brother the crown prince, and to Qiaomei, who awaited her gifts. "Fourth prince, you should not be here." Yu Zhaoyi, too, felt a pang of sympathy. This fourth prince was harmless within the palace, ever kind to everyone. When he saw her, he would always greet her with a cheerful smile, calling her by name. She did not wish to harm the innocent, it was simply the cruel hand of fate that had placed him here. Upon hearing her words, the fourth prince realized that there was no escape for him. At that moment, the small child resolved, "No matter what, even if I must die, I must leave a clue for my elder brother the crown prince. If I perish, my mother will surely be heartbroken. If anything were to happen to my elder brother, she would truly be unable to carry on." With this thought, the fourth prince pressed his forehead against the ground. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Zhaoyi was momentarily stunned, he opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on her palm. He exerted all his strength, and only when he tasted blood did he finally relent. Excellent, he had left a deep bite mark on Yu Zhaoyi's hand. There were few in the palace who bore such marks at such a young age. His elder brother was so intelligent. He would surely uncover the truth behind Yu Zhaoyi. Once the threat was resolved, his elder brother would be safe. At this point, the fourth prince had exhausted every effort he could muster. After all, he had only just celebrated his 5th birthday, and fatigue was beginning to overwhelm him. Why Yu Zhaoyi's hand throbbed with pain. She could hardly believe that the fourth prince possessed such cunning. Thinking he was merely acting instinctively in a moment of panic. As she felt his struggles weaken, she silently mused, "He is still just a child." Lulu, having been startled into delay, hurriedly arrived. Kneeling on the ground as she trembled, "Your Highness, what should we do?" Yu Zhaoyi switched hands, continuing to firmly cover the fourth prince's mouth. She glanced around, her mind in disarray, until her gaze fell upon the distant Yuhua Lake. "Lulu, the fourth prince cannot be allowed to live, otherwise, we shall all perish." Hearing this, Lulu was terrified, tears streaming down her face. She could not bear to take a life, especially not that of the fourth prince, who held such a noble status and was so very young. Why Yu Zhaoyi felt fear too, yet her greater dread was that the second prince would suffer as a consequence. "Lulu, we need not take action ourselves. Let us cast the fourth prince into Yuhua Lake." Upon hearing this, the fourth prince's eyes widened in horror, and he wished to struggle, yet Yu Zhaoyi held him fast with all her might. Behind the rockery, Xiao Di was nearly beside himself with anxiety. The moment the fourth prince was spotted by Yu Zhaoyi, he had wanted to intervene, but then Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts echoed in his mind. So this is how the naive and innocent perishes. It turned out there was a profound backstory. The naive one had fought valiantly against fate, all for the sake of his father and elder brother. Yet the original text failed to mention this, reducing him to a mere inconsequential character, a tool to drive the plot forward. No wonder Yu Zhaoyi would later be implicated. That bite must be of utmost importance. But why was the accusation against Yu Zhaoyi not one of attempting to harm a prince, but rather of being arrogant due to favoritism? Was it due to insufficient evidence? Or perhaps the emperor, knowing this matter involved his favored second prince, preferred to leave the deceased fourth prince nameless rather than tarnish the reputation of the second prince? At this thought, Qiao Jiaojiao's heart turned cold. While she scorned the emperor, she also felt profound sorrow for the early demise of the naive one. He was still far too young, despite his brilliance. The protection of the crown prince and empress led him to underestimate the malevolence of human nature. Had he possessed a deeper cunning, he would not have allowed his emotions to betray him, revealing his presence. I still hope my second brother delays his intervention. While it is tragic for the naive one, he must grow swiftly. The emperor is more ruthless than I imagined. Otherwise, the naive one would not have died so insignificantly. Only by truly experiencing a life-and-death crisis can he discern the treachery within the palace, and the emperor's bias, relinquishing any expectations he holds. Alas, I suddenly find myself feeling quite heartless. Naive one, I mean well for you, do not hold it against me. I have already found a means to save you in the merit shop, and taken several precautions. I will not allow you to truly meet the Grim Reaper.